Jiang Lian found herself transported into a book, becoming a supporting character in a tale of madness. As a diligent worker for 5 years, she remarked, "Isn't the contrasting group of madmen merely a bunch of spineless wretches? No one understands the plight of a coward better than I do." On a variety show, the audience ridiculed Jiang Lian, labeling her a rustic bumpkin. In a moment of desperation, she knelt down, exclaiming, "I apologize. I'm indeed unsophisticated and worthless. Why not just end me? I'm easy to kill. 1 punch leaves me wounded. 3 punches will surely finish me off." Chapter 1. The world kisses me with pain, and I succumb to it. "Little beauty, drink this cup with me." As Jiang Lian opened her eyes, a greasy voice reached her ears amidst the raucous clamor.
"Drink."
Not drinking would be disrespectful to President Jiang. "Jiang Lian, if you please, President Jiang. Securing a role as the 3rd female lead will be a piece of cake for you." Before she could comprehend the situation, a notification chimed in her mind. Beep. System binding successful. "Greetings, I am the choice system 888. Your current identity is that of a scandalous actress, simultaneously serving as the contrasting group for the mad female lead. Due to offending a renowned actor, you have been exiled to this drinking party, with a drug-laden drink before you. Next, 2 choices will be presented. Choice 1. Drink the liquor and spend the night with President Jiang. Reward: 1 spot on a variety show and 2,000 in cash. Choice 2. Refuse and be slapped by your manager, resulting in being shelved. Reward: a canister of fresh air from the summit of the Himalayas. Jiang Lian. Just a minute ago, she had won a 5 million jackpot and was preparing to confront her boss. In her excitement, she stumbled and lost everything, not only her money, but now she found herself in this nonsensical book, tasked with absurd missions. Could her situation be any worse? "I'm done, I refuse to play," Jiang Lian declared, seeing her dejection. 888, accustomed to dealing with apathetic hosts, urged, "Cheer up, host. Every beginning is challenging. Then let's not begin at all." Jiang Lian slumped in her chair. 888, perplexed, stammered, "Host, please regain your composure. We are not out of options yet. Indeed, I still have a dead end. The world kisses me with pain, and I succumb to it. The king of hell bids me to meet my end at midnight. I would rather take my own life before then. Someone must sleep soundly every day. Why can't that be me? Choose me, and you have selected a waste." With that, she closed her eyes. Life had slapped her, and she would dig her own grave. 888 was left bewildered. As a top-tier system, it was accustomed to binding with hosts of immense mental fortitude, be they deities or immortal beings. Yet here was this host with a sum that stated merely 8 to 5 worker. IT had expected an easy assignment, but instead, as she concluded her last statement, the previously slumped figure suddenly sat upright. Jiang Lian brushed her hair aside. "Oh dear, I'm not after money. I simply wish to book a hotel room. So, let's go with option 1.888. President Jiang, you wish to drink, correct?" Jiang Lian lifted her gaze. President Jiang's murky eyes turned toward her, leering. "What's wrong, little one? Not drinking? Or do you desire something else?" He leaned forward. The surrounding middle-aged men erupted into laughter. "That's unnecessary." Jiang Lian waved her hand dismissively. "I'm a little one, but am not particularly fond of little things." President Jiang was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. "Jiang Lian, don't get too cocky. Do you think you're still the former leading actress? Consider your career. You will drink that liquor today, whether you like it or not." With that, Jiang Lian stood. "I certainly wouldn't dare oppose President Jiang." President Jiang scoffed, thinking he had her under his thumb. 888 sighed in relief. Finally, they were getting to the crux of the matter. However, Jiang Lian's tone shifted as she called for a waiter. "This cup is too small. How can I express my sincerity to President Jiang? Bring me the largest cup available." President Jiang was thoroughly entertained, flicking ash from a cigarette. "If you had been this agreeable from the start, things would have gone smoother. As long as you comply, I promise to take good care of you tonight, ensuring your rise in the entertainment industry." "What are you doing, Jiang Lian?" Suddenly, everyone stood in shock. At the table, Jiang Lian poured 2 large bottles of liquor into her cup, then seized a nearby plant pesticide, pouring it in as well. Turning to Smile, she exclaimed, "I suspect this drink contains some sort of drug. However, one drug cannot suffice. President Jiang, you should know, a fortune teller once told me I have a strong constitution. Shouldn't I mix in a few more? 1 cup for madness, another for ascension guaranteed to satisfy you." You, President Jiang, why does your face look so terrible? Are you unhappy? Do you think the dosage is insufficient? Allow me to." She grabbed a nearby bag of fertilizer. "Let's add 2 more pounds, President Jiang." Throwing aside the fertilizer, Jiang Lian clutched her cup. President Jiang, this toast is to freedom. I'll drink first, you follow. The cup tilted as liquid flowed into her mouth. The cacophony of screams erupted. Someone stop her. Are you all dead? What the hell? President Jiang scrambled back in fear. Jiang Lian, restrained by bodyguards, cried out and twirled, slapping President Jiang before lunging at him, desperately clutching his pant leg. President Jiang, didn't you promise to take good care of me? Make it hurt. I beg you now. Right this moment. Let go of me, you lunatic. In the end, Jiang Lian chased President Jiang for 800 meters, forcing her way into the hotel room before being dragged out by a swarm of bodyguards. Beep. Congratulations to the book transmigrator Jiang Lian, ID 845765, for completing the task. Reward: 1 spot on a variety show. 2,000 cash has been credited. Please check. In the corridor, as bodyguards pulled her along, the system's voice echoed in her mind. 888 was utterly baffled. How did that just happen? Jiang Lian defended her actions. Oh, heavens, I went to book a room with him. I nearly begged him to take care of me. How can that not count as completing the task? 888, heavens, does this seem reasonable to you? As she spoke, the surrounding scenery abruptly shifted, from towering buildings to serene rural landscapes. Jiang Lian looked up to find a modest dwelling labeled number 3. Beside her stood a cameraman, live-streaming her every move. 888 explained, this is a poverty alleviation variety show titled Matters in the Fields, filmed in Sichuan, featuring 50 artists with dubious reputations, who are guilty of everything except breaking the law. Just then, the door swung open, a pair of long legs stepped out. The man was strikingly handsome, with sharp features and a chiseled jawline. His muscular torso glistened, revealing a lean waist tucked into black athletic pants, set against a backdrop of misty mountains. With damp hair cascading down, droplets of water glided from his hair to his sculpted chin, slowly dripping down. Plop, Jiang Lian exclaimed. Wow, what a loud droplet. 888 responded. What droplet? Did you just get a nosebleed? Chapter 2 Masterpiece. There is excrement on your face. Oh. Jiang Lian raised her hand to wipe it away. Her laughter was colorful, perhaps due to the sweltering heat. 888. It speaks harshly, so let us refrain from mentioning it for now. A barrage of comments flew by. Then why don't you take your eyes off the man's belt? Where are you looking? I'll be damned for 3 minutes. I want all the information on this man. Is this a villager? You're telling me this is a villager? Which village is this? I'll immediately book a flight to travel there. I wondered why a plate suddenly appeared before me. Turns out it's my type. Just now, a man stepped out. Now, oh, isn't this my husband? 888 sent Jiang Lian information. This is the antagonist, Shun Quebec. He has little interaction with you in the plot, merely a relation by circumstance. You just need to follow your storyline and be a bit friendly towards him. Jiang Lian nodded and spoke. Hello. 888 was pleased. Quite friendly indeed. Shall we marry? Jiang Lian inquired. Host. 888's voice cracked. Fortunately, the dialogue was interrupted by a delicate voice. Sister, this room is splendid. Jiang Lian turned to see a charming girl in a long dress, her eyes sparkling with a smile. 888 provided information. This is your true sister, Jiang Xuyan, characterized as a charming green tea femme fatale and one of the contrasting groups to the deranged female protagonist. You two are sworn enemies, mister. Zhang is the one who introduced her to you. It's worth noting that due to a system error, the original text of this book was accidentally sent to her phone. In simple terms, she is aware of the plot's progression. Jiang Lian, no way. This is too trendy. Jiang Xuyan stepped forward, her gaze precisely landing on Shin Quebec. Softly, she asked, Excuse me, are you the owner of room 3? Shin K had already dressed. He glanced at her, his expression indifferent. His voice was distinctive, a magnetic tone with a hint of metallic resonance. Jiang Xuyan immediately smiled. My sister lives here. I hope you will take good care of her. Turning to Jiang Lian, she added, Sister, you must be gentle with the owner and not cause him any trouble. Ding. Triggered plot choice. Progress restored to 150. Choice 1. Give Jiang Xuyan a severe slap. Reward, 400 yuan. Choice 2. Argue with Jiang Xuyan. Reward, 500 yuan. Choice 3. Incite Jiang Xuyan's anger. Reward, 600 yuan. Jiang Lian asked, Can I choose them all? 888. All choices? Jiang Lian, I'll first argue with her, then give her a slap, and when she's angry, I'll have 1500. 888 roared, You can only choose one. Jeanne Lian regretfully chose 3. In the next moment, she stepped forward and slapped Jiang Lian on the back of her head.
Slap.
Jiang Lian abruptly turned, gritting her teeth. Sister?
Ding.
Task completed, 600 yuan credited. 888. Directly given? Just like that? Jiang Lian, silent. 888, silent. Was that a slap at a mosquito? You nearly knocked her brain out. Her words sounded like a mosquito, yet somehow not. The camera was rolling, and Jiang Lian could only force a smile. She then immediately redirected her focus to Shin-Kei. Oh no, are you hurt?
Let me help you in.
I have legs.
Senkeritorti, turning away.
Jiang Lian pressed her lips together. A month ago, she discovered that the world she inhabited was a novel. In the book, this man was a future financial mogul, currently enduring mistreatment in this small village. With such a significant advantage, how could she accept being a mere cannon fodder? A thought struck her, and she called out. Ah. Jiang Lian covered her eyes. Sir, something seems to have gotten into my eye. Could you please help me check? She had practiced this angle in front of the mirror countless times, confident that no man could resist such a lure. Her heart raced. That slender hand reached towards her. Its complexion not the pampered pale, but a sun-kissed sheen, even carrying a hint of a crisp, clean scent. Rip. A sharp pain shot through her eyelid. Jiang Lian was stunned, looking up to see Shin-Kei holding a double eyelid tape. Eye boogers. He stated emphatically, it's substantial. Jiang Lian instantly broke down. This ISNT on the other side, you deal with it, it's quite dirty. Jiang Lian couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. This laugh drew Shin-Kei's shadowy gaze. She quickly raised her hand. I don't have eye boogers. Shin-Kei lowered his gaze. You're not dirty. Ha ha ha. My bed collapsed from laughing, no joke. Masterpiece, there is excrement on your face. Haven't you seen double eyelid tape? Country folk are indeed country folk. Sister, doesn't T need to attack others like that, does she? If so, I'll speak up for my new husband. How come I'm inexplicably shipping this, whispering? The three entered the house in succession. Jiang Lian nestled in her chair and asked 888. The plot states that Shin-Kei is being bullied and oppressed at this moment, and it will take 5 years for him to ascend to the position of the Shin family's leader, gradually becoming moody, like a maniac. But look at this across from her, Jiang Lian softly said. Mr. Shin, this room is quite clean. Did you clean it yourself? Shin-Kei, what else would I use? My feet? Jiang Lian's smile stiffened. I'm a bit thirsty. Is there any water? Shin-Kei, fewer words are better than any words. Jiang Lian appeared on the verge of tears. Mr. Shin, are we disturbing you here?
Senkeskov? No.
Pausing, he glanced towards Jiang Lian. At least she isn't. Jiang Lian's face darkened as she hurriedly left. Jiang Lian summarized, your information is inaccurate. He isn't becoming a maniac in 5 years. He's already a maniac now. Before getting in the car, Shin-Kei called out to her from the door. Jiang Lian. No way, after scolding Jiang Lian. Is he planning to scold her?
Why?
Did he discover she was sneaking a cookie from the table? Under the moonlight, Shin-Kei's tall figure leaned against the door. He wore a simple white sweatshirt, his lines smooth and perfect, exuding an air of languidness. He paused. I will wait for you. What is this? What is this? Goodness gracious. You weren't like this with Jiang Lian just now. Have I walked into the wrong channel? Is this a dating show? What is so great about a stinky man? Yan doesn't he care, alright. Once the production team left, Shin-Kei sat down. As he leaned against the chair back, he tilted slightly to avoid aggravating his injury. He dialed a number, send me Jiang Lian's information and find out her preferences. Chapter 3 I may be livestock, but I am also a life. After hanging up, Shin-Kei tossed his phone aside. He is Shin-Kei. Yet he is not Shin Quebec. To be precise, he is a fragment of a soul trapped in this world. This is his 100th rebirth. No matter how he dies, he will always be reborn in the year he turns 20. But this time, a change has occurred. He can see a progress bar above Jiang Lian's head, prominently displaying the words, favorability. Clearly, raising her favorability to 100 is the only way for him to end this cycle. Shin-Kei leaned back, closing his eyes. On the tricycle, the bumpy dirt road stirred up dust, directly assaulting Jiang Lian's face. I will wait for you, 888 exclaimed. Host, wake up. He's the antagonist. Not a simple character. Not simple? Then, he definitely can't wait for me until 9. 888. Silent. Sit still. Follow the filming. Jiang Lian fumed. You're just filming? I may be livestock, but I am also a life. Let us assume everyone else is gone. Am I the only one left? Can't you treat me as if I'm dead? The entire production team, silent. Is this withdrawal a bit excessive? It's the first time I've heard an artist refer to themselves as obscure, and their positioning is rather clear. Who is this? Is the sister trying to steal the spotlight again? It's laughable. Now she is adopting a persona of disinterest in fame and fortune, yet others are filming her while she sleeps? No cameras, please? In the end, a staff member remarked, "The village has prepared a welcoming feast for you. They even slaughtered a pig. We cannot disregard such heartfelt intentions, can we?" Wait, what did you just say? Jiang Lian suddenly ceased her tears. Staff, we cannot disregard their heartfelt intentions. The previous statement, they slaughtered a pig? Jiang Lian sat up in the car, ready to go. I am revived. Upon reaching the banquet scene, Jiang Lian noticed the guests standing in a line. Due to the large number of people, they were divided into 5 bases for filming. She was in the Chile base, consisting of 8 individuals. The first to appear was Tong Han, 27 years old, known for the work A Photo released, Only Showing Myself. Standing beside him was Su Juju, the notorious female lead in this narrative, nicknamed Underwear Sister, a notable eccentric in the entertainment industry. Famed for being forced by my manager to wear a sexy dress on the red carpet, I simply removed it and appeared in just my underwear, driving my manager mad. Singer Chiu Chung failed to cling to a wealthy woman and ended up in a video where the wealthy woman called him sister in a daze. Actor Lu Mian leaked chat logs with stimulating and explosive content, centered around themes of master and dog. Esoteric blogger Yu Jiao predicted the emergence of a purple star in the entertainment circle this year through divination, yet as December arrives, the purple star is nowhere to be found, nearly provoking fans to berate her. Host Luo Xiaohui, teasing her partner, sleeping with fans, and exhibiting a lack of clothing. The comments were rife with insults until Jiang Shuyan changed the atmosphere. Just standing there, I feel like I've encountered an angel from the human realm. Is there some glare from above? Director group, are you really that hungry? While others are holding auditions, you are blindly selecting. While others choose guests based on virtue, are you lacking in integrity? Director Chen shouted through a megaphone, "If you wish to eat, first surrender your luggage. Each person may keep only 3 items from their bags. Please adhere to this." Jiang Lian, is your watch broken or is your brain malfunctioning? You are half an hour late.
Ding.
Triggering plot choice. Plot progress 3, 150. Choice 1. Ignore the director. Reward, 500 yuan. Choice 2. Engage in a heated dialogue with the director. Reward, 5,000 yuan. Jiang Lian quickly selected 2, stepping forward. The crowd watched with anticipation. Everyone knew Jiang Lian had a fiery temper and a lack of common sense. Being publicly humiliated would surely ignite her fury. The camera zoomed in on Jiang Lian's face. Director Chen narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? Do you intend to move? Apologies, Jiang Lian said.
Chen what?
Jiang Lian bowed, stating, I am as foolish as a pig, incapable of expressing my apologies, and can only utter these 3 brief words. I truly feel ashamed before my parents and my elementary school teacher, who once imparted wisdom to me. Director, I implore you not to dismiss me. As an obscure figure, I have no other work to rely upon. Without the shoot, I would have to scavenge with dogs. She bent down, attempting to grasp Director Chen's leg. Chen was so startled, he slid back 8 meters. Forget it, just go and hand over your luggage. Step away. The system's reward sound chimed. 888 wept, gazing at the heavens. The dialogue was intense, the reward was credited, and 88 felt despair. I do not comprehend, yet I am astonished. Keep pretending. Do you think the internet has no memory and can quickly forget your relentless pursuit of our Jenga? This sister likely sensed the situation turning unfavorable and began to alter her approach. Nonetheless, it's somewhat amusing. Jiang Lian moved aside, rummaging through her suitcase, which was filled with an array of gowns. Not to mention 3 items. She didn't need to keep even one.
Sister.
Jiang Shuyan seized the opportunity to stir trouble. The director did not provoke you, did he?
Ding.
Triggering plot choice. Repairing progress for 150. Choice 1. Display sisterly affection toward Jiang Shuyan. Reward, a perfectly formed dung beetle ball. Choice 2. Echo Jiang Shuyan's sentiments and critique the director. Reward, an invisible pocket, 10 cubic meters of space. Can store anything except living creatures. Jiang Lian selected 2. Of course, she was provoked. She didn't even look up. Jiang Shuyan smirked. Fanning the flames. The director has a bad temper. After all, he is a renowned director.
Correct.
Is it any wonder he has reached such heights? His blessings are profound, and fortune shines upon him. Jiang Lian raised her thumb. I can't believe he has picked on a soft target right away. Jiang Shuyan, what are you referring to? Jiang Lian placed her luggage down. If he provokes me, he has stepped into a pile of dung. To provoke me is to provoke the most easily provoked person in the entire chili field. A rabbit may bite when cornered, but I am different. I won't. Provoking me brings no consequences aside from stress relief. Welcome, everyone, to provoke me. Ding, task completed. Gained an invisible pocket. 888. It's going crazy. This evaluation was made, yet the original plot had Jiang Shuyan's scheme succeeding, leading to Jiang Lian angrily berating director Chen as bald donkey. How did you manage to convey a completely different meaning while accurately completing the task? Jiang Shuyan was also taken aback. In the book, Jiang Lian was nothing like this. Could it be that Jiang Lian was aware of this narrative? Jiang Shuyan suddenly felt a wave of intense panic. She avoided the cameras and called for her agent. She would not allow anyone to disrupt her plans, especially not Jiang Lian. Furthermore, she contemplated purchasing an announcement to be released shortly, stating, Jiang Shuyan intends to overshadow her at the banquet. After a brief costume change, the guests entered to partake in the meal. Jiang Shuyan had meticulously dressed, donning a camel-colored wool coat paired with a beret, and immediately began searching for Jiang Lian upon entering the greenhouse. Has anyone seen my sister? Everyone shook their heads. The camera panned around but failed to locate Jiang Lian. She must be getting ready. Come on, with such a prime opportunity to attract attention, how could she possibly let it slip by? Lu Mian, can you take off that angel wing hair? Do you really think it suits you? Su Jojo's agent must have assigned her another task. It's the first time I've seen someone wear a gown over a puffer jacket. Absurd. If Jiang Lian were serious about dressing up, she wouldn't just show up in a thong. Director Chen frowned. Late again. Jiang Shuyan tried to smooth things over. My sister probably wants to leave a good impression. It wasn't intentional. Bragging in my mouth. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Shuyan paused and immediately turned around. The photographer adjusted the lens, capturing the figure in the corner. Chapter 4. If I can grab half a pig at the banquet, remember my name is Jiang Lian. She was clad in a coral fleece outfit from Sichuan, moving swiftly, nearly blurring into an afterimage. In her hands, she waved several packed red bags, fiercely competing with an ant for a pig trotter. You took the ribs earlier. This pig trotter is mine. Jiang Lian shouted. The ant retorted. You've taken 3 plates already. Don't think I haven't noticed. I may be old, but I'm not blind. Sister. It took her a while to muster a response. This isn't right, is it? Jiang Lian paused, contemplating. Right, it indeed isn't right. In the next moment, she began pulling the pig head toward herself. One mustn't be soft-hearted. Ant, move aside. To say that, you took 5 plates of seeds earlier. Don't think I didn't notice just because I'm eating ribs. I'm just hungry, not foolish. Jiang Shuyan, what? Is that a heavy punch landing on cotton? What do you mean? Are you suggesting our Yen did this on purpose? If I can grab half a pig at the banquet, remember my name is Jiang Lian. I called out to Sister Cotton.
Who understands?
While cursing her, I can't help but want to see her. Am I a despicable person? It seems so. The trending topic surged upward, and eventually, Jiang Lianxi's name skyrocketed to second place. Others included Su Jojo in a dress worn casually, Jiang Lian, my brand new electronic husband, and Xinchuan's battle attire. Assistant Xiaoxi approached Jiang Shuyan. Sister Yan, are we still going to release the announcement about overshadowing? Overshadowing? Jiang Shuyan laughed in anger, pointing to the table. Even a pig could overshadow her. What do I need to overshadow? Xiaoxi shrank her neck, afraid to speak. Jiang Shuyan quickly regained her composure and said, call Emperor Gu. Xiaoxi was taken aback, but understood. Jiang Lian cared most about Emperor Gu. Once he intervened, the leading lady would instantly become a sycophant. Everyone listen up. I have an announcement. What? Everyone groaned. Director Chen continued. We have a task. Tomorrow we will go to the agricultural assistance base for a live broadcast. Guests who find out the address within half an hour will receive 50 points. Here is the material exchange list. Feel free to take a look. Lu Mian immediately shouted. A bottle of water is 50 points? Are you out of your mind? This sparked a frenzy among all the guests. Some were smashing dishes, others were cursing. Some even threatened to confront the production team, and a few withdrew from the recording altogether. Su Jiujiu pressed closer. Director Chen, are you short on money? If you need it, just say so. Are you willing to sacrifice your dignity for popularity? The production team was taken aback. It's hilarious. I thought they would at least pretend, but they were extremely candid. Other variety show guests would say, it's fine if we work a bit harder. But this variety show guest exclaimed, are you going to starve me? Who do you think you are? Sister Cotton was surprisingly silent.
Indeed.
Jiang Lian didn't voice any objections? People truly rely on contrast. By comparison, Jiang Lian appeared exceptionally kind. Amidst all the complaints, Jiang Lian seemed particularly quiet in her seat. She had no time to waste. She was stealthily gathering food. In less than 2 minutes, everything visible on the table had disappeared into her invisible pockets. Even the small bowls used for eating were snatched away, and she urged the villagers to ask the production team for reimbursement. There was no chance of hunger. She would never go hungry in this lifetime. Working tirelessly from dawn till dusk was merely to satisfy her gluttonous cravings. After sweeping the table clean, she noticed there was still room in her invisible pockets. She immediately raised her hand. Director, I'm hungry. Where's the food? You're still eating. Director Chen was furious. You've already consumed half a pig. There's no food left on this table.
Huh?
There's none left? Jiang Lian stood up with her bowl and chopsticks. Can I beg at other tables then? I'm so hungry, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. Please give me something to eat. Quail eggs or pig trotters will do. Ding, ding, ding. She knocked on each table, singing the tune of Tears Behind Bars. Director Chen was utterly embarrassed and had the kitchen prepare 2 more tables of food for her before she finally calmed down. The other guests set off to earn points, but Jiang Lian couldn't bear to part with the pork on the table, ultimately opting to stay and eat to her satisfaction. As she left the big shed, her cheeks were stuffed with 2 chicken legs, bulging. As the sun set, the guests walked down the path. A breeze swept through the rice fields, and smoke curled up from the distant earthen houses, painting a harmonious scene. Tom Han broke the silence. Did only Jujiu, Xiaohui, and Xuyan earn points just now? Luo Xiaohui happened to encounter a fan who readily revealed the address, without any prompting. Jiang Xuyan, with her irresistibly charming smile, managed to charm the information out, while Su Jujiu resorted to pressing a bowl against a villager's head to drunkenly extract the details. Originally, Yu Jiao also had the address, but she calculated the specific location using a compass, which Director Chen deemed unacceptable.
Tom Han sighed.
It seems we will all go hungry tomorrow. Although Jiang Lian did not earn points, she was well-fed and could likely last until the next morning. Yu Jiao immediately rolled her eyes. It was just a simple rural meal. Was it that surprising? Clearly, no amount of wealth could change one's inherent nature. Some people were born with the blood of poverty flowing through their veins, forever unable to rise above.
Ding.
A plot choice was triggered. Plot repair progress. 5, 150. Choice 1. Engage in physical conflict with Yu Jiao. The area of contact must reach 50, intensity 50. Reward. Obtain any piece of information about this world, including but not limited to past events of the characters in the book, plot developments, endings, etc. Choice 2. Ignore and walk away. Reward. Yu Jiao will gloat and insult. Jiang Lian chose option 1, looking at Yu Jiao. The rural path was eerily quiet. The guests wore calm expressions but were secretly watching. Only Su Jujiu took a step back. The cameraman reminded, Jujiu, you're on screen. Yes, I'm afraid of blood splatter, Su Jujiu replied. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Yu Jiao snorted coldly, directly provoking her. She simply could not tolerate Jiang Lian constantly breaking the production team's rules. You're so conspicuous. Jiang Lian swallowed the last piece of meat before adjusting her expression. How did you know? Yu Jiao frowned. What do you mean? A new way to insult? In the next moment, Jiang Lian threw the chicken bone, lunging to hug Yu Jiao's leg. The bone struck Jiang Xuyan's tan coat.
Ah!
2 screams rang out in unison. Jiang Lian looked skyward, crying out in anguish. Am I so poor that I can't hide it anymore? Good sister, I truly am impoverished. I'm so poor that I can't sleep at night. I'm so poor I stand on the balcony drinking the northwestern wind. I'm so poor I want to sell my sister as a slave on the market. I'm so poor it's blinding. I'm so poor it pierces the heart. Jiang Lian, have you lost your mind? Let go of me. I can't believe it. Your hands are all greasy. Why are you pinching my face? Let go. It hurts. Jiang Lian cried, while smearing her greasy hands all over Yu Jiao's face, neck, and limbs. The area of contact reached 50 in less than 10 seconds, and the intensity even soared to 70. The reward had already been credited, but Jiang Lian continued to weep. Every night I ask the heavens, with so many wealthy people in the world, Why can't there be one more like me? Eventually, I realized, I'm not as kind as you. Look at yourself suffering and still caring about my situation. Why not lend me some money? Jiang Lian's cries ceased as she looked sincerely at Yu Jiao. Chapter 5. Let me blow. Let the pain fly away. Yu Jiao. Huh? How did the topic shift to this? 888. You still have a role? Yu Jiao took a deep breath, about to scold Jiang Lian for her naive fantasies, when she suddenly saw Jiang Lian gasp, covering her mouth in shock. Jiang Lian, you're so wealthy and noble. Surely you wouldn't be unable to lend me some? Who can't lend? Yu Jiao reflexively retorted. The next moment, a greasy hand reached out. Then let us see your true strength. Half an hour later, Yu Jiao emerged from the big shed holding an IOU, utterly bewildered. Had she just lent Jiang Lian 500,000? Had she lost her mind? But in front of so many people, if she refused, Jiang Lian would mock her for being poor. If she wanted to curse, Jiang Lian would beat her to it by insulting herself first. If she tried to flee, she was weighed down by a 90-kilogram burden. If she wanted to borrow less, Jiang Lian would look at her with the gaze of a beggar. In the end, her mind went blank, and before she knew it, she had transferred the money and obtained the IOU. She and Jiang Lian would never coexist peacefully. Transfer successful. Jiang Lian, with her phone in hand, cheerfully transferred 500,000 to an account named Old Zhang's Fishing Pearl Wholesale. 888 exclaimed, Host, you're manipulating the plot. After receiving the reward, Jiang Lian learned that the information she obtained was about an upcoming surge in pearl prices. Realizing this, she immediately used the borrowed money to purchase a large quantity. You've said it, not only am I manipulating it, but I'm also helping to fill in the gaps. Old 8, you may not have noticed. Jiang Lian bashfully remarked, I am merely indulging in apathy. I am not a fool. Upon arriving at the door, she found herself enveloped in utter darkness. She extended her 5 fingers and waved them about. Old 8, she mused. One must not be overly greedy in life. It invites retribution. Here I am, young yet blind. Had I known, I would have borrowed 490,000 just now. Old 8 perused the records and clarified, You are not blind. It is the original owner who suffers from night blindness. Instantly, Jiang Lian regained her confidence, extending her hands to feel her way forward. She brushed against the wall, traced her fingers to the door lock, and after unlocking it, followed the door frame until she encountered a chair, and then a head. Her hand paused momentarily. She continued downward, feeling a prominent nose, tightly pressed lips, a sensual Adam's apple, the collar of a shirt, a robust chest, and firm abdominal muscles. Her hand hesitated before continuing its descent. What is this? Jiang Lian pondered aloud. Why does room 3's door feel so uniquely contoured? Old 8 shrieked. Stop pretending.
Just stop. Sink it.
Who had prepared a myriad of seductive strategies but had no opportunity to employ them, remained silent. Jiang Lian had merely intended to utilize his unspoken, surprise tactics. Yet before she could push the door further, her wrist was seized, pulling her forward. This is inappropriate, isn't it? In a flurry, she inadvertently touched the man's chest again. Old 8 was in despair, exclaiming, Host, you are the task-bearer. Do not develop any extraneous emotional ties. He pulled me. What could I do? It would be rude not to respond. Moreover, isn't he just a paper figure? Is it wrong to touch a piece of paper? Jiang Lian retorted confidently. Do not fumble about, Shen Ke whispered. My wound is painful. Jiang Lian gasped upon realizing the severity of the situation. You must be joking. I did not fumble or move indiscriminately. I was merely precise in my touch and movement. However, as she lowered her gaze, the faint moonlight illuminated the contours of the man's face, revealing exquisite features. She quickly corrected herself. All right, it is my fault. I apologize. Does it still hurt? How much does it hurt? Old 8 interjected. Host, could you please maintain some composure? He is the villain. Look at his face. What misdeeds could he commit? Even if he did, it would be under duress. His visage exudes kindness. If you cannot see it, I cannot blame you. As a fellow compassionate soul, I find it easier to resonate with him. Old 8 nearly collapsed in disbelief. During their exchange, Shen Ke winced again, leaning against a chair. Jiang Lian inquired. Did I press on your wound? It's nothing. I can endure, Shen Ke replied. Yet the pressure on his wound intensified, and his brow furrowed. Heavens! How can you endure this? Jiang Lian exclaimed. Shall I help you blow on it?
Host.
Old 8 cautioned. Just a jest, I shall retire now. Hoping to sleep into my next life, Jiang Lian declared as she headed toward the room. All right, Shun Ke suddenly responded. Jiang Lian halted. As he approached, he brought with him a fresh, crisp scent. He extended his arm towards her, asking, "Did you not say, 'Help me blow on it'?" Jiang Lian stammered, "No. Brother, the villain. I was merely joking. Are you serious?" Ding. Triggering plot choice. Plot restoration progress. 6, 150. 1. Help the villain blow on his wound. Reward, a permanent super refrigerator.
2.
Refuse the villain. Reward, a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Lian questioned, "Did you not say that I have no connection with him?" Why is the plot unfolding? Old 8 was equally perplexed. What is happening? According to the story, Jiang Lian and Shun Ke have no connection. How could a plot choice be triggered? Jiang Lian resolutely turned toward Shun Quebec. Old 8 gasped, "Host, perhaps reconsider. Even if you do not want the refrigerator, I choose one. I want the refrigerator. I choose one. Host, I choose one. I will blow on it. Let the pain fly away." 5 minutes later. Huff, huff in the cold winter of December, the only old electric fan in the house blasted directly at Shun Ke's arm. His hair was tousled, his face flushed. His heart was also chilled. In another room, Jiang Lian placed all the food she had pilfered from the banquet into the refrigerator. Contentedly, lying down on her bed, she remarked to Old 8, "I have my boundaries. Am I the type to recklessly throw myself at the villain?" Old 8 thought. "You are indeed. You just threw yourself at him. You genuinely intend to blow for him." Jiang Lian sighed softly and asked, "Hey, Old 8, why do you think he pretends to be injured?" Chapter 6. Early in the morning. Did you apply a laxative to your lips? Old 8 was unsure. Perhaps it is to seize some inheritance or something. Jiang Lian murmured, "So he is deliberately biding his time here? And someone from his family is sent to silence anyone aware of his secrets before dawn. Isn't that what the book states? What if he discovers I have touched the discolored part of his wound?" She resolved to keep her distance. While she wished to perish, she desired to do so peacefully, by sleeping, being overwhelmed by wealth, or by indulging in a sumptuous feast, rather than being harmed by him. Shun Ke sat motionless on the bed, his room empty, making the sound of the fan particularly pronounced. He held a pink book titled, Guess a Girl's Thoughts. The cover bore the small text, "Are you still troubled by your inability to attract a girl? Are you suffering from years of being single?" This work by a metaphysical master has helped 888 boys fulfill their dreams. Will you be next? Showing a little weakness is a bridge that connects us. Shun Ke glanced at his wound and applied a touch-up to the discolored area while dialing his assistant. "Assistant Chu, what book did you buy?" Chu Jun was startled. "Did I inadvertently purchase a pirated version?" He soon heard Shun Ke say, "It's too thick. I do not wish to read it. Get a concise version." Chu Jun sighed in relief. Thankfully, his boss was still the one who knew nothing but how to earn money, working tirelessly day after day. He was not a beast of burden to help his boss pursue women. "Sure thing, young Master Shin." Jiang Lian was naturally aware of the targeted news.
Senke said.
Then withdraw Jiang Xuyan's endorsement for the next quarter with Xingshi. Chu Jun was bewildered. What is this? Playing some domineering CEO role?
Senke casually remarked.
I do not mind. It is just a pity for your year-end bonus. Young Master Shin, it's a misunderstanding. Chu Jun exclaimed. I was merely pondering what kind of woman would be fortunate enough to catch your eye. Then think about it for me. Shun Ke straightened his posture. If a woman causes a man to have a nosebleed, drool, and even touch him, yet she remains unmoved, what does that signify? When the power had flickered earlier, he had seen the progress bar glaringly at 0 and thought he had gone blind. Upon seeing Jiang Lian's face, one that suggested she would not take responsibility after her actions, he regretted not being blind. It's quite simple, Chu Jun replied. You know? Shun Ke raised an eyebrow, surprised that the assistant had some usefulness. Chu Jun nodded. Yes, people tend to have such flaws. He paused. It's merely a case of being unabashedly lecherous. Still useless. Shun Ke remarked. Noticing Shun Ke's silence, Chu Jun feared he would compel him to buy more books, quickly suggesting, you could also try other methods from the book. Shun Ke disdainfully flipped through the pages. The second page read, show her concern at all times, provide her with everything she desires. Everything she desires? Shun Ke recalled Jiang Lian's behavior at the banquet when she snatched the pig. Realization dawned. The unabashedly lecherous Jiang Lian was summoned at 7 o'clock to gather at the village entrance, coincidentally encountering everyone gathered around the director's team to exchange breakfast. She glanced around and exchanged for a steamed bun. Steamed buns represent the most minimal threshold, requiring 50 points, which implies that among the 8 guests present, 5 would go without breakfast. At this moment, Jiang Lian exchanged 100 points for 2 buns, distributing them, while she took the smallest piece for herself. She then glanced at her sister Jiang Lian, suggesting, "Sister, since no one else has anything to eat, perhaps you could share a bun?" Jiang Lian, with her cheeks stuffed, had already run out of food and was staring at her. Jiang Lian felt a surge of frustration. Just a second ago, wasn't there an entire bun? A bun as large as a fist. Jiang Lian swallowed, her eyes fixated on the bun in Jiang Lian's hand, eagerly anticipating, "Are you going to share that with me?" Jiang Lian was taken aback. The other guests were equally astonished. How could she even say that? Not only did Jiang Lian voice her demand, but she also reached out her hand. Swiftly, she snatched the bun from Jiang Lian and, after finishing, smiled sweetly. "So delicious. You're such a good sister." Jiang Lian's face turned an ashen hue. The guests murmured among themselves, "Isn't it outrageous for Jiang Lian to act this way?" What a laugh. Jiang Lian is like a slippery eel. You can't catch her, hit her, or even scold her into tears. Who noticed that Xuyan was left with the smallest piece? Didn't he catch that? What is the United Nations saying about such a significant issue? Director Chen called for everyone to gather. Jiang Lian clapped her hands and approached Su Juzhou. "Sister Juzhou, shall we discuss a collaboration?" Su Juzhou paused, casting a sidelong glance at her. Jiang Lian continued, "Join my team, and I'll provide 3 meals a day, with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. What do you think?" Su Juzhou raised an eyebrow. After observing Jiang Lian's capabilities over the past couple of days, she recognized that this woman could be just as unpredictable as herself. After a moment's contemplation, she made a request. The meals must be paid for on the same day. "No problem," the two shook hands, sealing their agreement. Nearby, Yu Jiao's sarcastic voice chimed in. "You only have 40 points and you want to cover the meals? Some people really don't know their limits." Su Juzhou swiftly turned to retort. "What is it to you? Did you have a spoonful of castor oil this morning?" Jiang Lian nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, she had not misjudged her choice of allies. "Let us add a dish for our leading lady at lunch." Wait, did I misunderstand? Is Sister Cotton planning to use Su Juzhou's hard-earned points to pay for her own meals? Sister Cotton is far from foolish. She's astute beyond measure. At that moment, Director Chen announced, "The primary crop cultivated in the village is chili peppers, which have faced severe sales difficulties over the past 2 years. Today's first task to assist the farmers is to produce chili sauce, with each jar earning 20 points. The jars were no larger than a fist. And yet each jar was worth 20 points? The guests immediately perked up. However, when they began the task, they quickly realized why such a bounty of points was offered. Hand-chopping the chilies was not only taxing on their arms, but also left their eyes stinging and unable to open. Tears streamed down their faces, and after a while, they contemplated giving up, but the thought of the points spurred them on. Suddenly, Yu Jiao's furious shout echoed through the venue. "Jiang Lian, if you want to sleep, could you kindly go outside? Are you deliberately making it impossible for us to chop?" Their arms felt weak. Jiang Lian slept soundly. They were drenched in sweat. Jiang Lian mumbled in her sleep. Yu Jiao became increasingly irate, unable to restrain herself from naming Jiang Lian directly in her tirade. At last, Jiang Lian stirred slightly. Yu Jiao was ready, prepared for confrontation. Chapter 7. Sister Cotton, my new spiritual leader. The result was that Jiang Lian merely rolled over, sinking deeper into her slumber. The others gritted their teeth, muttering, "You really ought to be cursed." The production team gently reminded the others, "Actually, you can purchase a chili chopping machine, which can produce a jar in about 5 minutes for only 2,000 points. Jiang Lian immediately proposed, "If we pool our points together, we could still purchase the chili machine." "Sister, why don't you join in? Many hands make light work, right?" "Indeed, many hands make light work." Jiang Lian, still dazed, mumbled, "I can't. I want to work." Jiang Lian was speechless. During lunchtime, the guests exerted every effort but still couldn't exchange for a single dish. And they began to curse at the production team. Lu Mian, having given up on the buns, took a hard one and threw it at Director Chen, shouting, "This bun looks like it's been dead for several days, check it out. How can we eat it?" "You eat one." Qiu Qing stood behind him, helping to stir chaos. Several staff members fled in all directions. Su Juzhou kicked Jiang Lian's lounge chair, saying, "Time to eat." Jiang Lian woke up, finally realizing it was mealtime.
Food. Food.
She sprang up, feigning a search among the grass piles. Yu Jiao, holding a bun, sneered. If you can't find anything, just say so earlier. It might save you from 2 beatings from Su Jujio. She observed, some people are just suddenly, a wrapped pig trotter slammed onto the table. Yu Jiao exclaimed, what? There really is some? Where did you pull that from? The other guests turned, swallowing hard in unison. Yu Jiao, unwilling to relent, further questioned, wasn't it supposed to be 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable? Is this your idea of 2 meat dishes? With that, a plate of braised pork hit the table. Yu Jiao was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth, only for the sound of more dishes slapping onto the table to follow. Crispy cucumbers, boiled eggs, and tomatoes arrived in succession. Finally, a plate of unanticipated fruits was presented. The guests were left speechless. How is this even possible? Yu Jiao, on the brink of tears, shouted, this is pitiful. There isn't even a bowl. How do we eat? Bang. Here's a bowl. Jiang Lian, cheeks slightly flushed, remarked, the bowl is too small. I was worried Sister Juzhou wouldn't have enough to eat, so let us make do with it. Su Juzhou smiled, this is fine. However, her reddened eyes betrayed her true feelings. Suddenly, Lu Mian interjected, isn't this food a bit too familiar? The camera panned across the table. Braised pork, pig trotter, pumpkin glutinous rice balls, wasn't this the same fare from yesterday's banquet? Even the bowl looked familiar. What the heck, Jiang Lian? Did you steal food? You're a celebrity. How could you steal food? I knew she was acting all humble yesterday. She didn't complain at all. Probably was plotting to steal all along. What a lack of etiquette. The person I support would never do such a thing. Xu Yan is the most principled. The person I support has no such morals. I support Su Juzhou. Me too, I support Lu Mian. Me too, I support Qiucheng. Sister Cotton, my new spiritual leader. Yu Jiao also recognized the situation and, with a sudden burst of insight, declared, she must have stolen from 3 tables yesterday. There's definitely more. Everyone, let us rush her. Hunger drove them to madness. Except for Jiang Xuyan, the others leaped up, charging toward Jiang Lian. Behind the camera, the artist team gaped in disbelief. What were they doing? Did they no longer care for their reputations? They urged, stop. Stop. A news segment aired on the main channel. Recently, during the filming of Geography Matters, leftover dishes led to a collective raid among the stars. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Reports reveal that some artists even resorted to begging, stealing eggs, and engaging in food fights with the villagers. In response, the artist teams have been urging restraint, and in post-interviews, they tearfully informed reporters, when one is truly hungry, they can resort to anything. At this moment, outside, this is troublesome. I had to make a special trip. Shun Ke handed a piece of equipment to a staff member, who blushed as they accepted it, sneaking glances at him. Noticing he was also carrying a bag of lunchboxes, they couldn't help but ask, Mr. Shin, have you not eaten Jiang Lian? Stop! The shout rang out. Jiang Lian came barreling toward them, pursued by a throng of artists. With a broad grin, she laughed heartily, but the moment she saw Shin Ke, her smile vanished. Oh no! However, it was too late to turn around. She could only shout, clear the way, clear the way. The ground still bore the icy remnants of last night's rain, and her steps could not be halted, propelling her directly toward Quebec. The mere presence of the man elevated the surroundings to the grandeur of a 5-star scenic area. Jiang Lian revealed a ghost of a smile, teetering on the brink of despair. Ah, so this is how it is to be treated. Who could still distinguish her from a corpse? Gritting her teeth, she shifted her stance, aiming straight for a nearby utility pole. Yama, I present my offering. Yet, in the moment before collision, a strong arm suddenly reached out, encircling her waist and pulling her close. A deep voice resonated above her. The utility pole is not worthy of death. Jiang Lian nestled her head against his chest, shifting slightly as the crisp, clean fragrance enveloped her senses. Chapter 8. Bring Jiang Lian Southmouth to court. Instinctively, she nuzzled against him. While 888 screamed loudly. Reluctantly, Jiang Lian raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. I didn't touch anything. I didn't rub my face against your chest muscles. I am righteous. I am blameless. The pursuing guests. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian's mind echoed with the system's voice.
Ding.
Triggered plot choice. Plot repair progress 7, 150. Choice 1. Remain still. Reward. Lose 5 kilograms. Choice 2. Step back. Reward. 2 lively lice. This first option was too tempting. Wasn't it? She chose the second. 888 was astonished. She chose two. She would forego weight loss. Then, she saw Jiang Lian finish her selection, and with a swift motion, a hand slapped the lice onto Jiang Lian. 888. It seemed to have opened a new world. No host had ever made a poor choice before. It was a revelation that rewards could be used on others. Jiang Lian immediately began to twist and squirm, frantically shrugging her shoulders. Lian, what's wrong? Lu Mian inquired. Jiang Lian interjected, can't you tell? She's doing the breakdance. It's her favorite when she has free time. Jiang Lian, you damn it. While others spread rumors for money, she spreads them for life. I feel it's the Mongolian dance. I've seen this expansive move in a video. Mongolian dance. I've never suffered such great injustice in my life. Expansive move. Who could deny it? Jiang Lian, please bring Jiang Lian Southmouth to court. Jiang Lian clapped her hands, then turned her gaze to the food box in Shen K's hand. Of course, she merely gazed, as she dared not act recklessly given last night's events. She asked amiably, haven't you eaten yet? As she spoke, she swallowed hard. Her super refrigerator had food. But she was tired of it, while Shen K's food box looked far more appetizing than he himself did. Already eaten. This is to be discarded. Shen K remarked casually. What? Jiang Lian immediately seized the food box. Give it to me. I'll eat anything. My life is worth but a penny. Shen K, who she thought would be disgusted. The director group at a loss for words. Shen K sat beside her, and whenever she neared the end of a dish, he would push another toward her, ensuring she could reach it. Bathed in the sunlight of the moment, the scene was idyllic, eliciting a flurry of excited comments. Witnessing this, Jiang Lian ground her teeth in frustration. She forced a smile and approached. Mr. Shin's sister, you too? Ah. As she twisted her ankle, she precisely toppled toward Shin Quebec. He sidestepped gracefully, revealing Su Juzhou behind him, who immediately took a bite of the pig trotter in her hand. The world fell silent. Jiang Lian trudged onward, while Su Juzhou slowly lowered her gaze, her hawk-like eyes assessing the pig trotter before shifting to Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian. Everyone. Amidst the silence, Jiang Lian leaned in. Sister, are you starving? Jiang Lian. She felt an overwhelming urge to sew Jiang Lian's mouth shut. Shen K, with his narrow eyes, leisurely commented. Normal people wouldn't snatch like that. How can you say that about my sister? Jiang Lian frowned instantly. She's just hungry. What's wrong with that? Shen K replied, it's one thing to snatch from others, but Su Juzhou has but this one pig trotter. Jiang Lian raised her voice. My sister simply doesn't like Juzhou and is a bit straightforward. What's wrong with that? At this, Su Juzhou's face darkened. Jiang Lian trembled with anger. Jiang Lian, Su Juzhou has only one pig trotter. I have but one life. Su Juzhou, hunt time. Run, 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 run. Quick. Put away the weapons. Su Juzhou is going crazy. If anything happens to Lian, I want to let you off. For the first time, I have a clear understanding of the phrase killing with a borrowed knife. Haha, Jiang Lian intended to fall into Shen K's arms on purpose. Using Jiang Lian as an excuse, she has truly stepped into a mousetrap. Jiang Lian took several deep breaths and stood up. I'm sorry. I must have skipped lunch and feel a bit dizzy. Hey, Susie the Wolfgop. You fainted just perfectly on my pig trotter? Why didn't you faint by the heap of dog droppings beside me? Jiang Lian's face paled slightly as she immediately turned to Jiang Lian. Sister, Juzhou seems angry with me. Could you please give her? What does it have to do with her? The pig trotter is hers. Su Juzhou glared at her. Jiang Lian recalled that Su Juzhou had recently made headlines for a drunken confrontation with a hater, and her heart sank. Yet, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Lian grinning with all her teeth, her mouth aglow like the sun. This only fueled her anger further. She could only grit her teeth and apologize. Juzhou, I'm really sorry. I'll compensate you with points. Everything I earned this afternoon will be yours. Known. Su Juzhou's points, Jiang Lian's points, Jiang Lian's points. Thus, it follows. Jiang Lian's points, Jiang Lian's points. Su Juzhou agreed. Consequently, that afternoon, Jiang Lian did not sleep nor eat, taking on the role of supervisor. Jiang Lian counted the seconds. Whenever she paused, Jiang Lian would produce the pig trotter with teeth marks for inspection. Whenever she wiped her sweat, Jiang Lian would mimic her falling posture and lean against Su Juzhou. who disdainfully pushed her away, yet Jiang Lian found joy in it. In the end, an unexpected burst of potential emerged, leading Jiang Lian to produce a staggering 15 jars of chopped chili, earning 300 points, 3 times her morning's yield, clinching first place. When everyone congratulated her, not a smile graced Jiang Lian's face. As if she could smile, every jar counted as Cotton Sister's points. Cotton Sister, thank you all for building my territory. Are you all bullying Lian? I can't stand this group of sycophants. Lian doesn't even want to play with you. You're all irrelevant. Truth be told, Jiang Lian is quite good, but sooner or later, she'll be harmed by this pack of rabid fans. At dinner time, Jiang Lian served Su Jujo her meal, standing at the door, waiting. 888 seemed to grasp her anticipation. Host, give up on this thought. The arch-villain can't possibly bring unwanted food every day. No sooner had the thought passed than a tall figure appeared at the end of the muddy path. He walked casually, his simple attire failing to conceal the coldness of his gaze. The moment he appeared, the mountains and rivers became mere backdrops, and the food box in his hand was... A food box? 888 was astonished. There really was a food box. Chapter 9. If I touch you, will you hunt me down? Jiang Lian cryptically remarked, You don't understand. Opportunities are reserved for those always prepared to consume refuse. Shen Ke filled a bowl with pork rib and radish soup and turned to the director, stating, I genuinely cannot eat this. I intend to discard it. He raised his head again. Am I not allowed to refuse food? His eyes narrowed, sending chills down the spines of the director team. Why yes, of course. Director Chen immediately responded. Although he may not have any feelings for Jiang Lian, his behavior is somewhat ambiguous. The suspicion of deliberately delivering meals is too great. Just look at Sister Cotton's muddy face. How could there be any blossoming romance before she cleans herself up? Shen Ke is merely kind-hearted. Indeed, after all, she is currently living in someone else's home, and some people should not get too caught up in love. If anyone were to develop feelings, it would surely be for Jiang Lian, not for a madwoman like Jiang Lian. He mentioned that when taking out the trash, Sister Cotton resembled a garbage bin. And I assure you, I was not joking. With Shen Ke's approval, he filled a bowl with soup. The aroma reached Jiang Lian, who peeked over. Not wishing to eat this, right?
Shenkenadi.
She snatched it away. Shen Ke leisurely prepared a plate of ants climbing a tree, placing it before her once again. With her mouth full of ribs, she returned to her seat, now holding a plate of ants climbing a tree. All the guests were ravenous, eyes watering and mouths salivating. Is this garbage? They too wished to partake in this garbage. When Jiang Lian returned for the third time, Shen Ke pushed the bowl toward her and glanced sideways. What's wrong? Jiang Lian inquired. Happy, Shen Ke smiled. I can see that you're quite pleased. Your smile is nearly reaching the village head, and if you keep grinning, I might catch a glimpse of your intestines. However, your manners are rather lacking. You've eaten, touched things, and your favorability remains a glaring 0. Let's eat later, for now. We should go somewhere. Shen Ke rose, and Jiang Lian eagerly followed, only to find herself in front of the pig pen. Jiang Lian wondered what this meant. Was he mocking her for eating like a pig? This is a gift, Shen Ke stated, offering her everything she desired. It was evident that all Jiang Lian wanted was pork. Be it pork belly, trotters, or heart, she loved every part of the pig. What better gift than a few pigs? But then, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Jiang Lian looked up to see a villager dragging a pig out. This pig is sick. I'll take it away to slaughter. Shen Ke nodded in acknowledgement. The knife fell swiftly, silencing the pig. Jiang Lian was taken aback. Was he scolding her and slaughtering a pig in front of her? Did he discover that she had touched his wound yesterday? Was this a threat? She wished to leave peacefully. This was too chaotic for her to bear. At that moment, her favorability unexpectedly increased slightly. Shen Ke observed the shift. It had moved from 20 back to 0. He concluded that she found pleasure in the sight of slaughtering pigs. Thus, 10 minutes later, at the slaughterhouse, fresh meat was served directly at the table. Shen Ke pointed out the pig, which had been screaming, as he introduced it. It's very close to room 3. We can come here anytime. Favorability soared to 30. Shen Ke mused that he had not misjudged her. She was indeed very rude. In all his lifetimes, he had never encountered anyone so impolite. Jiang Lian, seeking an excuse, slipped away, drenched in sweat. She had never met such an arrogant killer in her life. During the first half of the night, she had been kicked out from the director's group where she had been trying to find a place to sleep, and in the latter half, she went to Su Jujo's place. Su Juzhou resided in an elderly woman's home with only one bed, and she refused to let Jiang Lian in. Jiang Lian pleaded at the door frame, yet was ultimately kicked out. "There's no place for you to sleep here." The door slammed shut. Jiang Lian shouted from below. 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, plus a fruit platter. The door opened again, and Su Juzhou tossed a pillow at her, warning, "1 half of the bed for each of us. No crossing the line and no snoring, understood?" Jiang Lian replied, "Rest assured, Sister Juzhou, I sleep like I'm dead. You won't even know there's another person in the room." "Wow, I've never seen someone with dark circles that reach their chin," remarked a staff member. Su Juzhou glared at Jiang Lian, who was stretching and appeared more energetic than the chickens fighting in the yard. Su Juzhou gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Last night, she truly did not feel the presence of another person in the room, only that of a pig, along with a fan and 8 gongs. The desire for food could be deadly. If she let Jiang Lian back in, she would be a fool. The others were immediately excited. Tong Han explained to the confused Jiang Lian that this was a minority settlement, adorned with flower hairpins, and he had long wished to experience it. He had heard they would elect a flower maiden to present offerings at the altar. Whether or not one wore a flower pin was inconsequential. Jiang Lian felt relieved, believing she would not encounter Shen Ke today. Guests began to board the vehicle, and Director Chen glanced around, wondering if everyone had arrived. "I am here," came a deep voice. Jiang Lian jumped and turned sharply, finding Shen Ke's dark eyes fixed on her. The other domineering figures bore expressions of 3 parts mockery and 7 parts indifference. However, Shen Ke's gaze held 99 parts derision. The remaining 1% was unidentifiable. Appearing like a threat, Jiang Lian felt as if her vision was darkening. "You can't be serious." "I am a respected villager," Shen Ke introduced himself. Jiang Lian grumbled as she climbed into the vehicle, collapsing into her seat with a vacant stare. "Is it really necessary for you to pursue me so relentlessly over just 2 bites of meat and a touch of your fake injury?" She even began to feel self-destructive. Shen Ke entered the vehicle, and Director Chen immediately vacated his seat. Yet, Shen Ke shifted and sat down beside Jiang Lian. Director Chen was taken aback, but discreetly settled down elsewhere. Run. Jiang Lian thought. Forget it. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Life is ephemeral. Whether lighter than a feather or more fragile than a dandelion, it's best to just smile. The road to the town was exceedingly bumpy. It had rained just yesterday, leaving it muddy and slick. The guests bounced around in the vehicle, swaying this way and that as if they were not on a bus, but on a roller coaster. Jiang Lian braced herself for half an hour, each time jolted against Shen Ke, only to spring away and support herself, striving not to lean against him. Eventually, her muscles ached from the strain, yet she awaited Shen Ke's slaughtering knife in vain. On the 5th jolt, she decided to remain still, utterly exhausted and resigned. "Oh, this cushion is so slippery. I can't hold on any longer. If someone is to stab me, I hope it's with the swiftest knife." Shen Ke responded with a raised eyebrow. Seeing his lack of reaction, Jiang Lian also paused, gradually relaxing her grip while exclaiming, "Oh, this road is so bumpy. Host, are you really pulling hair from the tiger's head? Are you that fatigued? Do you need a human cushion? You've only endured for half an hour." Jiang Lian furiously retorted, gathering her courage to push back against Shen Ke's shoulder. He simply reached out, pressing her head down onto his shoulder as if dunking a basketball. "Sleep now." Chapter 10. Flowers will bloom even on my grave. Jiang Lian tilted her head in astonishment, her eyes widening for a moment before she quickly hypnotized herself and drifted off to sleep. In her worldview, dying in a dream was a form of peaceful death. Given the circumstances, she accepted her fate and chose to slumber. "You are asleep, leaving me with only fear as company. Sister, no matter how bumpy the road is." "Can it compare to you? Hello? Are you two about to have a heart-to-heart right in front of me?" "Sidekick." Just a moment ago, when Jiang Xuyan pretended to slip, you were not like this. You even asked her if she had flat feet. Now, at Jiang Lian's place, you let her lean against you to sleep? Today we can sit close, tomorrow we can sleep close. I shall bow in respect first. You can bow for anything, right? Why don't you bow to Jiang Lian and the village chief? Treat yourselves to something nice. After a while, Jiang Lian slept soundly, leaving 888 in a state of nervousness the entire time. Yet, Shen Ke merely read the newspaper, gazed at the mountains and forests, and occasionally glanced at the top of Jiang Lian's head, doing nothing else. An hour later, Jiang Lian yawned and got off the vehicle. She affirmed herself. Maintaining a positive mindset would at least ensure she had a corpse adorned with a smile. The group strolled through the town, which was exceptionally lively today, bustling with people. Everyone wore floral attire and carried baskets brimming with petals. The abrupt shift from the serene forest scenery to this vibrant scene was striking. As they passed, numerous young girls tossed petals at Shin Quebec. No wonder. I thought Shin K was dodging bullets, fearing the flowers would touch him. Ahead, Jiang Lian halted, fixated on a flower stall. A staff member coughed lightly. Teacher Jiang, rules prohibit spending money. Jiang Lian immediately changed her expression and walked away with a cold huff. It's just flowers. They would bloom on my grave, too. At that moment, Shin K's voice came from behind. I happen to want to buy flowers. Could someone help me choose a bouquet? Jiang Lian quickly responded, I'll do it. I promise to pick a bouquet that everyone will adore. Shin K, are you alright? You seem perfectly fine. He just wants to buy her flowers. Though, sweet, truly sweet. So pampering. So delightful. The scene shifted to Shin K standing with a bouquet, which was stuffed with $100 bills, topped with a sign that read, money to spend. Sinkito. If only she knew it was this, he would never dare to speak up. Isn't it beautiful? Do you like it? Jiang Lian leaned in, suddenly exclaiming, what? Money? You don't need to give me money. Although I'm poor, I can still spend a little on friends. What are you doing? No, really, you don't have to. As she protested, her pocket opened, smoothly trapping Shin K's hand holding the wallet. When she released him, her hand remained while the wallet vanished. 888. You truly fear nothing. Jiang Shuyan watched from behind, nearly grinding her teeth in jealousy, saying to Shin K, Mr. Shin, my sister is just like that, thoughtless. I apologize on her behalf. Shin K glanced at her. Alright, go ahead and apologize. Jiang Shuyan. Shin K, you can start your apology now. Is that all you have to say for her? Jiang Shuyan froze. After a few seconds, she said, I'm sorry, Mr. Shin. Truly sorry, Mr. Shin. I understand my mistake, Mr. Shin. After bowing and sincerely apologizing several times, Shin K finally let her off the hook. Why must you do this? Why rush headlong into danger? Cool guy and cotton sister, just lock it down. I'm truly enjoying this. Cool guy, I don't want Jiang Lian to apologize. I also don't want you to. How annoying. Shin K and Jiang Lian are both bullying Shuyan. At that moment, Director Chen shouted, everyone come over to greet. The garlic base has connected with us. Jiang Shuyan's eyes lit up. The garlic base is where Gu Jian is. After the banquet yesterday, she immediately contacted Gu Jian. He promised her he would say a few words to Jiang Lian during today's live stream. Given Jiang Lian's infatuation with Gu Jian, her name would surely be trending today. Jiang Shuyan rushed over. The live broadcast split into two screens, with Gu Jian's handsome face on one side. The photographer understood immediately, positioning the camera towards Jiang Lian. 888 remarked, Host, this is the film Emperor Gu Jian, who in the original text is your fiancé. He likes Jiang Shuyan, and upon being discovered cheating, you confronted him, leading to your downfall as the target of online ridicule. The information was sent over, and Jiang Lian glanced at it, her expression turning pensive. An illicit affair? Seeking a substitute? The original host? Gu Jian truly favored his sister, Gu Moli, but due to his status, he had to conceal his feelings, desperately seeking substitutes. With Jiang Shuyan being one of them. Ding. Triggering plot choice. Plot repair progress. 8. 150. 1. Choose to have a video live stream with Gu Jian for over 10 minutes, and you cannot deny the original host's affection for Gu Jian. Reward. Full beauty points. 5,000 cash. 2. Refuse the video. Reward. A slap from the Monkey King of a May Mountain. 3. Give Gu Jian a gift. Reward. 20 cents. Jiang Lian directly ignored the other options. 5,000 cash? Old 8. You are becoming increasingly generous. Which microphone should I silence? This one? Or that one? 888. It wanted to argue that she might not even get that. But it truly lacked the confidence. Hello, Teacher Gu. Jiang Lian leaned into the live stream. Upon hearing her address, Gu Jian raised an eyebrow. She seemed to know how to avoid suspicion. Evidently, after the last uproar when she was left with Zhang Zong, she had learned a lesson. I had a bit of a good impression of Cotton Sister these past days, but how can her taste be so poor? I still find Gu Jian quite annoying. If you're annoyed, then leave. Does my brother Jian need you as an audience? This statement was off. Jiang Lian shook her head. 888 was shocked. Was she about to deny her feelings for Gu Jian? Jiang Lian loudly clarified. Others might be pretending to be foolish, but not me. My foolishness is genuine. Gu Jian. 888. Jiang Lian declared loudly, I am 24, purely foolish, 100 concentration. Not only foolish, but I also have poor vision. For instance, right in front of me is a pile of dung, yet I keep seeing it as a little dog. By the way, should I look at more green things for this problem? While speaking, she picked up the camera from the production team and showed it. Let me see the hat teacher Gu gifted me. Trendy style, vibrant color. Looking at it like this really makes my eyes feel better. Thank you, teacher Gu.
Thank you, sister.
Gu Jian and Jiang Xuyan? Is she out of her mind? However, no matter what Gu Jian said afterward, Jiang Lian continued to admire herself in the mirror. One moment praising the hat for being green, the next extolling the beauty of the mountains. The conversation was dead. And when Jiang Lian glanced at the countdown, there were still 5 minutes left. She decided to adopt a swift resolution. 888 trembled, sensing an ominous turn, and questioned. What's swift resolution? Host, please don't act recklessly. Chapter 11. Everyone gathers here to celebrate my demise. Jiang Lian blocked it out and raised her head, saying, Actually, I know it. I was merely deluding myself. Yu Jiao suddenly felt a chill down her spine. This familiar state. Gu Jian sneered. So you finally admit you're here to entangle me. I should have known. You are the flower, and I am the dung. You are the prized delicacy, and I am the stale bun. You are the charming little kitten, and I am the rat scurrying through the streets. I know you all detest me. Today, I shall fulfill your wishes. Jiang Lian snatched the camera and dashed towards the moat. The crowd gasped. What? That camera is the most expensive one. Stop her. Director Chen shouted. Jiang Lian leaped onto the embankment, raising the equipment against the wind, tears streaming down her face. She leaned into the camera and proclaimed to the viewers in the live stream, For those who despise me, today is your lucky day. The reason we are gathered here is to celebrate my demise. Now, dear viewers, if you send a yacht, I will slap myself. If you send 3 rockets, you can personally come here to slap me. In a fit of frustration, I found myself confronted with a bundled package of 88 spacecraft. I was on the verge of leaping off this very spot, and should I hesitate for even a second, I would incur a compensation of 10-fold. Director Chen cried out, Stop her. Someone, hold her back. Just then, the rocket was launched. Jiang Lian shouted, raising her hand, ready to strike her own face. However, her visage was captured by the camera, and the equipment was compromised. The entire directing team rushed in, lamenting and wailing, Sister Lian. Please, no. That's worth hundreds of thousands. She managed to halt her slap. Jiang Lian exclaimed, Ah, a yacht. So many yachts. Let me set sail. Clutching the equipment, she charged ahead. Director Chen grasped her thigh. Being dragged several meters while hollering, Pull her down. The live stream is off. No gifts allowed. Quickly, shut it down. With a click, the live stream ceased. The scene descended into chaos, just as the countdown reached its conclusion.
Ding.
Mission accomplished. Beauty points fully awarded. 5,000 cash has been credited. Jiang Lian reclined on a makeshift chair propped up by the staff, her legs swinging. Old 8, could you kindly check if I appear beautiful? 888. Your face is covered in grass. I can't see. After the tumultuous bus ride, her hair was a disheveled mess. And after picking flowers from the ground and rolling by the city moat, merely maintaining a semblance of a human figure was already quite an achievement. And beauty? What use is that beauty score to you? You ought to be utilizing your own face wisely. Let us adhere to local customs. Every guest may receive a flower, which can also be gifted to someone they admire. To put it bluntly, it is merely a means of flattery. Yet, when the live stream resumed, all attention turned to searching for Jiang Lian rather than concerning themselves with flowers. Wasn't she about to jump into the city moat? Why is she still lying down? Mind your words upstairs. Only now do I realize that provoking her was akin to stepping into a mousetrap. It wasn't until Luo Xiaohua handed her flower to Jiang Lian that the previous topic was finally set to rest. The entire chat room erupted once more, with comments flooding in. Luo Xiaohua, are you blind? Jiang Lian looked up, casting a wary glance at Luo Xiaohua. Shen Ke, who had been seated at the back, narrowed his eyes and stood up. What are you implying? Do you want me to help you carry that? Jiang Lian's voice rang out suddenly. With so many items in my hands, do I appear capable of carrying anything? Luo Xiaohua. I have known since I was 3 that my own matters must be handled by myself. No need for his assistance. She could manage her own fate. Luo Xiaohua chuckled lightly. Are you looking to sell flowers? Since I have no one in mind to gift them to, Why not let you sell them? As her words fell, Shen Ke noticed a blue progress bar appear above Jiang Lian's head, flashing briefly at Luo Xiaohua, and it instantly surged from 0 to 50. Realizing this was not the hue of his own progress bar, he deduced. This must be her affection progress bar toward Luo Xiaohua.
Jiang Lian.
Shen Ke ground his teeth, forcing each word out. Jiang Lian turned to him, the progress bar now a radiant red, displaying 29. The slight increase had come merely from the earlier wallet incident. What's the matter? Jiang Lian inquired. 50. 29. 50. 29. It oscillated back and forth. Chapter 12. The girl who resembles a balloon man at the supermarket entrance. Shen Ke closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Calm down. Remain composed. At that moment, Zhang Shuyan approached with a radiant smile, saying, Mr. Shen, may I exchange a flower with you? I prefer the rose in your hand. Just as Shen Ke was about to express his thoughts, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Lian glancing at Zhang Shuyan, causing her progress bar to shift to yellow, revealing the number 80. Shen Ke paused, a smile creeping upon his face. Although his own defeat was disheartening, witnessing another's failure brought forth a sense of joy. With a lightened heart, his words became less harsh. Get lost, Shen Ke replied. Jiang Shuyan gasped. Isn't that excessive? Was such a reaction necessary? Shuyan merely desired your flower. It is well known that the world does not revolve around Jiang Shuyan. Her repeated intrusions are a fact. What fault does my husband possess? He merely speaks the truth. I don't see Jiang Shuyan as seductive. She merely wishes for a flower. Upstairs, take your leave. Do not meddle in adult affairs. Jiang Shuyan left, gritting her teeth. Most guests on the show were disinterested in flattery, thus they gifted their flowers to Jiang Lian, leaving Jiang Shuyan no choice but to do the same. Only Yu Jiao would rather discard her flower than allow Jiang Lian to succeed. Jiang Lian received 6 flowers at once, laughing so heartily that the vehicle shook, and she, along with Su Jujio, sought a place to sell the flowers, following Shen Ke as he led the way. Understood, understood. Jiang Lian left behind a retreating figure. Director Chen reminded the cameraman, keep an eye on her, after that ruckus. She must be famished. Do not let her sneak off to buy food. Qiu Cheng inquired. Where is Teacher Jiang? Upon hearing this, Su Jujio's expression changed, glancing in the direction of the flower market, still inside. Jiao Jiao, do not say that. Jiang Shuyan spoke softly. It's no problem if we don't sell out. We can all. Are you two rehearsing a play? Su Jujio rolled her eyes. Did I say she hasn't sold out? Has she sold out? Yu Jiao immediately seized upon the key point. Impossible. Yu Jiao refused to believe it. Rushing to watch Jiang Lian's previous livestream. Upon viewing it, she nearly exploded with rage. Jiang Lian had first found an utterly vacant stall and pushed Shen Ke forward to advertise. Attracting numerous young girls, she then utilized Su Jujio as a prop.
Su Di Di U.
Reluctantly playing along, exclaimed, these flowers are beautiful. Only 20 each? How affordable. I just saw them for 35 at other stalls. Shen Ke, under Jiang Lian's pleading gaze, begrudgingly picked up a flower, showcasing it with a 360-degree turn. In her excitement, Jiang Lian forgot everything else, persistently nudging him. Be more enthusiastic. Customers are kings. If enthusiasm is lacking, let your face make up for it. In less than 20 minutes, every flower had sold out. No wonder Su Jujio and Shen Ke's expressions were so grim earlier. Ha ha ha. Sister Cotton knows how to undermine. If the other stall owners did not tear her apart, it can only be said she escaped swiftly. I have never encountered such a promotional line from Shen Ke.
It was downright theft.
I do not recommend using such promotional lines. I suggested it to my mother and got smacked. A lifetime of love is indeed real. When they finally found her, she stood at the store entrance haggling with the owner. While claiming, your price is insincere, I'll check other shops. She strolled as if to leave, her peripheral vision still watching the owner, anticipating them to stop her. As she neared the exit, the owner remained silent, failing to intervene. The entire crew was left in disbelief, forcibly dragging her onto the vehicle. This maneuver controlled me for 30 seconds. Wait, is she truly an artist? I seem to see a reflection of my mother in her, who spread the rumor about her being a diva. If you're going to spread rumors, at least make them credible. Jiang Lian, unwilling to let a recently secured deal slip away, surveyed the vehicle after getting inside and suddenly fixed her gaze on Shen Ke. Flashing a grin, Shen Ke narrowed his eyes. Jiang Lian leaned closer, rubbing her hands together, adopting a covert pose as if to borrow money. Here. Only Shen Ke is free from the director's restrictions. He can assist me in restocking. In your dreams, Shun Ke replied, his smile not reaching his eyes. After all his efforts to showcase her, her affection score was only 2. Did she still expect him to help her restock? Whoever desires to do it may proceed. Jiang Lian tugged at his sleeve, pleading, I beg you. 888. I truly cannot comprehend this host. When called bold, she kneels before others. When called bold, she dares to dance before the antagonist. Shun Ke shot her a sidelong glance. At most, we can find a secluded spot later. Jiang Lian signaled with her head, suggesting, when the time comes, I will give you. Shun Ke's expression darkened. Jiang Lian, what do you take me for? Just a couple of bows. Shun Ke, what? Shun Ke cast a sidelong glance at her, his amusement barely contained. You, he said. At most 3. Jiang Lian extended 3 fingers, but upon seeing Shun Ke hesitate, she gritted her teeth and added another, 4, but no more. I advise you to take what you can get. These flowers are only 4 bundles, and I possess my dignity. If you continue to haggle, you won't even receive a bow in return. Half an hour later, Shun Ke's dark expression materialized at the flower market. The vendor inquired which girl. The one who resembles the balloon person outside the supermarket, Shun Ke replied. Ah, her. The vendor promptly gestured towards a nearby bundle of flowers. Here they are. Cash for goods. The camera panned over each face in the crowd. Qiu Qing theatrically covered his mouth. Heavens! So many flowers here. So beautiful. I must come back for my new song shoot. Lu Mian chimed in, indeed. The film crew should take a look. This place would make for a sensational location. Yu Jiao pretended to be captivated. So lovely. I never want to leave. Life here must be so comfortable. Director, could we stay here for the night? Alright, enough with the theatrics. Did you only just remember that there's a script? Someone remarked. Another quipped, it's hilarious. Ever since the broadcast began, it's been all about Jiang Lian's scenes. Are they just collecting material now? Director Chen, donned with an earpiece, orchestrated the filming. Next, focus on Jiang Lian. The lens shifted to an empty shot. Director? Someone called out. Here. Jiang Lian shouted from the crowd. We're selecting the flower girl over here. Their S.A. prize. A villager shouted back. This is the 3rd time. It's the flower girl, not the chrysanthemum girl. Chapter 13. Last night at your house. I didn't see you at home. Jiang Lian corrected. Director, over here. We're selecting the flower girl. Their S.A. prize. The director clenched his jaw and approached her. Am I the director, or are you? This event's plan does not include that. Director, let us all participate. Jiang Shuyan suddenly appeared behind him. I just asked, it only happens once a year. The chosen girl can offer flowers to the statue. If one of the guests gets selected, wouldn't that be interesting? It would definitely spark conversation. The director hesitated for a moment, then relented. All right, let us go for it. Before he could finish a sentence, Jiang Lian was already standing next to the registration desk. He felt a headache coming on. These guests were more elusive than pigs during the new year. The competition consisted of 3 rounds, using a scoring system. Jiang Lian utilized the system's features to secure first place in both the first and second rounds. In the final round, contestants were required to don flower-adorned attire and sing folk songs to the audience below. In the changing room, Yu Jiao frowned and questioned, Shuyan, why are you supporting her? Jiang Shuyan smiled and lowered her gaze. Sister wants to win. I'm just helping her. Yu Jiao raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Jiang Shuyan's intentions. This only left one possibility. Jiang Lian was in for a rough time. Yu Jiao immediately praised, your makeup is fantastic. You'll definitely take first in the 3rd round. Jiang Shuyan smiled, sending a message to her manager. We want to waste that last promotional piece. Once the runway ends, we can arrange it. The folk song competition commenced. Only 10 contestants remained for the final round, each taking the stage one after another. Jiang Shuyan was contestant number 7, and Jiang Lian was number 8. As soon as she appeared on stage, a wave of screams erupted.
Wow.
She is so beautiful. A fairy has come to sing. Flowers were thrown from the audience. A young boy among the villagers frantically grabbed the microphone, singing to Jiang Shuyan, Sister is from the heavens, a celestial fairy. Brother is a cowherd here on earth. Which family do you belong to, sister? Jiang Shuyan's expression stiffened, and she could only smile in response. This is too wild. I'm dying of laughter. Another commented. It's so entertaining to watch. Jiang Shuyan can't keep up. Someone else remarked. How did Su Jiao get eliminated in the 2nd round? What a pity. I wanted to see her sing. Another added. At times like this, you have to let loose for it to be interesting. Being pretty is all that matters. Who practices folk songs at home? It's a given that Xu Yan will win. The opposing contestant sang again. Jiang Xuyan, drenched in sweat, turned to find Jiang Lian's figure. Where was she? Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Jiang Xuyan followed the crowd's gaze, her pupils dilating. Ahead, a figure glided forward. She wore a satin dress adorned with flowers, her side braid cascading over her right shoulder, embellished with pristine camellias, and her bare feet gave her an ethereal presence, like a spirit of the mountains. Even the number 8 placard at her waist became a striking adornment. Wait, number 8. Jiang Xuyan's face paled. At that moment, the town mayor announced, "Welcome contestant number 8, Jiang Lian, to the stage." Who? Welcome who? No way. Is that really Jiang Lian? How did she become so beautiful? What project did she undertake? My feelings for Cotton Sister have suddenly shifted. Am I hearing things? The crowd erupted in excitement. Is that really Jiang Lian? The mountain spirit raised one hand to signal for silence, while the other grasped the microphone. Before anyone could process what was happening, her voice soared. Sister is from the heavens, the 7 fairies, descending to earth to find you. Which family do you belong to, dear cousin? She even incorporated dance moves. The entire audience was left speechless. Jiang Xuyan was stunned. Just moments ago, she was questioning Jiang Lian, and now she was in awe. With every note, the villagers erupted with enthusiasm. A burly young man leaped onto the stage, raising his hand to sing. You are truly a little oracle. You can guess the things in this world. Something round and red blooms like a bell. Jiang Lian replied with a confident smile. Do not flatter me as an oracle. It is your clarity that is in question. The young man was taken aback. Another thin young man squeezed forward, eager to join in. Others say I'm chasing wildflowers. Which cousin is gnashing their teeth? I'm just looking for my cousin. If you don't believe me, ask my aunt. Jiang Lian smirked. What will you do in response, sir? An experienced driver, take me along. The other side retorted. It doesn't matter if you're young. Adding one more costs more gas. Ollie, 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 ollie. The atmosphere was electrifying. In the end, she was unmatched. Jiang Lian sang with fervor. Betting my youth against you, yet you left me to lose. Caught off guard, I'm left with no defense against the little short man. Ever since the short man passed away, the handsome guys have come to help. Now I'm living happily, growing younger by the day. The handsome guys treat me better than before, with no ill intentions. By the song's conclusion, no one dared to challenge her. The young men chorused, "We lost." During the interviews, their faces flushed. I vote for number 8. Her knowledge is astounding. I also vote for number 8 because I want to be her handsome boy. I wonder if she could give me a chance? I like number 8. She captivates my heart. Many are beautiful, but one who can sing so many songs must have put in great effort. I admire a girl who passionately pursues her interests. The mayor tallied the votes and announced. Contestant number 1, Yu Kaihua, received 3 votes. Contestant number 9, Tao Taohua, received 6 votes. Contestant number 7, Jiang Xuyan, received 99 votes. Contestant number 8, Jiang Lian, received 1,387 votes. Congratulations to contestant number 8. She is this year's flower girl. She will be lifted by the town's most popular man to perform the flower presentation ceremony. The audience erupted in applause and screams. Jiang Xuyan's face twisted in fury. Xiao Shi asked, Sister Xuyan, are we still releasing the promotional announcement? Jiang Xuyan shot a glance over. Overwhelming beauty? How can I possibly compete? Should I sing a mountain song or breakdance instead? Xiao Shi retracted her neck, too intimidated to speak. I swear, there wasn't a single dull moment throughout. Who would have thought? I initially believed it was merely a case of sharing the same name until she opened her mouth to sing. I don't care. I'm just going to cheer for my wife. Oh no. This woman is about to embark on a beauty campaign. Someone stop her. I can't believe it. She can truly sing. Where on earth did she acquire such a vast repertoire? A group of them cannot even match her. Should I let this crazy one take the lead? Jiang Lian stood tall and proud in front of the flower platform. The town mayor approached with a familiar figure. Jiang Lian asked, Is that you? Chapter 14. One must have grace and beauty, intelligence, and a melodious voice. She fixed her gaze on Shin Kei and suddenly remembered that this ceremony would also select the most popular man in the village to support her. Thus he is. Jiang Lian responded, cunning indeed. The handsome man and beautiful woman standing together were a feast for the eyes. Simply by being present, Jiang Lian embodied the essence of grace, beauty, intelligence, and song. This instantly elicited a chorus of cheers. The young men shouted, "Jiang Lian!
Jiang Lian! Jiang Lian!"
The lifting ceremony commenced. Initially hesitant, Jiang Lian felt all her reservations vanish when Shen Kei's strong arms encircled her waist. With a single effortless lift, Jiang Lian found herself perched on his shoulder.
Steady, Shen Kei instructed. All right.
Shen Kei remained still. Jiang Lian, puzzled, looked down and asked, "Why aren't we moving?" Shen Kei met her gaze. Jiang Lian gasped, "Oh no, I touched the wrong part." She quickly withdrew her hand from his face, giggling. Before 888 could react, Shen Kei suddenly grasped her hand, preventing her from moving it away. Jiang Lian froze. Their skin touched, and in a low, husky voice, he warned, "Don't move." Jiang Lian exclaimed. 888 stammered, Calm down, host." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lian boldly caressed him again. She playfully remarked, "Shen Kei, your ears are turning red." Shen Kei's body tensed as he moved forward. Jiang Lian lowered her head further, her breath brushing against his ear. "Why are you shaking? Can't hold me anymore? If you truly can't, just let me down. Look at you, you're starting to breathe heavily."
Shen Kei,
unable to contain himself, shouted, "Shut up."
"Oh."
Jiang Lian fell silent for a moment. Just as Shen Kei relaxed, he heard a teasing voice above him. "You wouldn't be shy, would you?" He tossed her onto the flower platform. "Aha, what are they doing?
What are they saying? Camera, zoom in."
Did she just touch him? Touching his face and ears. That's a bit over the line. I swear, I could see Shen Kei's face turning red from 800 meters away. "I bet 5 dimes on it. You were asked to lift flowers, not to mess with men." Cousin Mianhua. "Oh, that was just a casual thing." Once Jiang Lian stabilized herself, she asked 888, "If your face turns so easily red, it must be explosive in bed." 888 exclaimed. "Host. This is not a major female lead story. The existence of this antagonist is merely to enhance the protagonist's career later on. His role is to serve her interests." "What are you saying? So clean? I've never seen anything like it, it's gone too far." 888 continued. "It's dirtier." 888 couldn't help but inquire. "What about the next step?" "The next step is to marry him and then secretly support 3 male models behind his back. Although it's trending online to support 8. I think that's a bit excessive. I know my own limits, and more than that would be overwhelming." 888 sighed. "You are shameless. You know there's nothing good to say, yet you still ask." Bad news. Shen Kei might actually send her a pig. Missing out on a fortune. Jiang Lian sighed as she stepped onto the flower platform. However, as soon as her foot touched it, she sensed something was off. In the crowd, Jiang Shuyan squinted her eyes. She was well prepared. In her line of sight, the figure on the flower platform stumbled and fell forward, her face heading straight towards the burning candles. The crowd gasped, awe. In the next moment, that figure executed a perfect aerial maneuver, followed by a backflip and a 720-degree turn, landing flawlessly in a split. The crowd exclaimed, "Oh." Jiang Lian applauded internally, "Wow. I didn't know you had such skills." The protective system activated by 888. When the host is in imminent danger outside the original storyline, the body will trigger a protective mechanism. The code was nearly overheating. Jiang Shuyan's expression soured. However, she never intended for Jiang Lian to be harmed on the first attempt. Soon, an explosion echoed. Shen Kei's expression shifted dramatically as he pushed Jiang Lian aside. The crowd screamed. The flower platform exploded. The idol has revealed itself. Just as Shen Kei steadied the idol, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Lian leaping toward him. "Be careful," she shouted. Despite her words, a warm current surged within him. At 24 years old, Shen Kei was accustomed to being showered with attention at the slightest sneeze, but at 20, he was not. At 20, he would fall ill for a month due to a mere cold, often confined to dark rooms and beaten mercilessly by those sent by the Shin family. At 20, he was hearing someone sincerely call him little for the very first time. With a swift motion, Jiang Lian caught the offering that had slipped behind him. She quickly wiped it off. "A little pig. That was close. It almost fell." Shen Kei was taken aback. "What?" Jiang Lian turned around. "What's wrong? Were you startled by the firecrackers?" "It's all right. Have an apple to calm your nerves. I just checked. This offering can be eaten after the ritual. Here, take it. This is the biggest one, especially saved for you." As she spoke, She discreetly hid the genuinely largest green apple and handed him the one that had just rolled on the ground. Shun Ke was speechless. I feel like I want to die. But he sensed the real trouble lay elsewhere. The directing team rushed over to check on Jiang Lian's injuries. Seeing her lively and only with a minor abrasion on her arm, they breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Is there anywhere else that hurts? Director Chen, unusually gentle with Jiang Lian, felt a bit unfamiliar with her pristine face. It seemed she wasn't truly Jiang Lian without a bit of dirt on her head. Suddenly, Jiang Lian placed her hand over her chest. Oh, my chest feels a bit tight. Upon hearing this, Shun Ke and Director Chen turned to look at her. Jiang Shuyan watched the drastically different attitudes of the men with gritted teeth, begrudgingly echoing a few words. I'm fine. Jiang Lian shook her head. If Director Chen is really worried. Chapter 15. I've seen you online. Director Chen. Shun Ke. I was a bit unaccustomed to this face at first, but now I've gotten used to it. Oh, it's just an offering. Give it to her. Let her eat. When Jiang Lian covered her chest, I thought, why not just cover it completely? Now, when Jiang Lian covers her chest, I wonder why I'm not the one. Is it just a bit more attractive than usual? How petty. A bunch of blind fools. Director Chen stood firm in his principles, refusing to let Jiang Lian take any offerings home, prompting her to flip her attitude and angrily follow the crowd out. Before getting into the car, a keen-eyed cameraman spotted several snacks in Jiang Lian's pocket, instantly widening his eyes. I told you not to take the offerings. The cameraman sent someone to verify, and the staff was promptly detained. A street vendor passionately protested. It was that girl. She started taste testing from one end of the street to the other. She even claimed someone would come to compensate us. You're the ones who need to compensate, right? Hand over the money. We can't leave without it. Director Chen felt a headache coming on. Having paid the price and offered an apology, the villagers finally allowed him to leave. Upon returning, he sought to converse with Jiang Lian, only to find her nonchalantly resting against Shun Ke's shoulder, remnants of a snack lingering at the corners of her mouth, soundly asleep. Director Chen tapped his forehead in exasperation. What an absurd fate he had encountered. How could this peculiar guest have come to be? Meanwhile, before the dismantled flower platform, a figure bent down to retrieve a fallen white camellia.
Guye.
An assistant called out, Our team has gone to the snack street. The director sent me to fetch you. Gu Jian twisted the stem of the camellia, bringing it to his nose. The delicate fragrance was reminiscent of the smile of that girl from earlier. It was too similar. He had not encountered anyone resembling Gu Moli in years. With her aloof beauty and ethereal presence, such long, elegant legs were destined to be admired. Gu Jian hoarsely commanded, Find out who that flower girl was. At the chili pepper base, Gu Jian collected the flower and approached the director. What? You wish to change bases? The director was taken aback by Gu Jian's request. Wasn't Jiang Lian at the chili base? Gu Jian had initially insisted on not being in the same group as her to avoid any misunderstandings. Director Li chuckled. All right. We can arrange that for the next episode. The original filming plan had been to buy clothes and take promotional photos upon reaching town. However, due to Jiang Lian's sudden decision to compete, the filming schedule was altered. Fortunately, all the guests donned traditional ethnic attire, even sparking a trending topic about Jiang Lian's costume change, resulting in 5 trending searches without spending a dime. The bus ride back was bumpy. Jiang Lian stirred from her slumber, dismissing a vibrating phone call for the 3rd time. Aren't you going to answer? Xiao Cheng inquired from behind her. When they arrived, he had sat in the last row, but now he took the initiative to sit opposite Jiang Lian and Shin Quebec. It's just a nuisance call, Jiang Lian replied, shutting her eyes once more. But I saw that it was labeled as your manager. Xiao Cheng protested, eager to continue the conversation, but Shun Ke's impatient gaze silenced him. I've seen you online, Xiao Cheng remarked. Really? Shun Ke replied lazily, crossing his arms. You seem to have forgotten your glasses when you were on a video call. Calling out for your sister to take care of you. I have some matters to attend to, Xiao Cheng said, rising to leave. Ha ha ha, what a lifesaver, going all out. Low emotional intelligence. Bewitched. High emotional intelligence. You seem to have forgotten your glasses back then. I've seen you online. Who gets it? He just doesn't want Xiao Cheng to flirt with Jiang Lian. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. The other guests struggled to contain their laughter, but their amusement was abruptly interrupted by Director Chen's exclamation. No makeup remover provided. Yu Jiao cried out, a box of makeup remover costs 500 points. Where are we supposed to get the points to exchange for this? The director replied, you can pool your points together. 1 box will be enough for all of you for a month. Quite a bargain. A bargain? We'd rather take you down. The guests surged forward. The director's team scurried away, yet in the end, the guests still pooled their resources to purchase the remover. Only Jiang Lian and Su Jiao refused to buy it. Su Jiao had given all her points to Jiang Lian, while Jiang Lian simply refused to spend. Su Jiao narrowed her eyes. If it doesn't come off. Just wait. Half an hour later, a sharp cry echoed from room 3.
Jiang Lian.
You swore you'd ensure it came off cleanly. Is this what you call clean?
Bang.
Jiang Lian was thrown out, landing on the ground, where she promptly fell asleep, still clutching the soap she had made, muttering, "This shouldn't be happening. I remember making some for my boss during my trip to Africa. How did his face turn out? How would I know?" Jiang Lian shrugged. "I was informed of my dismissal by HR, and I never saw him again. Have you ever considered why you were dismissed?" The soap was snatched from Jiang Lian's hands, and a creamy substance was smeared on the tip of her nose. Chapter 16. There was no denying it, but one could easily shift the blame. Jiang Lian opened her eyes to find Shin Kei standing before her, prompting her to nuzzle her face against his palm. "What is this?" she inquired.
Screenplay.
Host. No additional emotional entanglements allowed. The tingling sensation in her palm lingered, and Shin Kei pressed his lips together, tossing her ajar. "Makeup remover." Jiang Lian sat up immediately, grasping Shin Kei's clothing, her eyes wide and innocent.
"I don't know how to apply it."
"I genuinely believe you." Jiang Lian disregarded the frantic cries of her conscience and tugged at Shin Kei's sleeve. "Help me, please." Under the moonlight, she smeared some makeup remover on her nose, her eyes sparkling with mischief, resembling a cunning fox. She leaned closer, repeatedly pleading, "Help me, help me." It was evident that she was aware she was deceiving him, and he knew she was aware, yet the longing was undeniable. "Shin Kei," he scolded himself internally, forcefully replacing affection with fear. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the entrance. "Brother Shin, is my sister here? I brought her something." Jiang Lian halted, observing the two in the yard, her smile waning considerably. It seemed her sister had already found someone. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." 888 breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. May the cruel female antagonist find peace in the afterlife. Upon seeing Jiang Lian's smile vanished. "Damn it. Here comes trouble." She clapped her hands and stood up. "Perfect timing. I need to talk to you." Fearing her sister's wrath, Jiang Lian quickly suggested, "Let us talk right here in the yard." "Are you sure?" Jiang Lian scoffed, then began rummaging through her pockets. Jiang Lian's pupils dilated. Earlier that afternoon, she had personally applied oil to the flower platform. Did she leave behind any evidence?
Swish.
Jiang Lian produced a piece of snack food. Jiang Lian.
Swish.
Shin Kei, unable to bear it, pulled a flower from behind her. "This one." Yes, that's it," Jiang Lian exclaimed, reclaiming her confidence. "Are you certain you want to discuss this here?" Among the contestants in today's showcase, only Jiang Lian had adorned herself with this type of rose. Jiang Lian had discovered it by the firecrackers, lying next to the idol statue. Initially, Jiang Lian had only seen a segment of the stick, mistaking it for a lollipop. Fearing that Shin Kei would snatch it from her, she concocted an excuse to slip away from him, pretending to trip, and crawled forward, ultimately revealing her gleaming teeth. At that moment, her hatred for Jiang Lian reached its zenith. Jiang Lian's expression shifted slightly as she followed Jiang Lian to a secluded spot. Without preamble, Jiang Lian stated, "Petty squabbles aside, are you genuinely trying to take my life today?" Jiang Lian lowered her gaze. "I don't understand what you're saying, sister." Feigning ignorance. "Day in and day out, are you a trash bag that can hold so much?" Jiang Lian gritted her teeth. "What's wrong with pretending? I am, after all, the malevolent female antagonist." On the other side, the director's team was approaching room 3. As they neared, they spotted two figures in the woods. Jiang Lian turned to look as well. The assistant director exclaimed, "Hey, they're over there."
"Ah!"
Before he could finish, Jiang Lian suddenly threw herself to the ground, covering her face as she looked up. The crowd responded, "Sister, why did you hit me? I've told you countless times that I have nothing to do with Guingdi. What the heck is happening?" "Jiang Lian, you're hitting people?"
"Damn.
This wretched girl dares to hit Yan. Get her." Jiang Lian's fans, open your eyes and see who you support. Give me a break.
Ah.
I knew that Jiang Lian was merely feigning these past few days. The assistant director hurried over to help her up. Jiang Lian scoffed, a mocking smile playing on her lips. There were tangible handprints on her face. Even if Jiang Lian had 1,000 explanations, they would be futile. Would the audience believe she had slapped herself? "Is everything all right?" The assistant director inquired, alarmed. It's fine, Jiang Lian replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. My sister might just be feeling unwell. But she's bleeding.
How can it be fine? Bleeding?
Before Jiang Lian could express her confusion, the assistant director suddenly released her and dashed into the woods. Jiang Lian was taken aback. She looked up, and the next moment, her mouth fell agape. On the forest floor, Jiang Lian was sprawled, convulsing like a fish out of water. Before the assistant director could reach her, she spat out a mouthful of crimson. Sister, did I not merely slap you? Did you need to poison me? Jiang Lian gasped weakly, trembling as she raised a finger. Was it necessary to resort to poison? Jiang Lian was bewildered.
What?
What poison? What do you mean by poison? Oh my goodness, did I just stumble upon a murder scene?
No.
I refuse to believe that our Xuyan would resort to poison. Could it be that Jiang Lian poisoned herself? Honestly, compared to poisoning, a slap is too light. She certainly didn't anticipate that Jiang Lian couldn't deny the slap but would turn around and place an even heavier accusation upon her. Damn it. Why was Jiang Lian so hard to get rid of? Jiang Lian sighed in relief. With red-rimmed eyes, she pleaded, Director Chen, please present the results and restore my innocence. Indeed. Show us. I am eager to see how Jiang Lian spins this lie. Director Chen murmured, perhaps we should keep this private. He sighed softly and handed over the results. Jiang Lian accepted them and faced the camera. The diagnosis read in bold letters, mild poisoning. Beep, beep, beep. The police took Jiang Lian away for questioning. Jiang Lian lay in the clinic, munching on a green apple. I must say, dear friend, every prop you provided has proven to be quite effective. Just then, as Jiang Lian slapped herself, it triggered the 10th plot choice. Over the years, nearly every host it had followed had acquired this prop. Some had enhanced their strength, while others extended their lifespan. This was its first encounter with a host who would decrease their progress bar. While the nurse was drawing blood, Jiang Lian swiftly manipulated her health stat from 89 to 30, and after the blood was drawn, promptly restored it to 100. The sound of footsteps approached the door, and Jiang Lian hastily concealed the apple, feigning a cough as she collapsed. The assistant director lifted the curtain. You will rest here tonight. Don't worry. I've already arranged for the blood in the woods to be cleaned up. What? That's ketchup. If they clean it up, won't the truth come out? The assistant director's phone rang and he answered, you've arrived? The woods belong to Mr. Shin. He values cleanliness. After you clean up, apologize to him.
What?
Looking for Jiang Lian? What happened? He paused and turned to Jiang Lian. Chapter 17. No stealing, no robbing, no begging. Jiang Lian instantly beamed a sweet smile. Wait. This was too sudden. She hadn't thought about how to fabricate a story. What are you concocting? The assistant director approached. Mr. Shin said, he has cleaned the woods. He wishes to speak with you. Mr. Shin actually cleaned the woods? And judging by the assistant director's tone, he hadn't betrayed her? She quickly took the phone. Hello, Dad. No, Mr. Shin. How can I assist you?
Great.
Mr. Shin was pleased to see her favorability rating soar from 2 to 10. A historic leap indeed. In high spirits, he graciously offered his more comfortable master bedroom to Jiang Lian. However, the master bedroom was quite close to the chicken coop, and Jiang Lian snored all night, disturbing the chickens so much that they forgot to crow the next morning, causing Mr. Shin to miss the village meeting. Mr. Shin declared, if Jiang Lian sleeps in the master bedroom again, I'll be a fool. Jiang Lian remained oblivious. She slept soundly and blissfully, which was evident when she accompanied the production team to chop chili peppers, a smile adorning her face. Is anyone willing to assist me today? I'll be preparing 3 meat dishes and a fruit platter. As soon as Jiang Lian called out, responses flooded in.
I.
Su Juju was the first.
I.
Chiu Cheng followed suit.
I. Lu Mian raised his hand, as well.
The number of willing workers surged. Director Chen reminded them, Jiang Lian has no vegetarian dishes left today. The production team quickly calculated that Jiang Lian's stock from the banquet was nearly depleted. Jiang Lian waved her hand. Believe me and work. If you don't believe, that's fine. We believe. Chiu Cheng led the charge. After a lively morning, Jiang Lian had earned 800 points, and combined with her existing points, it was sufficient to exchange for a chili chopping machine.
Yet she chose not to.
Su Juju asked, aren't you going to exchange for the machine? It's faster, and you'll earn more points. My dear friend, your understanding of capitalists is still lacking. Jiang Lian shook her index finger. If we chop all the peppers, the production team will let us rest? No, they'll all find us other tasks. The production team was taken aback. Are you saying they would actually exhaust you? They indeed had such plans. Once Jiang Lian purchased the machine, doubling efficiency, they would assign her to other bases for work. Director Chen cleared his throat. Perhaps you should first consider how to manage lunch. As expected, Jiang Lian only presented 3 meat dishes. The absence of vegetables was no small matter. Director Chen leisurely remarked, "Next time you wish for assistance, people will need to weigh whether you can keep your promises." As expected of Director Chen, "You truly understand how to sow discord, huh? This is certainly more effective than you jiao shouting for half an hour." Indeed, the 3 individuals who had volunteered to work turned their gazes toward Jiang Lian.
Ding.
Triggering plot choice. Plot repair progress. 11/150. Choice 1. Prepare a vegetarian dish through legal means, without stealing, robbing, or begging. Reward, 3,000 yuan. Choice 2. Spit on the heads of the 3 guests and mock them for misplacing their trust. Reward, 50,000 yuan. Note, acquiring this 50,000 yuan is quite arduous. Jiang Lian's interest was piqued. How to acquire the 50,000? How arduous could it be? The system noted. It refers to the compensation for being punched into the hospital by Su Juzhou. Jiang Lian, I choose 1. She stood up. If I procure the vegetarian dish without stealing, robbing, or begging, would you add a portion of meat? Director Chen pondered for a moment. That's acceptable. Without stealing or robbing, how else could she obtain it? While speaking, Jiang Lian halted in front of a humble abode. What was she planning? Would she request vegetables from the residents? Old Zheng, are you home? I'm coming in. I want some eggs. The production team was stunned. Director Chen hesitated at the entrance, listening. What do you want?
Get lost.
Old Zheng roared. Jiang Lian retorted. Oh, Old Zheng, why is your head balding? If you have any troubles, share them with me. Old Zheng, I'm just saying, as you reach middle age, it's important to keep your heart light. I'll bring you some hair growth serum next time. We're all friends here. Just speak your mind. Oh, dear, are you wheezing? Is your respiratory system failing? I'll have our Director Chen help you with that. Oh, don't get angry. Hitting someone with vegetables hurts. Suddenly, Jiang Lian broke into a sprint, grinning widely as she dashed to collect vegetables from the ground. Old Zheng pursued her with a basket. You little rascal. Got the vegetables. Jiang Lian called out while running. Director's team, what is this? They barely had time to react, and several vegetables were thrown at them.
Wow.
You did well. No stealing, no robbing, no begging, and she truly accomplished it. I never imagined this would be a disgrace at a villager's home, being struck by vegetables. I feel like a fool for genuinely worrying earlier. Director, please throw in some advertisements to ease the tension. It's too overwhelming. The pace is relentless. As Jiang Lian cheerfully brought the prepared vegetables to the table, Director Chen felt a throbbing headache. He could only keep his promise and handed her a portion of meat. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian gleefully added 3,000 to her count, realizing that after all this time, she had accumulated nearly 50,000. As night fell, the director's team gathered everyone. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that the data from our recent charitable Weibo campaign was out. The first place was Shuyan with 50,000 likes, followed by Juzhou with 20,000, and Jiang Lian with 10,000. The remaining participants totaled another 50,000. In total, there were 130,000 likes, and according to our agreement of 1 yuan per like, we will donate 130,000 yuan to the village to construct the road to the town. In a secluded spot, Zhang Shuyan shot a fierce glare at Jiang Lian. What's the bad news? Chapter 18. Take note, this is grandfather. The bad news was that a week later, there would be continuous heavy snow, and the road conditions would worsen, potentially isolating the village. We decided to complete the road before the blizzard, so we must expedite the work. Everyone immediately agreed. We consent. Director Chen was surprised. Is it really that simple? Lu Mian replied, we've done too many wrongs. It's time to balance our karma with some good deeds. Director Chen exclaimed.
Who will manage them? Ha ha ha.
Who is updating while scolding? It's me. Director Chen continued. Before we start, we must pay respects to the land deity. It's a village custom. We need to rise early tomorrow, so let's cancel tonight's talk and rest well. Jiang Lian, eager to get some sleep, collapsed into the car and instructed Shin Ke to carry her to bed when they passed by. Thus, Director Chen, the filming director, Shin Ke, and the soundly sleeping Jiang Lian rode together in the tricycle towards room 3. The atmosphere in the vehicle was quiet. Just as Director Chen was about to break the silence, the assistant director leaned in and whispered, Jiang Lian seems to have offended someone. Her endorsement deal has been revoked. I learned this through internal sources before the announcement. Is Jiang Lian still our spokesperson for tomorrow's ad? Should we consider someone else? Director Chen raised an eyebrow. I'll call the investors to inquire. As he dialed, a phone rang out in the silence. He looked up to see Shen Ke also pulling out his phone.
Huh?
Director Chen quickly regained his composure and chuckled to himself, concluding it was merely a coincidence. The next moment, he saw Shen Ke lift his hand and press the answer button.
Beep.
Director Chen glanced down and realized his own call had connected.
What?
In his daze.
Shen Ke.
Director Chen quickly looked down, discovering his screen had gone dark. As he turned his gaze down again, it lit up once more. Suddenly, he tumbled out of the car, startling the assistant director who rushed to pull him back. What happened? I'm fine. Director Chen scrambled back into the vehicle. His eyes glued to Shin Quebec. Shin Ke leaned against the side of the car, silent. It was evident he was doing this intentionally. Director Chen, pale-faced, urged, Let us go. Let us keep moving. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew even more subdued.
Yet.
It wasn't long before Jiang Lian flipped over and landed a punch on Shen Ke's abdomen. Director Chen exclaimed, What? You? Jiang Lian, still half asleep, grinned. Oh. Why so formal? No need for that. Director Chen shouted, Are you trying to get yourself killed? He was drenched in sweat as he rushed over to rouse Jiang Lian. Wake up.
Jiang Lian.
She slapped him right across the face. Shut up. Alarm. Director Chen respectfully carried her to room 3, daring not to let Shen Ke carry her inside, intending to do it himself. However, Shen Ke was quicker, lifting her effortlessly.
What?
Under the moonlight, the tall man cradled the petite girl, creating a striking visual contrast. What is happening? The assistant director asked, noticing Director Chen's unease. Director Chen wiped his brow, relieved. Just be cautious. That one is grandfather. Inside the room, Jiang Lian clutched Shen Ke's shirt tightly, with tears glistening in her eyes as she murmured, I miss you. Shen Ke raised an eyebrow. Grandfather? Is the Jiang family patriarch not deceased before Jiang Lian was born? Reflecting on the stark contrast between the information he had and her current demeanor, Shen Ke narrowed his eyes and leaned closer. Who is your grandfather? Jiang Lian. Still in a daze, turned what? Which one are you asking about? The pink one, the green one, or the blue one?
Spotting a few scatterbills beside Shen Ke.
She exclaimed, What?
Bang.
Jiang Lian was tossed onto the bed. Moments later, a blanket flew in, and the door closed behind him. This book is useless. Shen Ke leaned back on the bed, speaking into the phone with Assistant Chu. After all this effort, the affection rating only increased by 5, and is still volatile. It shouldn't be this way. Boss, I checked yesterday. This is the hottest love manual on the market. The author is a renowned metaphysical blogger. It must have some merit. Assistant Chu replied nonchalantly, It's a thick book. You've only tried a couple of tricks. Why not try to read further? Shen Ke flipped to the 5th page. Frequent chatting to increase presence. He frowned and tossed the book aside. Chatting? With Jiang Lian, who sleeps as soon as she hits the bed and is useless when she wakes up. When would there be time for conversation? Unless he writes what he wants to say in the transfer note. However, this reminded Shen Ke that he still lacked Jiang Lian's contact information. He leaned back. Assistant Chu. How do you usually ask a girl for her contact details? I've never asked a girl for that. Never pursued anyone? Assistant Chu replied, Honestly, no, I like guys. Chapter 19. He wouldn't have it in his pocket, would he? Shen Ke hung up the phone. Assistant Chu stared at the screen for a long time, shrugging. Truly, being with a temperamental boss is like being with a tiger. You never know when you'll get bitten. The next day, the Director's team woke room 3 for their task, personally executed by Director Chen. Chiu Cheng also sat in the car and waved cheerfully at Jiang Lian. Good morning. Morning? Jiang Lian, wrapped in her coat with dark circles under her eyes, glared at Director Chen. Which city are you from that thinks 5 a.m.'s morning? Who can feel good at this hour? She grumbled as she got into the car. Chiu Cheng initially wanted to sit beside her, but halted upon catching sight of Shen Ke as unmissable presence, opting instead to sit back in his original seat. Chiu Cheng, I advise you to calm down. All signs indicate you've fallen for someone you shouldn't. What's wrong with Director Chen today? He looks like that rootless thing standing beside Shin Quebec. Jiang Lian acting like me. Isn't that just my usual work demeanor? All right. Everyone settle down. Let us set off. Director Chen climbed into the vehicle as well. As the car jolted, Chiu Cheng's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, last night. Aunt Lee had given him a bowl of minced meat steamed egg, and fearing the director's team would discover it, he had hidden it. By the time he tried to eat it, it was already cold, and since morning, he felt an unsettling gas swirling in his intestines, which was only worsening now. Xiao Cheng immediately grasped the railing, distancing himself from Jiang Lian. Move over. Director Chen nudged him, wary of encroaching on Shun K's space.
Clang.
The vehicle jolted abruptly, followed by a melodious sound that enveloped the group in collective silence. Moments later, Jiang Lian erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Who did that? It's obvious someone has been indulging in meat. How can I pretend I haven't noticed? We agreed to share both joys and hardships. Yet you all sneaked off to enjoy meat without me?" Director Chen's body tensed. If he wasn't mistaken, the source of that sound had been alarmingly close, almost as if it had originated right beside him. Stealing a glance at Shin Ke, he noticed the latter's furrowed brow, as if he struggled to articulate something but hesitated. Could it be? Jiang Lian continued to shout. "Who is it? Who has been sneaking meat?" She pointed accusingly at the assistant director. "Is it you?"
No.
He protested. "I've never released such a foul odor in my life." Jiang Lian turned to the cameraman. "You." "Not me either." One by one, she pointed fingers, and it seemed she was about to reach Shin Quebec Chin, desperate, raised his hand and shouted, "It's me. Yes, it's me." His face flushed crimson, his fingers trembling. "Shin, I made a great sacrifice for you." Jiang Lian narrowed her eyes, about to respond when, bang, the vehicle jolted again, accompanied by another thunderous sound. Xiao Cheng exclaimed, and Director Chen was left speechless. Not again. Can anyone eat a little less meat? Is the diet of the wealthy always this lavish? A chorus of shouts erupted as everyone scattered, fleeing the scene. The assistant director, exasperated, lamented, "You really can't judge a person by their appearance. This is unbearable." The cameraman, lugging his equipment, shouted, "Don't ruin my gear." Jiang Lian's voice rose above the rest. "He didn't just let it out, did he?" Laughter erupted at the scene, which I hereby declare to be the highlight of this year's variety show. In this 3-bedroom apartment, my toes have done a great service for Director Chen. I'm convinced this isn't scripted. I'm not joking. When the second sound erupted, my mother rushed in to ask what had exploded. Everyone sprinted towards the Earth God Temple, unwilling to remain in the same vehicle as Director Chen, who was left to travel alone. Upon arriving, he noticed the guests had gathered, instinctively distancing themselves by at least 8 meters, clearly aware of the earlier incident. Yet, Jiang Lian remained seated, silent and unmocking. Chen felt a surge of gratitude. Despite her earlier loud protests, she knew when to withdraw gracefully, unlike the others. As he approached to pat her shoulder, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her screen, halting abruptly. The search bar displayed, "Does foul-smelling flatulence indicate poor character?" Chen was taken aback. Jiang Lian clicked to search, finding no useful information, then queried, "Is it possible for foul flatulence to indicate unpaid wages?" Chen was left speechless. Shen Ke and the cameraman approached, witnessing not only the search bar, but also the browsing history, which included, "Is it illegal to wake someone up at 5 in the morning? Are there nursing homes that accept 20-year-olds? How can one sleep until death? And what does dreaming of touching a man's abs signify?" Chen could only stare blankly. Shen Ke was equally speechless. The comment section was abuzz. In a fit of anger, Chen yelled at Jiang Lian to get back to work. Assigned the most challenging task of cleaning the hall, Jiang Lian, infuriated, raised her middle finger behind Chen's back. When the cameraman pointed the lens at her, 888 reminded her to be mindful of the camera. Thus, she pretended to use her finger to pick her nose instead. How is that any different? Amid 888's shrieks, Jiang Lian swept half of the living room before her device suddenly ran out of battery, collapsing beside Chen, gasping for breath. Between breaths, she pounded the ground, exclaiming, "I'm exhausted. I feel like an 88-year-old left-behind elder, carrying water under the scorching sun only to realize I've watered someone else's field. Or like a 50-year-old, starving and working overtime at 3 in the morning, only to discover I was filling out the wrong report. I'd rather endure a lethal dose of flatulence than enough." Chen snapped at her last sentence, breaking down. "Go take a break and shut your mouth." Jiang Lian smiled contentedly, covering her eyes with a leaf, drifting off to sleep. Shen Ke approached her when she mentioned the left-behind elder, pulling out his phone, but before he could suggest adding each other on WeChat, she was already snoring loudly, echoing within a 10-meter radius. Shen Ke sighed, deciding to postpone his own grievances. Has she always been this eccentric? When did the world change? Was it the moment I began to develop feelings for Jiang Lian? Her mental state is 200 years ahead of mine. Jiang Lian was assigned the task of cleaning the doors. Although yesterday's incident had been resolved, it cost her 3,000 followers. And today she was determined to showcase her worth, maintaining a pitiful demeanor and avoiding any interaction with Jiang Lian. During a break, the assistant director approached her. Yan, I need to discuss the advertisement with you. Jiang Yan immediately set down her cloth, smiling brightly. Assistant director, I'm ready. I can record anytime. I'm sorry, but due to image alignment issues, we've decided to have Jiang Lian do the recording instead. Jiang Yan's expression faltered. After a moment, she forced out a stiff smile. All right, thank you for your hard work, assistant director. It was merely a common cold medicine, yet they spoke of image alignment. Did they think Jiang Lian looked more prone to catching a cold? Jiang Yan's eyes flickered. The only urgent matter that could prompt a call from her agent concerned the official announcement of the Shengshi endorsement. Once her endorsement is officially announced, she would relish seeing how the production team would regret not giving her the recording opportunity. As lunch break approached, Jiang Lian had nearly completed her nap when the production team summoned her to record the advertisement. I want to do it. Jiang Lian shook her head. I've never done an advertisement. I'm inexperienced, uninterested, and unwilling. Turning on her heel, she attempted to leave. Director Chen countered. One line for 10,000, limited to today with no cap on the amount. Chapter 20. Let us settle this. I'm hungry. I'll do anything. Snatching the contract from the assistant director's hands, she swiftly signed her name, chiding Director Chen next time. Inform me of the price in advance to avoid having to bow and apologize for such blunders. It's truly tiresome. As she spoke, she flirtatiously pulled aside her military coat, preparing to kneel. Director Chen kicked her away, stirring up a cloud of dust that made him sneeze. Jiang Lian had somehow acquired a bottle of cold medicine. Inquiring about Chen's well-being. Are you alright, Director? Sneezing this severely should be addressed promptly. Otherwise, it could escalate into a serious illness. Here. 666 cold medicine, beloved by both the elderly and children. Chen was left speechless. Why had Mr. Shin specifically designated Jiang Lian for the advertisement? Did she possess some leverage over him, or had she saved his life? Surely, he wasn't pursuing her, was he? Suddenly, a commotion from afar caught the production team's attention. They looked up to see Su Jujiu collapsed on the ground. What the heck? What is happening? Is she poisoned again? Oh no. My Jujiu. Quick, someone save her. Director Chen rushed forward, while the assistant director immediately crouched down, ready to perform CPR.
Wait.
Amid the crowd, Jiang Lian hurled a bottle of cold medicine like a whirlwind. The antidote is here.
Jiang Lian.
This isn't the time for your antics. Chen shouted. But Su Jujiu shakily extended her hand, accepting the cold medicine right in front of Chen. Weakly, she looked up. Is it really effective? Absolutely. It's guaranteed to cure your cough. Jiang Lian assured her, thumping her chest. Su Jujiu tilted her head back and drank it down, instantly revitalized. It works, she exclaimed with a smile. The entire scene fell into a 3-second silence, nearly causing the production team to drop their equipment. Oh my goodness. I truly believed it. I felt like a fool. I can't take it anymore. Can I pay to have these two thrown out? The legendary duo will never appear alone, yet they certainly don't come in droves. You two, one mad and the other insane, might as well stick together. I'm famished. I'll consume anything. Su Jujiu.
Jiang Lian.
Have you both lost your minds? You frightened us. The director's team shouted. Su Jujiu retorted with conviction. She said to add a meat dish. Yet you refused to feed me. And I can't even earn my own. The other guests joined the uproar. Lu Mian shouted the loudest. Why wasn't he? I asked. I can act too. As for the voiceover, I am the host. Luo Xiaohui lightly coughed and casually walked past Jiang Lian, suggesting that seeking a professional might be more prudent. I merely offered a suggestion. Not that I desired any meat. Director Chen. Simultaneously, Jiang Lian heard the 11th plot choice in her ear. She opted to complete 100 advertisements. Thus, for an entire morning, the entire Chili base was in turmoil. Jiang Lian wielded her 666, inserting herself into every possible gap, even fabricating openings where none existed. She bound 2 packages of cold medicine to the dogs running by, and the entire village ran about promoting it. Ultimately, no one dared to cough in the base anymore. For a single cough would summon a figure bearing cold medicine, ready to offer concern, threats, and temptations. The most unfortunate was Yu Jiao. She caught a chill from the wind yesterday, yet she resolved to endure, even if it meant suffocating or choking on her own saliva. She would not grant Jiang Lian the satisfaction. During lunch, the director's team finally found a moment of peace. Su Juzhou polished her pearl necklace while eating. "What are you doing that for?" Jiang Lian approached with her plate. Su Juzhou replied, "It got cold medicine on it. The price of pearls has skyrocketed lately. I must protect them." Jiang Lian immediately responded with glee, "A price increase is wonderful. If it rises a bit more, I cannot fathom how happy I would be. If it continues to rise, I can hardly imagine my joy." Shun Ke took out his phone and messaged Assistant Chu, instructing him to double the price of pearls within the day. Assistant Chu's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he exclaimed, "Hello? Money can indeed move mountains. But don't treat me like a mule. Haha, I'd love to die." Shun Ke's phone lit up. The news of the pearl price increase arrived in the evening. After the guests finished cleaning the Earth God shrine and presented fresh offerings, Jiang Lian suddenly pulled out her phone, gasping with delight, her face blooming with joy as she spun in place. Shun Ke observed and smirked. "Oh, dear, my stomach aches." Jiang Lian suddenly clutched her belly. "You all go ahead. I need to resolve something." She dashed away. The assistant director sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. I thought she was about to claim that drinking cold medicine would alleviate her pain." He was genuinely suffering from the repercussions of Jiang Lian's advertisements. Holdi closed his eyes, then turned to follow her. They were in a remote area. A few years ago, a serious incident had occurred here. Outsiders were unaware, but locals would not come here at night. Night fell swiftly. He couldn't leave her to roam alone in the mountains. Shun Ke followed her all the way to the Earth God shrine, where he suddenly spotted Jiang Lian kneeling on the ground, pleading hoarsely. "I beg you, please." His brow furrowed. Who was she beseeching? Jiang Shuyan? Yu Jiao? The director's team? Shun Ke turned to see it was the Earth God. Jiang Lian repeatedly bowed her head while lighting incense. "I know you caused the price of pearls to rise. I made a wish this morning, and by afternoon, it skyrocketed. You truly are powerful, Earth Grandpa." Chapter 21. Not targeting you, I simply lack manners. Shun Ke quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a run. In his past life, he endured hardships in Myanmar. In this life, he was strategizing against Jiang Lian. How many sins must he atone for? Looking back at his life, he shouldn't be condemned to this fate. Soon, Jiang Lian caught up, flitting beside him, buzzing incessantly. Finally, she exclaimed, "I'm hungry, hungry, hungry." Like the reincarnation of Marshal Tianprung, Shun Ke remarked as he tossed her a snack. "You carry snacks with you?" Jiang Lian exclaimed, "You're amazing. You're so cool." Shun Ke hesitated momentarily before continuing on. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered. The snacks were for gaining followers. What was her score again? Meanwhile, Yu Jiao and Jiang Shuyan, residing in rooms 6 and 7 respectively, walked together after the activity concluded. The sunset cast a beautiful glow, creating a harmonious scene. What a beautiful sight. My Yan Yan truly possesses a stunning beauty. Yan Yan has such a wonderful personality. She gets along with everyone wherever she goes. After yesterday's incident with the flower girl, the phrase stunning beauty might be too much to bear. Sister Mianhua is still around. To be fair, Sister Mianhua does have her quirks, but in terms of beauty, I can only respectfully call her dominant. Seizing the moment Jiang Lian was absent, Yu Jiao dared to cough loudly. Coughing, she added, "The director's team is truly something. The advertisement voiceover promised to me was given to Jiang Lian instead." Jiang Shuyan forced a smile. The director's team must have their reasons. Perhaps they were worried I'd be too tired. "I'm busy preparing for the endorsement with Shengshi, and I have too many activities to manage." "Is that true?" "Shengshi." Yu Jiao gasped. Shengshi is an international luxury endorsement. There are rarely more than 3 individuals in the domestic entertainment industry who can secure such a high-level endorsement. Jiang Shuyan lowered her gaze and smiled lightly. Just as her phone rang, it was her manager. Deliberately, she answered the call on live broadcast. "Sister Ling, what's the matter?" Jiang Shuyan smiled. "Don't rush. Take your time." Beep. The call was abruptly cut off by Jiang Shuyan. The comments exploded after a brief silence. "Is it about investigating Jiang Lian? Did I hear wrong? Oh my, this is explosive. I only came to see Sister Mianhua eat trash. I didn't expect such a big scoop." Upon learning that the endorsement was genuinely lost, she immediately broke down. How is that possible? They were already negotiating the contract. How could it change? Did they not provide a reason? No. The manager shook her head. Your sister is quite something. She quietly accomplishes significant things behind the scenes. The loss of this endorsement is undoubtedly related to her. I need to handle public relations now. By the way, you should have reminded me it was a live broadcast. The call ended. Jiang Lian gritted her teeth, her gaze turning increasingly resentful. Jiang Lian, you insist on competing with me, don't you? Fine, let us compete. She immediately opened her contacts, scrolling until her finger landed on her father. In the rickshaw descending the mountain, Jiang Lian savored her meal contentedly. Opposite her sat Shen Ke, who refused to engage, while beside him was Qiu Cheng, his face flushed. Qiu Cheng glanced at Shen Ke, then smiled at Jiang Lian. Sister Lian, it's getting dark. I was worried for your safety, so I waited for you here. I didn't expect Mr. Shen to share the same concern. Not at all. Shen Ke replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I don't have many thoughts. At least I don't enjoy recognizing sisters everywhere. Qiu Cheng exclaimed in anger. Mr. Shen, have I offended you?
Why are you always targeting me?
You've misunderstood. I'm not targeting you. Qiu Cheng replied incredulously. You don't think so? You've been. I merely lack manners, Shen Ke interjected, raising his gaze. Qiu Cheng's mouth fell open, large enough to fit a fist. Moreover, if one observed closely, they would notice Shen Ke leisurely adjusting his sleeves. I indiscriminately target everyone. I've come to realize that even the hidden characters in this variety show are eccentric. A gold miner in his lifetime has never encountered so much gold. Qiu Cheng, my face is on your behalf. To be fair, this brother Shin truly targets everyone, even the director's team, yet to date. There's only one person he hasn't targeted. Let us shout her name together. Sister Mianhua. Fortunately, Jiang Lian's ringtone saved Qiu Cheng. However, as soon as the phone rang, Jiang Lian abruptly ended the call. Qiu Cheng finally found a topic to break the ice and asked, Aren't you going to answer? It's a telemarketer, Jiang Lian replied. Qiu Cheng responded with confusion, but your contact name is Dad. Last time it was your agent, and this time it's Dad. Are all the calls to your phone simply classified as telemarketing? From that point on, Qiu Cheng chose to remain silent. He needed a moment of respite. The last time had been exhausting, especially when the wealthy sister had asked him if he still had the energy for another round. The three of them arrived at the pepper field. By then, Shen Ke would undoubtedly dismiss the gifts. Wouldn't he just throw them away? She would grab a sack and go pick them up. Shen Ke saw through her little ploy, stopped dreaming. Yet, he still stepped into the pepper field. Chapter 22. Is she planning to make a magical cloak? Jiang Lian beamed with joy, eagerly following along. This scene made Jiang Lian seethe with anger once more. However, recalling the message from Jiang Mingwang that she had just received brought her some comfort. Jiang Mingwang had said that losing the endorsement for Xingshi was inconsequential. The Jiang family could give her the beauty endorsement originally meant for Jiang Lian. It was all about teaching Jiang Lian a lesson.
Wow.
Suddenly, everyone gasped in surprise as the production team rolled out a mobile tent with a diameter of a full 10 meters. First, let us welcome Mr. Shin. Director Chun led the applause. As the representative of the villagers, Mr. Shin truly illuminated the entire pepper field with brilliance. Are you even going to play? Su Jiuzhou rolled up her sleeves. Director Chen immediately changed the subject. Let's get back on track. Today, we're introducing something fresh. A game called Fashion Voting Challenge, specifically designed for an explosive scoring system. This will not only test your individual intellect, but also your ability to collaborate as a team. Please do not prioritize your own fashion at the expense of harmony. If the three of you do not coordinate well, the production team will disqualify you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the guests erupted in excitement. 100 likes equals 1 point. Wow, that's generous of the director. So if we give Yen 100,000 likes, she'll get 1,000 points. Fantastic. 1,000 points can buy a chili chopping machine. Charge ahead, Jujio. Get one for that Sue, so she doesn't have to act like a peasant every day just to serve Jiang Lian. After hearing the game details, Shen Ke turned to leave, but Jiang Lian caught him. I absolutely will not allow you to be embarrassed. Just wear whatever you like, and I will coordinate with you, she declared confidently, and Shen Ke paused. The guests began to find partners for their teams, but Su Jujio and Jiang Lian's companions quickly scattered. No one dared approach. Qiu Cheng initially intended to join them, but, upon seeing Shen Ke, smoothly exited the scene. Thus, Su Jujio, Jiang Lian, and Shen Ke formed a team, while Jiang Xuyan, Yu Jiao and Luo Xiaohui teamed up, and Tong Han, Qiu Cheng, and Lu Mian formed the last group. In the Fashion Voting Challenge, the first task was announced. Please assemble the most suitable clothing for farm work within 5 minutes. The countdown begins. As soon as the words were spoken, all 3 groups rushed into the tent to grab clothes. There was only one tent, which housed an array of garments hanging in 10 rows. Yu Jiao cursed while snatching clothes. Zhang Shuyan pretended to yield, and Tong Han immediately began arguing with Luo Xiaohui over a shared straw hat, neither willing to let go. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian and Su Juzhou crouched low, expertly weaving through the gaps to reach the innermost row. In stark contrast, Shen Ke appeared regal, as if he were an emperor strolling through a royal garden. This is hilarious. Is the production team trying to exhaust these guests?
Go, Yan Yan.
Our Yan Yan is so polite. Who will keep an eye on Jiang Lian and Su Juzhou? They look like thieves. Their stealth is so pronounced. Shouldn't we check if they have any criminal records? Looking around, it's truly Shen Ke's striking looks that steal the show. He is too handsome. No group of men could compare. But Shen Ke has such severe facial flaws. It's hard to imagine such a perfect face having a mouth. Time us up. Director Chen announced, "First group, please come forward." The first group consisted of Tong Han, Qiu Cheng, and Lu Mian. As they stepped out, the entire production team collectively recalled some of their most challenging moments, unable to suppress their laughter. Tong Han, having failed to secure the straw hat, hastily grabbed a hat only to discover it was a pair of 4-cornered underpants. "How do you explain the relationship between the other two and yourself?" Director Chen inquired. "Don't forget, your characters must be interconnected." Lu Mian racked his brain, pointing at Tong Han. "I was drunk and he helped me pick up my underpants. Since he was holding on to me, he had no hands free, so he put them on his head." Director Chen was amused. "And Qiu Cheng? He's not the one who took your underpants, is he?" The production team disqualified him while instructing him to remain silent. With the comparison of this group, Jiang Shuyan's team appeared remarkably normal, portraying a diligent family of 3, earning 23,658 likes. When it came to Jiang Lian's group, all eyes turned towards them. Yu Jiao sneered. Jiang Lian squeezed into the back row. What could possibly be decent back there? Lu Mian's nightclub outfit was from that area. Lu Mian. Good. So now you aren't even hiding your disparagement of me. Honestly, I'm looking forward to this group. I just saw Cotton Sister grab a piece of fabric. Is she planning to make a magical cloak? As the curtain lifted, the first to emerge was Su Juzhou, her head adorned with a white scarf and a drawn-on mustache. Following her was Jiang Lian, dressed in a nearly identical outfit. Finally, Shen Ke stepped out, causing Yu Jiao to explode. "What is this? He didn't even change clothes." Jiang Lian widened her eyes. "Can't you see? Look at my outfit. I'm a farmer." She then pointed at Shen Ke, and he asked the landlord. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Lian and Su Juzhou immediately brandished their slippers, playfully mimicking a game of landlord, hopping side to side. "Do you see it now? If not, we can perform it again. Can we crowdsource to get these two out of here? I can't take it anymore." Alright, I finally remembered what this white scarf signifies. It's the old man look for playing landlord. Well played. Is anyone actually taking this game seriously? Director Chen cleared his throat. "Pass. Let's begin voting." "What?" Yu Jiao fumed. "He didn't change clothes, and that counts as passing? He's not even a real landlord." Just then, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Looking over with a frown, she saw Shen Ke smiling. "What's so interesting about a decrepit mountain? You don't mean to say that that's your family home, do you?" "It's not," Shen Ke replied with a smile. This smile made Yu Jiao's face flush, and her voice softened. "You still want me to look? How idle of you." "I was referring to that mountain." Shen Ke traced a circle with his finger, indicating that mountain, that orchard, and this pepper field. "All belong to my family." Chapter 23. Progress Bar 70. Progress Bar 10. Yu Jiao. The entire audience. "Damn. Is this real? I don't believe it. Unless you turn it into my marital property. You have the ability to show it to me." "Husband." Screaming, "My apologies. I regret my previous reckless comments, and I hope you one forgive me. Just bury me in money." The comments and the venue erupted into chaos, while only Director Chen and Jiang Lian remained composed. Director Chen silently criticized, "This is just the beginning. Everything in Shengshi belongs to him." Jiang Lian patted Shen Ke on the shoulder. "You've had a tough time, having to tell such a colossal lie." "I didn't lie." Shen Ke glanced at her. "It's true." Jiang Lian. In the next moment, Jiang Lian performed a miracle for Shin Quebec. The progress bar hovering above her head, previously static, suddenly shot up to 50 at a rocket-like speed. "Sidekick?" A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "The neighboring village is also mine." 60. Shun K interjected, "I still have my company." 70. He continued, "I collect rent from 80 buildings every year." "How much?" Shinkacheka. Fixing his gaze on the progress bar, Jiang Lian, "You don't like buildings, do you?" "Not at all. I adore them," Jiang Lian replied, slipping on her sunglasses, though a single tear silently streamed down her cheek. The success of friends is undoubtedly a source of joy, yet, when a friend achieves too much,
It can be somewhat overwhelming.
I'm not referring to myself, but rather to a beautiful acquaintance of mine who feels this way. Shin Kei ground his teeth, retaliating with a sharp remark, "Just a little? Your eyes are red." "You're mistaken. That's just the residue from my eyes today." Jiang Lian turned to leave, fiercely taking a bite of the steamed bun from her space. There are so many wealthy people in the world. What difference does one more make? She spun around, hurling the bun at a passing dog. "Go to hell, Shin Kei." The dog barked woof. Jiang Lian exclaimed, "Oh, what a clever dog. It even knows its name." The dog wagged its tail proudly and trotted away. Shun Kei heard everything clearly. The voting results were announced. Jiang Lian's group garnered 22,087 votes. And Director Chen declared the continuation of the game. The theme for the second round was, "How to dress to catch the attention of your crush."
Ding.
Triggering plot choice. Plot repair progress. 12,150. Choice 1. Achieve the highest votes in this round. Reward. A key to the director's resource warehouse. Choice 2. Achieve the lowest votes in this round. Reward. A fart from Chiocheng. Jiang Lian immediately pressed 1, fearing that a delay would lead to an automatic selection by the system. The outfit selection began, and the first two groups barely made it through. When it was Shun Kei's turn, he remained in his original attire unchanged. Jiang Lian tossed away the fruit pit she had just finished and stood up, stating, "Though he is already quite eye-catching, I believe a man should possess depth." "Exactly." Director Chen agreed. "Mr. Shun is indeed very profound." "No." Jiang Lian shook her finger. "It's a different kind of depth." She stepped forward and dramatically flung open Shun Kei's coat. Instantly, a dazzling red blinded Yu Jiao's eyes. Shun Kei's waistband, legs, inner pockets, and neck were all adorned with vibrant red fluff. Goodness. These were hastily affixed to Shun Kei before he left, as Jiang Lian had snatched his wallet and pressed them on. Everyone was left speechless. Yu Jiao, catching her breath, noticed a piece of paper sticking out of his pants pocket. Seizing the opportunity, she exclaimed, "There's a piece of paper. That cannot be explained, can it? If this is a carefully curated outfit, how could there be paper? Director, if they're allowed to pass this, it would be unreasonable." "Indeed. A carefully curated outfit should not feature paper." Jiang Lian nodded, swiftly moving behind Shin Quebec. As he attempted to move, she twisted his waist and pulled out the paper. It was scribbled with jam in a haphazard manner, reading, "Property deed." The jam had yet to dry. "Isn't it realistic? I made it specifically. A man must have some assets." Yu Jiao was left speechless. Jiang Lian pointed at her. "You have no rebuttal. You are attracted to him." "You're talking nonsense." Yu Jiao retorted angrily. "You're flustered. You are attracted to him." "Shut up, Jiang Lian. You are angry out of embarrassment. You are attracted to him." Clap, clap, clap. Director Chen glanced at Shun Kei and finally had to call out, "Pass, pass, pass. Let us start the voting. I admit, I am attracted to him. I am guilty. I vote for number 3. It's hard to admit that I am not presentable at this moment. I cast my vote for number 3. In reality, I might still pretend, but this is anonymous online, so I vote for number 3. One shouldn't be too materialistic. I see you all obsessing over money every day. Can't I join in? I vote for number 3. Yu Jiao screamed, declaring she was done, and ran out from the ground. The final results were, the first group received a total of 30,000 votes, redeeming 300 points. The second group amassed 80,000 votes, redeeming 800 points. The third group triumphed, securing 110,000 votes and redeeming 100 points. Jiang Lian felt the key to the warehouse in her pocket, delighting in her fortune. 888. Shall we go tonight? No. Jiang Lian shook her head. You won Tigo? You actually didn't break the rules? Jiang Lian replied, we'll go in 3 days. By then, the director's warehouse will have restocked and we'll sweep it clean. Ha ha ha. 888. It should have never held expectations for this host. Jiang Lian neatly placed the key away and hurried to catch up with Director Chen, requesting gifts for Shin Quebec. The director presented Shin Kei with a truckload of assorted fruits, stating they were harvested from various regions as part of a charitable project meant for the villagers to enjoy. Jiang Lian felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Fruits won't fill the belly. Ever since I arrived here, it's been work day and night. I've been a flower girl, a temple sweeper, and now I have to repair roads. I've nearly drained all the oil in my belly. Director Chen, why can't you provide some canned meat? This man is truly terrifying, so cold-hearted, yet his words are so sweet. Shin Kei followed Jiang Lian's gaze and spotted the cans of meat. Jiang Lian's eyes lit up. Hope was alive. She stood resolutely in front of the pile of canned meat. Mom, I want this. Buy it for me. Be careful of Sister Cotton's lawyer's letter upstairs. Sister Cotton would actually hire a lawyer? I don't believe it. Her appetite for food would have consumed her legal fees.
Want it?
Shin Kei seemed to finally notice her actions. Chapter 24. The former Shin Kei, a handsome devil. The current Shin Kei, a corpse. Jiang Lian nodded vigorously. At this moment, even if he scattered a handful of rice in front of her, she would finish it all. Shin Kei remarked, "It's not dark yet." Jiang Lian inquired, "So?" Shin Kei replied, "Dreams can wait until nightfall." Jiang Lian laughed, feeling helpless. "Sujiojo, where are you? Come help me," and scold him into submission. After Shin Kei finished speaking, he strode away, casually instructing Jiang Lian, "Drive and follow me." The former Shin Kei, a handsome devil. The current Shin Kei, a corpse. Jiang Lian angrily shouted after him, "Slow down. If you walk that fast, how can I keep up with the car?" Cold-faced underwear washing. Cold-faced riding a tricycle. Version 20. One day I'm a fan of Jiang Lian, another day I want to unfollow. I just adore this unpredictable fandom. Jiang Lian drove around Shin Kei, venting her frustrations. One moment, she was letting him inhale exhaust fumes. The next, she was writing derogatory words with her car in front of him. Shin Kei suddenly halted, lifting his dark gaze to her. "What are you doing?"
He questioned.
888 gasped. "Host, stop provoking him. The villain is clever. He must have realized you are writing insults. What to do now?" Shin Kei, he finally managed to organize his thoughts. "Get out." Damn it, he discovered it.
Oh.
Jiang Lian exited the vehicle, bending her legs and kneeling on the ground. Shin Kei asked, "What?" He pulled her up, gritting his teeth. "I'll drive." Jiang Lian's expression brightened. So, didn't he actually discover it? It seems the villain's intelligence isn't all that impressive. 888. What on earth did it bind itself to?
You. Me.
Understand? Speechless, right? I am too. After years online, I have encountered all sorts of people, but never someone like this. This type I recognize. It's the kind of divine gold the miner longs for. Sister Cotton, send me your knees. I'm a tough guy, but I lack softness. Once Shin Kei got into the car, Jiang Lian obediently prepared to follow him. Jiang Lian. Oh my gosh, why didn't you say that earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have cared for the canned meat. Just as she was about to take out her phone, using the meat sausage as an excuse to get Shin Kei's WeChat, he said, "I've already added you on WeChat." The two individuals indeed engaged in frequent conversations, the content of which was as follows. Jiang Lian, is it too heavy? Should I lend a hand? Jiang Lian, I apologize. When my possessiveness flares up, I tend to act this way. I can teach you a trick. Once the sausage arrives, if you stuff it in my mouth, I won't utter a single word. She immediately veered left across the rural road, with Jiang Shiyuan following suit. When she moved right, Jiang Shiyuan mirrored her. Sister. Jiang Lian stepped into the grass, and upon turning her head, two pairs of glasses made from dogtail grass adorned her face. You've mistaken me for someone else. Jiang Shiyuan took a deep breath to maintain her smile. I come bearing good news. You'll surely be delighted. Jiang Lian paused, raising an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. Could it be that the production team invited them for a feast again? Or perhaps a new points activity? Free eggs at the village entrance? Surely, they weren't settling the advertisement fees. Jiang Shiyuan chimed in with a smile. Guingdi has come to our chili base. Jiang Lian's smile faded, and she grumbled as she donned the dogtail grass glasses. Turning away from the camera's view, Xiaoxi approached, inquiring, Is Guga there? He must have heard about the endorsement and come to comfort me. Jiang Shiyuan felt a pang of annoyance. She would simply go meet him. Jiang Lian could continue her charade. When Gu Jian arrived, it would be interesting to see how she maintained her current persona. She kept pace with her, hesitant to voice her thoughts. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lian Jia had truly let go. After all, who would jump into a moat for someone they liked? When Jiang Shiyuan encountered Gu Jian, he was examining the promotional photos hanging at the base. Go, Jiang Shiyuan softly called, stepping closer. Why did you come here? I'm fine, it's just. Who is she? Gu Jian turned the photo towards Jiang Shiyuan. In the image, a girl was surrounded by blooming camellias, hoisted onto the shoulders of a man who held her slender waist with one hand. Jiang Shiyuan shuddered, connecting the dots and observing Jiang Lian's demeanor in the photo. The truth dawned upon her. Had she not read the book, she would remain blissfully unaware that she was merely a high-level stand-in. However, Gu Jian's attention was not unwelcome. With him stirring the pot, she could freely cultivate intimacy with Shin Quebec. Jiang Shiyuan smiled sweetly. Sister runs after Go every day. Yet she hasn't left a trace in his heart? She must be heartbroken to hear that. Gu Jian was taken aback, suddenly looking up. What did you just say? Who is she? Shin Kei's phone buzzed every few minutes. Less than half an hour after parting from Jiang Lian, he had already received 99 messages. He pulled out his phone, which had been vibrating like it had a seizure. 10 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. Jiang Lian, it's dark. I'm worried about safety. Shall I come to pick you up? Shin Kei scoffed. Is it the sausage you're worried about? He continued scrolling. 2 minutes ago. Jiang Lian, WeChat red envelope. 1 minute ago, Jiang Lian, no way, you can hold out this long? Looks like you're truly offline. Upon reading the last message, Shin Kei could almost visualize Jiang Lian gritting her teeth in anguish while sending the red envelope. After a moment, Jiang Lian messaged. Oh, there is something else. Shin Kei? Jiang Lian, since you've already seen the message, you can skip the red envelope. Shin Kei? He promptly opened the red envelope, receiving 1 yuan. Jiang Lian. Celebration. Shin Kei? 888 Weekly remarked. You will, sooner or later, be killed by the villain. Jiang Lian's thoughts had drifted far from her own life, for she heard the sound of wheels. She dashed out, big sausage. Little Fei Lian is here. Regarding Jiang Lian's unauthorized snack, the production team turned a blind eye, as every guest staying with the villagers was afforded some special treatment. Especially given that Jiang Lian had Shin Kei backing her. She indulged in a feast, then hung languidly from the locust tree at the entrance, one leg dangling and swinging. Jiang Lian mused to 888. The flattery was spot on. My stomach is full. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She opened it to see a message from Gu Jian. Gu Jian, are you there? Choice 1. Increase Gu Jian's emotional fluctuation to over 80 points. Reward. A blender, which can crush 10 pounds of food in 1 second. Choice 2. Ignore Gu Jian's message. Reward. 5 pounds of rice. 888 was startled. Emotional fluctuation 80. Jiang Lian decisively chose option 1, sitting up straight. She then carefully selected an emoji to send. What reaction would Jiang Lian have? Would she be overjoyed or inconsolable? After a while, when she apologized for the previous incident, he could treat it as if it had never occurred.
Her phone rang.
Gu Jian immediately pulled it out, but his smile faltered. The screen displayed his message. Are you there? Gu Jian frowned, thinking she had mistakenly pressed the button and continued typing. Gu Jian, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Lian, you can't catch me. I'm a nimble dog in the mountains. Gu Jian pressed his lips together, his breath wavering, but he soon regained his composure. Previously, Jiang Lian had caught him on a date with Jiang Shiyuan, leading to their entanglement in the parking lot. Later, paparazzi exposed the video of her dragging him, and he denied their relationship, which undoubtedly irked Jiang Lian. Gu Jian lowered his gaze, calmly continuing to type. Gu Jian, I know you've misunderstood my relationship with Shiyuan. Things are not as you perceive. Jiang Lian, a woman should be magnanimous. Gu Jian, you're still angry. Aren't you? Jiang Lian, open your mouth, be obedient. Gu Jian grew furious. After all his attempts to placate her, she still didn't know when to stop. Gu Jian, Jiang Lian, I am trying to have a serious conversation with you. Jiang Lian, feed the poop. Here comes the poop. Open your mouth, be obedient. Gu Jian, can you please stop spamming emojis? Finally, Jiang Lian said, Oh, then double tap my avatar and give me a pat. Gu Jian squinted, finally chuckling. Such clumsy attempts at teasing, if it truly made him angry, then she should just stop trying to coax him. He double-tapped her avatar and patted Jiang Lian. You patted Jiang Lian and swallowed this lump of poop. Jiang Lian, covers nose. Gu Jian. The surroundings fell eerily silent, with the assistant nearby watching. Fearing Gu Jian might faint from anger, Gu Jian's hands trembled, and he resorted to using his most proficient rhetoric, typing out several lines and sending them. This was his final opportunity for her. If she didn't cherish it, she would have no reason to regret it. The message was sent. A red exclamation mark instantly appeared on the screen. The dog couple has initiated friend verification. You are not yet her friend. Please send a friend request. Once the other party approves, you can chat. Gu Jian was momentarily breathless, almost collapsing when he saw Jiang Lian's newly changed username.
연예.
The assistant rushed over to support him. Gu Jian steadied himself, gritting his teeth. I'm fine. Just a dream. He would leave her hanging and see how long she could endure. On the other side, the petulant Jiang Lian happily acquired a blender and blissfully drifted into slumber, leaving 888 staring at the completed emotional fluctuation of 99, lost in thought. Who understands that the full score is 100? The road repair activity commenced promptly at 7 in the morning. Due to everyone earning a substantial number of points yesterday, breakfast was particularly lavish. Yu Jiao savored the only meal consisting of meat she had enjoyed in days, tears of happiness streaming down her face. At this moment, a twinge of regret washed over her. If only she had opted to work for Jiang Lian. However, as the thought crossed her mind, she immediately scorned herself. Director Chen approached, inquiring, Have you all had your fill? Let's discuss today's tasks. How many pounds? The guests nearly dropped their breakfast. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Mian's shoes were already chasing after Director Chen. Everyone sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Choice 1. Do not go to the town. Reward, 500 black fans. Choice 2. Do not borrow any transportation from anyone. Successfully reach the town. Reward, 500 yuan. Without any hesitation, she selected option 2. Ultimately, the guests were unable to resist the director's insistence and had to commence their tasks. Jiang Shuyan inquired with a passing villager and learned that only the Shun and Old Zheng families had tricycles for transporting goods, prompting her to head straight to Old Zheng's house. Su Jujio, munching on a meat bun, instinctively remarked upon seeing Jiang Lian approach, What are you doing? I can't possibly move 800 pounds on my own. Hilarious. Su Jujio has now implicitly acknowledged herself as Jiang Lian's accomplice. Su Jujio is truly diligent. The phrase hard work suits her perfectly, dissected. A servant exerting double effort. Have you noticed how everyone is hesitant to borrow a vehicle from Shun Ke? Upon hearing that both Shun Ke and Old Zheng had vehicles, everyone dashed straight to Old Zheng's house without a moment's pause. Guest, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you going to take the blame from Shun Ke for us? Jiang Lian handed Su Juju a bun and gently patted her shoulder. Sister Jiao, after following me for so long, it's time to reap some employee benefits. I'll handle all the work today. Let us go. I'll take you to the town for some fun. Chapter 26. Can fishing law enforcement be used this way? The live stream camera divided into 8 segments, each assigned to follow one individual. On their way to the town, they fortuitously encountered Lu Mian. Sitting in a donkey cart, he appeared somewhat forlorn. Yu Jiao chuckled. Where did you borrow that donkey? Auntie Li from room 5 lent it to me, Lu Mian sighed. Though it's a bit slow, I asked. And it can carry up to 350 pounds at a time. I can make 2 trips, which should suffice. Luo Xiaohua was worse off, possessing only a motorcycle. Likely struggling with each trip. Displaying the snacks and drinks he bought for 100 yuan, it was evident he was gearing up for a long day.
Meanwhile,
Yu Jiao's keen eyes spotted Su Jojo and Jiang Lian lurking by the roadside, seemingly without a vehicle. Were they hoping to hitch a ride? Swiftly, Yu Jiao turned her vehicle around. No way they would catch a free ride on her watch. However, from the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed Jiang Lian crouched in the grass. Yu Jiao wondered, what are they up to? Sneaky as can be. And they've even shaken off their followers. Definitely no good. In the grass, Su Jujio crouched, asking, Are you sure just crouching will lure them over? Before the words fully escaped her mouth, Yu Jiao's voice rang out from behind. What are you doing?
소들이 ustam, u.
Reward received. 88 in despair. Oh my, I never expected fishing law enforcement could be utilized in this manner. Yu Jiao, you may have aged, but you haven't gained any wisdom. Curiosity killed the cat. What are they doing? They're waiting for you to come over. 5 minutes later, Yu Jiao and Jiang Shuyan wore grim expressions, unable to muster a smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian and Su Jujio were playing games and tossing coins, singing merrily all the way to the town. Jiang Shuyan restrained Yu Jiao, who was ready to unleash her anger. As Yu Jiao struggled to lift the 10th bag of cement onto the cart, she spotted Jiang Lian and Su Jujio sampling honey cakes at the market. By the time she reached the 20th bag, Jiang Lian and Su Juzhou were trying on dresses. Upon reaching the 30th bag, they were volunteering at a pancake stall, and after selling 10 portions, the owner gifted them a free one. Exhausted, Yu Jiao, feeling like a dog, cursed, enjoy your playtime. We'll see how you manage the aftermath.
Ding.
Triggered plot choice. Plot restoration progress 15, 150. Jiang Lian contemplated and chose option 1. 888 was astonished. How will we transport it without the invisible pocket?
What about all the cement?
Old 8, have you noticed?
You've started to care about me.
888. It seems so.
I feel like dying.
Jiang Lian retorted, as long as we're alive,
there's always a way.
Once you've worked, you'll understand. ISNT this easier than rushing to submit reports at midnight? ISNT it simpler than standing in for the boss at a drinking party. ISNT it more straightforward than surviving on a monthly salary of 3,000 while paying rent and eating. Only then did Su Juzhou wake up, nudging Jiang Lian. Wake up, that big mouth said, we only have 2 hours left. Rubbing her eyes, Jiang Lian sat up. All right, let us get started. Now? Yu Jiao laughed heartily.
Good luck to you.
She turned to leave, deliberately driving slowly to witness Jiang Lian's embarrassment. She even warned Jiang Xuyan, if she fails the task later, you're not allowed to feel sorry for her or help her. This is her responsibility. Before her last word fell, a passionate cheer suddenly erupted.
Charge.
It was Jiang Lian's voice. Yu Jiao was taken aback, turning her head to see Jiang Lian and Su Juzhou waving a tattered little flag they had found, appearing at the top of the slope. Yu Jiao frowned, thinking them insane. Why shout while walking? Suddenly, she pointed, her finger trembling. Behind Jiang Lian surged a crowd. A veritable army. It seemed there were at least 100 people. Each held a bag of cement and were rushing forward, shouting slogans at an incredible pace. Where did she gather all these people? Yu Jiao exclaimed. Jiang Xuyan's expression shifted. Did the tourists actually believe it? Most of the tourists present had watched the live broadcast of the Flower Girl election, naturally believing it. Jiang Lian even claimed it was a limited quota. Initially, everyone was hesitant, but upon hearing they were only accepting 200 people, Su Juzhou, acting as a promoter, was the first to charge forward, instantly rallying hundreds more to follow. I was nearly swept away by the crowd. At that moment, Jiang Lian reached them, raising her arm and calling out, everyone, shout with me, support the public welfare project. The tourists echoed, fulfill every dream. Jiang Lian continued, support the public welfare project. The tourists replied, fulfill every dream. Think, think, think. Chapter 27. Let the dog have a taste, and it will taste the dog. Yu Jiao. Jiang Xuyan. Director team. I actually feel like joining in. I've gradually lowered my standards and moral compass in this live broadcast. I've grown accustomed to it, lying flat. From the moment I developed a fondness for Sister Cotton, I knew I had reconciled with this world. The tourists, brimming with energy, outpaced the tricycle. Jiang Xuyan couldn't help but urge Yu Jiao, speed up. The last one has to cook. I want to go faster too. Yu Jiao gritted her teeth. I've been driving all day, and I'm almost out of battery. There is still so much cargo. Suddenly, a flag poked into her path. It was Jiang Lian. Yu Jiao's face darkened as she floored the accelerator. Yet Jiang Lian leisurely walked in front of her vehicle. As she sped up, Jiang Lian matched her pace. When she slowed down, Jiang Lian did too. After sleeping all day, I'm fully recharged. Jiang Lian stretched, as if just noticing Yu Jiao, and exclaimed, oh, your vehicle is out of battery? Get lost. At 5:30, all the guests arrived punctually. Jiang Lian trailed Yu Jiao by 30 seconds, claiming the last place. Yu Jiao was nearly in disbelief that Jiang Lian hadn't overtaken her at the last moment. Yet upon seeing the dishes Jiang Lian brought, everything became clear.
Jiang Lian.
You did this on purpose. This is unfit even for a dog. It smells worse than a toilet and tastes worse than 3-day-old waste in a latrine. Yu Jiao bellowed. Before the live-streaming screen, Director Chun was exasperated. Heavens, these completely uncontrollable guests. Director, there's been an incident. A staff member burst in. Director Chun has exhausted his patience. What now? Is Jiang Lian bringing tourists again? Or has she gotten into a fight with Yu Jiao? Staff member, neither. Director Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Staff member, it's Yu Jiao who claimed Jiang Lian's cooking is worse than excrement. And Jiang Lian dragged Yu Jiao around searching for dung, insisting on comparing the taste of her food to that of feces. Now the entire village's latrines have been inspected. Yu Jiao is in tears, declaring she wants to perish alongside her. Director Chun, someone save him. Jiang Lian, feeling a bit guilty, chuckled sheepishly. What can she do? She too wishes to target Yu Jiao specifically, but her cooking is indeed dreadful. Earlier, in a moment of curiosity, she stealthily let the village dog sample her dish, and now she has offered that very portion to Yu Jiao. Jiang Lian took out her phone to check messages. Having sent one to Shun Ke 20 minutes ago, Jiang Lian, upon learning of his marriage, I dropped everything to open his moments, only to see him happily embracing another girl. However, when my gaze fell upon her face, I felt as though struck by lightning. I never imagined it would be her. She was once the love of my life. We held hands in the most secretive places, drawing closer under the cover of the woods. At this point, I'm feeling a bit hungry and lack the energy to type. If you wish to hear more, please send me some food. Thank you. It seems this meal cannot be salvaged. Perhaps she should try deceiving someone else? Her gaze shifted toward Director Chen. Immediately, he began examining a particular chili pepper, deeply engrossed. The assistant director suddenly found his nails fascinating, while the cameraman's focus shifted to the idyllic countryside scenery. You all are being absurd. It's just Jiang Lian. If I were there, I'd be shouting, "Ah, she's coming." Cameraman, back off. Jiang Lian, still hungry, moved to the side, hoping to pluck a couple of chilies for a snack. Just as her hand reached out, it was seized. She exclaimed, "I didn't pick any."
Don't accuse me.
I just thought these chilies looked beautiful and couldn't resist touching them. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Shun Ke, who was holding a food container. Shun Ke's hair was tousled by the wind, revealing his attractive forehead, making it hard to look away. If only he hadn't angrily tossed the food container to her, he would have been perfect. Jiang Lian caught it and, upon opening it, found sausages. Her face lit up with a broad smile. Just as she intended to express her gratitude, she noticed Shun Ke had already turned his back on her. Shun Ke had spent the previous night indulging in playful antics with Jiang Lian, only to be forced to handle work late into the night. Seizing the moment she was away to catch up on sleep, only to be awakened by a message demanding he prepare a meal. Food, 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 this is non-negotiable? He called Assistant Chu. Get me a different book. Assistant Chu, with a patient tone. Young Master Shen, this book is quite renowned. You used that excuse last time. If you slack off again, I'll sell you to the rival company as a labor. I guarantee a new book will be on your pillow by tonight. After a pause, Assistant Chu added, You instructed me to keep an eye on the Shin family's movements. There have been changes regarding your stepmother's child. They claim to be treating an illness, but in reality, they are paralyzed. Is there anything else? Assistant Chu, you already know this, yet you want me to investigate? There's nothing more, young Master Shin. Assistant Chu spoke with utmost respect. After ending the call, Shun Ke collapsed onto his bed. He was well aware of the situation, having listened to it countless times, even able to recite it backward. Reflecting on the only change in his life, Shun Ke opened WeChat. He glanced at Jiang Lian's chat box for a few seconds, feeling a bit better, and then sent her a message.
Shun Ke, continuación.
The phone vibrated. Jiang Lian. Shun Ke. The continuation of the previous message. Jiang Lian. She drew closer, then suddenly ripped off my double eyelid tape, telling me I had eye gunk on my face. Shy, Shun Ke.
He tossed his phone aside.
Perhaps it is best to avoid such changes. Guests who can gather 500 likes within 5 minutes should come to the director's team tomorrow morning to collect tea, eggs, and soy milk. 1,000 likes will earn a meat bun. 1,500 likes grant pork noodle soup, and 2,000 likes will yield steak. Chapter 28. Your underwear is showing. Quite the personality.
With that,
the entire venue erupted. Eggs.
Soy milk.
Meat buns. Noodle soup. Steak. Give me the phone. I need to post first. Look at how hungry they are. They probably never imagined they could be this excited over a steak in their lives. Lu Mian, stop screaming. We know you're thrilled. And Tong Han, you don't need to pick up Director Chun and carry him. Be careful he doesn't fart on you. Lu Mian was quick to act, being the first to post. He deployed a begging tactic, filming an entire field of chilies, captioning it, I beg everyone for a like. I need 2,000 likes. Please help me spread the word. I'm so hungry. I want steak. In just 5 minutes. He garnered 1801 likes and was thoroughly satisfied with his pork noodle soup. Tong Han casually posted a picture, shared it in the family group, urging everyone to like it. As today was his grandfather's birthday celebration, his grandfather, preparing in the background while watching the live stream, waved from the stage. Pause the celebration. Everyone, please give my grandson a like. Ultimately, Tong Han received 3,210 likes and achieved his wish for steak. The other guests employed various tactics, but only managed to secure a few hundred likes, missing out on the steak. When it came to Su Jiao, she snapped a picture of a rather unusual chili, without any caption, and received 1688 likes. Luo Xiaohua, who only garnered 600 likes, felt somewhat indignant and leaned over to take a look. What is so special about this picture? After a glance, he promptly shut his mouth. This chili. Whose good-natured pepper looks like this? What the hell? It's practically gendered. For the first time, I feel harassed by a chili. Sometimes being online alone feels so helpless. Someone help me report this. Su Jiao. Don't rush to be speechless. Cotton Sister hasn't he posted yet. Everyone, let us rally our spirits and save true astonishment for her. I just saw her taking selfies. She's probably going to use her own face to garner likes. Director Chen was also searching for people. Where is Jiang Lian? Has she posted yet? Where has she gone? Suddenly, a hand emerged from the nearby grass. I've posted.
Count it, Director.
Well, there she is. Director Chen pulled out his phone to check. And the director's team gathered curiously around. The elements available for posting had nearly all been utilized. They too were eager to see what Jiang Lian had shared. A garden? The sky? The director's team? An expensive camera? The live guests? None of these. It was a selfie. Jiang Shuyan smiled, saying, Sister has been away for quite a while. She's so beautiful, she should get a lot of likes. Director Chen, peering at his phone after a moment, said, Indeed, quite a lot, a staggering 4634. And her total friend count is only 5,000. So many? Yu Jiao leaned in to take a look. Is she trying to present herself as a fairy or something? Comments flooded in. The camera shifted, and the audience quickly saw the caption of Jiang Lian's post, welcoming the god of wealth. If you don't like this, you'll end up broke next year. I'm talking about you. Dare to swipe away and see what happens? The accompanying image was Jiang Lian's selfie, with her finger pointing at the screen, adorned with a god of wealth hat, gold ingots, and a little mustache. Damn it. I hit the like button hard. You're impressive, Jiang Lian. Liked it. Since Jiang Lian has 5,000 friends, we can deduce that 4,634 are currently scrolling through moments. The only thing I understand now is that this woman is terrifyingly powerful. Likes flooded in, and all members of the director's team frantically took out their phones to click like. Room 3. Shin Kei had received a mass message from Jiang Lian 5 minutes earlier. The content reading. Hurry and check out my first post on Moments. There's a big scoop. Upon clicking, he found. Finally, I clicked the like button. My gaze fell upon the fierce face on the screen, and after a few moments of contemplation, I turned it off and pulled out the book on chasing people from the shelf, casually flipping through its pages. Shin Kei, I snagged some delicious treats from Director Chen for you. Jiang Lian suddenly glided in, raising the orange in her hand. Looking up, I saw Shin Kei sitting by the window, his long legs folded in a striking pose, somewhat pretentious. Jiang Lian remarked to 888. It seems that being naturally handsome has its drawbacks. He carries too much of an idol's burden. Shin Kei pressed his lips together, concealing the pink book in his arms, nearly revealing his secret. Just as he was relieved, Jiang Lian's gaze unexpectedly fixated on his lap. There's a caterpillar down there. Shin Kei's muscles tensed instantly. Regardless of whether she noticed the book, that remark was undeniably alarming. It's a caterpillar, Jiang Lian repeated. Shin Kei replied, Are you sexually harassing me? I could report you. Jiang Lian dismissed him. Don't say baseless things. He squinted at her. No, there really is a caterpillar. Jiang Lian pointed a finger at his clothing from a distance. Sidekick glanced down. After a moment of silence, he tossed the caterpillar resting on his leg away. Those with a guilty conscience see filth everywhere. I am my own worst enemy. The atmosphere turned even more tense. Why haven't you left yet? Shin Kei asked, struggling to hold his book. Just place the orange on the table. Oh, Jiang Lian responded, placing the orange down. Before leaving, she added Shun Quebec. What now? Jiang Lian hesitated, fidgeting. About that orange. I got it. I will eat it. Can I take half? Shin Kei retorted. What? Jiang Lian, with unabashed boldness, smiled. I'm just being polite. If you really want it, it puts me in an awkward position. Shin Kei gritted his teeth.
Take the whole thing. Bang.
The door slammed shut. Jiang Lian was pushed out, shrugged, peeled the orange, and took a bite. Inside, Shen Ke relaxed his brow and retrieved the book from his arms. His phone suddenly lit up. He picked it up to find a message from Jiang Lian. I was too shy to say it earlier, but the edge of your pink underwear was showing. Quite unique, but you might want to hide it. It's a bit ostentatious. Heart emoji. Shen Ke looked down at the pink book cover he had just revealed. Chapter 29. Shen Ke, 20 years old, with an eccentric personality. Jiang Lian lay down in another room, her expression one of satisfaction. As expected of me, I never embarrass people to their faces, she thought. Unexpectedly, the main antagonist had such peculiar quirks. Jiang Lian pulled out her phone's memo app and noted it down for future flattery. 888 glanced at the memo, which contained just a few lines chronicling a man's profile. Shen Ke, 20 years old, with an eccentric personality.
Dislikes. Jiang Lian.
Likes nudity, pink underwear, new edition. Suddenly, there was a loud thud from the adjacent room. Jiang Lian opened one eye. What was that sound? 888 inquired. Jiang Lian narrowed her eyes, her expression enigmatic. Perhaps he was so moved by my high emotional intelligence that he gave me a silent applause? 888 scoffed. You really think he is like you? In the next room, Shen Ke had dropped the book he was holding, and upon its fall, he noticed something inside. It was a purple pendant connected to the book by a string, likely a promotional item. It seemed there was more than one. He had only seen the 5th page previously, so he continued flipping through. On the 6th page, understanding her little thoughts. On the 7th page, can you truly engage in romance? On the 8th page, the relationship between love and luck. Shen Ke was taken aback. He rapidly turned to the following pages. On the 10th page, amethyst 59. On the 11th page, pink pendant 109. On the 12th page, peach blossom knot 38. Shen Ke was incredulous. Wonderful, I've encountered a scam. He was determined to see which metaphysical blogger dared to peddle such items. He flipped back to the book's front page. Author, Yu Jiao. I am so broke. Jiang Lian has borrowed all my money. Yu Jiao lamented. What are my book sales this month? She asked her assistant. The assistant replied, 1 copy sold, revenue of 299. Yu Jiao bit into a steamed bun, sighing. Just one? If only there were a few more fools in this world. After a moment, she added, but it might be one of my fans. Send him a signed copy. The assistant nodded and went to contact the buyer. Yu Jiao shrugged, not only foolish but also unlucky. The roadwork began promptly at 7, and since everyone received breakfast yesterday, the gathering today was particularly enthusiastic. However, Shen Ke, who was supposed to supervise, did not show up. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Lian began to ponder about lunch. Was I too reckless yesterday? Perhaps he wouldn't want anyone to know he likes pink little quirks. Had I known, I would have acted as if I hadn't seen anything. Jiang Lian squatted down, mixing the cement with a loud clattering, and asked Director Chen, "What are we having for lunch?" Director Chen was furious. Didn't we just have breakfast? So, what is for lunch? The guests paused their work, all looking towards the director, evidently concerned about the question. Director Chen replied. Finally, the assistant director said, "Today we will provide the ingredients. Lunch will be self-cooked." Jiang Lian immediately wilted. Being asked to cook was worse than scavenging for leftover buns dropped by Yu Jiao. She immediately glanced at Su Jiao.
Don't look at me.
Su Jiao shrugged. Cooking is quite expensive. The last time it cost me 5,000. Jiang Lian was shocked. What ingredients are that expensive? The ingredients weren't pricey, just 100. I ended up in the hospital, and the hospital bill was 4,009. Jiang Lian was speechless. She looked around, despairing as she realized she had made quite a few enemies. Relying on begging for food was practically impossible. Just one Jiang Lian could block her path entirely. Thus, she resolved to resort to begging. I'm not going. Su Jiao shook her head. Begging is too embarrassing. Why didn't you feel that way when you were running naked on the red carpet? In any case, I'm not going. Su Jiao stubbornly refused. I just heard the director's team has informed all the nearby households not to give you food. They even showed them your photo. You won't get any food today. Jiang Lian was not deterred by this at all. She turned around and knocked on the door of a neighboring house. Is anyone home? A window opened, and Mrs. Shen poked her head out, glancing at her before saying, Go away, go away. Who understands? Sister Cotton and Su Jiao really have a good vibe. Who will save me from this ridiculous humor? The director's team is amazing. They even informed everyone in advance, haha. But it's a pity. I still wanted to see how Sister Cotton would beg for food. Director Chen laughed and said to the assistant director, "You really know how to cut off her options." "A small matter," the assistant director replied proudly. "After all, what kind of guests have we not seen? Just a mirror." He suddenly paused, staring ahead. Director Chen followed his gaze. Jiang Lian was speaking to the window, saying, "All right, sorry to disturb you." Then she turned and walked away. Everything seemed perfectly normal, if not for the fact that she was limping. Jiang Lian hobbled, her legs uneven, taking 2 steps and pausing to catch her breath, bending down to rub her knees, stopping to gasp for air. The director's team was taken aback. "Mrs. Shen exclaimed, 'Oh dear,' and rushed out with the bun in hand. Here, that wasn't what I meant." The kind-hearted old lady said, "You take this, my dear. If it's not enough, come back and ask for more. Be careful on your way." The director's team was left in shock. What the hell? This actually works? Mrs. Shin slapped herself awake at midnight. "I'm really not human."
Jiang Lian.
Director Chen shouted, no pretending to be lame to deceive. He directly blocked Jiang Lian's path. "I'm not pretending." Jiang Lian immediately retorted, then turned to Mrs. Shen and said, "You misunderstood. I'm not lame. I just worked too long, and my legs went numb." "Thank you, you're so kind-hearted. And you're quite beautiful too. No wonder they say that the land of Shu produces beauties." "I don't want this bun. The director's team forbids eating. Missing one meal is of no consequence to me." Aunt Shen's laughter grew more radiant. "Take it, darling. It's for you. Who cares about the director?" Chapter 30. The antonym of meticulousness, Jiang Lian. Director Chen. Su Jujio swallowed hard, decisively joining the next scene. Thus, Director Chen found himself unable to intervene, watching as the two, one limping and the other tilting her head, while Jiang Lian shamelessly drooled, managing to scrounge up leftovers from lunch. The key was that they didn't even acknowledge their antics were pretentious. The limper claimed her leg was numb, the head tilter said she had a stiff neck, and the drooler insisted it was due to hunger. Director Chen couldn't find any fault to grasp. Netizens commented sharply. 2 madmen crying by the green willows, a troop of directors heading to the west. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian heard the system notification in her mind.
Ding.
Mission accomplished. Reward, an invisible clip, effective within a radius of 500 meters, capable of grasping anything, regardless of weight. Just before seeking Aunt Shen, the system had issued the task. Naturally, Jiang Lian opted for a free lunch, earning her reward. Despite the absurdity of the reward, Jiang Lian had discerned a pattern. Whenever the system granted a reward, it would undoubtedly be useful in subsequent plot developments. 888. I've finished explaining to you.
Ah.
The guests screamed in unison, embracing each other. Director Chen. But we.
Ah.
Listen to me. Calm down.
Ah. Mom.
I finally got to eat, Mom. Thanks to them, I've realized that prolonged hunger can truly drive a person mad. The director's team struggled to regain control and informed everyone that the ingredients were not provided unconditionally. They would write the ingredients on slips of paper and randomly place them within the chili field for the guests to find within a time limit, eating whatever they discovered. Finding ingredients. Yu Jiao's eyes lit up, eager to take part. Isn't this her forte? If I recall correctly, Yu Jiao previously calculated the location of the chili base using a compass, who could outsmart a metaphysics blogger in finding things. Yan Yan is also meticulous and will surely find plenty. Speaking of meticulousness, one must mention its antonym, Jiang Lian. Qiu Cheng is also adept at finding things. I've seen him on previous variety shows. Haha, the director's team must be doing this intentionally. I see Cotton Sister would rather starve than lift a finger. Jiang Lian, living up to expectations, promptly lay down. Hearing some noise, she quickly scrambled up to greet Shen-Kai, while Jiang Shuyan nearby began to tidy her hair. Shen-Kai glanced at Jiang Lian and then moved to sit with the director's team. After some preparations, the game commenced. Yu Jiao began to chant softly, ground, soil. Front right direction, and she found it. Digging in the chili field, she unearthed a slip of paper that read beef tripe, and immediately cheered. Tong Han gritted his teeth. The director's team is too cunning. The chili field is so vast, how can one find anything buried in the soil? I found something too, Jiang Shuyan exclaimed, tearing a green paper from a tree, revealing a tomato. Soon, Lu Mian discovered a slip reading pork paradise in the chili, and then found slippery meat and chicken feet under the filming crew's shoe soles. Tong Han eventually dug out a slip from the cameraman's wig, and the atmosphere turned lively. Jiang Shuyan attempted to search Shen-Kai. Mr. Shen, may I see what's in your pockets?
Shen-Kai replied, sure.
Jiang Lian's eyes sparkled as she moved closer. Just right. I also want to see what's in your head, Shen Ke added, intrigued for a while. Jiang Lian. She smoothly turned and left. He really doesn't indulge Jiang Lian at all. Lian doesn't need his indulgence.
Colorful man.
Our Lian has already found 5 dishes. 3 vegetarian and 2 meat. How marvelous. Yu Jiao with 8 dishes, impressive. After being suppressed by Jiang Lian for so many days, she finally sings a triumphant tune. Wait, where is Jiang Lian? I've been searching for her, but can't find her. Behind the director's team, that most sneaky figure. Take a look. I can't. 888. I can't grasp anything. Behind the director's team, Jiang Lian stealthily moved side to side, holding the clip with great excitement. She hadn't anticipated that this invisible clip was extendable. Albeit a bit heavy, she lifted it and snagged Jiang Jiao's pocket, pulling over a slip. It was indeed the beef tripe. Jiang Lian burst into laughter. Old 8. Next time, bring more of such items. 888. That's a prop. A prop. Have you turned it into a tool for theft? In the midst of speaking, Jiang Lian had already snatched 3 dishes from Yu Jiao and suddenly remembered to change her target. Jiang Lian was blocked and unable to make a move. She could only set her sights on Director Chen. Surely, he had something. Jiang Lian raised her clip, aiming. 888 warned. Be careful. Don't grab from the main antagonist. I know. Jiang Lian avoided Shen Ke and took a decisive grasp.
Ow.
Director Chen clutched his backside and spun around, exclaiming, Who is that? Shen Ke behind him. Director Chen. Jiang Lian. Director Chen's face turned a spectrum of colors, and he glanced down at his backside, speechless. When he looked back at Shen Ke, his emotions had shifted. But he quickly regained his composure. It must be a misunderstanding. It surely is a misunderstanding. A man of such stature, what kind of woman doesn't he have? Why would he focus his attention here? Impossible. Director Chen calmly turned. The next moment, ow! The scream echoed once more as Shen Ke stumbled forward, crashing into Director Chen. He swiftly extended his hand, supporting the table behind Director Chen. A perfect wall slam was executed. Chapter 31. His face, a kaleidoscope of colors. Director Chen. My life is over. Jiang Lian exclaimed, while 888 was in a state of collapse. For some reason, he instinctively glanced at Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian gazed up at the sky, seemingly counting clouds, looking utterly dazed. Director Chen's face was a riot of colors, then it turned bright red, then yellow. Having been in the circle for a long time, he had seen such events many times, yet he never expected it would happen to him today. He knew he had a bit of charm, but Shen Ke was being far too blatant. He could hardly fathom what Shen Ke would dare to do if there were no live broadcast. Director Chen took a deep breath, preparing to steady Shen Ke. Mr. Shen, please don't misunderstand. I am not rejecting you. I merely want to be psychologically prepared. Prepared for what? To which hospital to visit? Shen Ke scrutinized Director Chen, who was inexplicably shouting, his cheeks flushed, his gaze evasive, and his demeanor shifty. Director Chen must be unwell. Jiang Lian subtly noticed that Shen Ke was no longer looking at her and sighed in relief. She joyfully strode towards the director's team, holding 20-some dishes with great pride. On her way, Shen Ke called out to her. Have you searched the entire chili field? Shen Ke's dark eyes fixed on her. Jiang Lian suddenly remembered that he was the only one not yet searched in the entire chili field. She stealthily approached. I've searched. How is the weather today? Oh, look, an airplane. Jiang Lian quickly moved in and dove into his pocket. A slip of paper was in her grasp. She opened it to find royal platter, yellow throat, beef tripe, pig brain, bean curd, cilantro meatballs. Jiang Lian. Striking it rich. Jiang Lian suddenly recalled that the director's team mentioned a whole roasted rabbit that no one had yet acquired. It couldn't possibly be. With that thought, she quickly dismissed it. Better to stop while ahead. She could steal next time. However, Shen Ke unexpectedly lifted his leg and passed by her, tossing a bottle cap into the trash. A slip of paper floated slowly down beside his pocket. Roasted. Whole. Rabbit. Jiang Lian swiftly snapped it up, and the progress bar above her head instantly surged to 20.
Damn.
Are you two on an expense-paid romance?
Who understands?
Just now. When Jiang Lian asked for it, Shen Ke didn't give it, and he's waiting here, isn't he? Your feigned actions are too obvious. Only a fool like Jiang Lian wouldn't see through it. A lifetime devoted to love is truly a foolish endeavor. Sister Cotton, don't get involved. I would rather be Director Chen. Upon seeing this barrage, Director Chen nearly fainted. He immediately ordered, block all comments regarding Shen Ke and me. What if he sees them and stirs his beastly instincts? Due to Director Chen's unsettled nerves, the final reckoning fell to the assistant director. When it was revealed that Yu Jiao and Jiang Lian each had only 2 dishes, both were distraught.
Impossible.
I just found 9. Yu Jiao rushed to check the records. No, Jiang Lian. Where did you get the beef tripe and duck tongue? That's my dish. Wrong. Jiang Lian corrected with a grin. That used to be your dish.
Jiang Lian.
You scoundrel. Thus, the ensuing scene unfolded. Hot pot. Bubbling. Yu Jiao. Curses. Jiang Lian. Ha ha ha. Director Chen. Woe is me. Director, it's too spicy. Is there any drink?
The
assistant director chimed in. Points can be exchanged. The guests opened the store, and indeed, the prices were exorbitant, yet they gritted their teeth and exchanged. Su Juzhou approached with her phone. The cheapest was this tea. She pointed to the Long Island iced tea for 500 points in the store and said to Jiang Lian, "Shall we combine our points for one?"
All right. Wait, what tea?
Long Island iced tea? Hey, didn't anyone remind them? That's not tea. It's alcohol. Strong alcohol. Look at these 2 stingy ones, refusing to exchange for the 600-point large bucket of jasmine tea, just to save that 100 points. After the guests received their drinks, Chiu Chung, under the director's hint, suggested playing the game, Who is the Undercover? Shen Ke sat beside Jiang Lian enjoying hot pot.
Joining in as well.
In the first round, the civilian word was stinky tofu, and the undercover was Jiang Lian, with the undercover word being excrement. Director Chen asked, "Who came up with such a wicked question?" The assistant director glanced at Shen Quebec. Director Chen promptly fell silent. Tong Han began to describe, very smelly. Lu Mian added, "Makes you want to vomit." Jiang Lian. She glanced at Jiang Shuyan and quietly moved her hot pot away. Curses. Ha ha, who understands the significance of Jiang Lian's action? When it was Yu Jiao's turn, she contemplated and stated, "Those who love it very much. Those who do not, find it very annoying." Jiang Lian. Who loves it so much? Jiang Shuyan?
Huh.
Can you elaborate? I also find it quite delicious, Chiu Chung remarked. Jiang Lian. What's going on? Am I the odd one out now? Who will save Jiang Lian? She's about to break. Jiang Lian, there are still too many perverts in this world. Shen Ke remarked, "Those who love to eat, I cannot understand." Jiang Lian excitedly cast a comrade's glance at Shen Ke and immediately declared, "I don't like eating it either. I have no such peculiar preference. To those who love to eat, I can only wish them success." In the first round of identification, Lu Mian was eliminated for being too brief, and after several rounds of identification, Jiang Lian, as the undercover, surprisingly lasted until the end, achieving victory. The moment she realized she was the undercover, Jiang Lian let out a huge sigh of relief. I've captured a whole set of Jiang Lian's emoticons.
Who wants them?
I can replace the subway elder. Ha. Also, I say you're sick. You're definitely sick. In just a few minutes, Jiang Lian felt as if a century had passed. In the second round, Jiang Lian drew the civilian word by Luo Chun, with Yu Jiao as the undercover and the undercover word Longjing. This time, it was Jiang Lian's comfort zone. The expressions of the others, green tea, love to drink, Westlake. Jiang Lian's expression, it has some commonalities with my weak, helpless sister. The guests stifled their laughter, and Jiang Shuyan's nostrils flared in irritation. In the subsequent rounds, Jiang Lian either spoke cryptically or implied double meanings, with Jiang Shuyan and Yu Jiao falling victim to her sharp tongue. Once someone pointed out that it was intentional, Jiang Lian would deny it, apologize, and threaten to jump into the river. For a moment, no one could do anything to her. Jiang Shuyan could only wipe her tears and say, "What my sister says goes. I believe my sister doesn't mean to target anyone." Hey, Su Juzhou, are you okay? Lu Mian suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned in unison to look at Su Juzhou. She stood unsteadily, seemingly unable to maintain her balance. Director Chen was startled. That Long Island iced tea was deliberately placed there to see which guest would choose it. However, it was Jiang Lian and Su Juzhou who made the choice. Surely, their alcohol tolerance should be reasonable, right? Su Juzhou, are you drunk? Director Chen asked.
No.
Director Chen sighed in relief. The next second, something poked him in the backside.
Ah!
He shouted, turning around, thinking it was Shen Quebec. To his surprise, it was Su Juzhou, holding chopsticks, striking a pose as if to attack again. Didn't you say you weren't drunk? Director Chen covered his rear. Shut up. Su Jujio shouted. Jing Ke. As long as I'm here, you shall not harm the king of Qin. Everyone. Director Chen? Lu Mian approached. Hey, are you okay? Let go. Let go. What are you doing? I just had a hair transplant.
Haha, caught you.
Su Jujio excitedly called out to the director's team. Director, this spy has been lurking outside my quarters for days, and I finally caught her. I told you Long Island iced tea is not to be consumed. What the hell? Save me. Save me. Ha ha ha. Wait, Jiang Lian drank this too. Where is she? Where is she? Quickly find her. Lu Mian shouted while dodging. Where's Jiang Lian? Call her over to subdue Su Jujio. Hurry. Everyone frantically searched for Jiang Lian, assuming she was the only one who could stop Su Jujio. However, on the other side, screams erupted again. Everyone turned to find no one. Yu Jiao, in despair, pointed to the air. There. As they raised their eyes, beside the crooked tree, Jiang Lian was hanging there, rolling her eyes. The barrage?
888.
Director Chen sprinted over, desperately trying to lift Jiang Lian, but his height was insufficient. In his panic, Shen Ke strode over and swiftly pulled her down from the noose. Jiang Lian took a breath, suddenly gazing intently at Shen Quebec 888 gasped. You better not reveal any villainous identities. I beg you. The next second, they heard Jiang Lian sit up and frantically slap the ground, screaming, Su Peisheng. Damn it. This scoundrel. Take him away. To the Yangxin Hall. Quickly. Everyone, yes. The old servant is here. Su Jujio pushed aside the assistant director and advanced like a snake. Then she pinched Qiu Cheng-espa's cut. Your Majesty, is this the man?
No.
He likes rich women. I have no money. Jiang Lian shook her head. Qiu Cheng. Everyone? What about this one?
Suzy the Use that Lu Mian.
Jiang Lian continued to shake her head. This back door is broken. It is poor quality. Lu Mian. Everyone? Su Jujio smirked and grabbed Yu Jiao. This one is definitely it. Yu Jiao transformed into a screeching chicken, fearing exposure, shouted, not me. Let go. Let go. She told you to catch Shen Ke. Are you deaf? The scene grew more chaotic than the day Neza stirred the seas. Director Chen pounded the ground and roared, catch them. My heavens. Give me some peace. Jiang Lian lay on Shen Ke's back, her legs swinging. The moonlight was cool, casting two overlapping shadows on the ground. You say, Jiang Lian leaned on his back, swaying her head. Won't it be too? You know it's too ambiguous. Damn. I'm so sorry to my sister, huh? Brother-in-law, say something. Jiang Lian remarked. The previous barrage. Shen Ke. The passing villagers. Jiang Lian let her hands drop and began rummaging in front of him. Wait, what is this thing? It's large and hard.
Jiang Lian.
TSK, wealthy people. With several keys dangling from their pockets. How I loathe this.
Shen Ke.
What is this? Jiang Lian kicked Shen Ke's backside with her leg. Shen Ke closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned around, ready to toss her aside. Jiang Lian clung to his neck and performed a swift maneuver, flipping over to hang onto his waist. Shen Ke stumbled back, pressing his palm against the tree behind him to steady himself. In the dim light, the man's chest heaved, slightly panting. Wow. Is this a gift for my coming of age? Is it? If you continue to treat me like this, I might truly lose it. It's not my fault. You are forcing me into this. Director, aren't you going to intervene? I feel like Shen Ke is about to explode. Let us clarify. Where exactly is he going to explode? I can see he is on the verge, but the explosion point seems quite concentrated. First, let us see if anyone is going to manage Director Chen. Su Jujio is currently picking lice off his head, claiming she wants to prepare 2 exquisite dishes for the emperor, and Director Chen has already shed 3 crystalline tears. Jiang Lian. Shen Ke squeezed out each word through clenched teeth. Do you have a death wish? A death wish? Jiang Lian's eyes sparkled as she searched her surroundings. What's too long? Where is it too long? She paused and whispered conspiratorially in Shen Ke's ear. Monkey brother, you must not let those fairies hear this. Quickly, put away your magical staff. Suddenly, Shen Ke shook her off but could not dislodge her, instead prying her hands apart. No. Jiang Lian suddenly cried out. Shen Ke sensed something was amiss, raising his gaze to find Jiang Lian's eyes filled with tears, each droplet cascading down her cheeks. He halted, frowning. I didn't use much force. You're just being melodramatic. Though he said that, he had already loosened his grip on her hand.
No.
Don't take my pig trotter. Jiang Lian wailed. Yang. That was my last pig trotter. I endured being thrown 3 shoes by old Jiang just to get it. I beg you, I'll bow my head to you. I truly need that pig trotter. My mother said I was born with a pig trotter in my mouth. Without it, I'm shattered. She knelt down as if to plead. Shin Kei felt his scalp tingle and lifted her up. Just as he was about to unleash his frustration, he heard her sobs cease. She buried her head in Shin Kei's crotch. What kind of sturdy branch is this? Let me take a look. Shin Kei grabbed her by the nape of her neck. Just as he was about to scold her, his fingers suddenly felt wet. Sidekick? He lowered his gaze to find Jiang Lian holding his hand, her lips pressed against his index finger, the corner of her mouth stained with blood. It was from when he had pressed against the branch earlier, the wound still bleeding. She licked it and smiled. Your blood is sweet, Yang. Chapter 33. Oh. Lian, calamity has struck. Shin Kei's breath quickened, blood rushing to his head. The comments exploded. Ah, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Jiang Lian. I command you not to speak to Yang in that tone. The surname matches. I'm dying of laughter. So ambiguous, so ambiguous. Love is best observed through others' experiences. Soon, Jiang Lian added, so sweet, I suggest you check your blood sugar. Age brings all sorts of ailments. Shin Kei. Jiang Lian patted him. Don't be sad. I have my issues too. I suffer from amnesia.
Amnesia?
What kind of amnesia? He asked, frowning. If you can't find this bit of information, I'll send Shu Jun to Africa to eat dung. It's quite serious, starting from when I was 3. Jiang Lian sighed lightly. Back then, I could clearly remember just having eaten, yet I would forget entirely and could eat again. Shin Kei pressed her into his embrace and strode toward room 3. When he was about to throw her down, he hesitated. This pause stopped him from letting her go. Jiang Lian clung to him like a koala and jumped up. Whispering in his ear, Senke.
What? Senke replied irritably.
Your name is truly melodious. Blood rushed to his head. Like the leading star of Qian Chun Lu, Jiang Lian laughed. How did you become so handsome? Blood rushed to his head. More handsome than the leading star. If I visit a brothel, you would be my first choice. Her little hands began to roam,
Pointing here and there. Jiang Lian.
He was pulled down. For a moment, amidst his chaotic thoughts, a realization struck him. This indeed was the first change in 100 attempts. So, heaven had finally stopped toying with him, intending to finish him off at once, right? Who can comprehend the emotional journey I underwent in those 10 minutes? One moment, I'm losing it. The next, huh? One moment, so sweet, so sweet. The next, should I check my brain? Upstairs, 666666, I truly want to see. Director? I bow to you. Suddenly Jiang Lian leaned forward. No wonder the entertainment industry is failing. Look at how excited you get over a staged act. Do you not know that Long Island iced tea isn't actually tea? So fake. Jiang Xian's fans are driving me crazy day by day. What script? What script? Where are all these scripts coming from? You think Yan wants to act, but does Shin Kei cooperate with her? Baby, you're just being cheeky. The next day, Jiang Lian woke to the sound of roosters crowing. Director Chen, unsure if she had sobered up, didn't he dare call her. So he captured a rooster and placed it by the window to crow. It took 3 roosters before Jiang Lian finally stirred. Jiang Lian sat up, rubbing her head. Old 8? She called, her voice hoarse. 888 played dead, not wanting to recount the events of yesterday to Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian sluggishly sat up, about to get out of bed, when she suddenly gasped. Blood. There was blood on the sheets. She immediately yanked down her cotton underwear to inspect. It wasn't her period, so. Oh no. Jiang Lian touched her thigh and arms, her head buzzing. Suddenly, the door swung open. She looked up to see Shin Kei's dark handsome face, and her scalp tightened instantly. Lian, trouble has come. Shin Kei approached, raising his hand. Jiang Lian dove under the covers. I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
Senke. 888. You could have held on for a couple more seconds. Shin Kei chuckled with anger, tossing the plate onto the table with a loud bang. He then tossed 2 buns with a sneer and turned to leave.
Wait.
Jiang Lian called out, cautiously peeking her head. I was drunk last night? Shin Kei crossed his arms leaning against the door frame. If I say no, would you believe me? Jiang Lian. This person has no emotional intelligence. I'm putting on such an act. Can't he just pretend to be unaware? Jiang Lian, taking matters into her own hands, stood up and pointed at the sheets. What about this? It's not your blood. It's mine. Shin Kei raised an eyebrow. Jiang Lian's heart sank. She immediately turned to blame 888. Old 8. Why weren't you reliable at a crucial moment? You didn't wake me up yesterday. Now I'm in big trouble. I've ruined the main antagonist. This looks just like a crime scene. What exactly happened? 888 desperately gestured to 2. Jiang Lian inhaled sharply. 888. Host, what are you thinking? I meant that S blood from the antagonist S, 2 fingers. Jiang Lian exhaled in relief. Oh, you should have said that earlier. It was a misunderstanding. She immediately perked up, cheerfully getting up and turning to Shin Kei. I lost my memory last night, and I can't recall much. As long as I didn't offend you, that's good. In the next moment, a figure loomed before her, lifting her effortlessly. They locked eyes for 2 seconds. Didn't he offend? Jiang Lian felt uneasy and promptly messaged 888. I shouldn't have offended him, right? 888 replied. To be honest, I believe it wasn't an offense. It was provocation. It was despicable. It was inhumane abuse. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Lian straightened her chest with confidence, declaring, indeed, it was not. Shin Kei chuckled, surprised by her boldness. As he spoke, he lifted her by her armpits and hoisted her onto himself. Apparently, this was not considered an offense. Jiang Lian, bewildered, instinctively clutched his waist. Shin Kei, unable to withstand the situation, pushed her away. Words of mockery evaporated from his mind, and he could only turn and walk away. Unable to bear it, 888 replayed last night's footage for Jiang Lian. Within a mere 10 minutes, she felt as though she had relived her entire life. Host, what are your thoughts after watching? 888 inquired. Thoughts? I dare not even ponder. Though the live stream footage was not particularly clear, she could certainly ascertain one fact. Last night, everything that should not have been touched was indisputably touched. Even when she was conscious, she behaved like a complete flirt. And when she was not aware, could she possibly act like a virtuous person? As Jiang Lian stepped outside, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She stood at Shin Kei's door and knocked, only to swiftly dash away. Her speed was so remarkable that she nearly left a trail of exhaust. The door swung open, and Shin Kei found the area empty, save for a strawberry-flavored gummy lying on the ground, accompanied by a note. The last line was crossed out. Next to it, it read, "Just kidding, ha." Below, it was amended to, "Beast Jiang Lian, rest in peace." Chapter 34. What kind of good person could possibly like her? Surely they would curse profusely. Shin Kei held the note, suddenly engulfed by a sense of absurd helplessness. He felt a mix of anger, resignation, and even a hint of amusement. He glanced at the candy and suddenly shuddered, striding towards the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, he couldn't help but smile. His lips began to tremble as he pointed at his reflection, wanting to scold himself, but reluctant to do so. 99 times he had persevered, but ultimately he succumbed, driven to madness by life's absurdities. The guests gathered, and the road construction progressed swiftly. Many villagers volunteered to assist, inquiring about Jiang Lian's whereabouts. Each had a different version of her, as they were all once fed by her. Where's that drooling girl? The one with the crooked mouth. Strange. Where's the cross-eyed girl today? Did she go treat her eyes? Director Chen had to explain each time before Jiang Lian arrived. Jiang Lian came with a corn cob in hand. From afar, she spotted Su Jujio, who appeared haggard from last night's revelry, and immediately felt as if she had encountered a long-lost relative, promptly breaking her corn in half to share with Su Jujio. Director Chen was speechless. Jiang Lian, where on earth did you get that corn cob? Old Zheng insisted on giving it to me. She replied nonchalantly. Got it, old Zheng hit you again. Old Zheng. What a ruckus every day. I've watched the drunken video 5 times, Sister Cotton. I'm losing my mind. Where's your brother-in-law today? Shouldn't he have come to deal with her early this morning? Upstairs, Shin Kei owes you a letter from a lawyer. I'll remind him. Director Chen glanced at the darkening clouds and urged everyone to work faster. Hurry up. The weather forecast predicts light snow and temperatures below 0. After you finish, go to the director's team to collect your down jackets. Understood. Everyone quickened their pace. Yu Jiao tossed a shovel in front of Jiang Lian. Make up for your tardiness. Ding. Triggering plot choice. Plot repair progress. 16, 150. Choice 1. Work diligently. Reward. For every square meter of cement laid, gain 1 fan with a favorability of 100, which remains unchanged for a week. Choice 2, slack off. Reward, earn 200 yuan for every 10 minutes of idleness, valid for 24 hours. Jiang Lian decisively chose option 1. 888 was astonished. You actually didn't choose money? There's a difference between a single meal and having meals every day, I understand. Jiang Lian grinned. What kind of good person could possibly like her? They would surely curse profusely. When the time came, they would all join in cursing Jiang Lian.
Hehe.
888. I would rather not hear anything at all than receive this kind of garbage information every day. Jiang Lian was determined to work, seizing the shovel and transforming into a whirlwind. Wait, is something wrong with my eyes? Can someone check if the sun is rising from the west today? Is Jiang Lian mixing cement? What could possibly be in the cement?
Gold?
Wait, she's paving the road?
Why?
Is she dissatisfied with the bumpy road when begging? You all underestimate Sister Cotton. When she gets serious, this is how she is. Yu Jiao stared, dumbfounded, at Jiang Lian. Everyone move out of the way. Jiang Lian shouted as she flung the shovel. Cement splattered everywhere.
Ah!
Yu Jiao cursed angrily. You can pave the road, but can you please not be so barbaric? Get out of the way. Jiang Lian worked feverishly. Hearing the system announce she had gained 3 loyal fans, which only fueled her enthusiasm. Her eyes darted around and spotted another patch of land next to Yu Jiao, and she dashed over. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, carrying snowflakes. The roof of the nearby flat was suddenly lifted, and a heavy sheet of metal came crashing down.
Clang. Jiang Lian.
Director Chen was momentarily stunned, shouting louder than the nearby chickens as he rushed over. Oh my gosh, I think someone is going to get hurt. Sister Cotton got hit. Yeah, she was right underneath it just now. She should be dead by now. Damn it. Death would be best. This woman is such a nuisance. This is public service, right? Jiang Lian's fans are truly rabid dogs. How could they utter such vile words? Hurry, lift the metal sheet. She never expected that at such a critical moment, Jiang Lian would push her away. She is gone. The assistant director shouted. Yu Jiao was shaken. Director Chen's legs turned to jelly as he collapsed to the ground.
No.
There's no one left. The assistant director corrected. Director Chen revived and stood up. What are you all doing? A familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind. That was a close call. The corn cob had almost fallen onto Yu Jiao's patch of cement. She had just been beaten by old Zheng that morning. If it had fallen, she would have instantly sealed herself in the cement. 888 screamed, You can't just charge in like that. You scared me to death. If it weren't for Yu Jiao being in the way, I wouldn't have had to rush in. Jiang Lian consoled it while munching. Stop worrying about my life all the time. You know I'll be fine. After all, I'll die, eventually. 888. I used to think this host was sick. Now I suspect it's a contagious disease. Why else would I also want to wash my hands? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. And Director Chen wiped his sweat with a tissue, relieved that everything was fine. All right, everyone, hurry up and get back to work. What's wrong? She asked, noticing Yu Jiao's reddened eyes. Are you angry because he died just now? Yu Jiao's lips trembled, and after a moment, she shouted. Don't think this means I'll be grateful to you. With that, she ran off. Jiang Lian chased after her, cursing, Are you crazy? You almost made me deaf. Yu Jiao, your worries are written all over your face. Your thoughts are in love with her. For Jiang Lian to say someone is crazy. That person must really be insane. To be honest, I didn't expect Sister Cotton to act like that just now. Although she usually behaves erratically. She is quite a kind person, right? She saved Yu Jiao's life. Yu Jiao believes in metaphysics, so she definitely won't hold a grudge against her from now on. Have you all fallen into the trap? I'm different. I'm her drunken fan. I fell for her yesterday. This sister is truly going all out for attention. As dark clouds loomed and the wind intensified, the guests, under the director's urging, worked tirelessly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the most dedicated of them all was Jiang Lian. She seized the cement and grabbed the shovel with fervor. By dusk, nearly a kilometer of road had been paved, with Jiang Lian alone accounting for a third of it. Starving by nightfall, she began to demand food. Don't give her anything to eat. Director Chen, hidden in the shadows, watched the live stream, urging everyone to hold on. The assistant director fretted. Now the guests are all clamoring along with her. Ignore it.
Just hold on,
roared Director Chen. The assistant rushed in, breathless, stating, Jiang Lian, Chapter 35, make the villain's heart race beyond 140. I said ignore it, Director Chen bellowed. If we don't, someone might get hurt. The cameraman dashed in, exclaiming, She's leading everyone to eat cement. The crowd gasped. Upon arrival, they found Jiang Lian sprawled on the ground, exclaiming, "I'm so hungry. If you don't give me food, I'll just have to eat this," and started gnawing on cement. "Why aren't you stopping her?" Director Chen scolded. Su Jiujiu followed suit. "I'm so hungry too." The crowd exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and dove into the cement. So hungry. So hungry. The director's team stared in disbelief, helplessly turning to Director Chen. In an instant, everyone halted, gazing at Jiang Lian with admiration. "Wait, you're artists. Do you even understand your roles? Spider spirit? Is this a cave of silk? I don't know about anything else. But I do know that at least 8 managers will be losing sleep tonight. My mother told me that those who mingle with the red become red, and those who mingle with the black become black. I never believed it. Mother, now I do. Have you forgotten? They all possess extraordinary adaptability, each a unique talent in their field. I can't even imagine what Cotton Sister will turn them into." Jiang Lian called out, "Director Chen, where are the pig trotters?" Director Chen gritted his teeth, took a few deep breaths, and trembled as he ordered a plate of pig trotters. Jiang Lian, upon receiving them, picked and chose. First, she selected the largest, then set it aside, chose a medium one, and then picked a trotter edge and placed it in Yu Jiao's bowl. "You did well today. So this is your reward," she said. She had noted that Yu Jiao was the second to join in eating cement. Yu Jiao's face turned a shade of pig liver, and she turned away, saying, "I don't want it." Quick as lightning, Yu Jiao snatched the trotters. While eating, she remarked, "Even so, I still dislike you. Today, my sister pushed you aside to grab the corn cob. You weren't hurt, were you?" Yu Jiao pursed her lips, gazing at her for a moment before saying, "She saved my life." Jiang Shuyan interjected, "I saw her go for that corn cob." Yu Jiao insisted, "She saved my life." Jiang Shuyan replied, "I understand your feeling of having narrowly escaped." Yu Jiao repeated, "She saved my life." Jiang Shuyan pondered, why is Yu Jiao's character starting to shift? In the book, she was just a fool. Yu Jiao sighed, "As for what you said about her going for the corn cob, no sane person would risk danger for a mere corn cob. I still understand that much." Jiang Shuyan countered, "But she clearly went for the corn cob." Yet Yu Jiao walked away, uninterested, entering the chilly field. Due to the strong wind, everyone squeezed into the tent to play games. The tent, sent over by Shen Ke, led to him being invited to stay. Director Chen made sure to keep him and Jiang Lian at a distance, still wary after yesterday's drunken incident. However, Jiang Lian had no intention of maintaining that distance. She shamelessly approached him, offering the packed pig trotters, beef jerky, and oranges. "This is for you." When Shen Ke didn't respond, she eagerly urged him, take it, take it." "I'm afraid to take it," Shen Ke replied. "What price might I have to pay? Like getting touched again?" Jiang Lian, feeling flustered, laughed awkwardly. "Haha, you're quite humorous. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, but next time no more." With that, she fled. Shen Ke watched her retreating figure, a smirk on his lips, and then noticed her top number change from 10 to 20, his smile freezing. The participant expressed deep regret, fully prepared to charm others, but unable to contain her tongue. Director Chen, hesitant to approach Shen Ke, asked the assistant director, "Did we give Jiang Lian that much?" "No," the assistant director replied, "she stole it." Director Chen? Director Chen ground his teeth, turning to the guests. "Today, we'll play with the heart rate monitor. All the girls must choose a guest to feed. If their heart rate exceeds 110, they earn 200 points. For every additional 10 beats, another 200 points are added. If they can keep the heart rate above 120 for a minute, an additional 1,000 points will be granted. Jiang Lian, as the representative, you will play with Mr. Shen." Jiang Lian exclaimed, "What? You expect me to risk my life for a few bites of food?" Jiang Shuyan, who initially intended to choose Shen Ke, was infuriated and shot a glare at the back of Director Chen's head before opting for Chiu Cheng. Subsequently, the boys almost all mutually selected each other, with the most bewildering pairing being Su Jiujiu choosing Yu Jiao. "Su Jiujiu," Yu Jiao admonished. The nearby screen began to beep, indicating a heart rate spike to 120. Su Jiujiu shrugged, casting a glance that suggested she was destined to win today. "Yu Jiao." Jiang Lian slowly approached Shen Ke, and as she arrived, the system chimed in. King. Triggering plot choice. Plot repair progress 17, 150. Choice 1. Raise the villain's heart rate beyond 140. Reward. All driving skills for vehicles on the market, complete with driving licenses. Choice 2. Raise the villain's heart rate beyond 100. Reward. helicopter pilot license. Jiang Lian, is your system becoming increasingly ridiculous? Do you want me to seek death? What if I don't choose? I'll choose one. Jiang Lian laughed through her tears, feeling incensed. The production team distributed small cakes. Jiang Shuyan was the first to start. She leaned in, and just as she was about to get close, the machine beside Qiu Qing beeped, hitting 110, prompting an uproar from the crowd. Qiu Qing's heart rate shot up to 120, successfully granting Jiang Shuyan 400 points. The guests became invigorated, realizing they could indeed manage this. Su Jiao took the cake and smacked it onto Yu Jiao's mouth. Yu Jiao jumped. I've tolerated you for too long. Su Jiao, you've gone too far this time. I'll give you 200 points, Su Jiao replied. Yu Jiao closed her mouth, starting to jump in place, helping Su Jiao elevate her heart rate to 130. Su Jiao earned her points and, as promised, shared them with Yu Jiao. Others, witnessing this, followed suit and began to form alliances. In no time, some were doing push-ups, others jumping jacks, some tap dancing, twirling hula hoops, or even squatting with Director Chun on their backs. The beeping sounds echoed throughout. The assistant director reported, Lu Mian 122, Qiu Qing 129, Yu Jiao 135, Jiang Shuyan 115,
Tom Hanet 128. Senke
139. Chapter 36. I can't be certain about anything else, but the Jiang family members all have their quirks. Everyone turned. Did Shun Ke just win? Focus the camera on Cotton Sister. Did she touch him? Did she touch that tree branch? Could it be seduction? Sister Cotton has finally come to understand the proper way to present herself. I suspect it's not merely about fiddling with tree branches, especially since this is being broadcast live. Did something happen? Even the assistant director thought he had misread the situation. Upon closer inspection, the score had unexpectedly risen to 141. In an instant, all the guests forgot their own scores and began searching for Jiang Lian with their eyes. The camera shifted to reveal Jiang Lian sitting quietly, having only just distanced herself to feed Shun Ke a bite of cake, with no further movements. Meanwhile, Shun Ke's face was flushed, and he began to breathe heavily. The assistant director stuttered, Shun Ke, 142. The entire room erupted in astonishment. Shun Ke suddenly stood up, swayed slightly, grasped a nearby tent pole, and began to gasp. The crowd was bewildered. Was it the little cake incident? Jiang Lian and Shun Ke turned to each other, enunciating each word. Did you put chili in the cake? I did not. Jiang Lian protested, her eyes bulging in disbelief. How could I have stuffed chili in it with my eyes like this? It must be Director Chen's doing. Director Chen exclaimed. What? I merely asked you to feed Shun Ke the cake. Did you wish for my demise? I did not. Chen retorted, pointing at the assistant director. With no other option, someone had to bear the blame. Fearing retaliation from Jiang Lian, he chose to sacrifice his fellow brother. The assistant director shouted, It wasn't me. It was the cameraman. The cameraman countered, It wasn't me. It was the stage assistant. The stage assistant, surveying the room and seeing no one else stepping forward, despairingly declared, Yes, it was you who put it in there. Shun Ke thought to himself, I wish to die. Yet I fear being reborn on the day I first meet Jiang Lian. Are you all here playing a game of hot potato? The entire food chain has emerged. I can't believe Jiang Lian is at the very top. Not to mention, my husband's heart rate has consistently exceeded 140 for a full minute now. Congratulations to Jiang Lian for earning 1,600 points. Jiang Lian gleefully accepted her points, eager to seek forgiveness from Shun Ke, only to find he was nowhere to be seen. Shun Ke was by the old locust tree, drinking mineral water while simultaneously calling Chu Jun, who was far away in Africa, hoping to discern what Jiang Lian truly liked. Chu Jun responded, Boss, I've figured out the crux of the issue these days. It lies in one place. You took your clothes off too soon. Shun Ke was perplexed. Chu Jun continued, In a battle, one reveals their trump card at the last moment. You, on the other hand, revealed yours right away. If I recall correctly, it was you who encouraged me to showcase my wounds. Chu Jun fell silent for a moment before retaliating. Then she probably doesn't fancy a big boy without opinions. After saying this, Chu Jun pretended the signal was poor and hung up the call, then resumed digging up minerals with a spade, shouting Shun Ke's name with each blow. Buying pirated books is one thing. Do I really deserve to be exiled to Africa for this? Why must my life be so hard? Shun Ke stared at his phone screen, chuckling with irritation, and took another swig of water. Suddenly, a tissue was handed to him. Mr. Shun, here. Jiang Lian observed the movement of Shen K as Adam as apple and the contours of his arms, feeling a warmth in her heart. She had indeed found a flaw. If Shen K truly harbored no feelings for her as he pretended, how could he make such suggestive gestures in her presence? Shen K, while drinking water, cast a sidelong glance at her. He could not be certain about many things, but he knew the Jiang family had their quirks. He tossed the water bottle into the trash and turned to leave. Shen K paused mid-step. Jiang Lian's eyes brightened. She had not anticipated that such a petty rumor would bear fruit. You just said, aside from money, she loves nothing else? Shen K turned around. Jiang Lian quickly embellished. Yes, she only loves money. What she adores most is when men spend on her gold, silver, jewels, houses, bags, gifts without effort, never lifting a finger to earn them. Jiang Lian added, I don't mean to speak ill of my sister. I just. Thank you, Shen K said, leaving her with only his back. Jiang Lian was taken aback. Thank you? She quickly realized it was his way of expressing gratitude for the information she had shared. It's too cold, Director. The guests complained. Thus, the guests spent their mornings repairing roads, their afternoons chopping chili, and their evenings working overtime to transport cement. They labored for 3 entire days. With the village chief visiting several times, deeply moved, and in the evening, he sent a team of elementary students to deliver box lunches. Uncle, Auntie.
Thank you.
Here's a big chicken leg for you. Jiang Lian grabbed the chicken leg and instinctively sought out Shin Quebec. At that moment, several children suddenly rushed over, hugging Jiang Lian's legs. Are you Auntie Jiang Lian? You tell stories, right? Please tell us a story. Jiang Lian spotted Jiang Lian hiding behind a tree and understood immediately. It must have been her instigating this.
Ding.
Triggering plot choice. Plot repair progress. 150. Choice 1. Tell a fairy tale. Shocking 50,000 viewers outside. Reward. Weather forecast feature. Choice 2. Tell an adult story, requiring 50,000 viewers outside to remain calm. Reward. Weather forecast feature. Jiang Lian leaned against the tree. Shall I tell a fairy tale? Yes. The children replied eagerly. Jiang Lian raised an eyebrow. How could someone as devoid of substance as Jiang Lian, aside from Gu Jian, have anything of interest to share? Could she really tell stories? Joking would be more fitting. Well, I shall begin, Jiang Lian declared. Once upon a time, there was a fairy in the sky who loved weaving. Every day she wove beautiful evening glow into the sky. This scene was incredibly heartwarming. Director Chen immediately instructed the cameraman to capture Jiang Lian's image separately. If this scene were to be broadcast as a promotional clip, it would surely be. Later, there was a lecherous man named Niu Lang. Director Chen exclaimed, What?
What?
Yes. The children nodded in unison. Jiang Lian continued. What should we say to Niu Lang? The children shouted, Bad guy. Go to jail. Chapter 37. The prince kisses the princess awake, sentenced to 3 years. Director Chen was left speechless. The comment section exploded. What on earth are you saying? Suddenly lost in thought, even finding some logic in it. I've had my childhood questions answered. I always wondered what the story of Niu Lang was, why he stole someone else's clothes. Alright, next. Let me tell you about the snail girl. This is another fairy. She's not a love-struck fool, but she enjoys being a caretaker.
Jiang Lian.
Director Chen frantically pulled her back, while the assistant director led the children away. However, the children cried and insisted on staying, listening to several more stories from Jiang Lian before it finally came to an end. Thus, Director Chen heard a version of fairy tales he had never imagined in his lifetime. The prince kissing the princess awake was mere lewdness and should rightfully be sentenced to 3 years. The Kwa Fu chasing the sun was rather idle. If he had no better options, perhaps he should just enroll in a class. The mermaid turned human for the prince was merely due to her head being submerged in water for too long, causing her to get waterlogged. The ugly duckling turning into a swan was never truly transformed. It had always been a swan. One should not harbor illusions of changing their fate through cosmetic surgery. The shock value exceeded 80,000 viewers, while the total in the live stream was only 90,000. The rewards were credited. As Director Chen pulled the children away, he looked several years older, with a transparent liquid appearing on his face. Jiang Lian, look at what you've done to me, Director Chen exclaimed. I'm even tearing up. Not tears, Director. The stagehand interjected. It seems it's snowing. Director Chen focused, and indeed saw snowflakes beginning to drift down. He immediately checked the weather forecast, which had shown cloudy earlier in the morning. now displaying a snow icon. It might snow earlier than expected. Director Chen promptly instructed everyone, first cover the chilly fields with tarps, then speed up the work. I'll go call the villagers to help fix the road.
All right.
As the snow grew heavier, the path to the town became increasingly difficult to traverse. Jiang Lian suggested, I'll drive the tractor to transport the cement. I have a driver's license. She's truly resourceful. There are few actors in the entertainment industry who impress me like this. To be honest, I've felt she's been establishing a persona these past few days, but at least she's getting things done. Unlike some individuals who can only chatter and consume, possess no other talents. Director Chen immediately nodded. All right, thank you for your hard work, Lian. However, as the tractor began to move, it suddenly stalled. Jiang Lian felt a bit embarrassed. The road is icy. It's difficult to drive. Suddenly, the roar of the engine interrupted Jiang Lian's words. Turning her head, she saw a figure speeding towards them on a motorcycle, completely ignoring the icy surface. Her expression darkened. Jiang Lian, Director Chen exclaimed. How can Jiang Lian drive so well? That figure is simply magnificent. The assistant director remarked. Look, she is even braking calmly. The cameraman commented, this is the most perfect drift I have ever witnessed. What are you all chatting about? Run. Jiang Lian shouted from the motorcycle. Oh no. I really can't stop now. What kind of terrible driving skills did you teach me? 888. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen this. Everyone. As they drew closer, they could see Jiang Lian was almost grinding the brakes to sparks. They screamed and immediately began to flee, but with the ice beneath their feet,
The more they tried, the more desperate it became.
I can't believe I thought she could drive. Someone save Director Chen. He's in trouble too. All the guests here are in trouble one after another. I almost became a fan of Jiang Lian just now. I must be crazy. I've already become a fan. I feel like my virtue is about to be depleted.
Run.
It's too late. I'm getting all heated just watching. Turn around. Yu Jiao yelled while clutching a tree to avoid slipping on the ice. Don't aim for me. Go for Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian? Jiang Lian was unable to control the motorcycle, swerving erratically. Whichever direction it swayed towards, that person would immediately break into a clumsy dance on the ice, scrambling with all limbs. At the critical moment, a striking figure suddenly appeared. Mr. Shen. Everyone seemed to see the light. Quick, stop her. Shen Ke acknowledged with a sound, and the motorcycle zoomed away. Give me your hand, he commanded. Jiang Lian wasted no time and leapt forward. In the next moment, the vehicles collided. With quick reflexes, she grasped Shen Ke's handlebars, causing him to stumble momentarily into the air. Shen Ke. Jiang Lian's voice pierced the air. She yanked the handlebars, trembling as she surged forward. Hold on, okay, your strength is coming. In midair, Shen Ke's agile figure began to tumble, perfectly gripping a branch overhead, his muscular arms defined beautifully. Twisting through 3.5 rotations, just as he was about to land, the motorcycle arrived. It was misaligned. The vehicle crashed against the treacherous peaks below his waist.
Bang!
He was sent flying once more.
Jiang Lian. Ah. 888. Ah.
The entire scene erupted. Ah. The figure transformed into a parabola, soaring into the air.
Splash.
He fell into the pond. Water splashed, startling the fish in the lake, the birds in the trees, the people on the motorcycle, and the villagers on the road. And, of course, Director Chen, with his balding head, and the guests with dislocated jaws. Everyone fell silent for a second before the screams erupted. Oh my god, his backside just got launched like that. What a perfect parabola. I suddenly feel an urge to solve a problem. In this moment, I realize the poverty of language. I have no words to express my current feelings. Quick, go check if he's alright.
Now.
Who can still distinguish between Jiang Lian and the god of cars from Qiuming Mountain? The informed assistant director became frantic, teaming up with Director Chen to use a fishing net to drag the person from the icy lake and transport them to the medical room. As Shen Ke was lifted onto a stretcher, he struggled to find the culprit.
She.
Shen Ke raised his hand, trembling, pointing in Jiang Lian's direction. Jiang Lian buried herself in a field of peppers, refusing to make a sound, pretending to be a wilted pepper seedling.
Senke, ifshoshtid, fantid.
When he awoke, he heard the town doctor say, "It's nothing serious, just a mild concussion. You might feel nauseous after waking up, just rest well for a couple of days." The assistant director, seeing Shen Ke awake, immediately brought over a pile of belongings. Mr. Shen, this fell out of your clothes. See if anything is missing. Chapter 38. The Black and White Impermanence. A guest visits for the first time. The assistant director thought to himself, wealthy individuals are indeed strange, carrying so many property deeds with them, as if afraid others wouldn't know their riches. Shen Ke recalled the property donation agreement he had prepared for several days, closed his eyes, and discarded it. What about Director Chen? Shen Ke continued to inquire. The assistant director glanced outside the medical room. Outside, Director Chen was startled. Thankfully, he was clever enough to know that Shin would want to see him nearby upon waking for reassurance. So, he had deliberately sent the assistant director in to prevent Shin Ke from being alone at such a moment, potentially stirring his desires. I'm busy. Whatever you need. I can handle, the assistant director said. Shin Ke, eyes still closed, weakly replied, bring Jiang Lian here. Jiang Lian? No need to bring her. She's right outside, the assistant director pointed out. Shin Ke's eyes instantly snapped open. The assistant director stepped outside and asked Director Chen, why can't you communicate with Shin Ke? Even though he's a CEO, he's quite approachable. Approachable? If he wants what you're offering. Director Chen playfully tapped the assistant director's backside with a process card.
Now.
Is he still approachable? Assistant director. Huh?
He.
The assistant director stammered, he-s like Shin Nong, he can consume anything. Shin Ke stepped out. His presence felt before he was seen. I truly didn't mean it. Had I known the consequences would be so severe, I wouldn't have dared to approach him.
Yama.
I'm here to pay my dues. Please don't misplace the account. Shin Ke. He took a step forward and saw. Before him was an iron basin, flames swirling in her hands, burning paper money. Not only were there ghost money and golden ingots, but there were also paper versions of gold bars, food, clothing, bank books, bank cards, bicycles, motorcycles, electric vehicles, supermarkets, mobile phones, sports cars, a mahjong table with 3 friends, a complete courtyard labeled with a prime location in the capital. Even in front of her right, there was a plaque that read, Sister Cotton, watch as I spend 100 yuan to create a billionaire. No, this is a bit too touching, preparing so thoroughly. She genuinely wants Shin Ke to have a better time down there. Can you all wake up? This is touching. Let her burn you some too.
Isn't Geolei?
He looks like he's about to faint again. Jiang Lian, I'm not dead yet. Shin Ke rasped, but if you keep burning, I might be soon. Jiang Lian turned, remnants of tears still on her face. Shin Ke frowned. Actually, upon seeing those bills, his anger had subsided significantly. Regardless, the fact that this miser had prepared so much already showed some thoughtfulness, and she truly didn't mean it. Yes, you're not dead. Jiang Lian whimpered. But I might be dying soon. I'm preparing some New Year goods for myself. I don't want to go down there living too simply. She stood up, revealing the name behind her. Jiang Lian received. Shin Ke, bullet screen. After confirming that Shin Ke had no intention of executing her on the spot, Jiang Lian rushed over to extinguish the fire. At the same time, she bowed her head several times to the ground. I didn't burn anything. Okay. Yama, see you next time. Yama, who just flashed in and out at the door? Jiang Lian hurriedly followed Shin Ke. Shin Ke, there is something I need to ask you. Shin Ke brushed her off, walking ahead. Jiang Lian sighed, pausing to rest by the roadside. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her. She looked up to see a stern-faced Shin Quebec. Just one request, and you're already exhausted. Huh? Jiang Lian's eyes sparkled with recognition. Not tired. Please. She glanced around and leaned closer to Shin Ke's ear. I want. In response to her treating netizens as outsiders, the online community expressed their indifference, hurling props resembling excrement at the screen. As the night progressed, the road construction had nearly reached 4 kilometers. The guests collaborated seamlessly. Jiang Shuyan, Lu Mian, and Xiao Chung were responsible for transporting cement, while one group mixed the cement and another laid the road, maximizing efficiency. However, no matter how high the efficiency, it could not surpass the thickening snow. Within just a few hours, Lu Mian could no longer endure it. Director Chen, this snow shoveling is exhausting. Are there no other tools? The village chief interjected. The snowplow is with Shin Ke, but in the past, it was his friends who helped shovel the snow. No one in our village knows how to operate it. With the snow falling heavily, the roads would surely become impassable, and people would be unable to enter. At that moment, Jiang Shuyan suddenly asked, where's my sister? In terms of character, Cotton's sister is beyond reproach, indeed absent. This delighted Jiang Shuyan's fans. Cotton's sister, can't you just show some competence this once? I've exhausted myself cursing those rabid dogs.
Smack.
A chunk of snow struck Jiang Lian's face. She screamed and turned away, immediately blinded by the bright lights. What is that? Director Chen squinted. Qiu Qing shouted. It's shoveling snow. No, wait. It doesn't look like a snowplow. It's an excavator. The village chief rejoiced. Providing the answer. Who is operating the excavator? An excavator is far more suitable for our village's roads. If only Shen Ke could operate it, but, He focused his gaze. The individual in the excavator was none other than Shen Ke himself. With no seat available, Jiang Lian was perched in the bucket, jolting with each movement. 888 exclaimed in exasperation. Can't you walk a few steps? And you have a license to operate an excavator. Why not drive it yourself? Drive? Like how I rode the motorcycle earlier. Jiang Lian retorted. 888 fell silent, feeling guilty. Shen Ke exited the vehicle, and the village chief approached him, asking, Aren't you unable to drive? Well, I was pretending, Shen Ke replied. Chapter 39, Their skills, but no substance. The village chief was perplexed. Shen Ke continued, It's too tiring. I don't want to shovel snow every year. The village chief was astonished. At that moment, I felt that Shen Ke and the creature in the bucket shared an uncanny resemblance. Cotton sister, did I permit you to use such descriptors for me? Take that down. Reward with 800 likes. So, Jiang Lian went to find Shen Ke to shovel snow. I misunderstood her. What she asked from Shen Ke earlier was indeed the excavator. Does anyone else think Jiang Lian seems to relish putting others on the spot? Shut up. Do you even know how to speak? Your words are too vile. Is it wrong for Lian to care about her sister?
Fine.
Next time, she should just remain silent. Jiang Lian dying in the heavy snow is nobody else's concern. Jiang Lian climbed down from the bucket, saying, There will be a blizzard tonight that will block the roads. You should prepare. That won't happen. The village chief shook his head. Our village hasn't seen heavy snow in over a decade. Every year at this time, we get a little snowfall. It's not a problem. Let's hurry and shovel the snow to pave the road.
Ding.
Triggering plot choices. Plot repair progress. 19,150. Choice 1. Help the villagers overcome the blizzard and blocked roads. Reward. Gratitude from the villagers, each expressing thanks and shedding emotional tears. Choice 2. Stand by idly. Reward. 1,000 yuan. Jiang Lian asked, 888, has anyone ever foolishly chosen option 1?
888 replied, No.
Then I choose it. Hehe. 888 exclaimed, Speak plainly. Standing idly by only brings suffering to oneself. Have you forgotten we are also in the village? 888 realized, oh right, if the roads are blocked by heavy snow, supplies won't come in, and the host will go hungry. Let her starve. It's better to just eliminate her. Director Chen said, regardless of whether the snow is heavy or not, let's send part of the people to harvest the peppers. The rest will follow Mr. Shen to shovel snow and pave the road. The crowd immediately sprang into action. At that moment, other bases also sent people to assist. The first to arrive was a female guest from the garlic base, Xingying. Upon arrival, she surveyed the area and smiled. You still have so many peppers left to harvest? Don't you usually work? Who is this? Her words are quite rude. She is the captain of the garlic base. Captain? There's a captain in the garlic base? She's a workaholic, extremely competitive. She reformed the garlic base, consolidating everyone into one team, distributing points based on labor, ensuring every guest had food, and thus, everyone listened to her. Consequently, the garlic base has the best and fastest harvest among all bases. Yes, we don't work. Su Jiao interjected. We're all working for you. Jiao Jia. Qiu Qing pulled her back to prevent her from speaking any further. They were counting on Xingying to help them plan the pepper harvest. Xingying narrowed her eyes. I'm not saying this to be rude, but your base is terrible. If you want my help, you must follow orders. I say east. You cannot go west.
Can you manage that?
In less than 5 minutes, Xingying was thrown out by Su Jiao, who added a few choice curses. Furious, Xingying shouted from outside, Don't get too arrogant. Without me. Let's see how you finish the work before tonight. After Su Jiao expelled her, she turned to Jiang Lian. What are you looking at me for? You are the one who kicked her out. It has nothing to do with me. Listening to her is worse than listening to you. You must have some underhanded tricks.
Su Jiao said, so use them.
Jiang Lian was taken aback. What? After just a few days, you've seen through me. Truly the leading lady. Jiang Lian immediately turned. Who else wants to listen to me? Join me in working. The harvest points will be shared equally. The other guests, previously irked, immediately responded. Director Chen remarked, "Do you have any idea how unreliable Jiang Lian is? Can you really trust her?" Lu Mian said, putting aside everything else. "I still believe in her ability to sneak and steal her way to first place." Luo Xiaohua added, "As long as she puts in the effort. There's nothing she can't ruin. It's a rather terrifying ability." Yu Jiao asked, "Why are you asking me? Can I speak the harsh truth? After all, she did save my life." The director's team was left speechless. Under Jiang Lian's command, everyone rushed to harvest the peppers. Did I hear incorrectly? Harvesting all the peppers? How will they be preserved after picking? This is truly a brainless idea. It would be better to build greenhouses. I feel sorry for the farmers who worked hard to grow these peppers. They're all going to be squandered by these people. After instructing that, Jiang Lian approached the village chief. Upon hearing Jiang Lian's request, the village chief was taken aback. "You need empty cans for pickled chili? The more, the better?" "The cans are stored with Shen Quebec." Jiang Lian immediately walked towards the excavator. Before she could reach it, a set of keys was tossed down from above. And she caught them instantly. "In the warehouse, you can take them yourself," Shen Ke said. Jiang Lian beamed with delight as her progress bar increased to 20. "By the way, do you have a truck?" Jiang Lian inquired, just asking if not. Smack. The truck keys were tossed down. "At the back mountain. Drive it yourself." Favorability increased by 30. Shen Ke remarked, "Jiang Shuyan, although your intellect is lacking, you are honest. You did not deceive me." That day, he gained an insight from Jiang Shuyan's words. Jiang Lian did not despise the wealthy. She resented that she was not among them. "What else do you want?" Shen Ke added fuel to the fire. Jiang Lian grinned. "Nothing else? Oh, you dropped your wallet." She picked up the thick wallet from the ground and dusted it off. Just as she intended to hand it over, Shen Ke drove the excavator away, leaving behind a parting shot. "Oh, it's dirty. I don't want it. Dispose of it for me." He drove out for 2 meters and immediately leaned down to glance at the rearview mirror. This maneuver certainly deserves a pause. Huh? Where is everyone? Chapter 40. Before you laugh yourself to death, I will beat you into a state of disgrace. Meanwhile, 888 screamed, "Are you insane? Stop it. If you dare to throw feces at room 3 today, the villain will chop you up tomorrow." It frantically persuaded for half an hour before Jiang Lian reluctantly set aside her intention to soil all of Shen Ke's possessions and simply retracted her hand from the wallet. By the time Jiang Lian transported all the jars of chopped chili to the base, it was already midnight. Everyone was panting as they organized the peppers. "So fast." Jiang Lian alighted from the vehicle. "How could it not be fast?" The assistant director scolded. "Su Jiao is forcing us to work together with knives. Over 30 people from the director's team are here to pick peppers for you." "I have a rather immature suggestion," someone chimed in. "What if we create a catapult? Place Su Jiao and Jiang Lian inside and shoot them eastward? By tomorrow morning, the polluted seawater might just flow back." It was widely acknowledged that Jiang Lian and Su Jiao were akin to nuclear weapons. Laughable, some people have so few fans yet boast so grandly. Jiang Xian's fans are simply naive. They only know about rabid fans and have never encountered sycophantic fans, right? Everyone knows we adore Jiang Lian. What are you even comparing? Who has the lower bottom line? Have you noticed how Jiang Lian's fans are rapidly increasing these past few days? Are they buying bullet screens? Jiang Lian walked towards the room piled with peppers. "What are you doing?" "Chopping chili. Leave this to me. You all continue to repair the road." The crowd was taken aback. "Are you joking? That's at least several thousand pounds of chili. There's no way you can chop it all." Director Chen reminded. "The plan is sound. Indeed, making chili paste would be easier to preserve. But you can't chop it all by yourself." Jiang Lian closed the door and tossed out a line. "The Earth God visited me in a dream and promised to assist me. I trust him." Everyone was left speechless. And the waiting Xing finally seized the opportunity to mock. Su Jiao turned to see. "Why are you here again? What a few mothers. So fond of watching the commotion. You, get lost. Before you laugh yourself to death, I will beat you to a pulp. So you won't be able to hold it in, believe it or not." Xing angrily retorted before storming off. She was merely teasing, while Su Jiao seemed to be genuinely threatening. The guests were relatively obedient and returned to road repairs. Only Jiang Shuyan voiced an opinion about Jiang Lian, but within 2 seconds, she was silenced by Su Jiao's terrifying glare. "Send her to battle. I'm not joking. What is Sister Cotton playing at? This is not how you do it. Just a few days ago, I had a good impression of her, but today she's really disappointing. Yeah, she probably wants to slack off. How could she possibly accomplish so much alone? As a fan of Sister Cotton, I remain silent, but I feel I'm about to be backstabbed by the main character once more. The progress of road repairs accelerated. In the early hours, Xing Ying couldn't wait to join the crowd to witness the spectacle. However, she found the door tightly shut, and Jiang Lian showed no signs of emerging. Sister Jiao. Lu Mian approached quietly. Is Sister Lian really chopping away all night? Su Jiao replied. How would I know? She certainly can't chop at all. Yu Jiao glanced sideways at her. Get rid of that garlic base first, to prevent her from witnessing our embarrassment. Xing Ying interjected. Before you all discuss, perhaps you should avoid being around people? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Jiang Lian emerged, rubbing her eyes, and the empty room flashed behind her.
Su Ziu, Isaperta, Edgar Lim.
Did you go sleep again? Hurry and drive people away. Yu Jiao whispered a reminder. First, get rid of her. Su Jiao immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to kick Xing Ying out. Xing Ying bolted, laughing heartily as she ran. I told you not to overextend yourselves. You have no idea about distribution. If it gets tough, just come practice over at the garlic base. Let me show you what true teamwork looks like.
Ouch!
She collided with the approaching assistant director. Wincing in pain, the assistant director remarked, What are you doing here? Why aren't you helping carry the chopped chili cans? What chili cans? Yu Jiao asked. The assistant director's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Jiang Lian. I didn't expect Jiang Lian to have such a hidden talent. She handed me all the chili paste cans by 5 in the morning. Can you believe it? A total of 2,000 cans. Simply a chili genius. 2,000 cans? This revelation drew not just Xing Ying but even those from the chili base. Jiang Lian shyly waved her hand. Basic skills. Nothing to boast about. Could it be that you are a genius? No way. 2,000 cans? She couldn't possibly have chopped it all herself. She must have stolen from the director's team. Who cares if she stole or not? At this critical moment, as long as the chili is preserved well, I stand with Sister Cotton. I just came over from the Garlic Base S live stream. Xing Ying genuinely understands teamwork, so I support her. Some Garlic Base fans are just too bitter. I stand on your grave. Xing Ying left in a huff. Upon returning to the Garlic Base, she was called by Gu Jian. He deliberately avoided the chili base. He refused to align with Jiang Lian. Trouble? I am utterly vexed by the trouble. Xing Ying expressed her grievances. Gu Jian smirked. What did she say? She told me to get lost and threatened to beat me to a pulp. Xing Ying cursed as she walked away. Not seeing her desired person appear, she was dismissed? Gu Jian decided to continue ignoring her to teach her a lesson. As it turned out, the snow truly fell for 2 days, accumulating to knee height and collapsing several cattle sheds. To express gratitude, the village held a feast at the village chief's home. Where are Jiang Lian and Mr. Shen? The assistant director inquired. They are finishing up the road, Su Jiao replied, blocking Yu Jiao's outstretched chopsticks. What's the matter? Yu Jiao asked.
Su Ziu diplit.
No eating until Jiang Lian arrives. Are you out of your mind? I'm starving. Su Jiao shot her a glance. Have you heard of the saying about the bird that sticks its neck out? I am that bird. Yu Jiao responded with a scoff. Everyone quietly set down their chopsticks. Amazing, Sister Jiao. Wake up. When have you ever been this obedient? I must admit, Jiang Lian appears somewhat timid, yet she truly knows how to manipulate others. Suddenly, the door swung open. The stagehand rushed in, battling the wind and snow. Something's wrong. Director Chen, call for help immediately. An avalanche occurred in the mountains, and Jiang Lian and Shin Ke have fallen off a cliff. Jiang Shuyan sprang to her feet. She had intended to seize the final episode. The bullet screen and the scene erupted into chaos. Suddenly, she recalled counting her remaining possessions. During the 24th plot restoration, she had chosen to rescue Shin Ke and was immediately transported here. Observing her surroundings, it resembled a cave. Surprisingly, the ground here was quite warm. Jiang Lian muttered to herself. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Could it be that the warmth isn't from the ground? Chapter 41. Artificial respiration? Or just waiting for the feast? Jiang Lian exclaimed, jumping up. In the next moment, her hand landed on a support point, accompanied by 888 screams. When Jiang Lian turned around, she found the previously vocal ground now rolling its eyes. And her hand was precisely placed in an indescribable position. Using that hand as a pivot, it supported her entire body. A corner of Shin Ke's clothing was peeled away. Jiang Lian. 888. 888 frantically exclaimed, Quick, cover him up. Right, cover him. Jiang Lian spun around, searching. 5 seconds later, Shen Ke was buried beneath a pile of leaves.
Ding.
Triggered plot choice. Plot restoration progress 20, 150. Choice 1. Administer artificial respiration to the antagonist. Reward. Excessive hair loss. Choice 2. Remain indifferent. Reward. 1 electric shock. Choice 3. Rush outside and cry for help. Reward. Split nails. Choice 4. Wait for a feast. Reward. 1 meal. After a moment's contemplation, she clicked on option 2 and sat down. 888. You're just going to ignore it. What about him? Could I possibly care less? Jiang Lian retorted. Then I can't perform artificial respiration, and who would I call for help by shouting? But you can't just stand by and do nothing. What if he dies here?
Beep.
Repair task completed. Rewards about to commence. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Jiang Lian sprang to her feet, bounced once, and began her sprint. 6, 5, 4. 888. Jiang Lian dashed towards Shen Ke, leaping into action. 888. 3, 2. Jiang Lian embraced Shen Ke, only to see the man suddenly open his eyes.
Huh.
She gasped in shock, but it was too late. 1. A bolt of electricity struck, coursing from the crown of his head all the way down. 888. Jiang Lian.
Shen Ke.
Flames flickered. Jiang Lian touched her somewhat singed hair and chuckled. I didn't expect you to know how to make fire by friction. Quite impressive. The cave was eerily quiet. She began to survey her surroundings. It was rather nice here, suitable for taking refuge. Still quiet. Suddenly, she sneezed, achoo. Oh dear, it's so cold.
No.
It's not the cold. The man across from her, warming himself, lifted his similarly singed hair and offered a slight smile. Perhaps I spoke too loudly, my apologies. Jiang Lian, seeing him finally speak, she immediately dragged her aching body over. You have no idea how perilous that was. You were almost taken by the King of Hell.
Shen Ke scoffed. Really?
It seems the King of Hell was still deliberating, and you kicked me right over. What, do you dislike indecisiveness so much? Jiang Lian retorted. That's not my concern. It was the thunder that struck itself. I wasn't blind. The lightning was originally aimed at you. You flew over and hugged me. It was all very quick. Jiang Lian, outwardly. Humorous. Jiang Lian, inwardly. Damn, how infuriating. Shen Ke stood and limped outside. Jiang Lian immediately followed. The 2 tufts of singed hair swayed in the air, their clothes charred by lightning. Jiang Lian spoke up. I still owe you an apology. Just before you fainted, I accidentally pressed on your shut up.
Oh.
After a moment, Jiang Lian added, those 2 fruits look quite plump, but the branch in the middle is too thick. Making one quite tempted Jiang Lian. I said shut your mouth.
Shen Ke sapatian sabruka.
Turning to look, he found Jiang Lian's hand resting on a nearby tree. Staring blankly at him, the 2 fruits swayed on the tree, and indeed, there was a very thick branch in between. A misunderstanding ensued. The next moment, Jiang Lian, in tears, shouted, what is going on? Am I not allowed to eat a fruit? I warn you, I have a temper too.
Shen Ke. She noticed Shen Ke's retreating figure, realizing belatedly.
She decided to retaliate mischievously. While eating a fruit, she clashed the 2 together, saying cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen lays eggs, and even if the rooster doesn't tee, there are still eggs. As she tossed branches into the fire, she remarked, get in there, big stick. After finishing her antics, she turned, Shen Ke, do you think I'm cool?
Bang.
Shen Ke tossed the wood aside. Jiang Lian immediately feigned defeat, collapsing to the ground, pretending to have a seizure. However, after waiting for a while, she was not hit. She peeked with one eye, noticing Shen Ke striding out, so she quickly got up to follow. Where are you going? I'm coming with you. Shen Ke hadn't gone far. He merely sought a moment of solitude to tend to his leg wound. With no water around, he used snow to cool it. Jiang Lian winced at the sight and, feeling unusually kind, offered, let me help you? No need. Shen Ke kicked the snow away, not quite ready to seek death just yet. But you have an injury on your back I can manage. Stubbornly, Shen Ke tore his shirt and reached for his back. He couldn't quite reach it. After several attempts, his movements grew frantic and agitated. Jiang Lian internally narrated, move it, punch it, move it, punch it. Host, please be quiet. You will genuinely be killed. Thunder rumbled. The sound of a helicopter suddenly echoed overhead. Jiang Lian looked up. Someone else coming. Before she could finish her sentence, She had dashed outside, dragging a large piece of wood to right in the snow. Shin Kei followed her. He knew calling for help was futile. He had experienced falling into the cave 99 times before. Despite previous efforts, there was no escape. One had to remain there for 5 days. Having written, she believed it would work. Her enthusiasm stemmed from the earlier system sound, which indicated that if she called down the people from the helicopter, the reward would be 3 days of fullness. Heaven knows how hungry she was at that moment. Shun Kei glanced sideways. Impossible. That's the Fu family's helicopter. They're all watching from above. Rumbling. The helicopter drew closer and closer, landing. Sidekick? A buzz-cut man with earrings emerged, shouting. Who left a message in the snow?
Come out.
Jiang Lian replied, not me. With only 2 people present, the buzz-cut man immediately turned his gaze to Shin Quebec. Shin Kei ignored him, focusing instead on Jiang Lian's earlier writing. Now he could see clearly. It wasn't anything substantial. The marks in the snow twisted and turned, forming a middle finger. Chapter 42, A Decade of Business Warfare Unnoticed. In one day the motorcycle world is renowned. One good news, one bad news. Good news, help has arrived. Bad news, they're here to beat them up. Jiang Lian, just tell me if they've come or not. Shun Kei remained silent. The buzz-cut man suddenly recognized Shin Kei's face, his body jolting. You are that. Shin Kei frowned, numerous possibilities flashing through his mind. Had he been recognized? In the business world, he indeed had dealings with the Fu family, but always through a proxy. When had he revealed a flaw? Oh, he remembered. It was from that recent viral live-streaming variety show, where he was the man lifted by a motorcycle. Yes, the motorcycle man. Shin Kei? What a fresh title. It's the first time I've heard that in 100 lifetimes. The buzz-cut man then looked at Jiang Lian. Ah. And you? You're the motorcycle woman. Jiang Lian introduced herself. Yes, yes. Buzz-cut man exclaimed joyfully, I'm Fu Dengdeng. I've been following your live streams for a long time. What a coincidence. Hurry. Get on my helicopter. I'll take you both away. Shin Kei took a deep breath. Well, at least there was one genuinely good piece of news. He stepped forward, only to see Fu Dengdeng suddenly halt, his expression changing drastically. What's wrong? Jiang Lian asked. Fu Dengdeng scratched his head and turned around. I forgot. I was just going to refuel the plane, but halfway I saw someone provoking me and impulsively came down. Worried they wouldn't understand, he summarized. Jiang Lian, be more straightforward. Definitely not enough. 5 minutes later, another person joined them in the cave to warm himself. Fu Dengdeng reassured them. It's fine. You won't starve. I have a good brother who will also go refuel soon, and if he passes by here, he'll surely be tempted to land. He has food on his helicopter. Rumbling as if summoned, another buzz-cut man jumped out of the helicopter, immediately shouting, Who left a message in the snow? Come out. Shun Kei, the buzz-cut man suddenly gasped, staring at Shin Kei. You are that the motorcycle man. Shun Kei scoffed. Yes, exactly. The tumult of the business world remained unnoticed for a decade, until one day, the motorcycle roared into the limelight. With the arrival of the second buzz-cut brother, Jiang Lian and Shin Kei were treated to warm meals, fruits, and delightful desserts. Their spirits lifted. As the rumbling sound echoed for the 3rd time, Jiang Lian was the first to dash outside. There, she spotted Su Jiao descending from the helicopter. Her eyes glistened with emotion as she rushed forward, exclaiming, What an incredible connection. Jiao, how did you know I was here? Su Jiao pushed her aside, extending her hand behind her. Pay up. Yu Jiao emerged, gritting her teeth as she handed Su Jiao 100 yuan. She then reproached Jiang Lian. Su Jiao bet me that the person lying on the ground clearly had a few screws loose. The biggest oddball within a few kilometers is undoubtedly you. I even defended you, arguing that although you may be a bit off, you're too lazy to draw something so large. Wait, when did you become so industrious? What's the point of making it so big? Jiang Lian retorted, clearly exasperated. Just then, they caught sight of the helicopter seats, 2 seats occupied, and guess what? They were full. The cave flickered with firelight, a chill wind blowing. 6 individuals huddled together for warmth. Jiang Lian, munching on roasted chicken, inquired, Why can't we take turns and leave one by one? Let Fu Dengdeng pilot. I can't fly this model. Fu Dengdeng replied honestly, it's too cheap. Jiang Lian's expression darkened as she contemplated berating a wealthy person. Her gaze landing on Shun Kei just as she was about to question why he couldn't operate a helicopter. He simply stated, I have a driver. Jiang Lian chuckled. amused by her own financial plight. However, with 3 helicopters parked below, it was too cramped for any to land. Thus, Director Chen decided to drop several people with ropes to assess the situation. Moments later, Zhang Shuyan, Qiu Cheng, and Lu Mian joined the group around the fire. After a while, as Director Chen awaited news from the helicopter, he frowned and sent another cameraman down. Only then did the scene go live. Is this a tribal gathering? The atmosphere seems rather peculiar. The cave is nearly overflowing. Lu Mian's backside is hanging out. Who's in charge here? Wait, Yu Jiao and Su Jiujiu are here. The director's crew has been searching for you. Let me recap. Jiang Lian and Shen Ke fell in. Jiang Lian's call for help was noticed, attracting the first and second buzzcut brothers. Once they landed, they couldn't leave. Then Yu Jiao and Su Jiujiu landed, and they too were stuck. Jiang Shuyan, the cameraman, Qiu Cheng, and Lu Mian also fell in, and now they can't leave. Are you all just dumplings being dropped here? The snow began to fall heavily. It was unsafe to operate the helicopter, so everyone had to wait for the director's team to bring help from below. Jiang Shuyan suggested, since we have time to spare, why not play truth or dare? It could help us get to know each other better.
Ding.
Plot choice activated. Plot repair progress. 21. 150. Option 1. Complete 1 dare. Reward. Read the thoughts of everyone within a 5-meter radius for 5 minutes. Option 2. Do not play. Reward. 500 yuan. Option 3. Complete 1 truth. Reward. Summon a malice spirit. Randomly conjure a spirit and designate 1 person to receive a slap. Jiang Lian raised her hand and declared, all right. Let us play. I choose option 3. Today, there were too many wealthy individuals around, and she felt stimulated. 500 yuan no longer sufficed. She opted for the more eye-catching malice spirit to smack these rich folks. In the first round, Jiang Shuyan lost. And it was Su Jiujiu's turn to ask the truth. Jiang Shuyan immediately replied, I choose dare. The dare was to be decided by Jiang Lian. Shen Ke leisurely remarked, so then, Su Jiujiu said, I heard you and Gu Jian were being affectionate in some parking lot. Jiang Shuyan was prepared, exhaling in relief. This question was easy. The media had asked her plenty of times, and it merely sought to confirm her truthfulness, giving her a chance to clarify. The next moment, Su Jiujiu chimed in, actually, I was in the car right next to you. I want to know what brand of protection you used? Gu Jian kept saying it was too big and had poor quality control. Let me avoid any pitfalls.
Chapter 43. Shenke, withdraw a dare.
Jiang Shuyan felt as if struck by lightning. Jiang Lian sat up straight, giving Su Jiujiu a salute from afar. Su Jiujiu waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was no big deal. After eating so many pig trotters from you, I'm not ungrateful.
What?
No way, no way, no way, no way. Whatever Su Jiujiu says is gospel. This is hilarious. I'm team Su Jiujiu. She's a bit crazy, but never lies. No way, if that is true. I've been cursing Jiang Lian for 3 months, then. Jiang Shuyan naturally retaliated, tearfully suggesting that Su Jiujiu was colluding with Jiang Lian to slander her. Even so, public sentiment began to sway towards Jiang Lian, with trending topics gradually rising, prompting Jiang Shuyan and Gu Jian's studio to scramble for damage control. Meanwhile, the game continued in the cave. In the next round of punishment, Jiang Shuyan vented her frustration on Jiang Lian, asking, Sister, please state 4 of your strengths. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lian replied, strong, optimistic, carefree, and united. Everyone was taken aback. Shen Ke raised his eyes and remarked, sorry. I didn't catch the name of this game. Are we playing boasting and dares? I realized long ago that Shen Ke can't handle even a hint of hardship. I can't take it anymore. If anyone's urine is yellow, wake Jiang Lian up. What a ridiculous game. Shen Ke looks like he harbors some resentment towards Jiang Lian. Hilarious. Have Jiang Lian and Shen Ke spent half a day alone together? Did something happen? A lone man and a woman. Sweet ambiguity. My life will be love. Yu Jiao, speechless, contemplated disqualifying her. Just then, Jiang Lian added, being strong means I'm still alive. Being optimistic means the worst case is just dying. Being carefree means I could die today. And being united means hoping everyone dies together. In summary, these are my 4 great strengths. Any questions? Everyone fell silent, unable to refute her, and she passed. In the next round, it was Shen Ke's turn, since Jiang Shuyan wished to participate in the truth question.
Shenke opted for a dare.
Jiang Lian announced the punishment. Stick your head in the snow and do calisthenics. Shen Ke replied, do the full set. How he wished a favorability progress bar would sprout from his head at that moment, allowing Jiang Lian to see what a negative 200 looked like. Jiang Lian's eyes brightened as she immediately asked, if you were to go wilderness survival, which female companion would you choose from the scene? First, Jiang Lian was excluded. She hadn't showcased her teammates' food, which counted as her being unfit that day. Next, Su Jiuzhou was also excluded for the same reason. Finally, Yu Jiao was ruled out. Shin Ke had been rolling his eyes at her for days. That left only one option. Jiang Lian, Shin Ke stated. Jiang Lian was taken aback. Su Jiuzhou clapped her hands, biting into a fruit. Jiang Lian immediately stood up, hands clutching her clothing edges, bowing to the crowd. Jiang Lian kept her eyes on Shin Ke, not missing the smile in his gaze. Unable to resist, she asked why. That's the second question, Shin Ke replied. After the game concluded, Lu Mian, curious, asked Brother Shin, why take Sister Lian? Shin Ke glanced at him and answered, taking her is like bringing along 9 others.
Lumière black, réalising, ah?
So it's like bait. Bringing one will attract the rest, right? Haha, this is just a blatant truth. Shin Ke, she can give the middle finger. Having her around is definitely not a mistake. It is indeed quite sweet, albeit in jest, yet he chose Cotton Sister. Jiang Lian carried a hint of tea fragrance with her, relentlessly pursuing answers, as if she were the conspicuous individual fearful of having her spotlight snatched away. Is this what you call conspicuous? How dim must your lives be? Truly, the more famous one becomes, the more rumors and interpretations arise from mere words. As the game concluded, Jiang Lian begrudgingly made her way outside, only to catch sight of Jiang Lian plucking fruits by a tree, precariously perched on a branch that swayed ominously. Squinting and noticing no one around, she hurried forward to snap the branch, exclaiming, Sister, what are you doing? Ah. Just as she uttered those words, a wild monkey descended from above. It landed squarely on Jiang Lian's head with a thud. She was taken aback, bewildered, as she and the monkey locked eyes. The monkey wiggled its rear and extended a paw.
5?
Yu Jiao, observing from a distance, nervously inquired if it wanted 5 fruits. Jiang Lian swiftly snatched the fruits from Jiang Lian's hands and offered them.
Me?
She pointed at herself. The monkey nodded. Jiang Lian cautiously approached, only to see the monkey roll its body again. As it ceased its movements, she sighed in relief and smiled at the camera, saying, Animals have always been fond of me. Perhaps this little monkey is. Smack. A sudden slap resounded on Jiang Lian's cheek.
Ah?
Even after Director Chen arrived to escort them, Jiang Lian remained in tears, covering her face, too embarrassed to face anyone. Trending at number 1. Gu Jian, adorably small, explosive. Comments below, oh my. Had I not watched the complete 5-minute video, I would have never realized how Gu Jian embarrassed us men. Check my homepage for the quick view. Jiuzhou is my brain spouse. Don't trust the above. I clicked in and paid 6 yuan for a lesson. Second place. Jiang Lian's green hat has a traceable origin, explosive. Below are numerous screenshots from netizens regarding Jiang Lian and Gu Jian's recent livestream, highlighting Jiang Lian's feigned actions of wearing a green hat, along with her words of gratitude to the esteemed actor and her sister. Farmer Sanquan, Cotton Sister truly made me weep. I thought she was just playing around, but she was seriously spilling the tea. A lifetime of love. So, what brand is it? Jiang Lian is just there crying, but she hasn't mentioned the brand. Third place, a unique fate, explosive. The comments are filled with emojis, with the most popular ones being Jiang Lian getting slapped by the monkey, a clip of her stating that animals have always been fond of her, and the monkey beckoning her. When the rescue helicopter from the production team arrived, all 10 individuals were gradually extracted from the cave, with Jiang Lian and Shin Ke being the last to emerge. Jiang Lian had been sound asleep the entire way, resting on Shin Ke's shoulder. Upon arrival, the assistant director cleared his throat. Shall we wake her up? Jiang Lian snuggled closer to Shin Ke, murmuring, just a little longer. Her voice was soft and contrary to her usual demeanor. The assistant director dared not speak, while Shin Ke suddenly squinted. Jiang Lian, wake up. No, she protested. Get up. Please, no. Shin Ke realized something was off as he grasped her, lifting her up, only to find a puddle of drool on his shoulder. Oh no, Jiang Lian exclaimed, as if just realizing it, wiping it with her sleeve while chiding, Assistant Director, you can dislike Mr. Shin all you want, but you can't just urinate on him. Chapter 44, The Reckless Motorcycle Man, Disrupting Her Tranquility. The Assistant Director, what the? Shin Ke glanced at her. and her smile gradually faded. He pushed her head away, uninterested, and walked ahead. Jiang Lian stood there, her gaze lowered. Look at that, aren't you embarrassed? You are so shameless, and now you must feel regret. In the next moment, Jiang Lian lifted her head, her mouth stuffed with crushed peanuts, crunching away. The assistant director. What? He suddenly checked his pocket. Wasn't he that his snack? When did it get stolen? Jiang Lian replied, nothing, just skilled hands. She turned back, beaming, and rushed towards Shinke. Let me help you with your dressing. You can't reach your back on your own. Cotton Sister is happy again. Assistant director. You were careless. Cameraman, what are you doing? Follow her. How could I miss this opportunity to change the dressing? The cameraman clearly didn't want to miss out either, sprinting ahead. However, upon reaching the door of room 3, Shinke barred entry, forcing the cameraman to huddle by the door, straining to stretch their cameras inside. Inside, Jiang Lian was refused by Shinke, yet undeterred. She insisted on helping him with the ointment. Shinke firmly declined, and thus, her figure passed by him while singing, on this smooth floor, let us rub, dance to the rhythm. Shinke could no longer tolerate it and recalled what Assistant Chu had mentioned about his greatest trump card. Come on then, he decided. Pushing out the iodine, he glanced at Jiang Lian's head, noting the time was 30. With such a significant sacrifice, if he didn't get a hefty boost later, he would end his 100th chance at life right there. A gust of wind suddenly swept through, and Jiang Lian appeared behind him, shouting, Technician 888 is at your service. Welcome, 888. You're really going all out for that reward. Just moments before entering room 3, Jiang Lian had intended to take a long nap. But when the system prompt appeared, she opted to assist the antagonist in applying medicine, with her heartbeat not exceeding 90. Completing the task would earn her reward. Thus, she danced around Shinke like a persistent gum stuck to a shoe. Holding the iodine, Jiang Lian hummed a little tune as she began applying it to Shinke. He remained stiff, awaiting her ministrations as if he were a condemned man awaiting execution. Suddenly, Jiang Lian playfully slapped him. Relax. Your muscles are so tense. It's as if they're preparing for a funeral. As Jiang Lian continued to apply the ointment meticulously for a whole minute without any other movements, Shinke narrowed his eyes and decided to make a bold move. He turned his entire body around. Whoa. Jiang Lian's hand trembled. What a big. The camera outside. What? What just happened? A cameraman, how dare you not climb the wall and apply? It was the cotton swab head. Jiang Lian gritted her teeth, carefully maneuvering past it. Immediately, she lowered her head, refusing to look at Shinke. And now, 888 reminded her, your heartbeat is at 80. Do you dare say your eyes are vacant? Jiang Lian challenged. 888, glancing nervously, dared not reply. It had seen its fair share of experiences, but it had to admit. This antagonist was unparalleled, more handsome than any other, with a sharp tongue and wealth to match, practically flawless. Shinke furrowed his brow, following Jiang Lian's gaze. Wherever her eyes lingered, his upper body followed. Yet, as they spun around like a music box, Jiang Lian's gaze never strayed beyond an inch from his face. Suddenly, Shinke reached out, let me do it myself. Heartbeat at 85. 888 was thrilled. Was it about to witness the host's task fail for the first time? Jiang Lian took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Shinke heard her mumbling, leaning closer to listen. Heart-cleansing spell. Great compassion mantra. A complete set of sutras. Jiang Lian, your face is flushed, Shinke remarked. Jiang Lian huffed, her stubbornness shining through. You misunderstood. I'm allergic to air. Why is there sweat on your hands? It is not sweat, but rather my recently released urine. My pulse quickens. Shinke is uncertain when he grasped her wrist, a fleeting touch. Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He inquired, rising to check her forehead. Jiang Lian exclaimed internally, that reckless motorcyclist, disrupting my tranquility. She immediately executed a tactical retreat, evading to the sofa with the agility of a cobra. Shinke hurried after her, bare-chested, akin to a mythological figure chasing the sun. He feigned a move to seize her. Shinke was taken aback, his expression laden with complexity. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She shot him several vengeful glances, before handing him a hoodie. Put on some clothing. I want to see. Let me in. Open the door. Don't hide inside, and make noise. What should I wear? If you two don't come out with a child, I personally want to approve. Of course. My approval matters little, but I still hope you respect every single soul in this world. Isn't this commotion too loud? It can't have already crystallized, can it? It shouldn't have crystallized in such a short time. At most it would have just congealed.
What?
Hello everyone, I hope you remember, this is the comment section. Not an ovulation zone. Once Shen Ke donned the clothing, he looked up to see Jiang Lian holding a pink item. What is this? She inquired, raising the book titled Guess the Girl's Thoughts.
Sidekick.
Jiang Lian chuckled mischievously. Shen Ke, I never imagined you would secretly. Director Chen interjected. I intended to buy it as a gift for him. Jiang Lian responded, Oh, you can't give him this one. It was used by Yu Jiao for deception. I just read it, and only a fool would believe what's written inside. What's wrong with you? You look unwell. Are you displeased with my comments about Yu Jiao? Or do you disapprove of deception? Shen Ke.
Bang.
The door slammed shut. Jiang Lian was expelled from room 3 by Shen Ke, muttering in confusion. Meanwhile, the assistant director, behind the camera, pulled Director Chen aside. This is incredible. You must see this. He handed over the video clip they had just captured. After watching, Director Chen's complexion turned pale. Good brother. For life. He hurriedly packed his bags and left for the night.
Ding.
Task completed. The villager's gratitude begins now. Jiang Lian heard the system notification and recalled the trivial reward, the villagers' tears. A line of villagers approached one after another to express their thanks. No need to thank me. It's all my fault. Jiang Lian waved her hand. As she did, she caught the village chief's tears in her palm, feeling a sharp pain.
Wow.
These tears are rather heavy. Looking down, she was astonished to see the droplets had transformed into golden beads. 888 immediately checked the notes and exclaimed, Host. It turns out this is not a trivial reward. From now on, every tear shed by the villagers will turn into gold. Wow, indeed, doing good deeds brings great rewards. The main god system space must be trying to convey this message.
Huh?
Host, why are you running away? Chapter 45. A broken tricycle, shouting the essence of a Maybach. From the distant line of villagers, several individuals suddenly leapt up. The assistant director angrily shouted, Jiang Lian, are you insane? Why are you poking them? Look at how you've made them cry, and you're even using a basin to catch it. Do you have any humanity? Jiang Lian, also sniffling, turned around. This is my first time receiving gratitude. I want to keep it as a memento. The assistant director was momentarily speechless. Instantly, the villagers began to weep profusely. Jiang Lian launched into a touching story. A crowd gathered around her, their eyes reddening. Is it true? In the end, she married him despite his cancer?
Oh.
Humans cannot live without kittens. Maternal love is truly magnificent. I miss my mother. Jiang Lian comforted. Don't cry. Come here. Wipe your tears. She used her hand, which had just handled spicy peppers, to wipe each one away. As the villagers were pulled away by the director's team, Jiang Lian weighed the basin in her hands. There were at least 100 beads inside, if each counted as a gram, and gold was priced at 500 per gram then. We're going to get rich. She immediately deposited a few beads into the village's donation box, simultaneously informing 888. Committing too many misdeeds can lead to crossing moral boundaries. Occasionally, I must do good deeds to balance my sense of morality while hedging risks. 888. Having witnessed the entire episode, it had only 6 points to convey. The pepper field, now devoid of snow, was sparsely populated with guests. After several days of tireless work and a cave exploration, many began to adopt postures similar to Jiang Lian's. I told you, this world is a giant ginger door. No one told me Jiang Lian's condition was contagious. The assistant director noted, today marks the final day of our first episode. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks. The camera immediately zoomed in on each guest. Jiang Shuyan, wearing a mask, still bore a face swollen like that of a bee. Shuyan is so kind. After everything that has happened, she can still offer such praise. Truly my little angel. Unlike some, I can already imagine what she will say about Shuyan. The camera shifted. To certain individuals, Jiang Lian sat there munching on fruit, evaluating Lu Mian, pretty good. Evaluating Xiao Cheng, also quite good. Evaluating Tong Han, not bad. Evaluating Jiang Shuyan, not great. Others, beautiful prose, an 800-word essay composed effortlessly. Jiang Lian, good, decent, not great. Her vocabulary matches mine. It's as if we both can only exclaim in surprise when faced with situations. Until the evaluation of Su Jiao, Jiang Lian suddenly perked up. Very introverted. Bullet comments. Su Jiao. Jiang Lian, sitting with the bowl at the table. Walking through the sewer outside, unable to even kiss someone else's boyfriend. Everyone. Su Jiao smirked and high-fived Jiang Lian, then proceeded to evaluate her, very shy. Bullet comments. Jiang Lian. Su Jiao, with eyes open, the soul drifts, with eyes closed, eternal slumber. She would leap across a 10-meter moat without a second thought. Jiang Lian instantly gave a thumbs up. You know me better than anyone, Pei-sheng. Damn it.
Who took those two away from me?
Before Su Jiao met Jiang Lian, she was merely a bit mad. Now, she is completely off her rocker. I understand being shy as fearing strangers. Their understanding of being shy. Fearing being alive. As a fan of Su Jiao, I genuinely appreciate Jiang Lian. She is a wonderful girl who never discriminates against those who are less intelligent. Please don't insult her. As a new fan of Jiang Lian, I politely state, isn't it quite normal for her not to discriminate against herself? Let us not overanalyze. I've never felt a variety show could be so long. It seems like a century has passed, only to realize it's just been a week. The others began to evaluate as well. When it came to Jiang Lian, they all tacitly fell silent for a minute. Lu Mian, Sister Lian, please choose me for your next task. Tong Han, I hope when we meet next, she can balance things out and care for the other guests who might miss a meal. Chiu Cheng, she is a very lovely girl. Yu Jiao bared her teeth. Chiu Cheng, what is her eyesight? The assistant director immediately incited Yu Jiao. So, what impression do you have of Jiang Lian? Anything goes. Yu Jiao moved her lips. It was evident that after swallowing several hundred curses, she finally spat out. She saved my life. There's nothing more to say. The assistant director. Surely, it's not that there's nothing more to say. Finally, all the guests began to write their evaluations for the director team. Though varied, they were surprisingly unanimous. Lu Mian, humans and dogs are on different paths. Chiu Cheng, the toad kisses the frog. Zhang Shuyan, indeed, there is room for improvement. Yu Jiao, I have never seen so many wigs at once. When I first arrived on set, I thought a gang selling wigs had come to the village to swindle us. Luo Xiaohua, if there were a morally bankrupt exam, they would all score full marks. Su Jiao, a bunch of old thieves. Jiang Lian, the deceased must be respected. Chiu Cheng scores 200, Tong Han 150, Zhang Shuyan 550, Su Jiao 0. And Jiang Lian a staggering 40, 600 points. As the scores were announced, all the guests immediately rushed towards Jiang Lian.
Sister Lian.
Do you need a back rub? My family runs a slaughterhouse. Sister Lian, just give me a shout if you need anything. From today on, I'm your weapon. If you want me to take down Director Chen, I won't hesitate for a second. Director Chen, I will call the police. Jiang Lian scored too few points. I almost forgot that Sister Cotton chopped 2,000 jars of chili when the assistant director shouted that. He must have been grinding his teeth. Ha, I'm already sweating for them. How can we even film this? Why can't time just fast forward 2 weeks? Can it? The assistant director gritted his teeth, but could only announce the conclusion. They already had a plan. When they returned for the next episode, they would exhaust all of Jiang Lian's points on the very first day. The guests, with their suitcases in hand, were taken by the production team's vehicle to the town for a transfer, but due to a lack of manpower, the villagers came over to help. Shun Ke received the news and drove over on a tricycle to score some points. Jiang Lian, get in. Jiang Lian huffed and puffed as she climbed onto the vehicle. Look at him. He has been a boss since he was little. A rickety tricycle somehow exuded the aura of a Maybach. Chapter 46. He must have broken a heavenly rule in his past life. Upon arriving in town, the assistant director created a group chat for everyone. Upon entering, they found the group named Chili Base 25. There were a total of 25 people, aside from the 8 guests. The rest were from the production team and the guests' respective agents. The assistant director waved his hand, announcing that their vehicle had arrived.
Go on.
Zhang Shuyan immediately approached Jiang Lian and said, Sister, Mom and Dad are here. Jiang Lian looked up to the opposite side of the road. A black Land Rover was parked, with 2 individuals standing outside. The woman was strikingly beautiful, sharing some resemblance with Jiang Shuyan, well-maintained and exuding an impressive aura. The man beside her was also quite handsome. Just as Jiang Lian was about to approach, Shun Ke called out to her, Wait, I've brought you some food. Let me help you carry it. As he spoke, he opened the storage compartment of the tricycle. Jiang Lian gasped. That compartment, which was as tall as a person, was completely stuffed to the brim with jars of chili, wild mountain delicacies. There were even meat sausages that Jiang Lian loved to eat, along with the village's signature tie-dye fabric. Jiang Lian's feelings towards the tricycle shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, she thought a rickety tricycle. And you think it's like a Maybach? Now she thought Maybach? A vehicle that can barely carry a few dishes? Let us not mention it again. 888. How do I turn off the house thoughts? Waiting online urgent. Is this not sweet? Is this not romantic? Is this not love? I've seen my biological father online, but today was the first time I saw my living grandmother. Shun Ke, my electronic grandfather. He is so handsome. I've grown. Nowadays, a man who sings and dances to shower me with gold and silver can't fool me. But a man who stuffs sausages into my trunk has completely captured my heart. Jiang Lian, control yourself. Don't drool. My mom just asked who is wearing slippers on the stairs. Shun Ke, you're really handsome. Jiang Lian gazed at Shun Ke with starry eyes while clutching the tricycle's storage compartment. She had misunderstood Shun Ke. It turned out that his sharp tongue was merely the most insignificant of his many admirable traits. Shun Ke glanced at the top of her head, noting her score was 80. He felt no pride, for he knew that this score was merely for the sausages. As for himself, he was uncertain when he might stumble to a negative score for stepping out with his left foot first. He transferred the box to the back of Zhang's vehicle, only to hear Jiang Mingwang's furious voice reprimanding Jiang Lian. Who knows whether these things are clean or not? You dare bring them home? Don't put them in the car. And what kind of dubious men are you associating with? Shun Ke halted his movements. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Assistant Chu, the Jiang family is about to go bankrupt. Assistant Chu, the weather hasn't even cooled down. It's actually warming up. Perhaps I'm the one who is about to cool off. By the car, Jiang Shuyan softly said, Dad, don't say that about Mr. Shin. He has been very kind to us. He must have brought these because sister wanted them. Jiang Shuyan glanced at Jiang Lian and shook her head. It's fine. It was an accident. Alert. Triggering plot choice. Plot restoration progress 24, 150. Choice 1. Get out of the car. Reward. Disguise skill. Transform into anyone for 5 minutes. Choice 2. Stay in. Reward. A hair strand dropped by Director Chen. Jiang Lian was engrossed in the scene when the sudden plot choice made her perk up. Disguise skill? 888. Is this the extent of your ambition? Jiang Lian asked. Is it illegal to disguise myself as the world's richest person and then transfer his money to my account using his appearance? Yes. Then, that is settled. What I desire can't be pursued otherwise. 888. Jiang Lian chose one, pushed open the car door, and declared, All right, I'm getting out. Jiang Shuyan instantly felt elated. After all this time, Shidi finally won once. Jiang Mingwang slammed the car door shut. Huang Wan felt a bit reluctant. It was such a desolate place. She wanted to get out herself. Jiang Mingwang snorted coldly. Hey, a doting mother spoils her child. Jiang Lian is the one who has brought shame to the Jiang family. After hearing the entire exchange, Shun Ke spoke into the phone. Immediately terminate all collaborations with the Jiang family.
Assistant que flatteur.
Truly a man who would risk it all for love. Miss Jiang would be so touched to know. I fear that with such dim-witted partners, we'll go bankrupt.
Assistant que?
Shin Ke, if you don't start properly vetting partners, I'll send you on another trip to Africa.
Assistant que?
All right, young Master Shin. Understood. Suddenly, he paused and looked towards the roadside. Inside the car, Jiang Mingwang stopped his movements abruptly, pressing his face against the glass window to look outside. Jiang Shuyan also leaned in. Huang Wan followed suit. 6 pairs of eyes were fixated on the figure waving.
Wait.
Wait for me. Jiang Lian was chasing the vehicle. Chasing which vehicle? Was there even a vehicle in these mountains? Jiang Mingwang quickly discerned. It was a garbage truck. You left me behind. Jiang Lian shouted as she ran after it. Wait for me. How could you not see such a big garbage truck? Jiang Mingwang. Villagers in the town emerged to watch, some recognizing Jiang Lian, singing mountain songs, while others pulled out their phones to record her. It's me. It's me. Jiang Lian waved. I'm busy today. Let us chat another time. When you post this online, remember to add a beauty filter. Then she turned and dashed toward the garbage truck. Happy hometown, I'm here. Chapter 47. If you like me, please light up.
Jiang Lian.
Jiang Mingwang felt every hair on his body stand on end. What are you doing? You're embarrassing me. Get back here. If this video gets out, he won't be able to survive in this circle. In the past few days, people had already approached him with videos of Jiang Lian jumping into the moat. Open that black barrel. Jiang Lian ignored him and yelled at the garbage truck driver. The driver, is he dreaming? A garbage truck has come to life and is sorting itself? In a moment of confusion, he reached out and opened it without realizing. Don't open it. Jiang Mingwang jumped out of the car. The driver shut it. Open it. Jiang Lian yelled. The driver complied. Jiang Lian took a running start and leaped. As she was on the verge of falling into the barrel, a hand suddenly reached out and pulled her away. Jiang Lian. Shun Ke. I must have committed a grave sin in my past life to be subjected to this. To engage in such matters? After being scolded into the car by Jiang Mingwang, Jiang Lian abruptly lowered the window. Shun Ke, she called out. Stop right there, you better have a good reason. Jiang Lian had just heard 888 narrate the plot, revealing that the antagonist, Shun Ke, was currently enduring severe mistreatment in the countryside and that the so-called grandfather was not truly his grandfather, but merely a hired hand who had taken money from the Shun family matriarch to torment him. When your grandfather treats you poorly, you can give me a call, Jiang Lian said before closing the window, leaving Shun Ke standing alone, his gaze bewildered. His mind was filled with the image of Jiang Lian's radiant smile, his heart racing faster than it had when he had eaten spicy cake. After a moment he smirked. A mere celestial decree? I shall embrace it. Meanwhile, in the car, Jiang Lian remarked, I must listen attentively then, and perhaps offer him some comfort? Jiang Lian, let us see how miserable the wealthy truly are. Hehe. 888. The car was enveloped in silence. Jiang Mingwang, Huang Wan and Jiang Shuyan sat in the back seat, silent, their peripheral gazes fixed on the person in the passenger seat engrossed in their phone. A few minutes later, Jiang Mingwang finally regained her composure and was about to scold again. What if she jumps out? Huang Wan glanced worriedly out the window. Just then, they passed a garbage station where 5 garbage trucks were lined up at the entrance. Jiang Mingwang. Instinctively, she looked towards Jiang Lian, and upon seeing her still engrossed in her phone, she sighed in relief. Huang Wan nodded. At that moment, Jiang Lian had already composed a message on her screen and sent it out. Group chat. Spicy pepper base. 25. Su Jujio. Why is the director's team here? How unfortunate. Director Chen. I created this group, and if you're unhappy, feel free to leave and create another. Su Jujio has exited the group chat. Jiang Lian has exited the group chat. Yu Jiao has exited the group chat. Xiao Cheng has exited the group chat. Director Chen, hey, what are you all doing? I was just joking. Lu Mian has exited the group chat. A new group was established, and after much pleading, Director Chen was finally added back in. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Jiang Lian has renamed the group Jiang Lian National Fan Club. Director Chen? Jiang Lian, if you like me, please light up. Director Chen?
Su Zizi Wu.
Xiao Cheng. Yu Jiao, you're so disgusting, purely because you saved my life. Director Chen was kicked out of the group chat by group leader Jiang Lian. Su Jujio, I'm much quieter now. Tom Han, Sister Lian can't handle any hardships. Luo Xiaowai, will we be targeted by the director's team for this? Su Jujio, will we not be targeted otherwise? Qiu Cheng, there's some logic to that. Lu Mian, listen to Sister Lian, there will be rewards. Luo Xiaowai, listen to Sister Lian, there will be rewards. Tom Han, listen to Sister Lian, there will be rewards. Director Chen felt an urge to jump into the moat, but was held back by several excited staff members. The car came to a stop in front of an opulent villa. As Jiang Lian exited, she listened to 888 recite information. In terms of wealth rankings, there were 3 giants, the Shun family first, the Jiang family second, and the Yu family third. Host, do you have any questions? Jiang Lian nodded. Yes. Who is that prominent figure? 888. If you were in that hospital, you would understand the nurses there. Jiang Lian. Oh? 888. His mother was forcibly taken due to her beauty, and his father personally accompanied her to give birth, only to send the child to the countryside to be raised afterward. Jiang Lian. Oh? You didn't mention it was this intense. She suddenly realized, wait. So, I share the same birthday as him? Yes. 888 sighed. Doesn't it feel fateful? Jiang Lian, furious. I told you horoscopes are deceiving. Sharing a birthday. Yet my balance is far less than his. 888. Old 8, you remain so navi. As Jiang Lian entered the door, she was suddenly greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Her feet unconsciously led her to the dining room, where the Jiang family was preparing to eat. Several servants passed by her, casting her disdainful glances. Jiang Shuyan smirked, anticipating Jiang Lian's anger. Jiang Lian turned and remarked, I didn't expect our family to be so benevolent. Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Lian. providing employment opportunities for the disabled. They hired many with cataracts as servants. All the servants suddenly regained their sight and stared at her in shock. Jiang Lian felt exasperated, but having spent time in the countryside, she had developed a strong heart and directly stated, "Sister, please take your seat. Auntie is already waiting." She emphasized the word auntie. Turning to gauge Jiang Lian's expression, she found the space beside her empty. "Jiang Lian, what are you standing there for?" In the dining room, Jiang Lian had a bowl, chopsticks, plates, dipping sauce, gloves, and a crab opening set neatly arranged before her, a bib tied around her neck, with tissues at hand. Frowning at those still lingering outside the door. "Let us eat. Hurry up. The meal is ready. Stop dawdling." Chapter 48. Goodness. The young lady is hanging on by a thread. Jiang Lian. She was beginning to doubt whether the book she had received was a counterfeit. How else could she explain that Jiang Lian and the character in the book were entirely different individuals? "Eat." Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. "Jiang Lian, how dare you think you deserve to eat at the table?" Jiang Lian, with a mouthful of lamb chops, glanced towards the source of the voice. It was a woman with wine-red curls, her face adorned with artificial enhancements, her nose appearing as though it had told 800 lies, standing tall and proud. Pointing her chin to the floor, she could contribute oil to the nation. As Jiang Lian and Jiang Mingwang took their places at the table, they seamlessly transitioned into spectator mode. Huang Wan hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. Ding. Triggering plot choice. Plot repair progress 25, 150. Choice 1. Leave the table. Reward. Megaphone amplifies sound 5-fold. 2,000 yuan. Choice 2. Remain seated. Reward. 1 meal. Jiang Lian immediately selected option 1 and stated, Yes, I don't deserve it. While 888 was still puzzled about how she could part with food, Jiang Lian swiftly grabbed 3 plates of dishes. With her departure from the table, the food went with her. Ding. Task completed. Rewards credited. 888. Recently, it had been rendered speechless far too many times, to the point where speechless was becoming its default language. Auntie stood up, pounding the table. What do you mean? Have you learned to talk back now? Grown wings? Just seeing your face annoys me. Go, eat outside. Ding. Continuously triggering plot. If triggered continuously within 10 minutes, the reward amount will double. Repair progress 26, 150. Choice 2. Go eat outside. Reward, 5,000 yuan. Jiang Lian chose option 2, quickly snatching 2 more plates of food, obediently heading towards the door. Behind her, Jiang Lian could hardly suppress her grin. So, you want to oppose me? Just wait and see what happens next. Within 5 minutes, a servant rushed in, panting. The young lady, she. Jiang Mingwang, impatient, let her cry. Ignore her, and let her stand outside to contemplate what she did wrong. Later, she must submit a 2,000-character reflection. But she first ate at the door, then went to eat on the street, and finally ate next door. Jiang Mingwang abruptly stood up. Where to? Next door? Next door was another villa area, where the Yu family resided, his commercial nemesis. If Jiang Lian went there, that old man from the Yu family would surely claim he didn't even feed his adopted daughter. Only to mock. What a dutiful son. Today, I truly see the light. Ding. Continuously triggering plot. Repair progress 27, 150. Option 1. Remain silent in the face of all forthcoming ridicule, without uttering a word of defense. Reward, a ghost mask and 5,000 yuan. Option 2. Engage passionately in a verbal confrontation and hurl insults. Reward, the wrath of the second aunt. 888 promptly reminded. The reason the original host feared this second aunt was due to her proficiency in Sonda. This wrath is certainly no trivial matter. Host, be cautious of physical retribution. However, it had come to understand Jiang Lian well. She would undoubtedly choose the option with greater monetary reward. Indeed, Jiang Lian extended a single finger and pressed down on option 1. Poke, 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 poke. She obliterated option 1. Consequently, the voice of the second aunt resonated throughout the hall. Every utterance was venomous enough to be appalling. You can't refute that, can you? Huh, where has your usual arrogance vanished? It seems you are merely a bully of the weak. Just like your rural mother. Remember this. In my presence, you shall always keep your tail tucked between your legs. Throughout this ordeal, Jiang Lian kept her head bowed, her expression subdued, remaining utterly silent. Who was reveling in this? Jiang Lian was. Before going to bed, Jiang Lian relished the scene repeatedly, wishing to immortalize it on a disc, to replay it whenever she felt downcast. With a smile, she drifted off to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, she was awakened by piercing screams. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Lian stepped outside and caught a stumbling servant. Inquiring what happened, the servant, trembling, was about to speak when another scream pierced the air. Was that the voice of the second aunt? Jiang Lian froze, then dashed towards the source. Upon seeing it, she nearly fainted. The second aunt lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Before her door, a swaying figure dangled. Jiang Lian. The servant shouted, "It's terrible. The young lady has hanged herself."
Ah?
Jiang Lian's eyes rolled back, and she too collapsed. Jiang Mingwang arrived at the scene. What is all the commotion about so early in the morning? Really? Soon after, Huang Wan. Old Master Jiang. The family doctor. The chef. One by one, they fainted. In the afternoon, within the corridors of the city hospital, nurses hurriedly spread the word. It was said that the second aunt had scolded their young lady a few times, leading the young lady to endure humiliation and subsequently hang herself at her door that very night. Good heavens! Is this what a wealthy family is like? Awakening in a hospital room, Jiang Mingwang gazed at the ceiling, feeling utterly drained. A singular thought echoed in his mind. This is not merely misfortune, it is monumental misfortune. The doctor examined everyone and diagnosed them with nothing more than temporary fright, allowing them to leave. However, the second aunt was not so fortunate. After being startled, she collided with the doorframe, sustaining a concussion that necessitated 3 days of hospitalization. For 2 days and nights, she was plagued by nightmares. And every time she closed her eyes, that ghostly face haunted her. Upon hearing any word that rhymed with Lian, she would convulse, frothing at the mouth. Upon returning home, Jiang Mingwang, gritting his teeth, confronted Jiang Lian. "I have scheduled a mental health professional to come and thoroughly examine your mind. Until the results are in, you shall not leave this place." Jiang Lian reclined on a chaise lounge in the courtyard, basking in the sun, glancing at him. She was not foolish. Well-fed and well-cared for, with the sun warming her, listening to soft tunes while playing with little Xuyan, why would she venture outside? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she tossed her hair forward, looking at Jiang Xuyan. Jiang Xuyan jumped in fright and hurriedly fled. The servant brushed past her, heading into the courtyard. "The doctor has arrived," Jiang Mingwang exclaimed with delight. "Please, come in." No sooner had he spoken than a figure stepped forward. Jiang Lian caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye. It was a male doctor, nearly 6 feet tall, wearing a mask and cap, obscuring his face. However, judging solely from his silhouette, he appeared quite handsome. Instantly, she sat up straight. "Who is the patient?" the man inquired. "That one." Jiang Mingwang and Jiang Xuyan both retreated to a distance, pointing towards the courtyard. The man approached and set down a medical kit beside Jiang Lian.
Ding.
Triggered plot choice. Repair progress 28, 150. Jiang Lian. 888. Who do you say he is? Chapter 49. Doctor, do come and visit often. Jiang Lian continued to press option 1 while observing the doctor in the white coat. The doctor asked, "How has your diet been lately?" Jiang Lian responded, "Quite regular. 8 meals a day, breakfast, brunch, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, and a late-night snack, interspersed with 2 random snacks." The doctor nodded, marking it down. Behind her, Jiang Xuyan. The doctor continued, "How is your mood?" Jiang Lian replied, "With an income of 1,800 a month, I laugh heartily every day." The doctor nodded, marking it down. Jiang Xuyan. Another tick? What statement earned that? The doctor asked, "How is your digestive capability?" Jiang Lian answered, "Bowel movements are smooth, 3 times a day." The doctor inquired, "Do you love life?" Jiang Lian replied, "I used to love it, but then work improved things." The doctor continued, "Do you ever feel an impulse to cry?" Jiang Lian said, "No, only once a month, when I wail at my paycheck," shedding a few tears before quickly becoming enraged. Tick, tick, tick. Jiang Xuyan could no longer restrain herself and was about to ask a couple of questions when Jiang Mingwang held her back. "He earns 100,000 an hour. A professional psychiatrist. We must trust the doctor's judgment." Jiang Xuyan finally paused, waiting for a while. After the doctor completed his evaluations, he approached Jiang Mingwang and handed him the assessment form. "Nothing is amiss. Everything is normal. Shen Ke, you don't think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask, do you?" I'm not like those other dimwits in the books. But even if she recognized him, Jiang Lian dared not speak. She could only grit her teeth, watching Jiang Lian resting her chin on her hand, exchanging flirtatious glances with Shun Quebec. In the end, Jiang Lian even said in a high-pitched voice, "Shall I see the doctor off?" Jiang Mingwang intercepted her, shooting her a glare, and asked Shin Ke, "Doctor, is my eldest daughter truly fine?" She has attempted to take her life several times recently and speaks in a jumbled manner. Her temperament has drastically changed. The doctor reassured, it's common for individuals to exhibit such phenomena after starting work. Just ensure she gets plenty of rest. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Lian, adding, "However, your younger daughter seems to be in a bit of trouble." He pointed to his head. Jiang Mingwang immediately grew anxious. Jiang Lian gritted her teeth and managed to utter a few words. "I feel quite fine. I'm a doctor, and you're a doctor?" Jiang Lian. Jiang Mingwang's palms were nearly sweating. "Doctor, could you also assist my younger daughter? I don't handle patients with such severe conditions." Shun Ke retorted, tossing off a nonchalant remark as he left the Jiang household. Jiang Lian laughed heartily, pounding the wall in amusement. She promptly dashed up to the second floor, leaning out the window waving a tissue. Doctor, do visit often." Shin Ke? His steps suddenly halted. He stared at the top of Jiang Lian's head, watching as the number jumped from 30 to 40. Jiang Lian certainly did not feel an unexpected surge of affection for Shin Ke, who was far away in the village. So, a perceptive one is he? When did he recognize him? He caught the tissue Jiang Lian threw and, a fleeting smile passing through his eyes, tossed something back up. "All right, I shall visit often." With a long stride, he turned and departed. Jiang Lian looked down at the item in her hand. It was an invitation. It read, "Bash party, and the time was tonight." 888 remarked, "This plot unfolds tonight. The party will feature numerous wealthy merchants and celebrities. And the female protagonist, Su Jiujio, will go wild at the event. We must also attend to serve as a contrasting group." Downstairs, Jiang Lian coquettishly pleaded with Jiang Mingwang, "Dad, you promise me, don't go back on your word." "Certainly, tonight I will introduce you to renowned producers. Rest assured." Jiang Lian's eyes sparkled. "But what about sister being left alone at home? I fear she will cause a ruckus again. Don't speak on her behalf." Jiang Mingwang frowned. "She shall not attend the party and bring me disgrace. Yet, you've reminded me, Wang Ma. Go upstairs and lock Jiang Lian's room. We will take turns guarding her tonight. She is absolutely not allowed to step outside." Jiang Lian smirked. "It's settled. Everything tonight will belong to her." As the banquet commenced, Jiang Lian entered in an exquisite gown, greeted by a cascade of compliments, her spirits soaring as she stepped into the ballroom. In the narrative, Su Jiujio would deliver a frenzied slap to someone here, only to be pursued by the male lead. Yet, today, instead of merely standing alongside other minor characters to ridicule Su Jiujio, she would seize the spotlight. She recalled from the book that Jiang Lian was seated right here. But now... "Hey, why are you here so early?" Jiang Lian rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking breathtakingly radiant in her gown. "Why you? How did you get in?" "No, how did you come out?" Jiang Lian exclaimed, flabbergasted. Jiang Lian cast her a curious glance. "What do you mean, how did I come out?" "I was directly transported by the plot." The benefit of being the 8th character was that it saved considerable effort. With a Cinderella-like prop, she didn't even need to change clothes to dazzle everyone effortlessly. Some may appear glamorous, but when it comes to being craven, they are utterly unreserved. Jiang Lian rummaged through her bag and ultimately tossed a disguise spell to Jiang Lian, transforming her into a sultry cockroach. "Wait. You haven't even figured out if anyone has wronged you. Better to wrongfully accuse than to let someone escape. Let's get her." Ultimately, constrained by the props, Jiang Lian couldn't transform her into an animal. As a compromise, she equipped her with a loudspeaker. Thus, Jiang Lian spoke as if she were Zhang Fei. Her greetings booming, her laughter melodic yet jarring. Alarmed, she hurriedly sought refuge to assess her voice. Jiang Mingwang searched for a long time, without success, only to turn and see Jiang Lian, inciting his wrath. "What are you doing here?" Before he could scold her, someone behind him interjected, "Mingwang, is this your daughter?" The producer approached, scrutinizing Jiang Lian. Jiang Mingwang's expression stiffened momentarily before he swiftly made a decision. He had been searching for Jiang Lian for half an hour, unable to locate her. He couldn't leave the producer waiting, so he decided to let Jiang Lian stand in for her. Once the resources were secured, he could have Yan Yan audition later. Yes. Jiang Mingwang immediately affirmed to the producer. He then lowered his voice to warn Jiang Lian. Behave yourself and cooperate with me. Otherwise, you can forget about any resources this year. The producer smiled as he approached, but his expression suddenly froze. After a moment, he managed to stammer, indeed, quite distinctive. Jiang Mingwang frowned. What do you mean by distinctive? Following the producer's gaze, he turned to see Jiang Lian standing there, cross-eyed, drooling, her arms flailing in front of her like a frantic chicken. With a crooked mouth, she shouted, Dad, I'm hungry. When will dinner be ready? Jiang Mingwang.
Oh.
Chapter 50. On the show, a beggar. Off the show, a rich heir.
Jiang Lian.
Jiang Mingwang shouted in a low voice. Act normal. He quickly turned to the terrified producer, forcing a smile. I apologize. My daughter enjoys making jokes. In the next instant, she collapsed to the ground, crawling toward the producer with all fours. Producer, resources, please. Producer. Jiang Mingwang. Well, I have some matters to attend to, so I think we can skip the resource discussion for now.
Goodbye.
The producer bolted away. As he distanced himself, he couldn't help but call a friend within the industry. Jiang Mingwang usually makes his daughter sound like a fairy, but upon seeing her, my goodness, she has crossed eyes and drools. She exudes the aura of a zombie siege. I swear, I'm not joking. Spread the word and let everyone be cautious. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingwang nearly suffered a heart attack from anger. Jiang Lian, unfazed, continued to feast at the buffet, gleefully observing the rising anger level of Jiang Mingwang on the system panel.
Ding.
Jiang Mingwang's anger level reached 97. Task complete, reward. Invisibility cloak received. Jiang Lian, marvelous. Exquisite. 888 had no words left. Yet, Jiang Mingwang's favoritism knew no bounds, upon learning that the original was not his biological child. He sought to maintain a good reputation while simultaneously paving the way for Jiang Shuyan, believing that punishing her was also acceptable. As Jiang Lian savored her 8th slice of cake, Jiang Mingwang dragged her to the private room on the 2nd floor. Jiang Mingwang warned again. Inside are some friends from my business circle, all bringing their children. You must remain silent while eating. That lipstick advertisement I promised you is still yours. If he hadn't been unable to find Jiang Shuyan, he wouldn't have dared take this risk. Especially since his nemesis, Old Yu, was also present. Originally, he had promised to bring his children but had failed to do so. He was unsure how they would twist the narrative against him. Children? Jiang Lian questioned. Isn't this a banquet for entertainers? Jiang Mingwang replied, their children are all first and second-tier artists, all resources painstakingly acquired by their parents. Although their acting may be lacking, they are exceptionally well-behaved, making things easier for their parents. He emphasized the last sentence, shooting Jiang Lian a glare. Jiang Lian was astonished. Their parents are that good? Jiang Mingwang. He warned Jiang Lian a couple more times before turning to open the door. Inside the private room, everyone was engaged in lively conversation, utterly oblivious to the newcomers outside. A man with a square face called out, Jiao Jiao, come perform a song for your uncle.
Okay.
Yu Jiao nodded, walking to the table in her gown. She began to sing beautifully. A great river, waves wide. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause. Not bad. Not bad. Jiao Jiao is truly impressive. You've been learning vocal music for several years now, haven't you? Unlike my child, who has no talent whatsoever. A tall, thin man in glasses remarked, pushing the person beside him forward. Lu Mian, go perform some tea pouring for your Uncle Yu. Lu Mian obediently stood up, clad in a tailored suit, showcasing his tea pouring skills. Afterward, he pretended to blush at the applause. On the other side, a reprimanding voice chimed in. Look at them. They are all so exceptional. And you, what can you do? Chiao Chung, you can only go light a cigarette for the uncles. Chiao Chung complied, moving in a straight line, resembling a firecracker being lit during the New Year. Jiang Lian. Wait. Are you all pretending to be normal people behind my back? Sister Lian. Lu Mian, turning around unexpectedly, gasped, causing everyone to turn and collectively inhale sharply, exchanging incredulous glances. Jiang Lian looked at Yu Jiao. Didn't he complain? Was that just my imagination? Yu Jiao remained silent, fixated on her plate of ribs. Her ears flushed red. My son is not bad either, Lu Mian's mother chimed in. He told me the director's team was giving them a hard time. But he works tirelessly, even going hungry. My heart aches for him. I doubled his allowance. Jiang Lian turned to Lu Mian. Oh? When we were crawling on the ground eating cement, I didn't see you hesitate. Was the person who threatened Director Chen for 2 pig trotters your twin brother?
Dad.
Qiu Qing's face flushed red. Those in the know advised, just keep smiling while you can. Once the older generation finished their pleasantries, business discussions commenced. Only Yu Jiao remarked, my dad is free, but I told him I calculated it. He's not suited to watch, as it would block the financial path. So he didn't come. Jiang Lian. Very well, a talented individual. The other's eyes lit up. Really? That's impressive, old Qiu. To be able to invite the renowned Xingshi CEO, who has never made a public appearance. Qiu Yundao, I never anticipated this. Just moments ago, I sent my secretary to deliver something, and unexpectedly, he insisted on coming over to meet everyone. As the words fell, footsteps echoed at the entrance. Jiang Lian, intrigued, turned to look. She was eager to see what this illustrious and formidable president of the prosperous era truly looked like. What the? At the entrance, a visage emerged from the interplay of light and shadow. Clad in a tailored black suit, his dark eyes peered through silver metal frames. His high nose and pronounced brows exuding an air of aloof elegance, mingled with a hint of playful arrogance. A quintessential domineering CEO appearance, albeit with a singular flaw of being maddeningly familiar. Shen Ke. How could it be you again? Are you playing tricks on me, Shen Ke? The collective jaws at the table nearly dropped to the floor. The younger generation was speechless, struggling to regain composure. The elders, too, were preoccupied with their reflections. Those without mirrors considering hastily adjusting their appearances. Shen Ke's gaze locked onto Jiang Lian, and then, under the scrutiny of all present, he approached her. To Qiu Cheng, he said, make way, and to Yu Jiao, you two, step aside. Jiang Lian thought to herself, oh, wretched fate, here comes the storm. Chapter 51. She resembled someone who had achieved success through connections. Yu Jiao stood up, momentarily stunned, while Qiu Cheng attempted to resist, stammering, Shen Ke narrowed his eyes. I can help you, Qiu Cheng said, hastily wiping the chair. Internally, he screamed, Qiu Cheng, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Shen Ke settled into the chair, casually draping his arm over the back, only to suddenly freeze mid-turn. A question gradually surfaced in his strikingly narrow eyes. Opposite him, a progress bar read 81. This was not the crux of the matter. The real intrigue lay within the parentheses that followed. Inner thoughts. Inner thoughts? Just as the confusion began to form, an intrusive voice echoed in his ears. Honestly, with those glasses on, he gives off the vibe of someone who would tie you to the headboard once the lights go out. Sidekick, what bite? His gaze fixed on Jiang Lian's lips. Though she did not speak, the voice persisted. His hands are also quite handsome, with impressive pecs and a pert backside. I've never seen anything like it. It's extraordinary. Shen Ke, extraordinary in what way? Such a handsome man who doesn't belong to me. It's disheartening. With that statement, the favorability rating plummeted to 30, and the words inner thoughts vanished. Shen Ke, understood. So, when the favorability exceeds 80, I can hear some of her more unsavory musings, correct? Meanwhile, all the elders' gazes fell upon Jiang Mingwang, silently probing him for an explanation. Jiang Mingwang himself looked bewildered. He felt a flicker of recognition, yet could not place where he had seen Shen Ke before. When had Jiang Lian met President Shen? Surely, she hadn't offended him. This wretched child. If she wanted to bring ruin upon herself, she needn't drag him into it.
Jiang Lian.
Jiang Mingwang's voice thundered, quickly pour a cup of tea for President Shen. With a swift motion, Shen Ke placed his hand on the teapot, lifting his gaze without granting an inch. I would prefer tea brewed by Jiang Zong. Old bastard. Betraying me. Is he implying that my 30 favorability is too much? Jiang Mingwang's expression faltered. Jiang Lian, seizing the opportunity, leaned in, adding fuel to the fire. Father. It's not that I don't want to brew it, but President Shen prefers yours. Jiang Mingwang. He could only smile and comply. Fuming silently at Jiang Lian as he turned his back to Shen Quebec, Jiang Lian chimed in. President Shen also wants to taste the crabs you peel, right, President Shen? As she tugged at Shen Ke's sleeve, mouthing a plea for help, her fingers gestured under the table. Help me out. I'll bow to you twice later. Shen Ke cursed himself for understanding her. He leaned back, arms crossed, resigned to acquiesce. Jiang Mingwang, astonished, fixated on the sharp profile of the man. His gaze lingering on the silver-framed glasses, rendered speechless for a while. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and returned to peeling crabs. Peel them carefully. Jiang Lian called after him. President Shen is not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Mingwang's posture stiffened, teeth clenched in frustration. Jiang Lian collapsed into her chair, laughing. Yu Jiao and Lu Mian exchanged glances. She resembles someone who has become a success through connections, Yu Jiao remarked. Lu Mian nodded in agreement, and that one who relies on influence. Qiu Qing added, what a sham, what a facade. The crabs, once peeled, were presented to Shin Quebec. Engaged in conversation with Qiu Yun about a project, he casually pushed the plate of crabs toward Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian? Oh, what a generous offering. As she reached for them, a pair of chopsticks halted her hand. Jiang Lian leaned in, flashing a smile. You see, I'm best at taking what I see. She moved the plate aside, prompting a smirk from Shin Quebec. What are you smiling about? Jiang Lian suddenly inquired. Shin K suppressed a smile, narrowing his eyes. I'm not smiling. You are. He merely activated the muscles around his mouth. Jiang Lian. Coincidentally, as she took the crabs, the favorability rating surged to 82. Thus, Shin K witnessed her lips moving. Yes, you are right. In her mind, she mused, you did smile, ha dog. Shin K. He had never encountered such an impolite stream of consciousness in his life. Throughout the meal, everyone was tense, except for Jiang Lian and Shin Quebec. As they rose, Shin K pointed to the corner of his mouth. Jiang Lian? Just leave, stop being cute. She clapped dismissively. Very adorable, truly. Shin K. Suppressing his irritation, he articulated carefully, I said you have a grain of rice on your mouth. Jiang Lian, enlightened, wiped her mouth and smiled, but you're still quite adorable. With that, she turned to leave. Shin K halted, instinctively biting his lip, stifling the smile that threatened to escape. The others, reading the atmosphere, discreetly vacated the scene. Ultimately, Jiang Lian and Shin K found themselves walking in tandem towards the banquet hall. Midway, Jiang Lian abruptly halted. Shin K glanced sideways. What? In the next instant, she tugged on his hand, drawing him forward into the makeup room. The door clicked shut behind them. Hush. In the dim light, Jiang Lian pressed her finger to her lips, then gestured toward the adjacent room. Shin K frowned, soon hearing muffled breaths. Slow down, Guga. The sister is still waiting for us. Shin K? He turned, witnessing Jiang Lian pressing herself against the wall, as if wishing to meld into it. Jiang Lian. We should leave. He reached to grasp her collar, exerting some force. Yet, she was immovable. In the gym, he could lift weights effortlessly. Yet Jiang Lian remained steadfast in eavesdropping. Wait, just one more minute, please. Jiang Lian swatted his hand away. Shin K turned to depart. Click. Another sound echoed. He hadn't anticipated others being inside. Looking up, he saw a figure emerging from the changing room, donning a wig. Upon noticing him, the figure abruptly halted. Director Chen? Shin K? Director Chen? Shin K? Furrowing his brow, Shin K awkwardly explained, I was just passing by with Jiang Lian. His voice trailed off as he glanced to his side, only to find Jiang Lian had vanished. The empty changing room echoed with his and Director Chen's presence. Chen's expression was one of despair and humiliation. Here we go again. I heard the president of the prosperous era was coming and immediately hid in the changing room. I never expected Shin K to be so relentless. Has he chased me all the way here? What does he take me for? A mere pawn in his cat-and-mouse game? Is it that enjoyable to see me hide? He took a deep breath. I'll take my leave. Chen Dao dashed away, but as he passed by Shin K, he suddenly felt a jolt and instinctively clutched his waist. How shameless. 888 shouted. Host. Be careful. You're using the invisibility cloak. But your body can still bump into people. Jiang Lian retorted with conviction. I'm night blind. I can't see. All right. Stop yelling. I'm just looking for the door. In the next moment, her elbow collided with a chair, which toppled back onto Qin Dao. He could no longer tolerate it and yelled, Ah, I beg you, Mr. Shin, spare me. At the entrance, Jiang Lian finally emerged. Overhearing Shin K politely suggest to Qin Dao, 9th Hospital, the best psychiatric department in the country. If you can't find your way, I can help you call 120. Ignoring it, she rushed next door and leaned in to listen. The sounds of panting continued. Moments ago, she had overheard the plot choice and discovered that the couple next door was actually Jiang Xuyan and Gu Jian. How could she resist this juicy gossip? Without hesitation, she selected option 1 and barged in, ready to create a scene. But before causing a ruckus, Jiang Lian chuckled softly, leaned against the door, and tossed in a prop. Go ahead. Ma lo ga la. Use successful. Target. Jiang Xuyan. 888. Chapter 52. How could I not dare? I am far too bold. In the changing room, Gu Jian was in high spirits, playfully pinning Jiang Lian down as he whispered, Yan, relax. Does the changing room excite you this much? A strange yelp from Jiang Lian responded. Gu Jian paused. They had been intimate in numerous places before, beaches, tents, sofas, bathrooms, classrooms, and even cinemas. Yet this was the first time he heard such a sound from her. In the next moment, she abruptly jumped up, pushing him away. The coat rack shook violently as Jiang Lian used her hands and feet, swiftly swinging from every rack in the changing room, clambering forward. Gu Jian? Yan, you. No, you. Jiang Lian jumped onto the cabinet, waving her arms, and thumped her chest. Gu Jian was already at his wit's end. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed. In the next instant, he screamed. 888 shouted even louder than him. Host. You were told to create a scene, not to use disguise to cause an even bigger ruckus. Jiang Lian paid it no mind, standing sternly outside the door, facing Jiang Mingwang, and asked in shock, What are you doing? Gu Jian panicked. Uncle, I. Smack. Jiang Lian stepped forward and slapped him. You scoundrel. After just a few minutes, you think you can bring happiness to my daughter? Gu Jian clenched his teeth, too afraid to speak. As the minute passed, Jiang Lian fell into a daze. It was only when Jiang Mingwang entered that she began to tremble, hurriedly putting on her clothes. Dad, it's not what you think. Smack. And you, Jiang Lian shouted hoarsely, you've disappointed me greatly. Have you been fed too well at home to come out and vandalize public property? Is this coat rack yours, to be broken like this? I, Jiang Mingwang, do not have a daughter like you.
Dad, I.
Smack. Whoever speaks gets hit. Instantly, the entire changing room echoed with slaps. A passing waiter wondered aloud. Who's clapping in there? 5 minutes later, Jiang Lian walked towards the hall, rubbing her hand and feeling satisfied as she heard the completion sound of her task. 888. You've opened your eyes. You've opened the heavenly eye. The system's voice chimed again. Beep. Triggering plot repair. Repair progress 30, 150. Choice 1. At the banquet, join a group of people, pointing and ridiculing Su Juzhou loudly. Reward. 5 shares of Jiang Company. Choice 2. Remain silent and watch the drama. Reward. Gu Jian's underwear left in the changing room. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lian selected option 1. 888 could not contain itself. Host. Do you dare to point and ridicule Su Juzhou? Why wouldn't I dare? I am far too daring. When has Jiang Lian ever shied away from a challenge? Minutes later, chaos erupted as Su Juzhou lost her temper. 888 watched as Jiang Lian led the charge among a group of bystanders, loudly mocking Su Juzhou. Hit harder. Haven't you eaten? Juzhou? If they're mocking you like this, shouldn't you kick them a few times? 888. Truly pointing and ridiculing. Receiving Jiang Lian's signal. Su Juzhou waved her hand at the mocking crowd, retaliating even more fiercely. Beep. Task completed. Earned 5 shares of Jiang Company. Jiang Lian clicked her tongue. If this reward comes twice more, might Jiang Company change hands? 888 thought to itself, you're being overly modest. It was evident that Jiang Company was bound to change hands sooner or later. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian, having finally tidied herself up, encountered Jiang Mingwang once more. She stood there, her face swollen, trembling. Suddenly her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground. Dad, I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. Hit what? Jiang Mingwang was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, What happened to you, Yan? Who did this to your face? Jiang Lian's sobs stuttered as she glanced at Jiang Mingwang. Although that person had been under Jiang Mingwang's face, upon reflection, the voice was not the same. Jiang Lian instantly gritted her teeth, realizing everything. Who but Jiang Lian would engage in such childish antics? She would not rest until she avenged this. As the banquet concluded, people flowed out. Jiang Lian inquired, Why haven't I been transported to the next location? Isn't there more plot here? Just then, she bumped into a few individuals emerging from the venue. Lu Mian greeted her, Sister Lian, you're still here? Just in time for you to see this. The group huddled together conspiratorially. Lu Mian rummaged in his pocket for a long time, finally pulling out a hidden pouch, deep and long, capable of hanging from the hip down to the ankle. Jiang Lian. No need, I came prepared. Su Juzhou said, removing her waist-length ponytail. Jiang Lian then saw clearly. That was no ponytail. It was a faux ponytail that served as a long pouch.
Jiang Lian. Wow.
Yu Jiao also produced a piece of tape that matched her skin tone, designed to hide items close to her body. Chiu Chung had prepared a fake pregnant belly for acting, intending to strap things within it. After the demonstration, everyone turned to Jiang Lian. What did you prepare? Jiang Lian blushed. Nothing prepared. I often feel like I don't belong to the group, because I'm not perverted enough. You're talking nonsense. Everyone chorused. Su Jiujiu remarked, if you don't know how to hide things, just eat what I have later. I'll be leaving first. The rest of the group followed suit.
Departing.
Jiang Lian asked 888 again, are you sure there is no plot left? Why hasn't he transported me yet? 888 replied, I truly don't know, oh no. As it exclaimed, Jiang Lian suddenly felt a chill run through her. Ahead, the clock tower struck 12. Jiang Lian stood in the corridor, looking down, and froze. The Cinderella prop was set to expire precisely at midnight. However, no one had informed her that this prop only removed her clothing, leaving nothing to cover her modesty. Jiang Lian let out a scream, sprinting behind a pillar, trembling. Oh no, oh no, oh no. How did Cinderella handle this situation? This is absurd. They've left me here, surely, because I still need to make tomorrow as trending topic on Weibo? My evaluation is, it's better to be dead. I'm done for. At least leave me one pair of shorts. As Shun Kei passed by the pillar, he nearly went deaf from her shouting. What are you doing here? Their eyes met. Shun Kei's voice abruptly ceased, his pupils constricting in shock. Chapter 53. The atmosphere was set so perfectly, it felt like a trap for a first kiss. 888 was also in a frenzy. Host, you must clarify this. Don't let the villain mistake you for an exhibitionist. Jiang Lian. Clarify? How on earth can I explain this? 2 seconds later, Shun Kei observed the person across from him suddenly fanning himself, exclaiming dramatically, it's so hot. I'm dying. Even without my clothes, I'm still burning up. Shun Kei. He had already chosen his death spot for the 100th time. Perhaps it was best to do it right here. Jiang Lian, wrapped in Shun Kei's clothing, tucked herself behind him as they awaited the vehicle. When alone, she peeked out, her eyes darting around. Isn't it hot? Shun Kei queried softly, shall we step outside for some fresh air? Jiang Lian mimicked a slicing motion behind him, then sweetly replied, no need, haha. Xiao Kei, you're so cheeky. Following this internal monologue, her favorability rating plummeted to 30. Suddenly, Shun Kei's world felt serene. A moment of petty banter had cost him dearly. The car arrived. From a distance, Jiang Lian noticed something shimmering atop the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, she realized the matte black car had 2 rows of messages flashing above the headlights. On the left, it read, the high beams are off. On the right, I'm not deaf, stop honking. Jiang Lian, what kind of car is this that it can display messages? As they approached, she discovered it had external speakers as well. 5 minutes into the ride, Jiang Lian heard Shun Kei in the back seat, vociferously berating the traffic. You dare cut in? You're asking for trouble. So eager to run a yellow light. Are you rushing to the underworld for your ticket? What are you tossing out the window? Your own ashes? Jiang Lian maintained a stiff posture, too intimidated to speak. When Shun Kei finally turned to her, their gazes locked. She immediately pinched her voice. Brother, after scolding everyone, you can't scold me too. Shun Kei glanced at her, then tugged at his tie, leaning in her direction. Jiang Lian? Wait. Is he really going to kiss her? He was getting closer. Was he truly going to do it? After venting, was he looking for someone to kiss to cool off? His nose nearly brushed against her cheek, halting just centimeters away. Outside, shadows of trees danced past. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere thickened. Jiang Lian's gaze was captured by the glint of his metallic glasses and that captivating face. His lips, seemingly inviting, parted as he asked, would you like to? Jiang Lian, yes. Not kissing would be foolish.
Senke, tissues?
He slowly retrieved a box of tissues from behind her. The car was instantly engulfed in an awkward silence. Jiang Lian, what on earth? Why create such a suggestive atmosphere just to pull out tissues? How am I supposed to recover from this? Shun Kei, I was just trying to seduce you, and you came right up to me? Assistant Shu in front. 2 living fathers. No one mentioned this sort of work during the interview. Weren't we supposed to be showcasing our talents at the Shengshi group? No one said we'd be watching the boss kiss in the car? Jiang Lian's ears began to redden. She licked her lips, feeling the need to clarify.
I didn't mean it that way.
That's not quite right, it makes me seem scheming. Jiang Lian, what I meant is, the atmosphere just felt so intense. No, that sounds frivolous. You were too close, I thought you were going to. No, that sounds like I'm framing you. In the end, it's just a kiss. Jiang Lian focused on his bright red ears, thinking, some cultures greet like this. To appear less forward, she complimented him. I usually hear you being tough, but you're quite soft when kissing. And you smell nice too. Shun Ke. Assistant Chu. No one wants to hear about post-kiss impressions.
Bang!
The car stopped in front of Zhang's house, and Jiang Lian was unceremoniously ejected. The door swung open, and Shun Ke tossed out a thick coat.
Bang!
The door slammed shut again. 888 was utterly flabbergasted. This romantic subplot is becoming increasingly clear. A phone rang, and Jiang Lian answered, seeing brother displayed on the screen. Is it a serious brother? Jiang Lian asked. 888. Of course, it's serious. The original Jiang Lian was a faux heiress, typically concealing her identity. I understand, her parents are influential figures. No, her parents are deceased. Jiang Lian. 888. But her 3 brothers are powerful, all villains, arms dealers dominating abroad. Concerned that the original might reject their identities, they pretended to be innocent.
Ding!
Brother! Jiang Lian exclaimed upon connection. 888. The other side. The eldest brother, Huiyun, was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time little Lian had called him brother. Overwhelmed with emotion, he quickly focused on the matter at hand, cautiously asking little Lian, did you just attend a banquet? Your third brother mentioned he spotted you getting into a rather special vehicle. To soften the blow, he added, a car that can display messages and insult drivers. When he tried to get a closer look, he got splashed with water. Hearing Jiang Lian's confirmation, Huiyun immediately advised, if you don't want to live with us, that's fine, but please avoid these gatherings. They tend to discuss you. What do you mean don't want to? I want to. Send me the address. I'm moving right now. Huiyun. After hanging up, Jiang Lian received the address along with a message from Huiyun. In a chaotic scene, gunfire echoed. A few underlings looked at their leader, puzzled. What's going on with the boss? He has been staring at the screen for 5 minutes, grinning like a fool. I don't know. Maybe he is celebrating our impending victory? Truly, the boss has grand aspirations. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian entered the Jiang household. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with 3 faces, each displaying a different expression. Jiang Ming asked, explain how you know President Shen, and why did you do this to your sister's face? As he spoke, he twisted Jiang Shuyan's head around, instantly revealing a visage reminiscent of a bloated bee. Chapter 54. She is the most dangerous element. Search her. Jiang Lian gasped, turning her face away as if fermenting. Jiang Shuyan. Who am I fermenting for? She immediately burst into tears. Huang Wan hurriedly embraced her. There. Don't cry, sweetheart. Watching the scene, Jiang Lian suddenly lowered her gaze, trembling slightly. 888. No way. Even the ironclad host can feel sorrow. It became a bit flustered, stammering, host, it's all right. They simply lack vision. Turning around, it saw Jiang Lian revealing a few pearly whites, barely suppressing laughter. Jiang Lian, just thinking about how she is poorer than me now makes me laugh. 888. Jiang Lian declared fiercely, next time. I'll bring my brothers to deal with them. All of them. 888. Jiang Ming was still scolding, his words filled with insults and ungratefulness. Jiang Lian turned and headed upstairs, dragging a suitcase behind her. What are you doing? Jiang Ming demanded coldly. Jiang Lian, I'm heartbroken and have decided to run away from home. Are you threatening us with running away? Jiang Lian, don't forget. It was the Jiang family that raised you to your current status. Without the resources of the Jiang family, do you truly believe that with your meager acting skills, you can establish a foothold in the entertainment industry? We have not shunned you. In fact, we are willing to take you in. And yet, you dare to think of yourself as a princess. What is your true identity, and what is Yan Yan's? Are you not aware of your own standing? Jiang Lian, feeling a surge of indignation, decided to leave home.
Jiang Lian.
Jiang Mingwang scoffed coldly. What's this? Regretting so soon? Let me tell you, Jiang Lian stepped outside with a cup of milk tea, cheerfully exclaiming, I almost forgot this. Just ordered it. Jiang Mingwang was taken aback, while Jiang Shuyan was left speechless. At that moment, a car came to a halt, and several bodyguards arrived in unison, bowing and proclaiming, Princess, please get in the car.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of refraining from arguing with Jiang Mingwang, gaining 5 shares of Jiang family stock. Total shares accumulated 10. Outside the car, Jiang Mingwang stood in shock, her mouth agape. Who were those people? Why were they here to pick her up? Her biological parents had long passed away, and her 3 brothers were working elsewhere. This was precisely why Jiang Mingwang felt so assured of her dominance over Jiang Lian. But who were those individuals? A sudden realization struck her. These must be people from Mr. Shen. She thought she could leverage her connection with Mr. Shen to her advantage. Jiang Mingwang's face darkened. What status did Mr. Shen hold, and what was hers? After some time, she would be the one kneeling and begging for mercy, and the doors of the Jiang family would never again open for her. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian was savoring her milk tea with delight, planning to take a nap in the car. Suddenly, the voice of 888 interrupted her. Currently, there is no plot to fix. Proceed directly to the next scene. Variety show recording. What? She sat up abruptly, still clutching her milk tea, only to find herself transported to a rural path. Jiang Lian cursed profusely. Did they truly take her for a fool? Not even granting her a moment's respite. With a cold chuckle, she took off running, guzzling her drink. By the time the production team caught up with her, her milk tea was nearly finished, leaving only a few pitiful pearls. Letting out a satisfied burp, she addressed the camera. Don't blame me. I didn't order this milk tea. Director Chen frowned. Does she have accomplices? Where are they? Who? Jiang Lian replied. My phone accidentally slipped from my pocket, and while I was trying to save it, I inadvertently touched the screen. How strange it was that I ended up ordering a cup of green milk tea with 5 points of sugar and boba. By the time I wanted a refund, it was too late. Wasting food is a crime. Thus, I had no choice but to drink it all. Director Chen. Really? Can't we just give her a slap? Don't say that. It's been 2 weeks since I last saw this divine being. Don't be afraid, baby. Mommy is here. Feel free to curse or hit anyone you like. You'll face the consequences yourself. Victim 1. I used to want the world to know I liked you, Jiao. Now I wish the world would forget it. You all have it tough. But I'm different. I secretly liked Sister Cotton from the start. No one knew, and everyone thought I was normal, heart emoji. Several guests rushed towards Jiang Lian, exclaiming, Sister Lian, long time no see. I've missed you so much. Jiang Lian remained expressionless. Long time no see? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. I saw you just an hour ago. The director's team called for them to come forward to hand over items, and the guests exchanged knowing glances, with Chiu Chung being the first to approach. The staff immediately noticed his unusually plump belly and frowned. Did you gain so much weight in just 2 weeks? Are you eating your family's rice? Su Juzhou asked from the side. The staff, unable to respond, took the luggage and let him leave. Next, several individuals were tasked with handing over luggage, while Su Juzhou handled any questioning from the staff, leaving no one daring to voice their concerns. When it was Su Juzhou's turn to step up, an unexpected incident occurred. With a snap, her ponytail fell to the ground, revealing a pile of items: bubble gum, chips, facial cleanser, soy milk powder, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and finally, a pink vibrating toy. Su Juzhou, quick on her feet, concealed the pink item. What was that last thing? Su Juzhou, you better explain it to mommy. Just a moment ago, I immediately ordered the same as the idol. Now I'm pondering over this strong vibration. The child has grown up. Content. I like the pink one. It's more useful. I recommend it. Have you all lost your minds? How can you even dare to bring this up? What is so embarrassing? Pleasing oneself is a natural right. Reject shame. Grow freely. Jiang Lian applauded from the side. What a delightful game of hide and seek. However, with Su Juzhou's moment, the director's team immediately conducted a new search, confiscating Xiao Cheng's fake belly, Yu Jiao's stickers, and Lu Mian's lewd pocket. The bullet comments flooded in. Finally, Director Chen turned his gaze to Jiang Lian. I didn't bring anything, Jiang Lian said sincerely. Ha! Do you expect me to believe that? Director Chen pointed at her, declaring, she is the most dangerous element. Search her. Chapter 55. Do you like this set or that one? Hey! I really didn't bring anything. What the hell are you doing searching my shoes? Let go. Jiang Lian was thoroughly searched before she exited under the scrutinizing gaze of Director Chen. Hey. Lu Mian pulled out a wig piece and a stack of money. Come, call me daddy. I'll treat you all to a feast. And there's more? Laughing to death, the search is never-ending. Who doesn't have something? Yu Jiao scoffed, removing her nail art. This is gold powder. Su Juzhou directly pried a fine gold strip from her teeth. Qiu Cheng pulled a bank card from between his cheeks. Finally, everyone turned their attention back to Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian raised her hand. I truly have nothing. The crowd protested. Stop pretending. Only then did Jiang Lian remove her shoes. Yu Jiao questioned. Didn't you just get searched for your shoes? With a swift turn, Jiang Lian leaped into a field of chili peppers. She stomped around to gauge the soil's softness, found a spot, and with a shovel, unearthed a box. Upon opening the box, it was filled with all sorts of items. This is what I hid during the last night talk, Jiang Lian explained. The crowd erupted in applause. Sister Lian, you're the best. 888 chimed in. This is just the tip of the iceberg. In Jiang Lian's 20 cubic meter pocket, even the bed of the Jiang family is included. What the hell? Who remembers how this group looked when they first debuted? They barely resembled humans then.
Run.
Director Chen is on his way to catch you. In the distance, Director Chen's voice boomed. Jiang Lian made a grand leap, clutching the box and dashed into room 3. Director Chen burst through the door. Jiang Lian quickly stuffed the box into Shen Kei's arms before Director Chen bolted out. It's all good now. Let's go, Director Chen urged, his face turning purple. Hurry, hurry. The production team was baffled, arriving only to leave. The live audience thought they had accidentally clicked fast forward. Jiang Lian entered room 3, and didn't he come out? While Director Chen dared not call for her and waited at the door. Inside, Jiang Lian's eyes were fixated on Shun Quebec marvelous. Simply delightful and captivating, it was mesmerizing. Host. 888 warned, not
Allowed.
However, this time it was not Jiang Lian making the first move, it was Shen Kei who approached her. He pushed up his glasses and asked, do you like it? 888. Jiang Lian. This truly wasn't her fault. She hadn't laid a finger on him. He drew closer. I am enamored by Jiang Lian's rosy cheeks and her delicate toes touching the ground. The ensemble she adorned on our first meeting was remarkably fashionable and exuded exquisite taste, leaving a lasting impression.
Schenkepander briefly. Ah.
She did not wear anything on that first day. Yet, she remained as composed and steady as ever. At the entrance, the director's team called for the third time. Jiang Lian shielded her eyes and remarked, my eyelids are twitching fiercely today. I wonder if some fortune awaits me. Could it be that I am to witness another fashion show like that day? Shun Kei interjected. It is the left eye twitching that signifies good luck.
Yours is the right.
Jiang Lian paused momentarily, lowered her hand, and earnestly advised him, I was merely jesting. Quebec knowledge must not be taken lightly. We ought to trust in science. She gently patted Shin Quebec standing still. He caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance as she drew closer.
Kick it.
He heard her whisper. At that moment, an uncontrollable thought flitted through his mind. Typically, you sound so stubborn, yet your kiss is tender and fragrant. Your blood possesses a sweetness. Shin Kei abruptly closed his eyes, attempting to erase such thoughts from his mind. Upon reopening them, he found himself still entangled in those thoughts. Your blood is not entirely cleansed, he muttered to himself, closing his eyes again. Once more, he repeated, reopening them. Soft, fragrant, sweet.
Quebec.
I should have heeded the advice to avoid junk food. Now my mind is in disarray, Shin Kei lamented. Director Chen warned, next time. I expect you all to be prompt, and not dawdle. As you can see, the chili base has been entirely cleared overnight. As his words trailed off, thunderous applause erupted from the side. Lu Mian was particularly enthusiastic, nearly clapping Jiang Lian's face with his hands. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for mere sustenance? Lu Mian, a warning for you. Director Chen remarked, exasperated. You will be assigned to various bases for work.
What?
The crowd turned, incredulous. Was it not enough to toil like beasts of burden here? Now they were to be exiled. The throng protested, pursuing the director's team in a frenzy. Director Chen, dodging a shoe thrown his way, raised his hand. Points earned while working outside will be doubled. In the next moment, guests surged forward. Those who massaged shoulders and those who pounded legs. Jiang Lian, playfully touching the director's two wigs, assured him, rest assured, Director, though we may be outside, our hearts will forever dwell in the chilly fields. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to command us, regardless of whether we can comply. Enough. Director Chen pushed them away. Let the assignments commence. Garlic base, Jiang Lian and Su Jiujiu. Orchard, Yu Jiao and Lu Mian. Corn base, Luo Xiaohua and Tong Han. Canola flour base, Jiang Shuyan and Xiucheng. Shuyan is absent today, due to an injury. Let us all strive hard in her stead. Director, will you not arrange for us properly? Has the garlic base offended you to warrant such atomic retribution? How absurd. I fear for the garlic base's fate today. Is there no oversight for the orchard? Lu Mian and Yu Jiao are no longer the ordinary individuals they once were. Director Chen smirked, satisfied, for it was his intention to witness how long the garlic base could endure with these two assigned to it. Su Jiao and Jiang Lian were dispatched to the garlic base. Director Li greeted them warmly. Ah, the two little ones from the chili base have arrived.
Come, come.
We are playing a game and completing a small task. We shall feast tonight. Feast? Jiang Lian and Su Jiao exchanged glances and nodded obediently, yes. Director Li nodded approvingly. They appeared quite docile, unlike what Director Chen had described in meetings. Eating? Fresh from the chili base. Are we to partake in this director's feast? I only came to escape Jiang Lian. How unfortunate that she is here. Is the director at the chili base unable to manage his members and sends them here for humiliation? Let the villagers take the stage, Director Li announced, and, at once, 20 villagers appeared and took their seats. Each guest was to perform before these 20 villagers. If 10 villagers agreed to let them feast, the challenge would be deemed a success. The first to perform was Xing, who captivated the audience with a peacock dance, leading to thunderous applause. As she exited, she cast a smug glance at Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian immediately hid behind Su Jiao, who raised her fist, prompting Xing to flee. The third performer, Han Ti, awkwardly sang a song, earning a single sympathy vote before regretfully exiting. Following her, Mo Feifei danced a swan dance, and 3 male guests performed a piece, weaving their hearts together. When it was Su Jiao's turn, the audience remained unresponsive, having grown weary. With an expressionless face, she announced, I shall perform the chopstick dance. Xing immediately scoffed, chopstick dance? What a ridiculous concept. Can chopsticks even dance? A villager gasped, and everyone turned to see Su Jiao clutching a villager's head with chopsticks. The villager screamed in terror. Raise the sign. Su Jiao demanded, her eyes fierce. In a swift motion, the sign was raised. She captured several villagers, lifting each sign high, fearful of being captured again. In less than a minute, Su Jiao bowed and thanked them. Thank you all for my perfect score. Xing. Director Li. Is this even possible? How is this permitted? There are no rules against it. This is called dancing with the villagers. Put aside your tasks. Jiang Lian is up next. Jiang Lian stepped onto the stage. Xing glared, her teeth clenched. Jiang Lian could not dance, and it was only Su Jiao who could secure a feast. Surely, the two would end up quarreling. Jiang Lian bowed. I shall perform the die dance. Without granting anyone a moment's respite, she launched into a spirited performance, her arms soaring like a young eagle. Villagers. Comments. Her arms descended and then rose again. Su Jiao began to clap on the photographer's head, providing accompaniment for Jiang Lian. The front stage moved with her, swaying left and right, creating a mesmerizing blur. Hot hot hot, hot hot hot. She twirled and leaped, causing the villagers to shut their eyes in fear. What dance is this? It appears to be some sort of villainous dance. The villagers gasped. Indeed, quite villainous. Jiang Lian danced closer to the villagers, suddenly brandishing her arms. In a split second, a villager raised their sign. I raise my sign. You may leave. Jiang Lian, satisfied, turned and retreated, chanting thud thud thud, her backside towards the villagers. The villagers frantically raised their signs. Raise, raise, raise. Do not come closer. Jiang Lian spun once more. Thud thud thud. The villagers cried out, Where's my sign? I dropped my sign. Help me find it. She asked, coming closer. Find it. In a moment of desperation, a villager found the sign between the chairs.
Got it. Got it.
The villager reached out, trembling from fear.
Who understands?
I nearly died. The others shouted. Raise them. Anyone who wants to avoid blindness, raise them. In unison, 20 signs stood tall against the wind. Oh my heavens, my dear grandmother, my coat, my jacket, who taught you to dance like this? I am so scared. I am raising my sign from behind the screen. Jiang Lian, clutching the scoring sign, chuckled. Director, shall we be unreserved then?
Directoli.
He barely had time to voice his opinion before Jiang Lian dragged Su Jiao directly into the fray. At the banquet table, this steak is delightful, Han Ti. You must try it. Xing swiftly grabbed a plate of steak from the table and handed it over, lest it fall into the hands of those two individuals from the chili base. Han Ti immediately nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Absolutely. Not a morsel of meat should remain for them. She opened her mouth wide and took a fierce bite. In an instant, 2 fleeting shadows darted past. The steak had vanished. The onlookers heard a cacophony of clattering sounds. When they looked up again, Xinging was the first to shout. What happened to the food? The dining table lay bare, devoid even of a tablecloth. The guests and the production crew erupted in sharp gasps. Jiang
Lian.
Do not allow those 2 beasts to come back. Director Li bellowed into the phone. Director Chen lounged in a chair, basking in the sun. He lazily flicked a toothpick and remarked, "Oh, what purpose does the garlic base serve? It's only the first episode, and they can't handle it?" Director Li responded with a grunt. Director Chen continued, "You once vowed that if it were up to you, these guests would have to kneel and bark like dogs. I'm eagerly anticipating that." The call ended. The garlic base immediately convened an emergency meeting with all staff. The agenda included safeguarding food supplies and repelling external threats. One staff member proposed several constructive ideas, which Director Li acknowledged with approval. "Well done. How did you come up with that?" The staff member beamed with pride. "I hail from a rural background. We dealt with locust invasions in the same manner." Meanwhile, at the Chile base, hunger loomed large.
Starven. Tom han verkligen protested.
Raising his hand, suddenly, warmth enveloped his palm. He looked up abruptly to find a steaming plate of roasted chicken in his hand. Jiang Lian cheerfully said, "Eat up, you little glutton."
Wow. Lanya.
"You are my savior." Instantly, everyone rushed over to snatch the food. "All right, you do have some skills," Jiao mumbled begrudgingly, her mouth full of lobster. As everyone settled in, enjoying the feast, an assistant's voice broke through the merriment. "Miss Jiang." Jiang Lian turned her head, still chewing on garlic scallops. The assistant continued, "Brother Jian wants you to go to the small grove beside room 7. He has something to discuss with you." In the grove, Gu Jian stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree trunk. It had been 2 weeks since he last spoke to Jiang Lian, and upon transferring to the Chile base, he had hoped to see her, only to learn she had been reassigned to the garlic base. "So eager to see me, are we? Then I shall give her a grand surprise." The assistant arrived, but he was alone. Gu Jian glanced behind him and inquired, "Why the delay?" The assistant awkwardly replied, She told me to hurry. She's taking her sweet time." "No, she hasn't come," Gu Jian responded, bewildered.
What?
Just as he was about to speak further, his gaze was captured by the tardy Jiang Lian, her entrance eliciting a wide smile from him.
Ah.
She's even learned to tease. As twilight approached, Jiang Lian strolled leisurely, reminiscent of a visit to a market, her face illuminated by the moonlight, stunningly beautiful. This sight ignited a fervor within Gu Jian, who felt an overwhelming urge to claim her. In a moment of impulsive desire, he reached out to pull Jiang Lian closer. Upon grasping her delicate hand, he chuckled softly, arriving so late and still throwing a tantrum. However, just then he noticed something peculiar. The texture was smooth yet somewhat greasy. Had she just applied hand cream? Gu Jian looked down to discover he was holding a piece of pig trotter. He had rubbed it for quite a while, leaving his fingerprints embedded. Chapter 57. Old man, didn't you say I could touch freely? Gu Jian exclaimed in shock. As he stepped back, Jiang Lian seized his chin, declaring, day after day, tempting you. If you want it, just ask. Why steal it? She tearfully thrust the pig trotter into his throat. Gu Jian sputtered, struggling to expel it, gasping you. Never mind, I'm thirsty. Go fetch me a glass of water. After saying this, he glanced at the assistant, who immediately stood at attention, holding an inconspicuous camera. Today, he had a mission, to capture Jiang Lian's kneeling moment on film. Online discussions were abuzz, with the narrative beginning to shift against Jiang Lian after the previous incident with the oversized condom. Public relations had become an arduous task. Perhaps sending out a video of Jiang Lian kneeling would suffice to quell the uproar.
Ding.
Triggering plot repair. Repair progress, 31, 150. Option 1. Hold hands with Gu Jian. Reward, 1 ancestral urinal. Option 2. Bring water to Gu Jian and recite the original book's line, Brother Gu, be careful, it's hot. Reward, unbearable odor, can make one item emit a foul stench for 1 minute. Jiang Lian approached with the water in hand. Gu Jian's brow relaxed. Here she comes. Brother Gu, Jiang Lian winked. Gu Jian grinned. You. Oh no, be careful, it's hot. As she exclaimed, Jiang Lian's hand trembled, spilling the water directly into Gu Jian's lap. The good news, the line was delivered. The bad news, it was boiling water. In an instant, the roof was nearly lifted by Gu Jian's piercing scream.
Ah? Jiang Lian.
What have you done? you wretched girl. Jiang Lian cried. Thermal expansion. Brother Gu. We'll never have to worry about oversized condoms again. Gu Jian was left flabbergasted. What the hell? Furious, he reached out to tug at Jiang Lian's hair. In a swift move, she executed a combination attack, dropping to her knees outside the door. Meanwhile, Shen Ke, who had come to catch them in the act, stretched lazily, inadvertently causing Gu Jian to fly through the air, landing squarely in the vegetable patch. The villagers were stunned into silence. The girl on the ground quickly scrambled to her feet and dashed towards the vegetable garden. Brother Gu, Jiang Lian cried out, her heart wrenching as she slapped Gu Jian's face repeatedly. Wake up, Brother Gu.
Slap. Slap.
Gu Jian, barely conscious, managed to mumble, I'm awake.
Slap. Slap.
Brother Gu, what's wrong with you? Gu Jian weakly protested, I'm fine.
Slap. 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 Slap.
Brother Gu, you mustn't be hurt. An ambulance arrived, and several nurses struggled mightily to pry Gu Jian from Jiang Lian's grasp. When they turned to look back, they found Jiang Lian still sitting on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, lamenting about what she would do without him. The nurses exchanged glances, exclaiming, Heavens, we've encountered a living llama.
Ding.
Task completed. Reward, unbearable odor. Exhausted, Jiang Lian slumped, chewing on a sweet grass root nearby. Just then, Director Chen arrived to gather the guests for a late-night chat. There, the last one. Director Chen pointed excitedly at Jiang Lian.
Danger.
She leaped into Shen Ke's arms. Jiang Lian peeked out. I have a headache. You're ridiculous. Director Chen scowled, standing 8 meters away with a megaphone. Hurry up and come over. Jiang Lian pretended not to hear, hanging onto Shen Ke's arm with a comical expression, subtly elbowing him. Help me. Then she flashed a peace sign. Shen Ke, perplexed, asked, What do you want me to do? Hello, is this the psychiatric hospital? Hurry and send a caregiver to take her away. He held Jiang Lian's face directly towards Director Chen. Can't you see? She's having an episode and can't leave. Director Chen exclaimed, Her illness is feigned, while my condition is nearing reality. Taking a deep breath, he stammered, You too. Should I go instead? Shen Ke suddenly executed a brilliant maneuver, halting the conversation. His gaze even flickered behind Director Chen. He had noticed in the fitting room that Director Chen's thoughts were anything but ordinary. This tactic was a clever counter. How shameless. Director Chen covered his face and walked away. Jiang Lian immediately smiled brightly. It's still you. Miracle Quebec. Shen Ke turned around, suddenly fixating on her head. Making a spontaneous decision. He leaned down, and Jiang Lian instantly became alert, recognizing that familiar feeling. It was the same as that day in the car. She would not fall for it again. Jiang Lian held her neck stiffly, watching as Shen Ke gently retrieved a blade of grass from her hair, saying softly, There's grass. Jiang Lian thought, Damn, this time it's real. Affection level, 20. Shen Ke remarked, I told you not to be reckless. He turned to leave, cutting losses in time. However, Shen Ke lost his balance and was pressed against the tree beside her. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere shifted. Shen Ke looked down at her, questioning what she was doing. Miraculously, the affection level ticked up to 10. Shen Ke raised an eyebrow, looking down. He saw Jiang Lian gazing at the diamond necklace around his neck. Indeed, he was no longer the old Shen Ke and was well prepared for this situation. Those mere diamonds? If she desired them, he would give them to her. Do you want them? He asked. Jiang Lian covered her mouth, a bit incredulous. Really? Well, take it if you like. Shen Ke nodded. Jiang Lian gasped, If I really go for it, don't act all surprised. He retorted, When have I ever acted surprised? Do you want it or not? Jiang Lian licked her lips, feeling a bit uneasy about touching his chest muscles. However, upon reflection, merely being alive was already bold enough, especially since Shen Ke had explicitly said she could touch freely. Touch. Not touching would be foolish. She seized the opportunity. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Ke erupted with his first exasperated shout, Jiang Lian. He hurried out of the thicket, his ears flushed. Jiang Lian's lingering thoughts echoed in his ears. Chapter 58. The Hammer of Thor, Here I Come. Jiang Lian exited with satisfaction. Upon lifting her head, she collided with Director Chen. Didn't that bald man leave? Director Chen smirked. Shen Ke said you suddenly recovered. He was spot on. Assistant Director, apprehend her. Jiang Lian gasped in shock. As she was dragged onto the bullock cart, her eyes lost their sparkle. She repeatedly mumbled a name, Shun Quebec. According to the assistant director, This name was accompanied by some foul language, which was too vulgar to broadcast. Meanwhile, Shun Kei had heard every word of her curses. What she voiced was merely the tip of the iceberg. The avalanche of her true feelings lay beneath. He pulled out his phone and called Assistant Chu again, seeking further strategies. Assistant Chu remarked, still looking for solutions? Haven't you two kissed? Isn't that enough? Is your kissing technique inadequate? You should practice. After a deep breath, he continued, Boss, perhaps you've heard of the passionate three-piece set? Shun Kei inquired, do tell. Assistant Chu replied, intimate gazes, flirtatious embraces, French kisses. Shun Kei questioned, does it work? It certainly worked for me. However, Assistant Chu paused, I can't guarantee the girl will appreciate it. The call ended. Jiang Lian was dragged into a small room by Director Chen. When Shun Kei appeared, Jiang Lian's gaze instantly locked onto him, and her eyes began to roll with expletives. He circled around and finally sat beside her, glancing at her. Jiang Lian suppressed her urge to flip him off and instead twisted her finger into a 6. Jiang Lian slouched on the chair, lazily lifting her eyes. The blackboard displayed a new set of offers. The first, 40,000 points could be exchanged for a day off. A day off. Jiang Lian shook her head. I don't take days off. I detest lazy people. One should work hard and strive. Shun Kei let out a mock gag. Jiang Lian turned her head, puzzled, and he elegantly wiped his mouth, saying it's nothing, just a stomach issue. I told you. Shun Kei really is both indulgent and strict with her. Director Chen, your targeting is too obvious. To make Cotton Sister spend points, the director's team is really going all out. Does Cotton Sister still need to sneak around? When has she not been openly flaunting? Don't rush. We have more. Director Chen pointed to the second option. 40,000 points could be exchanged for 2 handsome teammates to visit the garlic base together. Chiu Chung, with his swagger, stood before Jiang Lian, followed by the flirtatious Lu Mian. Jiang Lian politely replied, you can keep them. Director Chen, undeterred, proclaimed 40,000 points for a grand meal.
Jiang Lian replied next.
Director Chen continued 40,000 points for a luxurious residence.
Sin que suddenly glanced at Director Chen, questioning.
Is my residence not luxurious enough? This one's good. This one's good. Director Chen quickly scratched that condition. Gritting his teeth, he unveiled a final offer. All points could be exchanged for a chance to do an advertisement voiceover. Jiang Lian instantaneously stood up. Old servant, I'll exchange. The barrage of comments erupted. Shun Kei. The points vanished in an instant, and Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed to Gu Jian, who had been hiding at the back of the group. Gu Jian, his head wrapped, shot an angry glare at Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian was taken aback. Recalling the mushroom incident, Gu Jian? How could he be so injured? Jiang Lian, are you still making sarcastic remarks? Clearly, Cotton Sister still has feelings for Gu Jian, turning love into hate. The game commenced. The participants played a round of I have what you don't, taking turns to state something they possess that others do not. Those without must face the punishment of a balloon hammer to the head. A collective silence ensued for 3 seconds. I had a premonition. This is what Jiang Lian gifted her. Hilarious, for men fell silent together.
Bang.
Each participant received a balloon hammer strike. The second was Su Jujio. I wore lingerie on the red carpet. The crowd gasped. Bang, 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 bang. Another complete failure. Lu Mian then stated, I was trending for 3 days. As soon as he finished, everyone raised their hands. I was trending for 5 days during that lingerie incident. Jiang Lian chimed in, I was trending for 3 days while hugging a seat and 4 days riding a motorcycle. I'll do better next time. The others had also been trending for at least 3 days, and they all passed collectively. Lu Mian gritted his teeth, clearly dissatisfied. The atmosphere began to escalate. Chiu Chung raised his hand. I've eaten boogers. Tong Han grinned. I've had cosmetic surgery down there. Jiang Lian stood up. I crashed my motorcycle into a man's backside. Shin Kei remained unfazed. I was hit by a motorcycle on my backside. What a vicious way to win, you all. Alright, so this is how we're playing, huh? Everyone has gone mad, huh? Isn't anyone going to do something about them? Really is no one. Outside the screen, several talent agencies were in chaos, shouting, make them shut up. What are they doing just to win a game? In the chilly field, Director Chen barely managed to close his mouth. The match point arrived, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Lu Mian stood on a chair, shouting, I've eaten poop. I just want to know who else has. Who else? In the cold wind, a hand was raised. The crowd turned in shock towards Jiang Lian. She declared, "How is a booger not considered poop? Don't discriminate against poop circles." Lu Mian. He lost and lost terribly. Gu Jian suddenly remarked, "I have been pursued by someone for 10 years. Upon his words, all eyes turned to Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian pinched her acupoint, nearly gasping for breath, and smiled, saying, "All right, I've just had a taste of humiliation." Shun Ke glanced at Gu Jian, then at Jiang Lian. TSK. What a pitiful sight. In the next moment, Jiang Lian struck back. Her tone grave. "I once caught someone cheating in the parking lot. The tool of the trade? Quite diminutive and rather adorable." She squeezed her right hand, parading around the room. As she passed Gu Jian, both hands extended, she waved them in a flourish, creating a blur of movement. "Gu Jian." Su Jiao exclaimed loudly, "I concede." Yu Jiao added, "I surrender too." The room erupted with a chorus of confessions of defeat. Classic revival. Peppers hanging from the towering tree. Wow, how thrilling. The parking lot ISNT just for cars. It's a freaking artillery piece from the 2nd Battalion. Enough of your echoing, you lot. I reckon everyone can't bear to watch Gu Jian keep fishing for compliments. Anyone with a brain can see that Sister Mianhua has lost interest in him. Honestly, her gaze at a dog is more affectionate than how she looks at him. Jiang Lian seized a balloon hammer and began to tap everyone one by one. Yu Jiao was heavy, Su Jiao light, Lu Mian was substantial, and Xiuqing even more so. When it came to Shen Ke, she nearly kissed him on the cheek. That's cheating. Gu Jian gritted his teeth. Is that what you call tapping? Jiang Lian abruptly turned her head. All right then, let me do it for real. Here I come. With that, she lunged forward, even taking a running start. She sprinted toward Gu Jian's position, leaping 2 meters high. The Hammer of Thor. Gu Jian. Chapter 59. You have 800 eyes. Gu Jian entered the infirmary for the 2nd time. Director Chen urgently called for a stop, suggesting a change of game, to touring the 3 gardens. Sounds good. Jiang Lian raised her hand. Let me start. What S in the X's garden? The crowd responded. What S in there? You have 800 eyes. This game is unplayable. So Director Chen switched again. Read the negative reviews.
How about that?
In an instant, the guests' eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait, you're not going to reveal usernames. Are you? If I'd known, I wouldn't have cursed. Cursing feels good in the moment, but if they find out I did, won't they come after me? After screening, Director Chen selected a few particularly harsh ones to start. Su Jiao. I heard you undress so smoothly. Do you have a secret? Su Jiao sneered. Oh yes. The secret is to twist your mother's head off and throw it into your father's arms, then let your great-grandmother catch it. Stop. Director Chen, fearing the live stream would be shut down, hurriedly interrupted. Next. The assistant director read, Yu Jiao. I heard you specifically deceive college students out of their money. Yu Jiao gritted her teeth in anger. Who deceives college students? I only swindle the less intelligent. The barrage of comments came flooding in. Sidekick? I feel scolded, but I don't know exactly why, from a high school student who bought this book. Yu Jiao, you motherf. From a college student who bought this book. Yu Jiao, pay back. From a worker who bought this book. Because of it. My boss sent me to Africa. Pay back. Tong Han, Luo Xiaohui, Qiu Cheng, and Lu Mian were all attacked by negative comments, each one breaking down. It was Jiang Lian's turn. The assistant director selected 3 particularly harsh comments from the overwhelming negativity. 1. Jiang Lian, do you find your dog-like behavior disgusting?
2.
Do your parents know you're so flirtatious, especially with Shin Ke? Do you even deserve it? 3. Yan Yan is your sister, why bully her? Society doesn't need scum like you. Why don't you just die? Instantly, everyone turned to stare at the silent Jiang Lian. Yu Jiao, noticing her lowered head, assumed she was hurt by the insults and quickly said, Hey, Jiang Lian. A face, glistening with tears, lifted up. Jiang Lian's eyes widened. You all. Are you cyberbullying me? You are cyberbullying me. The memories of a once vibrant moat suddenly surged back to haunt everyone. The crowd gasped. All on high alert. Director Chen, panicking, abandoned reading negative reviews altogether. All staff members immediately stood up, sealing every door and window. The barrage filled the screen.
It was all I'm sorry.
Please don't be angry. Why provoke her? Mixed with several comments questioning, are you really that fragile? Which were drowned out by the sheer volume of hostility. This isn't even cyberbullying. Meanwhile, Shen K's voice rang out. Jiang Lian whipped her head around. You old fool. Shen K replied, that counts as public defecation. Jiang Lian shot him a flirtatious look. You little rascal. Shen K crossed his arms, amidst a flurry of comments like, are you blind? Why are you defending her? He lazily began, since I've been mentioned in the comments, I'll say a few words. First, I see Jiang Lian is quite mentally sound. I've never seen her indulge in filth, so I wonder how you deduce that. I've also not heard that glaucoma has symptoms of delusions. Stop it, brother. That's hard to listen to. Shen K continued. Second, she hasn't flirted with me. Our interactions are merely normal exchanges between adults. You only see that we're a bit closer. He crossed his legs, tapping his knee with his index finger. Haven't you noticed I'm quite enjoying myself? Did I misunderstand? Shen K, you?
Wow.
The language system suddenly malfunctioned. After delivering those 2 lines, Shen K leaned back in his chair. Lu Mian was still excitedly whispering, Brother Shen, what about the 3rd point? Let us keep scolding and wipe out these negative reviews. Shen K replied, no 3rd point. I just said, I would say 2 things. Lu Mian. Because Jiang Lian not only blossomed into a smile but also opened her fingers, excitedly gesturing toward him.
5.
I'll bow 5 times. Shen K. Seeing his expression falter, Jiang Lian boldly added another. 6. Shen K. Shen K paused for a moment and then lifted her up. Jiang Lian fell asleep in his arms in an instant. 888 had grown accustomed to it. The host had been temporarily transported here, and counting today, had not slept for 3 days. It felt odd that she hadn't directly slept in the pepper field. The path was very quiet. Due to certain concerns, Director Chen didn't dare approach, simply instructing the photographer to withdraw, leaving only the occasional villager passing by to greet them. Shen K chuckled suddenly, turning Jiang Lian to face him. Old Zheng. Isn't that the one who comes to steal my corn every day? He hurriedly sped away. Arriving at room 3, Shen K took Jiang Lian to the master bedroom, placing her on the bed.
Ding.
Triggered storyline choice. Repair progress 32, 150. Choice 1. Pounce on the main antagonist. Reward. 2 full-price circumcision surgeries. Choice 2. Kiss the main antagonist. Reward. A pair of double eyelid stickers, like Jiang Lian's. Choice 3. Stare into the main antagonist's eyes for 30 seconds. Reward. A photocopy of Director Chen's 80-year-old mother's ID card. Choice 4. Strip the main antagonist. Reward. A scratch card, with a chance to win 5,888,000. What is this? No matter what you choose, it's terrifying. At this moment, it was immensely relieved that the host was asleep. Otherwise, she would have to.
4.
Jiang Lian suddenly sat up, still dazed, yet did not forget to raise 4 fingers high. Chapter 60. The dream has ended, she has arrived, and dignity has departed. 888. How can you still hear me?
Wow.
It's effective. The task has been activated. Shen K halted, turning to look at her. You want to bow 4 times again? Jiang Lian shook her head, beckoning with her hand. Shen K, me? Jiang Lian nodded. Shen K squinted for a moment before approaching, his gaze fixed on her knees, ready to prevent any sudden kneeling. However, Jiang Lian remained still, as steadfast as an old dog, merely extending her index finger to point at a corner of the bedsheet, saying, Look at this, how peculiar. Shen K furrowed his brow and leaned in for a closer look. In the next instant, Jiang Lian lunged like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Her right foot aimed squarely at his backside.
Bang!
He was propelled into the quilt by her kick. In a flash, Jiang Lian pounced again, enveloping him in the quilt, her hands roaming over him. Shen K was taken aback, seemingly trapped in a surreal dream where time slowed to a crawl. Within this dream, he was caught in an inhuman storm, traversing through a garden of flowers, unscathed yet exposed. He found himself transformed from a well-dressed gentleman into a mere figure of vulnerability. What a vividly intoxicating nightmare it was. As the dream faded, she emerged, and with her arrival, his dignity slipped away. All he could hear was Jiang Lian apologizing as she exited. He stared vacantly at the ceiling. The ceiling white. The ceiling seemed to respond. The person lifeless. Jiang Lian sat at the doorway, clutching a scratch-off lottery ticket, trembling all over. I bet my life on this. My life. She was losing control, yelling at 888. And the result is 5 cents. Didn't you say 5 million? Where's my 5 million? 888 replied softly. Host, the maximum is 5 million. So what? Where's the 5 million? The minimum is 5 cents. Jiang Lian exclaimed. Ugh. 888 comforted her. It's all right. We should quit gambling from now on. Jiang Lian went mad. Shouting in the pepper field. Old Zheng, passing by, shuddered and hurried to the village committee. This is serious. The demon has come down the mountain. It's enormous. So tall. So long, making a racket.
Terrifying.
The entire village went on high alert. The next day, Jiang Lian appeared at the village entrance, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Upon her arrival, Su Jiuzhou was already waiting. Su Jiuzhou furiously exclaimed, Why didn't you call me when you went stealing yesterday? Look at those dark circles. You must have been at it until 3 in the morning. Quite amusing, but Jiang Lian couldn't muster a smile. Shen Ke was due to arrive soon, tasked by the production team to drive them to the garlic base. The incident from yesterday, where she had stripped him for 5 cents, was still fresh in her mind. As another party involved, she believed Shen Ke would be even more vivid in his recollections. Gu Jian also sought an excuse to join, sneering at the scene. Stealing? Jiang Lian, long time no see, you've come quite far. Jiang Lian blushed. Don't flatter me. I'm merely slightly better than everyone else. Gu Jian retorted. You are utterly incomprehensible. Suddenly, a commotion ensued, and all three turned to see a donkey charging towards them, with Shen Ke sitting atop the cart, his long legs swinging. Jiang Lian shrank her neck, unable to look. As the donkey approached, a bag of milk appeared before her. Shen Ke said, Breakfast. Jiang Lian looked up.
Me?
Shen Ke smiled. Yes, you. Jiang Lian, taken aback, picked up the milk and politely scooped a spoonful to offer Gu Jian. Here, drink it. Gu Jian's lips curled into a smirk. What had he said? Women. So duplicitous. Even offering him the first sip. Gu Jian squinted. Since you're so attentive, I'll reluctantly accept. He took a sip, only to sputter it out. Jiang Lian immediately tossed the milk away. Damn it. She knew Shen Ke had poisoned the breakfast. Gu Jian coughed a couple of times. Cough, cough, I choked. A breeze swept by. That was close. He almost misunderstood. As they climbed onto the donkey cart, Jiang Lian happily sipped the milk, reflecting, Shen Ke is truly a good person. Upon hearing this, Shen Ke turned and sneered. A good person, is it? Driven by life. He chose to abandon his sharp tongue. A sharp tongue would leave him without clothes. Instead, he opted to harbor his resentment silently and quickly complete his tasks to escape this dreadful cycle. Truly wonderful, handsome, with no flaws whatsoever. He even helped me during the live stream yesterday. I can't recall the last time someone rushed to my aid so selflessly. 888 interjected. That was yesterday, when Su Jiuzhou helped you at the garlic base. Jiang Lian nodded, right, almost forgot. Sister Jiuzhou is also a good person. However, her conversation with the system did not resonate in her heart. Shen Ke only caught the earlier sentences. His clenched fists gradually relaxed as he raised an eyebrow at Jiang Lian. At least she had a semblance of conscience. Why is he looking at me? Is there something on my teeth? Jiang Lian immediately pulled out a mirror to check. Shen Ke was taken aback. Had she actually begun to care about her image in front of him? Had all his efforts over the years been noticed? How peculiar. No, never mind. I thought there was a late-night snack.
Markt, what annoncens?
At the garlic base, all the guests had arrived. Director Li announced. Now we will begin a warm-up game. Blowing a ping-pong ball. The ball floats on the surface of a basin of water, and 2 contestants will face off, blowing the ball to cross the line within 30 seconds to win. The winner will receive a garlic harvester. The matchups were assigned. Jiang Lian versus Han Ti. Gu Jian versus Xing Ying, Su Jiuzhou versus Xuechong, Mo Feifei versus Zhou Yao, and Bai Hao, the assistant director. Upon hearing Han Ti's name, Jiang Lian's expression shifted. The name sounded familiar. 888 immediately informed her. She is your nemesis, sharing the same agent, coveting your resources, eyeing your men, and stealing your spotlight on the red carpet. Always mocking you to your face while disparaging you behind your back. All her scandals are linked to you. 888 projected several images, such as Han Ti deliberately wearing the same outfit on the red carpet as Jiang Lian, or accidentally liking a post that defamed Jiang Lian only to remove it after a week. Jiang Lian nodded in acknowledgement. It was true. One could evade the overt, but the covert was much harder to defend against. At that moment, Han Ti sauntered past Jiang Lian, sneering, Oh, such a clingy one. even coming to the garlic base. Do you really think establishing a persona as someone who eats pig feet will solve everything? Indeed, she was brazen. Jiang Lian merely nodded in response, choosing silence as she walked toward her competition area. 888 was taken aback, wondering why the host had no reaction today. She was unnaturally obedient. The game commenced. The first round featured Su Jojo and Xue Chong. A bowl of cold water sat before them, with a ping-pong ball floating atop. They faced each other. Sister Jiao. I've heard a lot about you, Xue Chong said, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor. Although you appear very strong in front of the media, I know you're still a little girl inside. How little?
Splash. Bang.
Instantly, water splashed onto Xue Chong's face, the bowl was overturned on his head, and the ping-pong ball landed in his mouth. Everyone gasped. Xue Chong removed the ping-pong ball from his mouth, gazing dreamily at Su Jojo's retreating figure. Strong girls often have such fierce, protective colors. I understand her. Another ping-pong ball came their way. Are you sure you really want to understand? It could cost you your life. My pan is out of oil. Can I borrow some from you, my strength?
Suzy the UMG Victorio.
Director Li couldn't bear to watch. The scene shifted to Mo Feifei and Zhou Yao, who inflated his cheeks, blowing with all his might, securing a crushing victory. The camera then turned to Jiang Lian and Xinging. The system's voice suddenly echoed.
Beep.
Triggering plot repair. Repair progress 33, 150. Choose one. Lose the game. Reward. 5 slaves. The 5 people visible on site will become slaves, and once activated, they cannot be changed, allowing you to command them to do anything. Please note, slaves must not be idle. Option 2. Win the game. Reward. A pair of socks worn for 7 days by the villainous grandpa Old Nyo. Jiang Lian immediately chose option 1. Han Ti, sitting opposite her, sneered and mouthed the words, trash. 888 was drenched in cold sweat. However, upon observing that the host had no intention of kneeling, apologizing, or taking drastic measures, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Begin.
Directoli Shota. Han Ti.
Brimming with energy, poised herself as if preparing for a momentous occasion, her gaze steadfast as if pledging allegiance.
Draving av deep breath, Han Ti excelame, I concede.
Jiang Lian raised her hand. Han Ti gasped in disbelief. The audience echoed her astonishment. You concede? Who are you, and who has possessed Jiang Lian's body? I refuse to believe it. This is peculiar. Let us observe further. Han Ti frowned and straightened up, only to see Jiang Lian casually seat herself in her chair. She extended her hand and began searching for information on common symptoms of Helicobacter pylori. Will bad breath accompany one for a lifetime? How to politely inform someone they have bad breath. Han Ti glanced over and erupted in anger. Jiang Lian, who are you calling foul-smelling? I was just curious about the topic, Jiang Lian replied innocently. Why are you so agitated? Han Ti was infuriated and flipped her the bird. In the next moment, Jiang Lian produced a pack of gum from seemingly nowhere and dangled it from her middle finger. Here you go, she said, patting Han Ti on the shoulder with a sympathetic gaze that lingered for several seconds, then sighed, shook her head, and muttered, such a shame at such a young age. With that, she walked away. Han Ti was nearly driven mad by this sequence of events. All right, so you're just going to wait here, are you? Ha ha ha. I think I understand why Jiang Lian conceded. Just don't provoke her. I warned you. In the end, Gu Jian faced off against Xinging. Jiang Lian's loss not only thrilled Xinging, but even Gu Jian couldn't help but comment. Jiang Lian, you have no competitive spirit at all, conceding like that. It seems one must rely on oneself. Matters requiring lung capacity are my forte. Jiang Lian nodded. Brother Gu is right. Brother Gu, open your mouth wide later. And good luck. Director Li called. Prepare.
Begin.
At the sound of begin, Gu Jian opened his chest, inhaling deeply. Prop foul-smelling. Usage successful.
Who?
Opposite him. Xing exclaimed. Moments later, a shrill scream erupted from the air. Ugh. Xing roared. Gu Jian, have you eaten shit? It reeks.
Ugh.
That day, a game trended on 8 hot searches. Gu Jian, have you eaten shit? Ugh, explosive. The mouth of the esteemed actor Gu, stinky, explosive. Gu Jian's Weibo fans collectively unfollowed, explosive. Gu Jian, what other surprises do you have that I am unaware of? Explosive. Unfollowing netizens left comments. 18-year-old balding stepmother. That year, amidst the apricot blossoms and fine rain, you claim to be the esteemed actor Gu. Perhaps I have been a fan of the wrong person from the beginning. 20-year-old toothless stepson, your looks are fine, but your odor is truly offensive. Infatuated old woman, your madness is acceptable since I was drawn to you. However, not brushing your teeth has genuinely upset me. Lifelong love seeker, haha, no other intentions. Just here for the entertainment. In the end, only Su Juzhou and Han Ti were awarded the garlic harvester. All the guests stood in the garlic field, bewildered. Su Juzhou remarked, "That can't be the area we are meant to harvest, can it?" As far as the eye could see, the field stretched endlessly. Far larger than the pepper field, 10 times the size, if not more. All right, let us get started. Director Li glanced at Jiang Lian, who was munching on spicy strips. Each of you has your designated area. If you don't finish, there will be no food. The first day had been a misstep. Today was the day for the garlic base to shine. Understood. This base is a place of torment. I suspect that in a few days, this base will be uprooted by Sister Cotton. Huh? Are you all mistaken? They really have put Jiang Lian in charge, I assure you. If Jiang Lian can uproot this base, I will live stream washing my hair with a shower head while upside down. Director Li announced the start. And Jiang Lian gleefully stood by the field's edge. Activate the slave tool, she instructed before swiftly locking onto 5 targets. Director Li, Gu Jian, Xingying, Han Ti, and Su Juzhou. What are you doing? Su Juzhou leaned in to inquire. Jiang Lian exclaimed, designating slaves. Director Li, Gu Jian, Xingying, Han Ti, Su Juzhou. Immediate effect. As the system voice concluded, the 5 rushed over, shouting in unison, Master, please command us. Chapter 62. I shall raise the banner high. Let us see who dares to call him mud. Leave Su Juzhou, Director Li, take them to plow the field for me. Jiang Lian pointed to the land. Yes. Director Li led Gu Jian and the others to begin plowing. 888 shouted. This is against the rules. Host, Su Juzhou, must also work. Jiang Lian ignored him and found a spot to close her eyes and rest. She wouldn't let Su Juzhou work. What could be done? At that moment, the system voice rang out.
Ding.
1 slave remains idle. Please send them out to work immediately. After a few seconds, ding. 1 slave remains idle. Please send them out to work immediately.
Ding.
1 slave remains idle. Please send them out to work immediately. Every 5 seconds, the booming voice resonated, making Jiang Lian's head spin. The final announcement. Host, please send someone immediately. Otherwise, the system will dispatch automatically. Jiang Lian. This tactic felt eerily familiar, reminding her of a distant afternoon when she had grown weary shopping and settled into a massage chair, refusing to spend any money, only to be ejected from it. 888. Every time it thinks this is the limit, the host manages to lower it even further. Everyone present was stunned by the scene. Director Li faced the dirt, his rear to the sky, laboring diligently. The assistant director stood by, perplexed. Is it appropriate for Jiang Lian to do nothing? And what is Director Li doing? The cameraman was equally bewildered, unsure if he should focus the lens on the dirt-covered Director Li. The morning passed with only Director Li's busy figure in the frame. He labored, drenched in sweat, directing his ire at the cow nearby. He couldn't stand the cow lying on the ground, and even harnessed the plow to himself. The assistant director? Everyone. What on earth is he doing? He truly is incredible. The director would rather take to the field himself than call upon Jiang Lian. I must stand him. I see it's not you who is standing. But these 5 individuals are the ones truly standing. This is divine. I came to see Jiang Lian work, not to watch you all be her dogs. As a fan of Su Juzhou, I am satisfied. Previously, she had only 1 dog. Now she is the leader of a pack, and I am pleased. Staff members could hardly believe their eyes. Wait, Director Li, does he genuinely want to work? Just then, the workers in the field turned to wave at Jiang Lian. The assistant director was overjoyed. Look, a twist has come. It's about to begin. Director Li proudly announced, Master, come see how well I've plowed this section. Better than all of them. The assistant director? What is going on? Thus, an afternoon passed. Only Su Juzhou, the head of the slaves, along with Gu Jian, Xingying, and the other slaves, gathered around Jiang Lian, taking turns to massage her back. Gu Jian. Go and massage the master's legs.
Suzy the Ugoman.
Gu Jian complied immediately. Han Ti massaged the other leg. Han Ti eagerly scurried off to comply. The assistant director and Mo Feifei simultaneously glanced at Director Li, who remained engrossed in his work, showing no signs of reversal. Finally, evening arrived, and the props for the slave game became ineffective. Director Li felt as if he had been crushed by a wheel, collapsing onto the sofa, unable to move. Jiang Lian yawned, and as she lifted her head, a handsome face appeared before her. I'm here to take you, Shun Ke stated succinctly. I'm too tired to walk, she replied, gesturing towards a field outside, indicating the extensive work she had done all day. Gu Jian and Han Ti immediately raised their trembling hands in protest. How shameless.
Did you do that?
Did you dig with your mouth? Director Li lay on the sofa, frustration boiling over. There was no place for her to sleep here. He had turned over the entire field himself, unaware of what misfortune had befallen him. Now she wanted to sleep in the garlic base? Ridiculous. Shun Ke interjected. Who says there isn't? Director Li squinted at him, mentally assessing a rather handsome, yet ordinary villager. Shun Ke rummaged behind him, producing a red document. This house belongs to me, he declared. The barrage of comments erupted. What? Jiang Lian exclaimed, if you put it that way, I'm not sleepy anymore. 888 gasped. Stay calm, host. Jiang Lian had already rushed over to inspect the property deed. Goodness. A whole stack. The entire village, she exclaimed. Wow. Is my husband really this wealthy? Isn't Shun Ke supposed to live in the village? This must be bragging, others commented. But still, that's an enormous area.
Who understands?
He*s totally in love. Crazy prince, playing the domineering CEO game. I can't stand people like that. Director Li trembled with rage. He felt numb. He gritted his teeth, wanting to protest. Breach of contract, a small fine. Shun Ke turned to inspect the top of Jiang Lian's head but found her standing firmly in place. Hands on her head, defiantly blocking the progress bar. However, he heard an explosive cheer that almost deafened him.
Casey! Casey!
My Casey! Step aside. I raise the flag for Casey. Let us see who dares to call him mud. Abs, thighs. Casey has walked into my heart. Shun Ke remained silent. The other guests had already moved towards their rooms. After a brief frenzy, Jiang Lian found herself standing before a door beside Su Jiujio. With only 2 rooms left, Jiujio pleaded, let us stick together. Jiang Lian grasped the doorknob, smiling as she prepared to open it. In a swift motion, Su Jiujio stepped forward, forcefully prying Jiang Lian's fingers away from the door. You go, she commanded. With that, Jiang Lian's last finger was pried away. The door slammed shut, leaving Jiang Lian teary-eyed from the wind. She turned, Casey, how about we compromise? All right, Shun Ke handed her the key without resistance. Around them, curious glances were cast. Jiang Lian blushed. Was this not dangerously ambiguous? The next moment, Shun Ke smiled. I'll sleep on the floor. Jiang Lian was taken aback. Sleep where? Where? You have this wonderful opportunity, and you choose to sleep on the floor? To be fair, Cotton Sister has made the chickens develop dark circles from her snoring. It's perfectly normal for Shun Ke not to want to sleep with her. I don't care. Together. Together. Jiang Lian immediately declared. I can't let you sleep on the floor. Here, this bed is for you. I'll take the sofa. She tugged at Shun Ke's arm, trying to pull him inside. Shun Ke grasped the doorframe, his expression calm. No need. I love sleeping on the floor. How can anyone love sleeping on the floor? Don't say such filthy things. Come on, the bed is really yours. Shun Ke's fingertips turned pale. No need. Don't make such sacrifices for me. Really unnecessary. I'm leaving. Shun Ke turned, and Jiang Lian lunged at him. Shun Ke took large strides, while Jiang Lian clung to his leg, even with her shoes off. Her determination remained unwavering. Jiang Lian lowered her gaze, wiping her tears. Goodness, he truly is a wonderful person. Chapter 63. Does she fear the dark? She can only sleep while holding on to him. After wiping her tears, she boldly entered the room without a hint of hesitation. It's hard to distinguish which scene is more intense, this one or World War II. Shun Ke even left his shoes behind to escape. It's evident how terrifying Cotton Sister is, huh? Tears of gratitude still linger in my eyes, witnessing that shoe finally give way. Jiang Lian. Thankfully, Shun Ke ran fast. I was just joking. 10 minutes later. This room is yours. I'll share with the assistant director. Director Li pointed to his own room, which happened to be directly across from Jiang Lian's. His actions had deeper implications. He had heard that 3 of the chickens from Shun Ke's house had perished due to Jiang Lian's snoring. He merely wished to survive. He was not in the wrong. In the middle of the night, Shun Ke suddenly awoke from a nightmare. A female ghost had been clinging to him, not only embracing him tightly, but also pressing him down. Turning his head, he discovered that beneath the ghost's long hair was Jiang Lian's sweet smiling face. Hee. A voice chimed. Shin Kei's eyes shot open. No, it was not a dream. A literal octopus lay beside him, its tentacles wrapped around him. Panic surged in his heart as he recoiled, yet no matter how he struggled, he could not free himself.
Jiang Lian,
He whispered. In the moonlight, Jiang Lian's long eyelashes fluttered. She was sound asleep, mumbling softly, dark, afraid. Did she fear the dark? She subconsciously sought out her room, finding comfort only in his presence to sleep soundly. Shin Kei pursed his lips and closed his eyes, gradually relaxing his grip. Fine, let her sleep, he thought. 888 lamented. This life is unbearable. You've entered the wrong room, host. The next day, when Jiang Lian awoke, she felt a stiffness in her neck, as if she had been held in one position throughout the night. She sat up and surveyed the room, which seemed subtly different, though she couldn't pinpoint how. Choosing to dismiss her thoughts, she headed outside to the garlic base. After a night of rest, everyone had regained much of their energy. Director Lee announced a new game. Today, we shall play a new game, putting on floral pants without using our hands. You have 5 minutes. And the one who puts on the most wins. Anyone who dons more than 5 pieces within the time limit will not only avoid work today, but also enjoy a grand feast. A feast. With that, Jiang Lian exchanged a knowing glance with Su Jiao, their eyes gleaming. Those two mischievous souls are scheming again. This could be exciting. The two most formidable players in the game, one shameless and the other fearless. Gu Jian and Han Ti exclaimed, "We're in danger." Meanwhile, at the chilly base, Director Chen gathered the entire crew in front of the live stream to watch. Look, Jiang Lian is up. Director Chen enthusiastically patted the assistant director's back. This pestilence is our chilly base star. Old Lee has looked down on me before. But soon he'll understand what it means to have a pestilence in the world. Jiang Lian, go for it. The assistant director nearly toppled over from the force of the pat. Everyone in the group cheered Jiang Lian on from behind the screen. The competition began. At the sound of the starting signal, everyone rushed to put on the pants. Xuechong, Bai Hao, and Zhou Yao stood back to back, bumping into each other. The scene was quite a sight. Tanya and Mo Feifei struggled for a long time, resorting to gnawing at each other. Their mouths grew sore. Gu Jian stood rigid, trying to angle his face towards the cameras. Lately, the online chatter about him had been overwhelming, with fans dropping off in droves. His agent had messaged him the night before, advising him to be cautious about his image in the coming days. Winning or losing mattered little. While everyone was engrossed in the game, only Han Ti kept looking around, searching for Jiang Lian's figure. She was eager to see how Jiang Lian, a person who loved to steal the limelight, would triumph today. Bring it on! Bring it on! Su Jiao's voice boomed like a bell. Han Ti turned her head and immediately spotted her. Su Jiao was leisurely leaning against a tree, swaying back and forth, one leg still caught in her pants. She was in no rush, knowing she wouldn't win anyway. Han Ti scoffed, trash. Mo Feifei and the other sighed in relief upon seeing Su Jiao wearing only one pair of pants. Thankfully, they were wearing 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, a clear voice rang out. I'm done. The crowd murmured. Done? What a niche expression. We don't understand. Everyone turned sharply to see Jiang Lian raising her hands high. Beneath her was a bulging mass. She had at least a dozen pairs of pants on. Han Ti was stunned and immediately shouted, "Impossible. I didn't even see you put them on. You're cheating. Did you use your hands? It's utterly impossible to wear so many without them." Gu Jian tossed aside the clothes in his hands, backing her up. Jiang Lian gestured for silence. Sure. You can't do it, but I can. Gu Jian muttered, I don't want to speak for her, but this time she really didn't cheat. I really regret opening this variety show while eating. It got me scolded by my mom. What? I wasn't watching. What did I miss? Indeed. I didn't see Jiang Lian putting on the pants, just treat it as cheating. The crowd surged forward, eager to see how Jiang Lian managed to wear them. Han Ti gritted her teeth, convinced she had cheated. The footage began to roll. At the start, Jiang Lian had both feet already in the pants. Han Ti immediately remarked, Look, she's already got both feet in. How can that be? She's certainly cheating. Look, she's going to find a secluded spot. Zoom in. She must be using her hands to pull up the pants. Before she could finish her sentence, Han Ti's mouth dropped open in disbelief. What? In the footage, Jiang Lian had successfully put on the pants, spinning around in a wide space. Then, she executed a perfect split. In the moment the pants ripped open at the crotch, she was instantly dressed. Next, she sat down, performing splits in succession. One after another, she donned each pair. until all the open crotch pants were secured around her waist. Vibrant colors billowed in the wind. The grass beneath her was nearly stripped bare, faintly resembling a one. Jiang Lian elbowed Gu Jian, winking, "Look, it's a one." Gu Jian was at a loss for words. What the hell? Is that even human? Director Li rubbed his throbbing head and reluctantly announced, "Jiang Lian wins." Jiang Lian sashayed past Han Ti, who was gritting her teeth, left speechless. Not far away, Shen Ke, sitting in a donkey cart, lifted his gaze and smiled at the scene. He paused, then quickly suppressed a smile, lowering his head to look at the donkey. "Useless creature." The donkey replied. "Time to eat." Director Li announced that Jiang Lian had won a feast but cleverly altered the rules regarding the dining duration. Jiang Lian could dine for an hour, while the other guests had only 5 minutes. After speaking, he glanced at the guests, silently signaling, "Whether you can grab food depends on you."
Director Li.
"Are you playing unfairly? You said the winner would have a feast, and now it's for everyone? To be fair, this tactic is truly clever."
Oh.
"So only your precious Jiang Lian gets to eat, while the rest starve. Don't be so double-standard. Jiang Lian's fans are truly annoying. All guests, please enjoy your lunch." Director Li disregarded the comments and spoke directly. As long as Jiang Lian didn't eat, he didn't care about that little reputation. After his words, all the guests immediately raced forward.
Run.
"Grab the food from Jiang Lian," Han Ti shouted as she charged in, kicking up a cloud of dust that flew toward Jiang Lian's face. Jiang Lian exclaimed, "Damn. Is there a limited number of reincarnations or something?" Director Li smirked with satisfaction. With so many people, they surely wouldn't let one person get away. Chapter 64. One meal fills a barrel, one sleep lasts a day. He proudly turned to look. Instantaneously, his mind went blank. Ahead, Jiang Lian arrived first, but didn't rush to snatch a seat. Instead, she shouted, "Sister Jiao." Su Jiao spun around and kicked Jiang Lian up to the beam of the ceiling. Jiang Lian hung upside down, grabbing the tablecloth in the process. Just as Han Ti's hand grazed the edge of the cloth, the table was left empty. Everyone gasped.
Director Li ruarat, Jiang Lian.
Hanging upside down, Jiang Lian shyly said to everyone, excuse me. After speaking, she bolted away. A few guests teamed up, but couldn't catch her. "I can't believe it. Even a speedy runner wouldn't dare compare to Jiang Lian. How did she get up there? Has Su Jiao lost her mind? How could she follow her orders? These people have gone mad." The craziest of them all is Jiang Lian. She didn't let anyone eat. Wherever Sister Cotton goes, not a blade of grass remains. She's a female thief. Director Chen from the Chile base stood up, his face flushed with excitement. Good. He applauded vigorously, saliva flying everywhere. "Jiang Lian, well done. Bravo." In the break area, the chaos caused by Jiang Lian had left all the staff drained. The assistant director and the rest of the crew felt weak, yearning to lie down. "Just hold on for 5 more days. This week will pass. And then I can send these 2 calamities away." Director Li's sunken eyes scanned all present. "I'm done." One staff member yanked off his cap and threw it to the ground. "I quit." Director Li was taken aback. He finally understood why old Chen had been so overwhelmed. In a past life, he must have disturbed someone's grave to have encountered such a character as Jiang Lian in this one. "Calm down. I have a new method to deal with Jiang Lian." Director Li reassured the staff. Dealing with Jiang Lian alone wasn't that difficult, but having Su Jiao involved was the real headache. However, if they could separate them and dismantle them one by one, it would be a piece of cake. Everyone exchanged glances, while only Director Li's eyes sparkled with a victorious gleam. "Let us go. Let us have a night talk and properly deal with them." Director Li was the first to arrange the first game. "Without further ado, let us start with a rhyming game. If you can't come up with a rhyme, there will be a small penalty. Each successful rhyme earns 50 points. Jiang Lian's face displayed a lack of culture, clearly unable to rhyme. 50 points. Jiang Lian immediately exchanged glances with Su Jiao. Su Jiao clasped her fists. "I understand, my lord." Director Li pretended not to see and continued. "I'll give you an example. Outside the mountains are green mountains, and outside the building is another building." Han Ti immediately followed. The clear waters reflect the beautiful eyes. The crowd cheered. Su Jiao chimed in. "Smoking and drinking cause no worries." Director Li reluctantly allowed it. The next second, Jiang Lian raised her hand. "I want to be a big female monkey." Director Li was taken aback. The crowd was stunned. "You're being humble. You don't need to think about it. You already are." "I'm dying of laughter. Is Jiang Lian's essence mad?" Look at Han Ti, and then at yourself. The difference is vast. How to say? It's somewhat rhymed, right? Director Li quickly declared. Not counted. Why not? Su Jiao rolled up her sleeves. Director Li insisted, if it's not counted, it's unfair. It counts. A new round quickly commenced. Han Ti, a leaf, a bodhi, a wood, a floating life. Gu Jian, a tune, a sigh, a lifetime. A pair. Su Jiao, one person, one pair of legs, one dog, one tail. Jiang Lian, one meal fills a barrel. One sleep lasts a day. Director Li was speechless. How can this even rhyme? Sister Cotton is playing a new persona. I've waited so long, and it hasn't collapsed yet. The system notification for Jiang Lian echoed once again, indicating her successful completion of the first round of the game, with a reward of the Guagua collection, which allowed her to search for gossip about any artist in the entertainment industry for a limited time of 30 minutes. Subsequently, Director Li unleashed his grand strategy, which he had pondered over for an entire night. Jiang Lian immediately raised her hand in agreement. As anticipated by Director Li, he had arranged for an undercover agent. No matter which person from the garlic base Jiang Lian chose as her teammate, defeat was inevitable. Jiang Lian nodded and declared, I choose him. Director Li turned to see Shen Ke standing before them. No way. He promptly retorted, you can only choose a guest. She buried her face in her hands, weeping. Shen Ke nodded. That is indeed a bit excessive. He swiftly produced a rental contract, suggesting he could vacate a few rooms if necessary. Wait. Director Li gritted his teeth. Fine, if you want to choose him, go ahead. Jiang Lian gleefully pulled Shen Ke into the team, drawing a heart on the ground with her foot. Shen Ke was taken aback. Director Li quickly regained his composure. Choosing Shen Ke was acceptable, after all. He was merely a nouveau riche with a few houses in the village, yet he acted as if he were something grand. Just yesterday, he had consulted Director Chen, who assured him that Shen Ke was just an ordinary villager with a bit of money, so there was no need to worry. Wealth without intellect was futile. They would still lose. Director Li, possessing unwarranted confidence, was his greatest flaw. Even a blind man could see the smugness radiating from old Li. Ha 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 ha. This trio could reduce the garlic base to rubble. Shen Ke, charge forth and reveal to the director the treachery of human hearts. The game commenced. Han Ti was up first. I was once betrayed by someone who afterward attended various events with Jiang Lian. Upon finishing, Han Ti provocatively glanced at Jiang Lian, insinuating that Jiang Lian had intruded upon her relationship. Jiang Lian raised a sign. False. She betrayed someone else. On what grounds do you slander me?
Han Ti snered.
Do you have any evidence? She was confident that Jiang Lian could not produce any proof and would have to suffer in silence. Chapter 65. The Landlord Brother and Cotton Sister. The couple. Jiang Lian lowered her head, and 10 seconds later, she raised her phone to reveal a flashing photo. Look at this bed picture. Han Ti approached to take a look and was taken aback. How did she get this photo? It was supposed to be private. Everyone congregated, and 3 seconds later, the flashing photo disappeared. However, all had seen it clearly, and unanimously raised their signs. Wow, this reaction is genuine? Holy moly, this is explosive. Han Ti quickly diverted the topic. 2. Every drama of mine was earned through my own efforts. Jiang Lian raised her sign. True. Han Ti, full of pride, raised her chin. That is a given. Using driving skills is still a form of effort. Jiang Lian remarked.
Han Ti.
Everyone. Driving skills. What kind of driving? Is this even legitimate? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The atmosphere grew awkward.
Han Ti clenched her teeth I oanstoret Jiang Lian stress.
Instantly, everyone raised their signs, deeming it true.
Han Ti.
Damn. I just searched, and it turned out to be real. What's the big deal? This incident has been out for a while. It's just reheating old news now. In a moment, it was hard to discern whether Han Ti's claims were genuine or part of a scripted performance from the director.
Ultimately, Han Ti faced defeat.
Su Jiao took her turn. 1. To avoid attending a cocktail party, I bowed my manager to the roof of my car and drove for 3 hours on 3 roads. Everyone collectively raised their signs. False. This was absurd. Even fictional tales should be somewhat plausible. Who do they think they're insulting? Su Jiao. 2. I frequently browse color websites and provide fans with knowledge about sexual education. Everyone collectively raised their signs. False. That's an excessive claim. Su Jiao remained silent for a moment. 3. All of the above is true. Collectively raised their signs. False, obviously fake. After the signs were raised, everyone looked towards Director Lee. He stared at the note in his hand, then lifted his head after a while. Su Jiao wins. What? The crowd gasped. Is there anyone speaking up for Su Jiao's manager? Let us observe a moment of silence for her manager, leaving the remaining 8 minutes to laughter. Meanwhile, Su Jiao's manager was in a daze. Her phone rang incessantly. Quick, contact this lady and ask her to stop exposing things. I'm about to be summoned for tea by the big boss. It was Jiang Lian's turn. I owe someone 18 bows. Sidekick? Although you haven't bowed, you are diligently counting. After some discussion, everyone raised their signs. False. Initially thinking it was a lie until I saw Sidekick's expression, which confirmed its truth. Jiang Lian, I once argued with a certain merchant for $5 for 24 hours. Han Ti encouraged everyone to raise their signs. False. If such a thing truly occurred, Jiang Lian would never mention it herself. Wouldn't he that tarnish her own image? Jiang Lian, I saw Han Ti post a private photo of her curly hair.
Han Ti?
Everyone.
False.
I did not. Han Ti resolutely raised her sign. She was a neat freak and had already shaved it all off. Director Lee gritted his teeth. Jiang Lian wins. How is that possible? Han Ti exclaimed in shock. Produce your evidence. Jiang Lian brandished her phone. Please look. Han Ti. Private photo. All right, the main subject has confirmed it. Those with dirty minds see filth in everything, leading to my and Han Ti's laughter. Ha 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 ha. Han Titani, experiencing a major breakdown. It was Sidekick's turn. Director Lee glanced at the previously mentioned participants, calculating. Jiang Lian and Su Jiao had already triumphed. If Sidekick were to win as well. Sidekick raised an eyebrow. Sure. Jiang Lian immediately tugged at his sleeve. It is possible, but... Sidekick continued, add points. If I win, I get double. Director Lee's expression shifted. Finally, gritting his teeth, he conceded. All right. They would propose questions, narrowing down the scope and making it easier to target Sidekick. There was no way he would win this round. Director Lee surveyed the room and cautiously asked, Is that mountain your property? He casually pointed to a nearby barren mountain. Sidekick glanced at it. No. The guests raised their signs. True. No one would be so bored as to buy a mountain. Nor would any villager have enough wealth to claim ownership of a mountain with a mere gesture. Director Lee chuckled. Steady. Director Lee, I know you feel secure, but don't get too comfortable just yet. Ha ha ha. This comedic effect is off the charts. Sidekick persona is still not stable enough. People don't believe the mountain is yours. Landlord brother and cotton sister, I ship it. Director Lee continued. Your assets do not exceed 100 million, correct?
Sidekick? Yes.
Signs raised. True. Director Lee, final question. Is there someone present here that you wish to pursue? He deliberately left out the word like, observing the subtle, almost unbelievable tension between Sidekick and Jiang Lian. However, it was perfectly normal for adults to feel attraction. What was unusual was wanting to pursue Jiang Lian afterward. The reality was simple. It was utterly unattainable. Sidekick did not hesitate. Yes. Everyone raised their signs. False. They were all aligned in their thoughts with Director Lee. Oh no, this is it. They've lost now. You may ship them, but to say he wants to win her over? Let us be realistic. The main issue is that he cannot win her over. Director Lee picked up the note that Sidekick had written in advance and smiled slightly. Let us now reveal the answer. Did Sidekick ultimately succeed? 3, 2, 1. His face turned pale. Then he shouted, How can this be possible? Wait, so 100 million means... Wait, so the person he wishes to pursue here is... Oh my, landlord brother, receive a kiss from me. Passing through the vegetable fields, she cheerfully greeted each villager. Hello, long-faced grandpa. Hello, round-faced grandma. Wishing you a bountiful harvest, wishing you prosperity. She paused, smiling brightly. Grandparents watched her with smiles. Jiang Lian continued to smile, unmoved. Grandparents. Jiang Lian glanced at the sweet potatoes on the ground, grinning as she said, wishing you joy every day. May you live long and prosper. Blessings as vast as the eastern sea. Longevity, like the southern mountain. Happiness and fulfillment. May your flowers bloom abundantly. May your treasures fill your halls. Surrounded by children and grandchildren. Wishing you health and wellness. May laughter be ever present. With the sweet potatoes in hand, she was ushered away. The round-faced grandmother observed Sidekick and remarked, Kay, One must be cautious in forming friendships. Shun Ke felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. As the two walked to the door, Shun Ke glanced at her and finally said, "I'll be staying across the street tonight. If you need anything, just call." Last night, she had stealthily slipped into his room in fear of the dark. Tonight, she likely would need help again. After saying this, Shun Ke shut the door. 2 seconds later, knock, knock, knock. The door opened.
Shenka, ka, Yavana, no, Anasasiti.
Jiang Lian leaned against the door frame, her smile bashful.
Shenke chakeldin amusement.
Are you really going to go that far? Chapter 66. You'd better say something appropriate. What do you need? Shun Ke's gaze was a warning. His left eye seemed to say, "You'd better say something suitable," while his right eye warned, "Otherwise, I might say something inappropriate." Jiang Lian blinked, unafraid. "I've locked my heart and thrown away the key." Shun Ke cast a glance at the shimmering number above her head and thought, indeed. I believe that. She could easily turn on him if he didn't help her get another white sweet potato. But it was placed atop the cabinet, high enough that the muscular man could reach it. Jiang Lian asked, "Do you want to reach for it?" Shun Ke pulled out his phone. Jiang Lian leaned in, asking, "What us up? Taking a picture?" Shun Ke replied, calling the police. "Then let us take that picture." Jiang Lian leaned in, playfully urging him to turn on the camera. Posing like she was at a scenic spot, pouting and shrugging. She turned to meet Shun Ke's gaze for a few seconds, then suddenly stood on tiptoe and exclaimed, "I hadn't noticed before, Ke, your lips look exquisite." Shun Ke?
Not you.
Jiang Lian challenged more. "Are you complimenting me? Such a subtle compliment?" Shun Ke replied, "No need for flattery. Being good-looking is an objective fact." Jiang Lian's face flushed slightly. How annoying. Really? She stomped her foot and fled. Shun Ke, if I didn't know that number above your head hadn't changed at all, I might actually be deceived. What's wrong with the women in this world? Are they all this eccentric? He gritted his teeth, putting away his phone, then paused and took it out again. On the screen, her smiling face seemed vibrant and full of life. Stop it, Shun Quebec. He took a deep breath. What word did I just use to describe Jiang Lian? Vitality? Not perverted, insane, or depraved, but vitality. On the other side, Assistant Chu had just finished his work and received a message from Shun Quebec. Crazy public, help me find an exorcist to perform a ritual. It was indeed time to look into it. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian, feeling cheerful after her fun, picked up her phone and swiftly tapped on the screen. After that, she called Su Juzhou. "Pei-sheng, do you want to experience the contrasting extremes of ice and fire in the dead of night?" Su Juzhou responded, "Wait for me. I'm on my way." Half an hour later, at the restaurant, when Su Juzhou arrived, her eyes widened in disbelief. On the long table lay a feast Jiang Lian had ordered with her points: braised pig trotter, steamed base, spicy shrimp, mouth-watering chicken, and sour and spicy squid slices. Thick-cut salmon. So much food that it was piled high, with 2 staff members serving it. Jiang Lian, seated at the table, transformed into a food-eating machine, waving at Su Juzhou as soon as she spotted her. Come here, come here. The garlic base is so generous. Such a large portion only costs 200 points. Director Li was moved to tears.
Damn.
No previous guest has ever tasted any of these dishes. Su Juzhou dove in, exclaiming, "I knew it. Following you means there's food to eat." There was simply too much to finish. Jiang Lian's response echoed in the background. What a pity. The leading lady has met Jiang Lian, and look at how it's turned out. The guests at the garlic base were left drooling.
Damn.
I want to eat that so badly. Meanwhile, at the chili base, staff members surrounded Director Chen. Director, you truly had foresight. Look at the guests at the garlic base. All defeated, not to mention they're starving. It's a tragic sight. Thankfully, we have you, Director Chen. Otherwise, it would be us at the chili base looking so embarrassed. Staff members exclaimed excitedly. Director Chen glanced at the live broadcast of the garlic base's predicament, feeling smug amidst the flattery. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, laughing. Jiang Lian, is there something you need? Jiang Lian checked the time on her side of the call. Director Chen, I ordered too many dishes. Let the friends from the chili base come over to eat. Hearing this, Yu Jiao and the others working nearby perked up.
What?
You're inviting them?
Ah.
Sister Lian is amazing. However, Director Chen immediately refused, stating it wouldn't be appropriate for everyone to go to the garlic base. Calling them over would disrupt his plans. I agree. I agree. Director Chen shouted. Fearing Jiang Lian hadn't heard. Tell Su Juzhou not to come. I've agreed. After hanging up, the Chili base members erupted in cheers. It'll take an hour to walk there. Killing someone is easier than getting there. Director Chun, you're ruthless. Hello, Sister Lian, they won T send a car. Lu Mian's voice came through. Director Chun, shocked, shouted, no car. Complaining 1T help. Click, the call ended. Lu Mian turned and said, Sister Lian said the car is on the way. She used her points to get one for us.
Wow.
Director Chun, what kind of car can you exchange for? A donkey cart? We'll walk till we're old. Suddenly, someone shouted, the car's here. Director Chun dashed out after Yu Jiao. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard a chorus of exclamations. Even old Zheng, passing by, stopped to say, what is going on? Is someone getting married today? At the village entrance, 3 luxury cars were lined up, reflecting the sunlight. Staff members got out of the 3 cars, wearing sunglasses and loudly announcing, garlic-based car rental service. We invite you to experience. Director Chen, what the hell? Where did this come from? Soon he had his answer. The 3rd car had someone specifically assigned to open the door, and upon closer inspection, it was Director Li. Director Chen, Director Li? Director Li chuckled wryly. She spent 5,000 points to rent a car, and then spent 2,000 points to hire me to serve. He then bent down as per protocol, wiping the car door while saying, Princess Yu Jiao, please get in. Prince Lu Mian, please get in. Prince Chiu Cheng, please get in. Laughter. Oh my. Uniform. That damn Director Li's charm. Didn't he expect that, old Chin? Director Li is willing to serve to use up points. All members of the Chili base arrived at the scene, and in an instant, they devoured all the food. The members of the garlic base, who had hoped to snag some leftovers, were left stunned. After eating, Jiang Lian leaned back in her chair, rubbing her 5-month-old belly, feeling quite satisfied. Suddenly, she raised her hand and leaned towards Director Li. He immediately shouted, There's no more meat. The village has already slaughtered a pig for you. You can't expect me to kill another. Not a pig, look at how you're saying it. I'm not that greedy. Jiang Lian humbly shook her head. Director Li, did I hear wrong? Or, are you speaking arrogantly? Jiang Lian replied, I would like to request that they all stay. Chapter 67. I'm running naked and eating excrement. No way. Director Li rejected instantly. That's too much. Are you sure? Jiang Lian looked at him. Absolutely. Jiang Lian sighed. What a pity. I had hoped to exchange all my remaining points for this. It seems that is not possible. Wait. Director Li grasped her arm. It's okay, I agree. Do not force yourself. I truly agree. Jiang Lian, not Sister Lian, I beg you, I agree. But, regarding Director Chen, he has consented. Su Jiao turned around, phone in hand, munching on a chicken leg. The matter was settled. Director Li, do you still recall your demeanor on the first day?
Director Li Inuarli la manta.
Would he dare utter a single negative word? After Director Li departed, Su Jiao tugged at Jiang Lian's sleeve. Now that we've given him our points, what will we eat next? Do not worry, Jiang Lian waved her hand dismissively. A grand banquet is assured. They rested until afternoon when everyone gathered in the garlic field. Director Li, holding a loudspeaker and with hands clasped behind his back, paced among all the guests, including Jiang Lian. Now that everyone is present, we shall proceed with our usual garlic harvesting activity. However, he changed his tone. The person who collects the least amount today will face a punishment. They must cook for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jiao immediately glanced at Jiang Lian. Indeed, Jiang Lian lay down. You must not come in last. Yu Jiao warned. Director Li raised the loudspeaker, quickly intervening. Yu Jiao.
No cheating.
Respect others' choices. He cast a glance at the reclining Jiang Lian. Sleep well, and when you awaken, there will be a splendid show. You are bold. Are you not afraid of consequences? Ha ha ha. Echoes of past dog-eat-dog fears. I do not care who cooks, as long as it is not Jiang Lian. Director Li's audacity stems from not witnessing the Chili base's live broadcast. Does it not? I advise you to catch up on previous episodes. Or, you may find yourself in dire straits. The sound of garlic being harvested resonated throughout the field as everyone busied themselves until dinner time, weighing their minced garlic. Xing Ying, 8 pounds.
Su Zhu, 6 pounds.
Gu Jian, Shuechong, and Bai Hao, 5 pounds.
Mo Fei, Danda.
And Han Ti, 2 and 3 pounds respectively. When Jiang Lian finally awoke, she found herself at the bottom with a score of 0 pounds. Director Li was overjoyed. What? I lost? Jiang Lian rubbed her eyes in confusion. The entire Chili base exclaimed in disbelief. Nearby, Shun Kei was the first to step forward.
I have something to attend to.
Su Jiujiu followed. I have a stomach cramp. I need to rest. You all carry on. Jiang Lian turned to Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao dramatically fell. My leg is injured. I cannot eat. I will just go hungry tonight, my apologies. Director Li was bewildered. What is wrong with each of you? The people from the Chile base surely have issues. Is there not anyone to speak on my behalf? Is there no one to speak for my leg? Is there no one to support Director Li for what is to come? Look at Director Li's joy. Unaware that he is about to be overwhelmed by Jiang Lian's culinary prowess, Director Li disregarded Su Jiujiu and the others, urging everyone to take their seats. Quickly, everyone.
Sit down,
He insisted, pushing Gu Jian and pulling Han Ti along. Let us go, let us go. Everyone was summoned into the greenhouse. Xing Ying's stomach growled. When will we eat? Rarely. Director Li sat among the guests. Jiang Lian, you lost, you must cook. Why are you not getting started? Jiang Lian leaned on the table. You truly want me to cook? But I fear wasting ingredients. Do not make excuses. A loss is a loss. Avoidance will not resolve the issue. Director Li tapped his fingers on the table. Even if I cook, no one will eat it, Jiang Lian protested. Who says that? Han Ti declared loudly. As long as you cook, I will eat. Jiang Lian replied skeptically. Is it just one person eating? Will no one else partake? Do you wish for more to suffer? Han Ti, are you out of your mind? Sister Mianhua, you have dug yourself a huge pit. Prepare the food and bring it to me. If I do not eat, I am a dog. Gu Jian chimed in. Jiang Lian glanced at Director Li. Director Li smirked. Rest assured, the rules are mine to set.
If you cook well,
I and everyone will eat. If I waste food, I will run naked to the village and eat dung. Danger. Director Li is in danger. Honestly, the difference between running naked while eating dung and eating Jiang Lian's cooking is merely the added embarrassment of the former. If that is the case, I shall proceed. With that, Jiang Lian turned and headed to the kitchen. Everyone waited in anticipation. 5 minutes later, a loud bang erupted from the kitchen. What was that sound? Gu Jian inquired. Nothing, I slipped, came Jiang Lian's voice from the kitchen. Hurry up. Director Li leaned back in his chair. Who knew you had a touch of the domestic goddess about you? A woman is most beautiful when cooking. May you always think so. Following the live broadcast. Witnessing Director Li's misfortunes is my just desserts.
Bang!
Another explosion resonated. Black smoke billowed from the kitchen. Director Li began to fidget. Surely the kitchen is not on fire? Jiang Lian, what on earth are you doing? Director Li rose and approached the kitchen. Do not come in. Jiang Lian shouted.
Director Li alta, frowning.
Was she concerned he would disrupt her culinary endeavors? Suddenly, a flash of flame erupted. Director Li exclaimed, What? Is this truly at such a level? I heard that igniting the pot can enhance its flavor. Could Jiang Lian be a professional? He felt as if he were facing a formidable challenge. Dinner is ready. Without waiting for Director Li to reconsider, the door swung open. Jiang Lian emerged, hair disheveled, with smudges on her face. Her 8 prominent teeth glimmering under the light as she smiled. Thank you for your patience, she said with a slight grin. Chapter 68 Goodness, it's Jiang Lian. Are you unwell? Director Li burst into laughter. You went and blew up the kitchen? Laugh all you want, you greedy little boy. I have never seen a corpse smile before. How peculiar. I wondered why the candle beside me ignited on its own. Turns out someone was in a hurry. Hello, everyone. A brief advertisement. I sell coffins, currently offering a second coffin at half price. Any interested friends? Delivery to your door, and customizable today. Rest assured, your idols will depart in peace and comfort. For inquiries, call 888-8888. Note: crystal coffins require an additional fee. The dishes were served, still steaming. Everyone rushed over, eager to unveil the offerings. Hurry, open it, I'm starving.
Montag 5 Uhr geht.
As the lid was lifted, a perfectly boiled egg was revealed.
Director Li frownat.
After all that effort, you present a boiled egg. This egg appears to be at peace, unlike your usual standards, Sister Mianhua. This may be the only food you see today. Enjoy it while you can. How kind of me to ensure you have something to eat instead of leaving you hungry. Of course, that was not all. In the next moment, Jiang Lian flung another dish forward. Behold this. A plate of fried, charred instant noodles presented to Han Ti. This dish is called Only Love for Curly Hair. One bite will leave you feeling euphoric. Han Ti retorted. Wait, you even named it. This title seems directed at me. Before anyone could react, another pot was tossed onto the table, bubbling with a green broth, splattering onto Director Li. What? I have a share too. Jiang Lian smirked. The final dish is called Little Mushroom Needs to Grow Up. Upon hearing this, Gu Jian bolted for the exit. Suddenly, a foot emerged from the bushes, tripping Gu Jian, causing him to fall. A plate of food was placed in front of him. The mushrooms on the plate swayed before Gu Jian. Gu Jian. Jiang Lian gave a thumbs up to Su Jiujio, who was hiding in the bushes. She then approached Director Li with a bowl of the director's tear soup. Director Li, what's wrong? Are you about to cry? Director Li, please say something. Director Li's face turned crimson. He truly did not wish to speak. This soup was terrifying. Its vivid green made his heart race. Take it away. Director Li covered his mouth and pushed the soup aside. Did you not just say you would definitely eat it? If you want to eat. Why did you come to the village? Jiang Lian turned around. Sister Jiao. Su Peisheng, having received the signal, emerged from the bushes.
Yes. Moment latte.
Lao Huang from the village was brought over, a mass of pixelation placed on the table. I have seized Lao Huang's lunch. Director Li, please enjoy. Director Li. With determination, Director Li closed his eyes and took a spoonful of the soup. Who said I wouldn't eat it? Ugh. Director Li's head tilted, nearly fainting. Director Li, keep going, Jiang Lian urged. I want to eat anymore. Sister Jiao. Su Jiujio clasped her fists. Seconds later, an elder from the nearby vegetable patch lamented the loss of his watering tool. A basin of vegetable water was brought to Director Li's lips. Director Li, please enjoy. Director Li picked up the bowl of soup and drank it all. After finishing, he let out a thunderous shout and promptly fainted. Jiang Lian turned to Gu Jian and Han Ti. The two were... Gu Jian took a bite, while Han Ti lowered her head to pick at her food. 2 seconds later, ugh. This is murder. Murder. Everyone was retching against the wall. Wiping his mouth, Director Li gritted his teeth. There's still food. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would truly have been sick in the garlic patch today. Everyone supported themselves against the wall as they slowly made their way to the chicken coop. Director Li announced, everyone into the chicken coop to catch chickens. The first to catch a chicken gets to eat the whole chicken. The second gets a chicken leg. The third a chicken wing, the fourth the neck, and the fifth the leftovers. Only 5 people can eat. Initially, upon hearing about eating chicken, everyone was thrilled. But as the details unfolded, opinions began to surface. Han Ti pinched her nose and said, Director Li, this chicken coop is too dirty. We haven't even entered yet, and our eyes are almost burning. Yes, and some of the chickens can fly. How do we catch them? Mo Fei Fei's face reflected her impatience. Director Li straightforwardly replied, you can forfeit. As soon as he said this, several hands shot up in unison, all from the chili pepper base. Director Li. To his surprise, everyone raised their hands except for Jiang Lian. Dare to guess the psychological state of the chili pepper base. Since we can't catch up with Sister Cotton, we might as well forfeit. Laughing hard. All forfeiting based on confidence in Sister Cotton. Jiang Lian sighed. Since you all are not going to participate, I guess I must tough it out. Director Li shot her a glance. You catching chickens? Have you ever done any work? That's why I specifically chose a task that requires hands-on effort to eat. Just wait for Jiang Lian to get chicken droppings all over her face. Let us see if she cries. The game began. All participating guests stood in the chicken coop, their faces scrunched up. The coop was reeking, and there was hardly a place to step. They could only press on. However, half an hour passed, and no one had caught a chicken. Director Li fixed his gaze on Jiang Lian in front of the camera, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Release the chickens, he commanded. Simultaneously, Gu Jian raised his head and locked eyes with Director Li. Just moments ago, Director Li had called Gu Jian aside to inform him which directions the chickens would be released from, and had even established a signal. It was time to showcase his true abilities. A hen flew past. Gu Jian zeroed in on a direction and lunged forward. Careful, Jian Jian. Jiang Lian suddenly shouted. A sliding tackle came flying in. Gu Jian. You, don't come near. Back off.
Bang.
His figure got lodged into a tree, unable to extricate himself. The hen cackled and flew into Jiang Lian's arms. Lying on the ground, Gu Jian. Nearby. Director Li. If you hadn't come, he would have been cautious. Now that you're here, caution is useless. So disgusting. She asked, calling him Film Emperor Gu live on air. How shameless. What's the problem? Is it not allowed to scold now? Gu Jian was pried off the tree by the production crew, gasping as he yelled. Jiang Lian, don't concern yourself when it's not the time for it. I don't need it. Her gaze fleetingly swept over the golden needle mushroom cultivation area. Gu Jian, exasperated and wanting to shout, looked up just in time to see Jiang Lian poised to catch a chicken, asking Director Li, "Are we throwing just one? Do you underestimate us?" Director Li, "By sheer luck, if you catch one, don't think too highly of yourself. All right, continue." He waved his hand, releasing more chickens. Amidst a flurry of feathers, a dark shadow darted about. They're all flying. How terrifying.
Mo fei fei ka with bain tanya.
Gu Jian squinted, his hands flailing in the air. These feathers smell awful. Why are these chickens so heavy? It hurts. Director Li, how many pounds are these chickens? Can't we catch lighter ones? Suddenly, Han Ti swatted away the feathers in front of her, only to be heavily thumped on the shoulder. She screamed, "Not a chicken. It is what the heck? Jiang Lian, are you insane?" Chapter 69, A position forever belongs to one person. In midair, the flock of chickens soared. Yet among them, one person soared even higher. Jiang Lian was running atop all the guests' shoulders in the coop. The chickens, cluck cluck. Jiang, moi moi. Everyone, what on earth is this? The production team, she's so hard to catch. After circling around, Jiang Lian leaped forward, landing directly on Gu Jian's head.
Charge.
Jian, charge. Jiang Lian pointed ahead. Gu Jian bellowed, "Get down."
Come down.
Jiang Lian, are you insane?
Drive.
Jiang Lian kicked him from behind. Gu Jian clenched tightly, almost losing his balance. Jiang Lian tugged on his right hair. Pain shot through his head, causing him to veer right. Whoosh. Jiang Lian caught a chicken. In the next moment, she yanked at his left hair. Gu Jian yelped, swaying to the left. Whoosh. Jiang Lian caught another chicken. The scene was chaotic. Yet the center of attention forever belonged to one person. Within just 5 minutes, the competition came to an end. As the door swung open, Director Li beheld Gu Jian, his hair in disarray, standing there panting heavily, with a dozen chickens draped around his neck, 2 feathers stuck atop his head, a net of eggs at his waist, and a splatter of chicken droppings on his face. He resembled a person sprouting from a chicken. Jiang Lian, I swear I will kill you.
Wah.
Gu. Jiang Lian, you've gone too far. This is outrageous. I'm dying of laughter. Today is a celebration for Gu Jian's haters, and yes, I'm talking about myself.
Hey.
Jiang Lian donned a crown of chicken feathers, her wrists and waist adorned with feathered trinkets, resembling a wild chieftain as she strutted in. Behind her, Yu Jiao, Su Jiuzhou, and Xiu Cheng, among other guests from the Chili Pepper base. Each wore a feathered ornament at their waists, supporting one another. Jiang Lian led the way, with everyone following closely. Querying Gu Jian's psychological trauma, Sister Cotton, S moves are quite bold. A heart-wrenching act, targeting both Gu Jian and Director Li's hearts, What I present to you all is the chicken feather crown. Jiang Lian removed the crown from her head and twirled it around for everyone to see. Oh dear. I forgot you're not worthy. Gu Jian. Jiang Lian signaled, and Su Jiuzhou stepped forward, holding the chicken feather collar beside her. Certainly. There is the collar crafted from the tail feathers of a dozen chickens. Naturally, Jiang Lian accepted the tray and paraded it before the inhabitants of the garlic base, declaring, I am the most suitable choice. Everyone else exclaimed, Is there anyone who can reign in Jiang Lian? My lungs are about to explode. Director Li, with a darkened expression, deemed it utterly outrageous. He had devised numerous brilliant plans, all thwarted by this calamity named Jiang Lian. Yet he had another strategy. The garlic at the base was still unharvested, and today he intended to use it to force Jiang Lian out. Director Li opened his mouth, and at once, someone approached. Director, Jiang Lian has already harvested all the garlic outside. Director Li shouted, What? How is that possible? A vast field that would challenge 10 people, and she completed it alone? There must be some hidden agenda. It's true. A staff member pointed frantically outside. It was Han Ti, who insisted on betting with Jiang Lian. She claimed if Jiang Lian could harvest all the garlic in one day, she would serve as her dog for 3 days. Director Li inquired. And then? Han Ti was now on the ground, barking like a dog. Director Li slumped to the ground, and upon regaining his composure, immediately convened an emergency meeting. All staff gathered in the meeting room. This time, we cannot remain passive. My previous strategies against Jiang Lian were far too lenient. Director Li flicked on the lights. A beam illuminated a white wall adorned with a photo of Jiang Lian grinning broadly. The purpose of this urgent meeting was to encourage everyone to actively propose methods to deal with Jiang Lian. This time, we must expel her. After he finished speaking, his gaze swept across all present, urging them to speak up. A cameraman raised his hand, suggesting, what if we take more unflattering photos of her? Use public opinion to force her out? Jiang Lian's skin was thicker than the wall. Public opinion was mere lullabies to her. Director Li interjected. She might even claim she is being cyberbullied and play the victim card. A props team member proposed, shall we simply terminate her contract? Director Li retorted, are you serious? Terminating the contract means paying damages, and you're suggesting it so casually. If I propose termination, Jiang Lian would make sure I'm left with nothing. A sharp glare from Director Li silenced the props team member. Another staff member suggested, let us kidnap her. Director Li lamented, I want need Jiang Lian to cook for me. I'll be enjoying prison food instead. Another chimed in, doesn't she love to eat? Let her indulge until she begs for mercy. Director Li snapped, is this a punishment? It's a reward, for goodness sake. While she distracted. Let S wipe out her points. The notion was appealing, but who would execute it? Silence fell upon the room. Director Li scowled, a bunch of useless fools. The group exchanged glances, sharing a smile. The following day, everyone gathered at the garlic base. Tong Han pulled Yu Jiao, curious. I wonder if the games at the garlic base will be milder than those at the chili base. Yu Jiao replied, are you serious? Have you forgotten the scene from yesterday's chicken chase? Goodness, Tong Han truly has a short memory. By the way, send a box of the milk supplement to Tong Han. Director Li exchanged glances with the assistant director and bellowed, today's task is to chop garlic. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiao instinctively pressed her ears. What? Tong Han suddenly yelled in her ear, why do we have to chop something again? Xiao Cheng and Luo Xiaohuai, comrades in misery, clung to each other, lamenting. The memory of chopping chili at the chili base was still fresh. Their hands were practically ruined afterward. They had hoped the garlic base would be kinder, but lo and behold, they were to chop garlic again. The chili base team erupted in cries of despair. Xiao Cheng howled, only to turn and see Jiang Lian reclining in a rocking chair. He slid to his knees beside her, pounding her leg in a massage. Sister Lian, my dear sister, I truly can't bear it anymore. Please help us. Jiang Lian closed her eyes, stretching her neck. Oh dear, why is my neck stiffer than a corpse that has been dead for 3 days? Xiao Cheng understood instantly and shot her a knowing glance. Tong Han quickly appeared behind Jiang Lian, kneading her shoulder. Sister, I really can't chop garlic. The blisters from chopping chili last time Haven Tea healed. Sister Lian, I think you're amazing. I really admire you. The trio from the garlic base, Tanya, Bai Hao and Xuechong, also gathered around. Some massaged her back, while others kneaded her legs. Chapter 70. You are quite different today. Jiang Lian leaned back in the rocking chair, surrounded by admirers. Director Li, witnessing the sycophantic behavior of Tanya and others, felt displeased. Your flattery is of no use. Today, the chili-based team and the garlic-based team will compete. By tomorrow, the team that chops the most will receive a reward. The reward is a luxurious yacht day trip. Tanya and the others exclaimed, what? The chili base erupted in cheers. Jiang Lian had dominated the previous chili chopping competition. As long as they could team up with her, victory was assured. Everyone prepared, donning their garlic chopping gear and heading to the site where garlic had been piled the previous day. Once everyone had departed, Xinging finally approached Director Li. Director, Jiang Lian has chopped a lot of chili before and won. I fear for her this time. No need to worry, Director Li waved dismissively, cutting her off. If it weren't for old Chen's leniency, do you think a girl could chop so much? Not even I, a grown man, could manage that in a day. Rest assured, for our garlic base, I will secretly prepare machines for chopping garlic. Xinging wanted to say more, but Director Li's fearless demeanor left her with no choice but to relent. Everyone arrived at the garlic piling site, where all the garlic had been peeled and prepared by the production team in advance. Jiang Lian sat on the ground, her fingers fiddling with the garlic cloves in a large red plastic basin. I didn't expect you to play this seriously with me. Gu Jian's voice rang from above. Jiang Lian looked up. Is the mental hospital still open? Gu Jian gazed down at Jiang Lian. At first, I thought you were playing hard to get, but it seems you are seeking revenge for my refusal of your affections. Jiang Lian lowered her head, continuing to sort through the garlic. Yu Jiao nudged Su Jiujiu. Is Jiang Lian mad? She's not even scolding Gu Jian. Jiang Lian believed silence would not resolve the matter. From the beginning to the end, I only hoped you could acknowledge our connection. You. with garlic spinning at such high speeds entering Huagua. Remember the principles I provided. Jiang Lian suddenly lifted a thin little garlic clove and flung it at Gu Jian's face.
Gu Jian,
He exclaimed. What is the point of this back and forth? When you were tiny and thin, your mother held you, and now that you've grown, you've become a mushroom. Even your grandparents shed tears. Jiang Lian pinched a garlic clove and shoved it into Gu Jian's hand. He immediately flung it away, unable to utter a word. Jiang Lian then seized a shriveled, wilted garlic clove, squeezing it fiercely. Did you drink milk from 800 years ago? When you speak, everyone around you gets Bluetooth. So dark and thin. What else do you have to say? Still dark? Even darker. Gu Jian. Yu Jiao, chopping garlic, exclaimed. Everyone else. This is the legendary strongest exchange of insults where you say your piece, and I hurl my own. Wait, who provoked her? I didn't hear anything else, just Jiang Lian going off on a tirade. What is going on? This dark and thin remark has implanted itself in my brain. It must have been something Gu Jian said that triggered Cotton Sister's outburst. Didn't you see her calmly sorting through garlic until Gu Jian walked over to provoke her? In stark contrast to the intense atmosphere of the garlic base, SHNK appeared much more relaxed. Upon opening the door, he found a plate of yellow food awaiting him. Lifting the cover, he discovered a fragrant beggar's chicken. Still steaming. A blue sticky note was affixed on the table, inscribed with the words, "For the miraculous KK, left by a beauty." Some individuals remain unnamed, yet the pages are replete with signatures. Shen K removed a sticky note and casually tucked it into his pocket. Suddenly, his phone rang. Assistant Chu was on the line, exclaiming, "Young Master Shen, the exorcist has arrived." "There's no need for exorcism," Shen K replied. "What? No exorcism needed? Has the evil already possessed someone? Is there no hope? Oh my goodness." Shen K tapped his fingers on the desk, pondering the vast mineral veins of Africa. Young Master Shen is blessed. He surely will not be afflicted by evil. Assistant Chu declared loudly, "It is I who is afflicted. To be honest, I've had this issue since childhood. Just look at my mouth. It deserves to be punished. If this continues, young Master Shen will sell me to the rivals as livestock." Assistant Chu hung up. Shen K put away his phone. As he passed by the full-length mirror, he took a couple of steps back and stood before it for a brief moment. 5 minutes later, Shen K, clad in a sharply tailored suit, stood before the mirror. 10 minutes later, he had changed into a casual gray turtleneck sweater. 15 minutes later, he donned a black shirt, complete with gold-rimmed glasses, the top button fastened, and his cuffs rolled up, revealing subtle muscle definition. He turned and walked out. A grandmother by the roadside remarked, "Oh, Casey, dressed so handsomely. Are you going to see your girlfriend?" "No." Shen K paused. "I simply care about my appearance. You usually don't dress like this." "I do dress like this." "No, you don't." "Yes, I do." The grandmother seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "My memory isn't great. But yes, you always dress like this. You've always been this refined and handsome." Pleased, Shen K continued on his way. At the garlic base, Jiang Lian was busy mincing garlic. Suddenly, garlic bits flew everywhere. She raised her hand to wipe her face, and unexpectedly, a white handkerchief was presented to her. Jiang Lian looked up. In the sunlight, Shen K stood backlit, casting a shadow over her. Sitting on the ground, she lifted her gaze, scanning from his waist upward. 888, host. "Lower your voice. Is this a spectacle?" Jiang Lian replied. 888, I just came online and I want to celebrate. Wow. My husband is truly handsome. Family, he's making a move. Who does he intend to enchant? Who else could it be? So flamboyant, exquisitely detailed, as if we wouldn't notice. If only these two magnificent faces didn't have mouths, I could swoon, sighing deeply. Jiang Lian did not take the handkerchief, but tilted her head. "Help me wipe it." Shen K paused, glancing at her. "If I'm not mistaken, you have hands. After all the effort for the beggar's chicken, can't you show a little gratitude?" Jiang Lian leaned in closer, smiling brightly. To her surprise, Shen K hesitated for a moment and actually helped her wipe her face. Instantly, everyone at the garlic base turned to look. The comments exploded. Jiang Lian raised an eyebrow and seized the handkerchief. Through the fabric, Shen K's long fingers were visible. She brushed against them and gazed at him for a few seconds, saying, "You're quite different today." Chapter 71. Strength is the best dowry for a man. Shen K halted, pulling back slightly, unable to withdraw completely. "Is that so? What is different?" he asked, feigning calmness. Jiang Lian's fingers moved again, the warmth exchanged through the handkerchief. Shun Ke pressed his lips together, feeling a surge of warmth at her unexpected attention to his usual attire. Your handkerchief is a unique color, reminiscent of Grandpa Nyo's sweat cloth, Jiang Lian remarked. Where did you buy it? Shun Ke asked. Is it so trendy that you risk your life for it? Wipe it yourself. Shun Ke tossed the handkerchief back at her and turned to leave. Jiang Lian snatched it and chased after him, mimicking Grandpa Nyo's motions. Do I resemble him? Shun Ke closed his eyes, preferring not to see. The props were all prepared. They began chopping garlic. Occasionally, Jiang Lian would glance at Han Ti, whispering into Mo Feifei's ear. Then she stood before Gu Jian, sneering while pinching a garlic bulb. Director Li could no longer tolerate it. Jiang Lian, if you're not working, don't disturb others. If you want to disrupt, go to the chili base, not here. Just as he spoke, everything went dark. Jiang Lian leaned forward, plopping down beside Director Li. He was startled, struggling to recall what he intended to say. Director, let us not rush to chop garlic. How about we play a game first? Jiang Lian tilted her head, her gaze fixed on his face, making Director Li uneasy.
No.
He immediately refused. If I lose, I'll grant you one request, anything you desire. Jiang Lian continued, but if you lose, just giving me a few trivial items will suffice. After a moment of silence, Director Li couldn't resist the temptation. Give me an example of what you consider trivial if you win. Jiang Lian thought for a moment. For instance, a hair remover or similar items that the Director's team wouldn't need. Director Li, fine, you've convinced me. All right, ready, set, 1, 2, 3, statue. Jiang Lian instantly initiated the game. The crew members moved slightly. Instant defeat. Jiang Lian dashed into the Director's room, emerging with a platter of chicken legs. I want to hold back. Director Li was speechless. If it's this kind of thing, losing doesn't matter. He could afford to lose countless times, while Jiang Lian could only afford to lose once. Let us go again. Before they began, Director Li lay down on the ground. The second game was Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Jiang Lian declared, instantly rising. Director Li. Another crushing defeat. Let us go again. Director Li was undeterred. Thus, the stakes escalated from chicken legs to chairs, from chairs to Director Li's wireless microphone, from the microphone to the deputy director's foot spa bucket, and finally from the foot spa bucket to the camera belonging to the cinematographer. Ultimately, Jiang Lian emerged from the Director's room with a hefty item, a garlic chopper. This one to do. Director Li immediately backtracked. If I take this, how can I grant special favors to Xing Ying and the others? Not willing to accept defeat, Jiang Lian's eyes welled with tears as she swayed and leaned against Shin Quebec. All right, I'll leave. I'm going now. With that, she pulled up her pants and headed straight for the pond. Stop her.
Director Li exclaimed.
The cinematographer dropped the camera and rushed to grasp Jiang Lian's legs. Miss Jiang. Our Director Li was joking. You can take it. Whatever you want. Jiang Lian paused, turned her head, and flashed a big grin. Everyone gasped in alarm. Half an hour later, Director Li trembled as he entered the room, only to find it empty. His legs went weak. The entire space was barren. The water jug and chairs were all gone, and even a chunk of plaster had been ripped from the wall. Director Li and the cinematographer were left in tears. It's fine. We'll get through this. We'll endure, the deputy director sighed. This is unbearable. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian carried a massive load, tossing it aside with a thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. She plopped down, grabbing a bottle of water to quench her thirst. Sister Lian, you must be exhausted. Let me give you a massage. Lu Mian approached with a cheerful smile. Jiang Lian nodded. So considerate. In a swift motion, she lay down.
All right.
Lu Mian responded, but suddenly his footsteps faltered. A few seconds later, a heated palm began to circle her waist. Jiang Lian closed her eyes in sheer enjoyment. Are you perhaps a massage expert? The pressure is just right. Move a little to the left. As she spoke, she lightly tilted her body and lifted her eyelids, only to find Lu Mian standing before her. Jiang Lian. Lu Mian awkwardly tugged at his lips, stealing a glance behind her. Jiang Lian immediately turned her head, spotting Shun Ke's perfect face directly facing her, his dark eyes cast down. His palm shifted slightly to the left. Is it here? Jiang Lian raised an eyebrow, readily offering her side to him, a bit deeper. However, Jiang Lian firmly pressed him down, using his hand to caress her slender waist. The icy, soft touch sent a shiver down Shun Ke's spine. The person lounging on the chair turned, playfully glancing over, and now the position was just right. Shun Ke, does she even have any boundaries?
Wow.
Wow. Cotton sister, come on. I must say, I quite like this hands-on approach, haha. If Jiang Lian had half of her capability, she wouldn't be scolded every time without retort. Apply more pressure. Jiang Lian's languid voice drifted over. Haven't you eaten? Strength is a man's finest dowry. A few seconds later, it's squeezing, not rubbing. Moments later, the pressure is quite good. Continue. That hurts, be careful. Shun Ke. With the final push, he turned around. Jiang Lian caught sight of his slightly flushed ears and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. 888 Weekly remarked, Host, you really will be killed by him? Jiang Lian crossed her legs. I actually quite enjoy being killed by him. Where would that be? Right here with him. 888 interrupted her. Absolutely no more vulgarities. Instead of flirting around, you might as well get busy. Han Ti's voice came from behind. Jiang Lian turned to see Han Ti carrying a large red basin filled with minced garlic. Jiang Lian asked, Aren't you busy chopping your garlic? How do you have time to chat? Han Ti chuckled. I have the most minced garlic among everyone here. Besides, you haven't even minced a pound yet. And you dare to say anything? I'm just kindly reminding you that the garlic mincing competition will end before tomorrow. Han Ti weighed the red basin at that time. Don't come crying to me for help. All right. Jiang Lian turned and bid good night to the world. Director Li could hardly contain his joy. He had focused solely on Jiang Lian throughout the day, only to discover that she had been playing around. There was no sign of her mincing garlic at all. The assistant director confirmed, indeed, even if she minced garlic all night without sleep, she wouldn't catch up to Han Ti and the others. By tomorrow morning, we can just let her pack her things and leave. The director team's delight lasted the entire night. The next day, everyone gathered at the garlic base. Chapter 72. The motorcycle man, aims to reclaim everything he has lost. Xing Eng was the first to arrive. She had hardly slept the previous night. Standing at the entrance of the base, she hesitated to push the door open. The memory of her previous experience, mincing chili peppers, sent chills down her spine. Perhaps, just as Director Li said, Xing Eng spoke to herself, feeling anxious. During the chili mincing, Director Chen must have secretly helped Jiang Lian to prevent the garlic base from winning. Yes, that must be it. With that thought, she boldly pushed open the door. The next moment, Xing Eng. She was overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of garlic, collapsed to the ground, and fainted from the agitation. Director Li, delighted, approached and immediately spotted Xing Eng lying on the floor. Oh, Xing. Before he could call out, his gaze fell upon the garlic paste spilling out from the doorway. His vision darkened, and he also collapsed. Passing by, Shun Ke remarked, Youth is indeed a blessing. They can just fall asleep anywhere. Director Li struggled to open his eyes, hearing that remark before fainting again. The camera panned to reveal mountains of garlic heads lined up. Well, I can only say that you two slept unjustly. You know nothing of Cotton Sister's prowess. Can she really mince that much in one night? She must be cheating. Please provide evidence that she did it all herself. Do you want to see what the people at the garlic base have minced? They secretly used the machine given by Director Li. Don't think the audience is blind. Congratulations, the garlic base has also been shut down. With all the garlic harvested, there's no work left. Outside the camera, Director Chen, who was live streaming, couldn't stop laughing and immediately arranged for a vehicle to the garlic base, under the pretense of Director Li being unwell, and announced the competition results on his behalf. Facing the camera, Director Chen declared, I regret to inform everyone that all crops at the garlic base have been harvested. Therefore, filming at the garlic base officially concludes today. The guests from the garlic base will be reassigned after discussions among several directors. In simple terms, our garlic base is no more, just like the chili base. No more. No more. No more. Director Li, who had just been awakened. All the guests. Oh heavens! He had even celebrated Jiang Lian's failure in advance with the director team, only for this twist to occur. Why was he so unfortunate to have crossed paths with Jiang Lian, this troublesome character? With Director Chen announcing the end, the live broadcast of the garlic base instantly went dark. By noon today, the staff would clear the garlic base. Jiang Lian, along with the disoriented crowd, proceeded toward her residence. After walking a few steps, her phone rang. She answered, and Shun Ke's voice came through. Can you come to my room?
I
Fell while showering.
Xing Ke employed a powerful tactic.
After saying that, he immediately hung up. He wiped the fog off the mirror, squinting slightly. Assistant Chu's three-piece set was his final move, seduction. Shen Ke prepared himself, removing his clothes for authenticity, wrapping a towel around his waist, and tumbling into the bathroom. Everything was ready. He just awaited Zhang's arrival.
Bang. K.
Where are you, Ke? I'm here to rescue you. The door was suddenly kicked open. As the voice sounded, a woman burst into the bathroom, carrying a gust of cold air. Shen Ke. Before Shen Ke could react, his body was lifted with force. In the next instant, he was tossed into the air, landing squarely on the woman's shoulder. The towel slipped away. 3 seconds later, he was successfully carried out of the bathroom. The sudden brightness and the cool breeze on his back left Shen Ke.
Jiang Lian.
No, my towel, let go of me. His protest was drowned out by the wind. I am. The elderly gentleman removed his sunglasses, and the elderly lady lowered her straw hat, both exclaiming, "Oh!" Shen Ke shouted, "Jiang
Lian.
put me down." How could this lifetime feel so long? Did other lifetimes feel the same? Why hadn't he felt this before? Don't speak. I will take you to the hospital. You fell, right? I'll help you. Jiang Lian continued to sprint. Shen Ke caught sight of the room where Director Li had stayed and swiftly jumped down as they passed by. With the speed of a lifetime, he dashed into the room and locked the door behind him. Jiang Lian knocked on the door. Ke, did you hurt any vital organs? I'll take you to see a doctor. I know you're in there. Why aren't you speaking? Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Shen Ke. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I just fell. I'm not injured. Jiang Lian shouted from outside. I'm just concerned. You didn't even ask, you just lifted me. Jiang Lian leaned against the door. I'm just overly concerned. I'm not dressed. Jiang Lian scratched her brow. I'm just overly concerned.
Shen Ke.
The system prompt instantly sounded. 888 was in a panic. The host received a call while taking on such a task. She must cooperate with the antagonist in acting while raising his heart rate to 140.
Now.
The task was accomplished, but the antagonist's heart rate soared to 180. Initially, it was only worried about the host showering.
Now.
It began to worry about the antagonist showering. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lian delivered clothes to Shen Ke, assuring him repeatedly that she wouldn't move him anymore. Only then did Shen Ke change into his clothes, emerging from the room with a dark expression. At a glance, he saw the shiny number 32 above her head, unchanged. And he couldn't help but laugh in frustration. No joke, now just seeing the moat made him want to jump in. After Jiang Lian packed her belongings, Shen Ke escorted her to the village entrance. Jiang Lian had just alighted from a tricycle when she unexpectedly collided with her sister, Jiang Shuyan, who was descending with a suitcase in tow. Sister, what are you up to? Jiang Shuyan, adorned in a delicate lavender floral dress and a sun hat tied with a purple ribbon, pursed her lips and smiled. Sister, you truly enjoy jesting. At her remark, several guests nearby turned their glances in their direction, their expressions darkening. It dawned on Jiang Shuyan that they were all clutching suitcases, and her face shifted in color. You all have suitcases?
Humpty approached, scolding, stop pretending.
This is all your sister's doing. Is it over already? It has ended. Indeed. Chapter 73. Sister, we missed you. Jiang Shuyan stood frozen in disbelief. The show was gone. Hadn't she merely taken 2 days off? What had transpired during her absence? Jiang Shuyan felt dizzy.
Jiang Lian.
You've bullied Shuyan again. Jiang Mingwang, spotting the two from a distance, rushed to Jiang Shuyan's side, shouting at Jiang Lian, aren't you so capable? You've taken care of everything, even dared to move the bed. The Jiang family has no ties with you anymore. Whether you ride a garbage truck or a tricycle, or if you break your legs walking, it's all your own doing. Suddenly, a sharp honk pierced the air. Jiang Mingwang, growing impatient, turned his head, only to be utterly astounded the next moment. 8 luxury cars of various models were lined up in a row. Subsequently, 8 butlers clad in black and white tailcoats stood in formation before Jiang Lian. Princess, please select your vehicle. The shout was deafening. Jiang Mingwang looked at Jiang Shuyan, utterly bewildered. What is going on? Jiang Lian, what have you done? I haven't even touched these cars, and yet they come to pick you up? Jiang Mingwang pointed at Jiang Lian, his face darkening. These are custom-made. Our Jiang family is supposed to be respectable. Yet, I don't even have the privilege to be invited to view the concept exhibition of these vehicles, let alone order one. Jiang Lian inquired, do you like them? She opened a car door and leaned in slightly. Jiang Mingwang's heart leaped. At least she showed some decency. She knows to invite him inside. He promptly leaned in to enter, but with a swift motion, Jiang Lian removed her shoe and squashed a cockroach by the roadside. After putting her shoe back on, she turned to the bewildered Jiang Mingwang. Why are you sticking out your butt? Jiang Mingwang, who was about to enter the vehicle, was left speechless. You don't plan on getting in, do you? Jiang Lian was astonished. Haven't we severed ties? Didn't your parents teach you not to enter a stranger's car? Jiang Mingwang's face darkened as he pointed at Jiang Lian, cursing, Jiang Lian, don't think that just because you've climbed to some high branch, everything is smooth sailing. You are only worthy of, absolutely. Jiang Lian raised her voice. I'm leaving, absolutely. Jiang Mingwang immediately fell silent. Jiang Shuyan squinted, promptly stating, Sister, these aren't Mr. Shen's cars, are they? She had keenly noticed the emblem on the vehicles and, as Mr. Shen approached, added, If you truly have feelings for Mr. Shen, why accept someone else's luxury vehicles? A girl should maintain her dignity and self-respect. Behaving like this will only put Mr. Shen in an awkward position. Mr. Shen arrived. Jiang Shuyan. Mr. Shen, the manager of Jiang is not a good child. Allowing his offspring to speak nonsense will cause the market value to plummet. Who could possibly feel aggrieved? Jiang Mingwang. Upon hearing about their family's market value, Jiang Mingwang immediately became respectful. He grabbed Jiang Shuyan's hand, incessantly apologizing to Mr. Shen before promptly whisking her away. In the car, Jiang Mingwang seethed. Look at the mess you've made. How dare you flaunt in front of Mr. Shen? What is wrong with your head? Jiang Shuyan bit her lip, her eyes downcast. This is all Jiang Lian's fault. Everything is because of Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian sneezed and randomly selected a luxury vehicle. With one leg inside, she made sure to grab Mr. Shen's hand, pretended to wipe away tears, and casually smeared them on Mr. Shen's clothing. Mr. Shen. The 8 butlers. The door closed and the convoy set off. The vehicle Jiang Lian occupied led the procession, with the remaining 7 following behind, arriving at the Hua family estate after an hour. Seated in the back seat, Jiang Lian gazed through the window, spotting the fountain at the entrance. Goodness, it sprays so high. The estate's pathways were lined with meticulously trimmed rose bushes of a striking red hue. Is this the Hua family? Jiang Lian was taken aback. It still takes 20 minutes to drive. She pointed to a nearby blue lake, remarking, That looks quite lovely. Butler 1 replied, Miss, that is the swimming pool specially built for you, by Mr. Hua. Jiang Lian exclaimed. Your family's swimming pool is this extravagant. And what about that mountain behind? Butler 1 responded, That is the Hua family's orchard. Miss can have the servants pick whatever fruits you desire. Jiang Lian was left speechless. What orchard? That's practically flower fruit mountain. Throughout the ride, her inquiries yielded only 3 words in summary. Hua. Family. Upon reaching the destination, she stood at the entrance of the main hall, unable to resist glancing at the door, which was adorned with a pair of palm-sized green gems. They dazzled the eyes. Xiao Lian. The voice of her elder brother, Hui Yun, echoed from within the hall. Instantly, Jiang Lian was obscured by 3 towering figures. Aware that Xiao Lian disliked them being too close, the trio's enthusiasm gradually shifted to a hint of awkwardness. 888 reminded her. The original host had accepted the Jiang family's indoctrination and looked down on these brothers. The host merely needed to ensure not to become too intimate with them. Brother. Jiang Lian darted forward, embracing all 3 brothers at once. Xiao Lian misses you all so much. 888. The room fell silent. Eldest brother Hui Yun exclaimed, My sister is being affectionate with me. Second brother Hu Xingji gasped, My sister doesn't despise me. Third brother Hu Ting exclaimed, My sister says she misses me. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Lian was seized by Hu Xingji. Drawing her gaze from the blue lake to the tranquil forest and from the tranquil forest to the hunting grounds. As they passed a brown house, Jiang Lian peeked inside, pushing the door open. It was filled with animals hunted from the hunting grounds and a cartridge. Jiang Lian touched it. Huiyun promptly snatched it away, stressing, These are imitation bullets bought during our work trips, kept as souvenirs. Don't be scared, we are all good people. We tremble at the sight of guns and bullets and would never dare to purchase them. We've never engaged in any nefarious activities, let alone any violent crimes. Chapter 74. She went to find a duck. Jiang Lian. Butler. They had not taken 2 steps when a dark rifle appeared before them. Hanging on the wall, the group fell silent for a moment. Hu Ting quickly stepped forward, concealing the gun behind his back. It's fake. With such a large estate, we keep these deterrents to discourage thieves. The butler hesitated. What thief would dare enter our home? Oh, there was one time, back when the estate was newly constructed. A brother from the neighboring city fled here. He had a murder charge and intended to rob us. In the end, he failed to escape. When the police arrived, that brother was clinging to the officer's pant leg, pleading to be taken away, fearing that if he was late, he wouldn't even have a life to eat prison food. As they walked, Jiang Lian witnessed an array of impressive sights. There were grenades hidden in vases, which the eldest brother explained were models tossed in by the neighbor's little child. There was a geographical map of national firepower, which the second brother clarified was akin to a Monopoly game. The bomb-marked locations represented areas we had occupied, though of course, that was merely in the game, not actual conquest. We brothers would never partake in such dreadful deeds. In the garden, there lay a spiked club, a metal rod, and an array of street performance paraphernalia. Steel needles meant for acupuncture were scattered about, alongside a blood-stained rope, the remnants of spilled strawberry juice. Jiang Lian hesitated, clearing her throat softly. Never mind the tour. Just take me to my room. No wonder the original Jiang Lian was too frightened to come here. If I were not privy to the plot, I would be terrified as well. Huayun reassured, little Lian, fret not. My brothers are honest men engaged in small businesses, and they would never allow anyone to bully you. You will live with us from now on, and we shall take care of you. He glanced at the other two brothers. The second brother, Huixingji, with his round face exuding warmth, stroked a grenade in his hand, saying, yes, indeed. We are all honest folk. The third brother, Huiting, slightly socially anxious and averse to conversation, merely nodded with a flush. Suddenly, Huayun kicked him, exclaiming, speak properly. What does that mean? Little Lian might think you do not welcome her. Huiting, startled, clutched the chair tightly in his nervousness, inadvertently breaking it with a loud crack. I most certainly welcome her. The other two brothers gasped in disbelief. What on earth? Who would think you were welcoming her like that? Huiting looked forlorn. I tried to control myself. What sort of factory produces chairs of such poor quality? Tomorrow, I shall shut that factory down. The three brothers, filled with despair, turned their gazes cautiously towards Jiang Lian. To their astonishment, she sat in the living room, an ice cream cone in one hand and a donut in the other, enthusiastically proclaiming, delicious. Come here, brothers. This ice maker is amazing. I love it. More, please. What? You plan to live together from now on? Of course, we will. You don't mean to abandon me, do you? No way. I'm staying here. I'll live in the pool. No one can drag me away. The three brothers were taken aback. Is this what happiness looks like? You didn't even give us a heads up before arriving. Huixingji, already having prepared lunch, guided Jiang Lian to the dining room. Upon entering, Jiang Lian's mouth fell open in awe at the long table draped in white linen. She inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of wealth, and immediately began devouring the spread, grabbing food with wild abandon. The forks in the brothers' hands clattered onto the table, their fists clenched in disbelief. How had their sister become so famished? Huiting frowned, setting down his utensils. Little Lian, have you encountered any grievances while in the Jiang family?
Ding.
Triggering plot repair. Repair progress. 34, 150. Choice 1. Flip the table. Reward. A look of confusion from the brothers. Choice 2. Engage in casual conversation with the brothers. Reward. 5 shares in the Jiang family. Jiang Lian swallowed her last bite of steak and chose option 2. Yes, she nodded, then pouted dramatically, bursting into tears. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. You have no idea how the Jiang family has treated me. The brothers were taken aback. What? Casual conversation? Is this really how we converse? Huayun, muscles tensing, urged her, tell me who this scoundrel is, and I will deal with him. Big brother. The other two echoed. Huayun turned sharply, reveal everything. Let us seek justice. Jiang Lian, trembling with fright, protested, the base ISNTA person, it's a place. When will I have my revenge? Don't provoke me. I have support now. I will take them all down.
Ding.
Task completed. Gained 5 shares in the Jiang family. Total shares acquired, 15. The brothers were bewildered. Was this truly deemed casual conversation? What part of this involved family? She was intent on dismantling that family. Huayun's expression darkened, his resolve solidifying. I will annihilate them all. Big brother. Both voices called out. Huayun clenched his teeth. Even as an honest man, I must stand up for little Lian and eliminate the Jiang family. The butler sighed, having witnessed this familiar scene unfold. The car was prepared as the three brothers rushed Jiang Lian towards the Jiang residence. Meanwhile, Shun Ke had been searching on his phone for quite some time, unable to find the strategy he sought. He realized that the greatest obstacle to ending the cycle was the task itself. Suddenly, a text notification chimed. The beautiful lady is on her way to the Jiang family, inviting you to join her. He suppressed a smile, glancing at his reflection in the mirror.
Senke?
You are on a mission. You need to score points, not become entangled in others' affairs. His phone chimed again. KK, it's been a while. Do you miss me?
Who are you? Senke replied.
Have you forgotten? I'm your mother, the one who carried you for 10 months, enduring great hardship to raise you. I don't have a mother like that, Jiang Lian. See, you remember now? I knew this would lead to a medical miracle. Shun Ke was speechless. The phone chimed once more. She had a radiant smile that outshone the sun, flanked by 3 well-dressed, charismatic men. 3 men? Shun Ke squinted, dialing his assistant. Chu, boss, what's the matter now? I need 3 at once. Chu gasped. What? How will you satisfy her on your own? I can handle them, Shun Ke retorted, but then reconsidered. Wait, no. Chu realized, this isn't good. Shun Ke murmured, drive over to pick me up. Chu hesitated before responding. Understood. At the entrance of the Jiang family, Jiang Lian exited the car first. Huiyun attempted to follow, but Jiang Lian held the door. Big brother, you all wait here. No need to come inside. She leaned in, whispering a few instructions. Hua Xingji, concerned, suggested, shouldn't the second brother go with you? We're uneasy with you going alone. Jiang Lian shook her head, glancing at her 3 brothers, who were watching her intently from inside the car. Huiyun eventually relented, understanding that his sister was still adjusting to relying on them. You go ahead. We will be right here waiting for you. Just remember to bring your bodyguard. Jiang Lian nodded, leaving her 3 overly protective brothers behind as she entered the Jiang family home. She navigated effortlessly through the house, heading straight to Jiang Shuyan's bedroom. Upon reaching the door, she encountered Li Ma, who had just finished cleaning. Li Ma gasped. Jiang Lian waved at her, then swiftly slipped past her underarm into the room. The door slammed shut behind her. Li Ma, startled, yelled out, Jiang Lian is here. In the young lady's room. Inside. Jiang Lian heard her name being called from outside, but she ignored it, rummaging through Jiang Shuyan's belongings. The room, pristine and white, soon became a chaotic feast of feathers. The door burst open.
Jiang Lian.
Who allowed you into my Jiang family? Jiang Ming had rushed in, witnessing the absurd scene unfold, while Jiang Shuyan's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister, what are you doing? Jiang Lian waved away the distracting feathers. Do you suffer from cataracts? Can't you see that I am holding something? She abruptly raised her hand, a crystal pendant dangling from her fingers. That's mine, Jiang Shuyan exclaimed, reaching out to snatch it. Yours? Just because you yanked it from around my neck? Oh, and these as well. She picked up various items from the surface. The agate earrings I painstakingly earned were forcibly taken by Jiang Shuyan. The ceramic Ultraman I found on the road was stealthily stolen from my room by Jiang Shuyan in the dead of night. And this too. Jiang Lian lifted a diamond-studded hairpin, a gift from my brother, which had also been taken by Jiang Shuyan. Real diamonds, mind you. Upon counting, it was evident that quite a number of valuable items had been pillaged by Jiang Shuyan. After speaking, Jiang Lian gathered her belongings and turned to leave. She was halted by Jiang Shuyan, who was tearfully pleading, Sister, how could you say that about me? That hairpin was clearly a gift from you for me to wear at tonight's charity gala in the East Market. Father, explain it to her. Explain what? Jiang Mingwang's face flushed with anger as he abruptly yanked off his belt and swung it towards Jiang Lian. A country bumpkin like you ought to consider it a blessing to wear such a necklace for even a day. If Yan Yan wants it, it is rightfully hers. What is there to explain? You insolent girl, I see you've been living too comfortably. How dare you act out against me? Jiang Mingwang raised his hand, ready to strike. Jiang Lian shot a glance at Jiang Shuyan, who was feigning innocence while gripping her tightly. There was no attempt to evade. In the next moment, Jiang Mingwang let out a piercing scream. Who are you? Hey, hey, hey. Before he could bring his belt down, several burly men seized his limbs, lifting him like a lifeless body. Jiang Shuyan was bewildered. What is happening? Where did these bodyguards come from? Outside the Jiang residence, Hua Xingji was growing anxious. Why haven't they come out yet? I must check inside. He opened the car door. Just as he was about to step out, a figure dashed out from the Jiang family gate. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiang Lian, who was running while pulling out a rope and hanging it at the entrance. Sobbing uncontrollably, the Hua brothers exclaimed, Little Lian. The eldest brother was about to exit the vehicle when the second brother held him back. Wait. Have you forgotten what little Lian asked us to do? We should wait. The eldest brother had no choice but to pause. After taking a deep breath, he turned to a child blowing bubbles and apologized. I'm sorry, little one. You must listen well and never end up like your sister, being whipped by your father. With that, he closed his eyes and murmured, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't expect to be driven to such extremes at such a young age. In the future, if you pass by the Jiang family, do not be afraid. I will bless you with a long life. Upon hearing this, several passers-by dropped their jaws, pointing and cursing at the Jiang family gate. You are forcing this young girl to such lengths. How can you lack such decency? Look at what you've reduced the child to, snatching her mother's belongings. Wealthy people can be so heartless. Beware, you may bear children without any decency. Jiang Mingwang, who had rushed out, felt utterly embarrassed. With a forced smile, he pulled Jiang Xuyan to him and began to apologize. Lian, you see, you've misunderstood. How could your father bear to hit you? As for that necklace, Xuyan merely wanted to look at it. He then urged Jiang Xuyan, quick, apologize to your sister. I did nothing wrong. Suddenly, a stone flew through the air. Jiang Xuyan covered her mouth, doubling over in pain. My eye. Jiang Mingwang suddenly clutched his eyelid, howling in agony. Bystanders remarked, this is retribution. Divine punishment. 2 small stones quietly rolled to the ground, coming to rest by the roadside. Jiang Lian, delighted, laughed heartily as she glanced at her 3 brothers. Just before leaving, she had declared that each member of the Jiang family would receive their due. She addressed Jiang Mingwang. Today, I've brought my brothers here for a simple purpose, to introduce my new family. From now on, I shall live with my brothers, and we will no longer interfere with the Jiang family. What river water? Jiang Mingwang's face turned ashen as he glanced at the 3 imposing figures. Suddenly, he felt intimidated. In the past, he had insisted that Jiang Lian remain with him to continue earning money, forbidding her from associating with these 3. Little did he know that she truly believed she had found support. Given Jiang Lian's recent unusual behavior, it was evident that they were behind her change. Very well. He would wait and see how long her pride would last. On the roadside, the window of Shen Kei's car slowly rose. Assistant Chu wore a forced smile. You insisted on coming to see this, didn't you? Look closely, those are her brothers. Did you think they were mere ducks? You will face divine retribution, you know. Assistant Chu added, Miss Jiang seems to be getting into the Jiang family car. Shen Kei raised his gaze. He saw Jiang Lian already seated in the Jiang family vehicle, signaling her brothers to leave first, saying, My sister has invited me to attend tonight's charity gala. I cannot go back on my word. You all may leave now. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Xuyan could no longer contain herself, her pent-up fury erupting. Who agreed to this?
So terrifying.
Is she about to go mad again? She ground her teeth, forcing out a word. After the others departed, the Hua brothers followed suit. Jiang Mingwang, with a dark expression, dialed his secretary. He quickly connected the call. Last time, you investigated Huasingji's company. Did you not find a small firm? Find a way to make him go bankrupt. In the vehicle, Assistant Chu reported, Sir, he plans to make Huasingji bankrupt. Shen Kei fixed a stare on him. You sit in the front and I sit in the back. Can you hear me, or am I deaf? Assistant Chu stammered. Aren't you the one who loves to play the domineering CEO? Do domineering CEOs not have ears or mouths? What has changed you? Shen Kei leaned back in his seat.
Keep following them.
Assistant Chu retorted playfully. Follow who? Are you going to Africa to be a slave? Should we leave now? Or do you need time to prepare? Let us go now. The car hurriedly pursued Jiang Xuyan and Jiang Lian. Chapter 76. Jiang Mingwang, come over and apologize. An eerie silence enveloped the interior of the car. Huiyan pondered for a moment before breaking the quiet. Don't you think little Lian's character has changed? Her hanging act seems too practiced, almost as if she was forced. Huasingji immediately interjected. She's been through too much. Huiting added, too honest, choosing to end her own life. Huoyun was persuaded. Indeed. It must be, because we haven't been around her. By the way, we should catch up on her variety show now that we have some time. I just finished watching a movie from 2 years ago, and I heard this variety show has been getting a lot of discussion lately.
Good.
The 3 nodded in agreement, deciding to show more care for their sister. The car arrived at a styling studio, which Jiang Xuyan had specifically arranged, a leading establishment in the styling industry. As soon as they entered, stylist Kevin greeted them. Xuyan, it's great to finally see you, my busy friend. How have you been? Have you missed me? Kevin, with a flamboyant gesture, wore a playful expression. Jiang Lian immediately linked her arm with Kevin's, glancing at Jiang Lian. Of course, I've missed you. I know your skills are unmatched, which is why I brought my sister to book your services. You must create a stunning look for her. With a smile, she gazed into Kevin's eyes. Kevin raised an eyebrow, comprehending her intent. He then crossed his arms and approached Jiang Lian, smirking and chuckling softly. Long time no see. Jiang the film empress. Have you fallen on hard times? I recall you used to look down on us mere mortals having your own stylist.
TSK.
No one to do your makeup? And your hair, is it not a bit too shabby?
Ding.
Triggering plot choice. Repair progress 34, 150. Choice 1. Retaliate against Kevin. Reward. Become Kevin's close confidant. Option 2. Accept. Reward. A 3-carat diamond from South Africa. Jiang Lian decisively chose option 2 and turned to Kevin. Is my hair really that bad? In the next moment, Jiang Lian rushed over, blocking Kevin and giving him a significant look. Big brother, I asked you to give her an unflattering style. What are you doing? Are you truly fearless? However, upon receiving her glance, Kevin grew increasingly confident. Rest assured, Yan, I am a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. If I don't make her regret it today, it would mean that all my practice with so many men was in vain. Kevin raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you not aware of your own hair quality? Is this a feigned question? I thought Miss Jiang would remain a queen of the screen for life, yet who knew a fallen phoenix could also become a common hen? No, it has always been a common hen, hasn't it? Just like this hair, some are born with lustrous strands while others expend every effort to care for theirs, only to reveal their true nature once the facade is stripped away. You speak the truth, Jiang Lian nodded. Kevin stammered. You, of course, have not cared for it properly. Was she ill?
How could she admit that?
Jiang Lian desperately mouthed. Don't say it. Don't say it. Kevin finally understood. No brushing today.
Do not even think about it.
With hair in such a state, you shall not pass through this door. I am a top designer in this industry. My words are law. For someone like you, I am truly sorry. Suddenly, Jiang Lian swayed and stood up. Jiang Lian closed her eyes, opting not to watch, collapsing to the side. What a frustrating ally. In the next moment, Jiang Lian bowed dramatically. My deepest apologies. It's all my fault. I should just disappear. I have no idea how my hair ended up like this, yellow and damaged. It must be due to a poor diet leading to malnutrition. Just wait, Kevin. For making your eyes suffer today, I will not shy away from my responsibilities. Let me first apologize. And then I shall summon the true culprit to join me in bowing to you. Kevin, huh? He stared in disbelief as Jiang Lian picked up her phone and yelled angrily, Jiang Mingwang, have you spent all your earnings on feeding dogs? How could you let my hair become like this? Come here and apologize. Half an hour later, Jiang Mingwang and Huang Wan stood before Kevin, their faces ashen. Behind them, Jiang Lian burst through the studio door, yelling into the street, my heavens. Come see what my guardians have been feeding me. Only in the studio did I realize I am a complete disaster.
Who said that?
Jiang Mingwang roared. Kevin took a moment to process, feeling numb.
No.
It wasn't me. He tried to pull Jiang Lian back, but she yanked him forward, dragging him into the street. This is the renowned designer Kevin. What he says carries weight in this industry. Jiang Lian gestured to introduce him. Kevin quickly lowered his head, searching for an escape route but finding none. He buried his face in his clothes, unable to flee as Jiang Lian's grip tightened like a vice. The cries grew louder. She seized Kevin's hair. Look at this hair quality. Come and see what divine hair looks like.
Ouch! Kevin exclaimed.
She grabbed Jiang Lian's hair as well. Ouch! Jiang Lian yelled. Jiang Lian swiftly tied their hair together in a knot before dragging them down the street. Bystanders. Kevin and Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian began knocking on car windows, urging everyone to come and look. When she knocked on one particular vehicle, she locked eyes with the occupant. Glancing at the license plate, she shouted, Am I right or wrong? If I'm right, honk your horn. Inside the car, Shun Ke elegantly leaned forward, his finger gliding over the steering wheel as he pressed a button.
Beep.
The cars behind responded. Not you, bro? Then I will too.
Beep. Beep.
The entire street erupted in a cacophony of honking. In the end, Jiang Mingwang was forced to apologize. While Kevin pleaded with Jiang Lian not to strangle him with a hairdryer cord, Jiang Lian snipped the knot from their hair. And the chaotic scene finally drew to a close. The staff in the styling room had all fled. Clients with wild hairstyles were running amok outside, Leaving the studio in disarray. Task complete. Reward, 3-carat diamond from South Africa. 888. Being driven mad is my destiny. Half an hour later, Jiang Lian emerged from the styling room with her newly styled hair. Behind her, Kevin sported a bizarre hairdo, with patches missing on either side and a tuft in the center, escorting her out. Lady Jiang, please take care. Kevin? Are you coming back? His vision blurred, and he fainted. Inside the car, Assistant Chu asked, Shall we leave, Mr. Shin? Yes, Shun K added, but drive slowly. Drive slowly? Assistant Chu didn't move, but began to inch forward at a snail's pace. The next moment, a stunning figure sprinted toward them. Tap, tap, tap. The car window rattled. Suddenly, the door swung open. Jiang Lian leaped into Shun K's lap, complaining, Assistant Chu, what kind of car are you driving? It's so fast. I can hardly keep my balance. Chapter 77. Money, money, money comes from all directions. Assistant Chu, what car am I driving? Good news. If I crash into that pole ahead, I can get a hearse. Ignoring his plight, Jiang Lian wrapped her arms around Shun K's neck. Did you see that? They were so nice, demonstrating that ridiculous hairstyle for me, and I couldn't stop them. Jiang Lian blushed. No way, I just wanted to help once and you saw it? Please don't praise me like that. I can't handle it. Assistant Chu. Oh heavens, can people not commit crimes? Amid her writhing and advances, Shun K finally couldn't hold back. You need to get off my lap. But my legs are numb, Jiang Lian said, resting her head on his shoulder. I can't get down. 888. I can't take it anymore? Assistant Chu. I can't take it either. No one said working was easy, especially when the system had to endure this romantic torment. Shun K stiffened. He found himself momentarily lost in her presence, yet the dazzling sight of her features, which seemed magnified by her closeness, was utterly impossible to ignore. What did it mean to place something 2 centimeters from my eyes? She began to whine again. I still need to get to the charity gala at East Market. Jiang Shuyan and the others have already gone ahead. Please give me a ride. Shun K firmly held her waist, whispering, I understand. It's on the way. Assistant Chu, wait, are you serious? The gala is miles apart. How is that on the way? If that is the case, then going to the funeral home is also on the way. Why don't you go there instead? At that moment, the 2 entirely different individuals let out a synchronized shout. Assistant Chu, 888. Damn it. Assistant Chu slammed the accelerator, departing with a flourish. Inside the car, Jiang Lian was pushed aside by Shin Quebec. Just as she was about to protest, a box was tossed her way. Violent man. Upon closer inspection, the box bore a designer label. Jiang Lian instantly embraced it. That's me. I'm the violent one. I apologize for being human. She eagerly tore it open. Inside lay a stunning ruby necklace, the centerpiece a pigeon blood-red gem, breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with sparkling diamonds. Jiang Lian. Attending a charity gala. Your gown still lacks accessories. Shun K slightly lifted his eyelids, glancing at the glaring number atop Jiang Lian's head, 464854. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Lian let out a loud shout and donned the accessories. Almost immediately, several gift boxes flew through the air. She opened them one by one, revealing an array of exquisite bracelets, rings, earrings, and hair ornaments. Jiang Lian threw her head back in a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Shin K cast a sidelong glance at the favorability rating above her head, 576977483. Each box of jewelry had raised her favorability to an impressive 83 before it ceased to move any further. Shin K understood. Being excessively wealthy and yet disliked is my fate. Just then, he heard Jiang Lian's inner thoughts once more. Come on, Shin K. Your persona needs to be as tough as your words. Rain down those gold coins. As long as it's adorned with diamonds. I'll even take a dog collar. Oh, it's over? Humph. I'm going to create a scene. I want more. I demand money from all directions. Come to me. Shin K. Can this feature be disabled? He truly did not wish to hear another word. At the East City Charity Gala venue, Jiang Shuyan rushed towards the entrance as soon as she alighted from the car. Among the numerous vehicles entering, Jiang Lian's figure was conspicuously absent. Just the thought of Jiang Lian's domineering demeanor, compelling her to bring her along, left Jiang Shuyan feeling irked. As long as she entered first, there was no way Jiang Lian could follow. With that thought, a smile crept onto her lips. However, as she extended her invitation, a stir erupted among the crowd. Someone shouted, Mr. Shun has arrived. A sleek black Maybach glided in and came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a long leg stepping out. In an instant, Shun Ke appeared before everyone. Dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit, his sharp features radiated an air of coldness, with a high nose and finely shaped lips pressed together. No wonder he was the antagonist in the story. Such a formidable and imposing aura could only belong to Shun Ke. Jiang Lian lowered her gaze to the invitation in her hand, a smirk forming.
Today,
Shun Ke would be mercilessly mocked by the matriarch of the Shin family for being a bastard child, and her sole purpose for attending this gala was to rescue him. Knowing he would arrive without a companion. Ha ha ha, wait. As she laughed and lifted her head, her expression suddenly froze. A familiar figure emerged from the side door. Standing next to Shun Quebec Jiang Lian? Again, it's her. Why is it always her? Jiang Lian stepped out, nearly blinded by the dazzling lights. What's going on? She squinted, asking, Isn't this a charity gala? Why are there so many bright lights shining in our faces? Shun Ke turned his head, extending his arm towards her. Let us go. Jiang Lian blinked, showing no signs of hesitation, and promptly took his arm. Shun Ke, my arm is about to be dislocated. He quickly pressed down on her hand. Together, they entered the venue, drawing gasps of admiration as they walked in. Halfway through, Jiang Lian stomped on Jiang Lian's foot before darting away. On stage, the host gripped the microphone, announcing loudly, Welcome esteemed guests to the charity gala hosted by Xingshi. Next, let's welcome Mr. Shun of Xingshi, accompanied by his dance partner, to perform the opening dance. As the applause erupted, Jiang Lian turned in shock. Your family is hosting this? Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have gone to grab some desserts from the buffet over there. A spotlight suddenly illuminated Shun Quebec immediately. Jiang Lian saw him standing before her, bathed in light. Help me. Shun Ke bent down, extending his hand. Once we finish, I'll give you a red envelope of 10,000. Jiang Lian glanced at Shun Ke's face, then at his outstretched palm. Well, I suppose that's acceptable, but are you sure?
Shun Ke's lips curved slightly.
She usually acted like a carefree monkey, yet now in a formal setting, she seemed anxious. Don't be nervous, just follow my lead. With that, Shun Ke took her hand, the warmth of his touch sending a jolt through Jiang Lian. She scratched her chin, her expression complex. Glancing around, she noticed the music had already been playing for quite some time, with all the envious eyes of the women fixed upon her. She almost succumbed to vanity. However, she summoned the remnants of her rationality and held on to Shun Ke's hand, raising her brows in silent communication. I'm not very skilled. Shun Ke observed her expression. The way she raised her brows, seemingly pleased. Did she happen to know the song? What a pity. Today he would have to show her up. Thus, Shun Ke nodded, still pulling her onto the dance floor. Jiang Lian squeezed his hand tightly, signaling once more, I truly cannot dance. He turned and entered the dance floor. Jiang Lian closed her eyes, offering a final compliment. The villain, true to form, was even more reckless than she was. He had chosen the most popular option among the youth, a double calamity on the dance floor. Fine, since you, Shun Ke, are not afraid, I, Jiang Lian, shall gladly accompany you. Jiang Lian knew the plot had gone awry, but she slipped into the dance floor as the lights dimmed instantly. The waltz began.
Shun Ke's mirket.
Looking down at the petite woman beside him, her eyes sparkling, her arms soft, and those long legs where Shun Ke could hardly believe his eyes, staring intently. Wasn't he the music still in its prelude? Had she reached a climax on her own? 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats, huh? Like this? A hand chop?
Oh,
twirling and leaping, I've closed my eyes. Open your eyes.
Shun Ke growled.
Now he understood everything. If she had any skill, this could be salvaged. If she had no skill at all, she thought he could manage too. But she didn't know how, and still believed he could, even trying to lead him through this dreadful dance remix. Shun Ke took a step back. Jiang Lian, with a leap, Jiang Lian surged forward, grabbing his hand and starting a series of fancy spins. Then came a shockwave from behind, sending him crashing onto the nearby drum surface.
Bang!
Dazed and confused, he kept the rhythm. At some point, a 2-stringed instrument was thrust into his hands.
Shun Ke? Shun Ke? No.
He hadn't even uttered the word before a pair of twisting hands behind him pulled him to join in with the instrument. The music surged, and Jiang Lian executed a split, followed by a spin and a backflip, creating a whirlwind around Shun Ke. The audience below. This she has her own soundtrack. In the next moment, She twirled to the front of the stage, arms raised high. The music. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Lian, wow, As her hands trembled, Shen K's ear was filled with her precise thoughts. Who brought you to my side?
Hey, ha.
It is that round and bright moon, bright moon.
Hey,
Outside, the waltz played, but in her heart, this song was blaring.
damn.
Shen Ke closed his eyes and ascended to the heavens. So this is how Director Li and Director Chen felt. Seeing him halt, Jiang Lian kicked his chair. The two-stringed instrument. He stopped again, and Jiang Lian kicked his chair once more. The two-stringed instrument. Finally, they endured until the song concluded. The hall fell into a profound silence. Then, someone suddenly chuckled, quickly masking their laughter with applause. Instantly, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. Upon closer inspection, some laughter sounded like pig squeals, utterly unable to contain themselves. Jiang Lian curtsied, pulling Shen Ke, whose foot she had inadvertently stepped on, off the stage.
Sidekick.
Didn't I perform rather well? She waved with a smile. Shen Ke strode away in a frenzy. Wait for me, Shen Ke.
Sidekick.
Jiang Lian, with a smile, was in pursuit, but before she could utter a few more words, she encountered three affluent ladies of high society. Jiang Lian paused, turning to glance at Shen Ke, who had suddenly halted, her expression one of surprise. Why have you stopped? A lady from the Gu family covered her mouth, mocking, Oh, Shen sister. Isn't that your family's illegitimate child? The matron from the Song family scrutinized Shen Ke with a sidelong glance, stating, Indeed, one is adorned by attire. And he appears quite unrecognizable as someone from the countryside now that he has donned a suit. However, she smirked. He seems to have mingled with someone who truly belongs in the countryside. The performance earlier was splendid, a reward for you.
With that,
She removed her watch and tossed it to Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you. Just as she was preparing to retort, Mrs. Song queried, Why are you not adhering to the usual script? Shen Ke, standing nearby, could hardly bear to watch. Mrs. Shen, adorned with emeralds, displayed a frosty demeanor. It seemed she was oblivious to Shen Ke's presence as she calmly remarked, What illegitimate child?
you ladies jest.
She casually picked up a wine glass from a server's tray, giving it a gentle swirl. He is merely a straw, and insisting on being associated with the hairy crab only inflates his worth. Without the crab,
He is just a straw.
Shen Ke narrowed his eyes. Before he could act, a disturbance arose nearby. Why drag the hairy crab into this? Jiang Lian protested indignantly. Shen Ke replied, I do not expect you to speak for me, but at the very least, refrain from adding insult to injury. In the next moment, Jiang Lian yanked him behind her, revealing her furious silhouette. She shouted at Mrs. Shen, RKK is far more valuable than that hairy crab, all right? He is my golden boy, you know nothing, old hag. He can yield gold coins. He is the god of wealth.
Today,
I will show you who dares to belittle my god of wealth. Do you believe I will call my brother to handle you all? Can you not be so cowardly even in your thoughts? The three ladies gasped in shock. Mrs. Shen, trembling with rage, could hardly believe her ears. In this space, no one had dared to disrespect her so brazenly. Even Shen Ke, the illegitimate child, would not dare to confront her directly. You uncouth wretch. Mrs. Shen pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Lian, her face turning a dark shade of anger.
beep.
Triggering plot repair. Repair progress. 35. 150. Choice 1. Engage in an immediate verbal confrontation. Reward. Heating function. Can designate an item to raise its temperature to within 100 degrees. Choice 2. Remain silent. Reward. A belt from Jiang Mingwang. Jiang Lian furiously pressed 1. Finally, she had the chance to speak up. Her entire life had been spent in submission. Just for this moment of explosion. Let us begin a hearty catharsis. Jiang Lian charged at Mrs. Shen. You think you are cultured when you mock others in person? If you were to be thrown into a pot with rapeseed oil, one wouldn't be able to tell whether it was the oil splattering or your disgrace. You, Mrs. Shen was left speechless with rage. Mrs. Gu immediately studied the staggering Mrs. Shen. Where did this vile girl come from? Is the security here just collecting a paycheck? You too. Jiang Lian turned. You old hag. Do you wish to know where your old Gu went yesterday? At the first club in the Western Market. It was an orgy. Mrs. Gu. What did she just say? Quickly, someone, remove this madwoman. Mrs. Song hastily called for help.
beep.
Task completed. Reward. Heating function unlocked. You little wretch. Do you know who we are? The three ladies were seething with indignation. I do. And knowing that, you dare to act like this. In the next moment, Jiang Lian lifted her skirt and executed a flying kick. Mrs. Song gasped, clutching Mrs.
Shen.
Mrs. Shun grasped Mrs. Gu. Thud, thud, thud. The three ladies fell into the pool like dumplings. Jiang Lian's head popped up, laughing. Look, I kicked the little crickets into the pool.
Beep.
Heating function successfully activated. Current temperature, 46. Chapter 79, your bouncing mouth is responding to me as well.
Ah.
So hot. So hot. Help. Help. The pool's water temperature skyrocketed. The entire venue erupted in screams, urging Shen Ke, join us, KZ. It's exhilarating. The central pole is up.
Senke.
The three affluent ladies. Soon, security personnel arrived. Jiang Lian seized the opportunity and fled. Behind her, Shen Ke lowered his head, his gaze resting on his hands. In the lights, the red dress twirled. Her smooth, long hair danced in the wind, glimmering like silk against Shen Ke's face, sending a tingling sensation. For the first time, someone stood up for him without regard for others' opinions. For the first time, someone disregarded status and societal norms to support him. Is this what it feels like to be protected?
Shun Quebec.
The moment she turned, her hair brushed against his face as she leaned closer.
Senke instinctively bent down. Eh?
You've got drool running down your face. Jiang Lian pointed at a droplet on his cheek.
Senke?
Quick, wipe it off. Don't let them see. Or they'll spread rumors that you're an idiot. It's raining. Shen Ke gritted his teeth. Yes, yes, it's raining. Jiang Lian patted him. It's raining. It's raining. Don't rush. Speak slowly. It splashed on my face. She wiped her face, only to feel another drop plop down. Just as she was about to scold Shen Ke for being excessive, a torrential downpour suddenly cascaded from above. Oh no! Jiang Lian bolted run. The two sprinted 100 meters to the front of Shen Ke's car.
Beep.
Triggering plot repair. Repair progress. 36. 150. Choice 1. Decline on the spot. Reward. A pair of garlic-flavored dentures. Choice 2. Take the initiative to drive. Reward. Rebound shield. A designated object. Jiang Lian pinched her nose and selected 2. Inside the car, Shen Ke looked at Jiang Lian in the driver's seat. Are you sure you can drive? Jiang Lian grasped the steering wheel with both hands, turning to face him. You don't believe I can? Shen Ke glanced at the top of her head, hesitant. You don't trust me? I believe you. Jiang Lian turned back, her movements halting. In her line of sight, Shen Ke had donned a helmet, wrist guards, knee pads, and goggles, fastening his seatbelt and gripping the handle on the right. Saying to her, let us go. I believe in you. Jiang Lian. She snorted, starting the car. As expected, it was exhilarating. Whoosh. The car shot forward. A passerby with a child exclaimed, Mom, it's a horizontally flying rocket. The mother squinted into the distance. Silly child. That's not a rocket. It's a missile. The banquet hall was situated halfway up a mountain, and the descent was all winding roads. Halfway down, Jiang Lian called out, KK, look at the starry sky. The azure sky was adorned with twinkling stars. Grip the steering wheel tightly.
Senke won.
Oh.
Jiang Lian tightened her grip and added, KK, look at that waterfall. Brake. Brake.
Oh, Keke, look.
Stop looking. Focus on the road. Jiang Lian shouted, don't worry, leave it to me. My driving skills are, very, very good. The car jostled erratically, causing her voice to falter. Next, Shen Ke exclaimed, Jiang Lian, this is a mountain road, not a plane. Quick, enjoy the romantic starry sky. I want to live. Below is a cliff. Your life is in my hands, don't worry. From the back seat. Assistant Chu remarked, goodbye, Mommy. Tonight I shall sail far away. Jiang Lian, sing, 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 splendidly. Assistant Chu, I hope you drive splendidly as well. The car hurtled down the mountain road. For a fleeting moment, the trees in front vanished, revealing a breathtaking nightscape of the city. Caution! Shen Ke unbuckled his seatbelt in an instant and lunged forward. A sharp turn, a sudden slam of the brakes. Jiang Lian's vision darkened, and her lips stung. When she opened her eyes, she found herself locked in a gaze with Shen Ke, whose eyes were equally wide. Outside, the chirping of insects filled the air, while inside, only Shen Ke's heavy breaths could be heard. Shen Ke felt a tingling sensation on his lips, momentarily dazed. He soon regained his composure, lifting his head to withdraw. Jiang Lian swiftly reached out, pinning Shen Ke down like an octopus. He struggled slightly, but she pressed down harder. Shen Ke ceased his struggles, and emboldened by the moment, she lightly kissed him. Shen Ke. Assistant Chu. No. I'm still here.
Why?
Why on earth? Is there anything more terrifying than writing a work summary? You dare say you didn't enjoy it? Jiang Lian exclaimed, your lips do not convey that sentiment. Just now you. Shen Ke swiftly covered her mouth and turned to Assistant Chu, his eyes conveying a clear message, get lost. Assistant Chu. Yes, sir. Jiang Lian peered through his palm, blinking her bright eyes. The car now contained only the two of them, and she tentatively brushed against Shen Ke's palm. There was no response from him. She nudged again, and he released his grip. In the next moment, Jiang Lian leaped forward, ready to take advantage of the unresisting Shen Ke, when the ringing of a phone abruptly interrupted. Shen Ke suddenly snapped back to reality and immediately exited the car. Answer the phone. He tossed over his shoulder. Jiang Lian.
Ah?
What difference does it make if the foreplay is finished, but the action is halted? She glanced at the screen displaying Jiang Xuyan's name, her frustration deepening. Gritting her teeth, she answered the call. Outside, Shen Ke leaned against the rear of the car, observing Assistant Chu crouched on the ground, mumbling indistinctly. Has he lost his mind again? He approached closer, only to see Assistant Chu waving his hands in the air. One hand pinched the air, and he squeaked, KK, give me a kiss. You smell so good. You're enticing. The other hand pinched the air as well, but in a deeper voice, I've never seen such a unique woman. She's extraordinary. The left hand squeaked, hey, slow down, oh, be gentle. The right hand boomed. Ha, this is just the beginning. Let me show you my big treasure. Knock, knock, knock. Assistant Chu turned around. Their eyes met. The air fell silent. Chapter 80. Take it back to trim the mushrooms. Little Shen, it's a misunderstanding. Haha, a misunderstanding. Assistant Chu chuckled nervously, nearly burying his head in his shoes. Mama, save me. Shen Ke was uninterested in him, turning back to lean against the car door asking, do you usually act like this?
Ha, me?
I sometimes do, Assistant Chu stammered, drenched in sweat not particularly often. I meant during kissing. Shen Ke shot him a sidelong glance. Are you that proactive, even a bit? Manic? Assistant Chu fell silent for a moment. Shen Ke, well aware, urged him to speak, and I might spare your life. Assistant Chu immediately replied, then I'll really say it? I don't know. Sidekick? He squinted. Aren't you into men? Shouldn't your thought process be similar to hers? Assistant Chu slowly extended a finger. Sidekick? Following the direction of his finger, he glanced at the sky. Is it about to change?
Assistant que replie de plein lit, Ama. Bang!
The man was kicked into a ditch, sliding 3 meters. Inside the car, Jiang Lian cursed for 3 minutes upon answering the call, firmly reprimanding Jiang Xuyan for another 3 minutes. Jiang Xuyan, infuriated on the other end, could only maintain a smile. Sister, are you free tomorrow? Would you like to accompany me to the company for a visit?
Ding.
Triggering plot restoration. Restoration progress 37, 150. Choice 1, accept. Reward, 5 shares of Jiang family stock. Choice 2, decline. Reward, 1 original bow tie from Assistant Chu. Jiang Lian chose option 1 without a moment's hesitation. Then she warned Jiang Xuyan, sure, but next time, call me in advance to schedule. It makes it seem as though you have a hand to spare. Look at the time. Don't I deserve some personal space? Don't I need to deal with men? Am I living a life like yours? What if I were in bed right now and you called? What do you think you are? You're no different from an 80,000. What light bulb?
Ding.
Task completed. Earned 5 shares of Jiang family stock. Total shares acquired, 20. Jiang Xuyan hung up, her eyes reddening with anger. Crazy. Why was she being scolded for no reason? Yan, why are you inviting her to the company? Jiang Mingwang inquired from across the room. What else can she do besides cause chaos and embarrass herself? Dad, Jiang Xuyan reined in her temper, forcing a smile. Regardless, her sister remained a member of the Jiang family. Inviting her to the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the company's relocation would be a form of closure. After saying this, she moved behind Jiang Mingwang and began to massage his shoulders. If Jiang Lian doesn't come, wouldn't the people she arranged be wasted? Jiang Mingwang remained silent, his expression stern. 5 minutes later, Jiang Mingwang's secretary knocked on the office door. Jiang Xuyan discreetly exited the office. Mr. Jiang. The complete information regarding the companies under the Hua family has been retrieved as you requested. The secretary handed a document to Jiang Mingwang, continuing. They submitted a letter of intent for cooperation to our Jiang group a week ago. Jiang Mingwang casually flipped through a couple of pages before tossing the document onto the desk. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Isn't Jiang Lian relying on those three brothers as her support? Let us cancel the cooperation and teach them a lesson, making them aware of the consequences of provoking the Jiang family." After speaking, Jiang Mingwang recalled other matters. Additionally, the real estate project with the Intercontinental Group must be followed up diligently. This project cannot fail. He endured for 3 years to align with Intercontinental, finally producing a plan that they grudgingly accepted. Securing even a small project with Intercontinental would be sufficient for the Jiang family to ascend the ranks of the business world. At that time, what Shin family, what celebrities, none of them would matter before the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Hua Xingji glanced at his phone and then at his older brother sitting beside him. Huiyun flipped through a couple of newspapers, glancing sideways. "What's wrong, big brother?" "The Jiang group has cancelled their cooperation with us." Huiyun paused. "What cooperation? What cooperation could they possibly have with the Jiang family? I wouldn't even look at such a place." "Oh right, wasn't Xiao Lian previously seeking their help for the Jiang family? Better that it's withdrawn." Hua Ting entered from outside. "We wouldn't want to be accused of being starving and eating anything." The next morning, when Jiang Lian arrived at the Jiang group, Jiang Shuyan had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Dressed impeccably, Jiang Shuyan approached and linked arms with Jiang Lian. Upon seeing Jiang Lian in sportswear paired with dad shoes, her expression faltered. "Sister, today is the ribbon-cutting ceremony for our company's relocation. Everyone has been praising my appearance. Why don't you dress up a bit more?" "Everyone praised me?" Jiang Lian paused, casually pulling out a glaringly bright 50 yuan voucher for the company cafeteria, raising it high above her head. "Look, everyone. Whoever can say 10 complimentary words about my outfit will immediately receive a voucher for the Jiang Group cafeteria." Instantly, everyone surrounded Jiang Lian. "You're beautiful. You're a fairy. You're the goddess of this era. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Your outfit looks stunning. You're kind-hearted and far more attractive than that one over there in the gown. She looks the worst." Jiang Shuyan pointed at herself. "Am I crazy? Just for $50, they're spewing flattery without any shame." Jiang Lian laughed. "They truly have discerning eyes." Jiang Shuyan gritted her teeth and turned her face away. "Sister, you truly possess remarkable skills, always managing to create unexpected situations. But no matter how capable you are, you cannot foresee what you will endure next." The ribbon-cutting ceremony was about to commence, so let us proceed. With that, Jiang Shuyan took the lead and guided Jiang Lian inside. At the entrance of the Jiang Group's new company, numerous media personnel had gathered early, waiting. Jiang Mingwang stood like a foreman, directing the staff as they prepared the venue. Upon seeing Jiang Shuyan and Jiang Lian arrive, a hint of impatience crossed his previously smiling face. "Dad, we are here." Jiang Shuyan jogged over, eliciting gasps and flashes from the surrounding media. When it was Jiang Lian's turn, the cameras immediately focused on her. "Yan was just being polite. You actually came," Jiang Mingwang remarked, casting a displeased glance at Jiang Lian. "Shall I leave then?" Jiang Lian retorted, starting to walk away.
Stop.
Jiang Mingwang exclaimed, exasperated. "The ceremony has already begun. You need to behave." She could not simply walk away in front of so many media outlets. It would undoubtedly lead to scandalous rumors.
Now.
The Jiang Group's ribbon-cutting ceremony officially commenced. As the host announced it, Jiang Mingwang, disregarding everything else, took Jiang Shuyan's hand, clutching the red silk ribbon. Jiang Lian stood at the edge. Suddenly, she turned, making a gesture towards Jiang Mingwang. "What are you doing?"
Put that down.
Jiang Mingwang shouted, his anger rising. "Jiang Lian, do you think you can act so brazenly just because your brothers have a small company to support you? I have already rejected your brother's collaboration. Do not bring any trash to our Jiang family in the future." Before Jiang Lian could respond, the crowd erupted in chaos.
Ah.
A woman in the crowd, brandishing a black bucket, charged wildly toward Jiang Lian. Chapter 81. So terrifying, come and be scared too. Jiang Mingwang turned and fled.
Jiang Lian.
"It's your fault. If it weren't for you, our brother Gu wouldn't be in this predicament." The woman screamed hysterically. "Sister, be careful," Jiang Shuyan shouted. Jiang Lian stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, she was forcefully shoved, and a torrent of crimson liquid splashed onto her face. She immediately threw out a prop.
Ding.
Prop rebound lock successful. Target locked. Jiang Lian.
Ah.
Jiang Lian screamed as the viscous red liquid cascaded down her exquisite long hair, staining her pristine gown with a pungent paint. My makeup. My dress. It's all ruined. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Subsequently, with her hands smeared in paint, she began to wipe it all over Jiang Lian.
Ah.
My haute couture dress. Jiang Lian cried.
Ah.
My freshly done hair. She lamented, smearing it indiscriminately. She fainted and was revived again repeatedly. Jiang Lian yelled, "Quick! Save my sister! Call the police!" Upon hearing "call the police," the paint-wielding woman fled in terror. Jiang Lian quickly grasped Jiang Lian's hand. "I'm fine. No need to call the police." "Really? I don't believe you." "Transfer me 1,000 for verification," Jiang Lian insisted. Raising her phone, Jiang Lian clenched her teeth and reluctantly transferred 2,000, trying to bribe her. "The extra is for my sister," she started to say, but Jiang Lian's face fell. "Wrong transfer. You're not coherent." With that, she swiftly dialed Jiang Mingwang's number. "Old Deng, stop hiding inside. You're precious. Yan Yan is covered in blood. I just called the police. This is terrifying. You should come and see." Jiang Lian. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Mingwang charged out with security. His first words were a reprimand. "Jiang Lian, how could you? How could you act like this? Your daughter has been splattered like this. What kind of security measures are in place? Do you even care for your own daughter's safety?" Jiang Mingwang's words were cut off as the Ho brothers arrived, hearing him threaten Jiang Lian. Hu Ting clenched his jaw, ready to reach into his pocket. Just then, a cold voice interrupted. "Mr. Jiang, you carry quite an air of authority." Shen Ke, with his tall figure, approached. The three brothers exchanged glances. Jiang Mingwang's anger flared, but upon seeing Shen Ke, his expression faltered. "Mr. Shen, I am reprimanding my daughter. Is this any of your business?" Shen Ke briefly glanced down, noting the red paint smeared on Jiang Lian's hands. "Wah, wah, wah." Jiang Lian began to wail dramatically. "He said he would kill me." The three brothers looked at her with skepticism. "You know she's acting," Shen Ke remarked, his expression darkening. "To threaten her life? That's no longer a family matter. Hello? Assistant Chu, summon the most formidable lawyer in the city and review the surveillance footage from this street." "Mr. Shen." Jiang Mingwang panicked, trying to stop him. Shen Ke raised an eyebrow. "What? As a bystander witnessing a violent crime, I shouldn't report it?" Jiang Mingwang gritted his teeth, finally conceding. It was all a misunderstanding. "I apologize, all right?" Jiang Lian cried out. "I've never heard such an insincere apology." Jiang Mingwang. Indeed. Shen Ke raised his phone again. Jiang Mingwang realized he could not afford to offend Shen Ke, having just witnessed the woman throw paint directly at Jiang Lian. Coupled with Jiang Lian's actions toward Jiang Lian, he had an inkling of who was responsible. Calling the police would not end well. Resolved, Jiang Mingwang turned to Jiang Lian. "Today it is my fault as a father. Go ahead, slap me." "Ah, ah, ah." Jiang Lian clapped her hands on the ground. Jiang Mingwang. His expression darkened. "Do you want me to slap myself?" At that moment, Jiang Lian, Shen Ke, and the three brothers all turned to him, their expressions calm, as if to say, "Yes." Jiang Mingwang was furious, gritting his teeth and raising his hand, lightly slapping himself while shouting, "Is that enough?" Jiang Lian spun around, clapping her hands again. "Kneel for me."
Ah, ah, ah. Jiang Lian.
"Do not take advantage of the situation," Shen Ke interjected. "Hey, Assistant Chu right now." Thud. Jiang Mingwang suddenly knelt down, his face flushed with anger, his body trembling. Jiang Lian gritted her teeth, trying to pull him up. "Dad, she is doing this on purpose. Don't fall for her tricks." Jiang Lian ceased her cries. Looking eagerly at Shen Quebec, Shen Ke turned to Officer Chen. "The suspect who instigated the paint throwing is here." A swarm of undercover officers rushed in, capturing Jiang Lian and placing stylish silver handcuffs on her. "Yes, it was deliberate," Shen Ke confirmed.
Hey.
"You must be mistaken. I didn't do anything. Dad, save me."
Dad.
"Father," she cried as she was dragged away. Jiang Lian flashed a grin at Shen Ke, her favorability soaring. Handsome, wah."
Sen Kesmirket.
Still smiling, with paint all over your face. Jiang Lian tilted her head. "I can't see it, help me wipe it off." The Ho brothers exchanged glances. Their icy glares aimed at Shen Quebec. Jiang Lian nodded obediently. As she left, she patted Jiang Mingwang with her paint-stained hand.
Goodbye.
Jiang Mingwang gritted his teeth in frustration, hopping in place. Once outside, Shen Ke followed, Hu Ting was about to refuse, but Hu Xingji shot him a look. He suddenly recalled watching a variety show yesterday, where a shameless naked man had walked into the frame. His sister's nosebleed was truly embarrassing. If it weren't for this young man's prior provocation, his sister's face would never have turned that shade. No, he needed to dig deeper. Then thank you. Hu Ting narrowed his eyes. The five of them journeyed together. The atmosphere in the car eerily silent. Jiang Lian sat in the passenger seat, glancing into the rear-view mirror. What on earth are those three doing? She exclaimed, noticing their wide eyes as if they were adorned with flashlights. The three Ho brothers were crammed in the back seat, fixated on the road ahead.
Sidekick,
Who was driving, merely cast a cursory glance before suddenly speaking. Jiang Lian, perplexed, asked, have I mentioned something? Upon hearing her reference to them, Ho Yun's expression softened considerably. Yet, he still managed a somewhat awkward smile, inquiring, what did she say about us? Shun Ke smirked, oh, quite a bit. She said the eldest brother is a true man of steel, with a magnificent physique and great strength, making her feel secure. Though Ho Yun remained silent, his body leaned forward, visibly relaxing, and he cast a proud glance at his two brothers. Jiang Lian continued, and she mentioned that the third brother is thoughtful and attentive, always caring for her in every aspect. Even though he is not very articulate, she can always sense his concern. Ho Ting paused, his chest rising and falling,
as he coughed discreetly into his hand.
What about me? Ho Xingji leaned in, his face brimming with anticipation. Shin Ke adjusted the steering wheel and replied. She said the second brother has the most youthful mindset and is the one she can have the most fun with. He is always incredibly indulgent, spoiling her in every way. Upon hearing this, Ho Xingji couldn't help but applaud twice, then feigned swatting away a fly. Jiang Lian looked at Shin Ke and gave him a thumbs up with her foot. I salute you, master of water-bearing. As the car sped along, they soon arrived at the Ho family estate. After disembarking, Jiang Lian, along with her brothers, led Shin Ke towards the main hall. They had barely taken a few steps when they encountered a lush green shrub adorned with 7 or 8 spherical, glimmering objects, resembling fruits hanging from a Christmas tree. The Ho brothers exclaimed in unison, oh no, we forgot that this path hadn't been cleared. This is actually, Ho Yun began, but Shin Ke interjected, I know. This must be prepared for Jiang Lian. Although it resembles a bomb, it is actually filled with candies, intended to startle her and amuse her. Yes, yes, yes. The three Ho brothers echoed. Jiang Lian's breath caught in her throat. What an impressive feat of turning the red into white and the dead into alive. They continued onward until they finally reached the hall. As soon as they were seated, a servant entered, carrying a long gun. Mr. Ho, everything has been polished. The three Ho brothers were taken aback, their eyes widening. Shun Ke appeared pensive, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. Could this possibly be? The brothers looked at Shun Ke, apprehensive. Is it the latest model from Canada, the one touted to shoot through an entire battalion with a single magazine? The Ho brothers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, yes, yes. A connoisseur indeed. He understands us.
Jiang Lian face-bombed. Oh, Shin Ke, really?
She disregarded the conversation among the men and headed upstairs directly. Once back in her bedroom, she filled the tub for a bath. After washing off the red paint and changing into a fresh outfit, she made her way downstairs. Where is Shin Ke? Jiang Lian plopped down on the sofa, reclining slightly and closing her eyes for just a moment. When she opened them again, she was startled. What are you doing? She exclaimed, as her three brothers cornered her on the sofa with imposing expressions. Ho Yun declared bluntly, Little Lian, it's time for you to get married. Jiang Lian was taken aback. I'm not that desperate. Ho Xingji nodded. Little Lian, that young man seems quite decent. You and he together, I can rest assured. Jiang Lian protested. I merely wish to love. How did it escalate to marriage? Ho Ting affectionately ruffled Jiang Lian's hair. Little Lian has grown up and must marry. He is the one. Jiang Lian exclaimed in shock. Wait, what does growing up have to do with marrying Shin Ke? Hold on. She raised her hand to halt the conversation, throwing back a rhetorical bomb. Are you brothers tired of me? Is that why you want me to marry and leave home? With that, she lowered her head, feeling despondent. Jiang Lian chuckled. Hey, I have 4 of you. The 3 brothers were taken aback. No way. The eldest brother hopes you never marry. The third brother was just joking. He wouldn't force you. No tears now. The second brother just thinks that young man is decent enough for our little Lian. The 3 brothers spoke over each other, flustered. Jiang Lian couldn't help but laugh, throwing her arms around them in a big hug. I just want to spend more time with my brothers. We must always stay together. And with that, she dashed outside, leaving the Ho brothers teary-eyed. So touching. The butler entered. It's been a while since the gentlemen have had such an episode. Jiang Lian exited the house, finally breathing a sigh of relief, looking up at the sky and exclaiming, "The pressure of marriage is terrifying." "Are you afraid of marriage?" A voice came from behind her. She turned to see Shun Ke standing by the car. "You haven't left?" Jiang Lian descended the steps. "I was about to, but I overheard your brothers discussing marriage. Coincidentally, I'm curious about who's so unfortunate." Jiang Lian merely responded with an "oh" and fell silent. 3 minutes passed before she looked up. "Is this brother really so curious? I'm perfectly fine alone. I can quietly wait for death. But if I marry, I fear I might lose control."
Sidekick.
Lose control of what? "I'm afraid I won't be able to resist buying him an accident policy, naming myself as the beneficiary." Jiang Lian laughed, her expression bright. "Have you seen Gone Girl? This is Gone Rich Man version 20. Shun Ke remained silent, dismissing her with a wave as he climbed into the car. The vehicle started, and he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Lian's face. "Then I shall contemplate how to distribute the inheritance to ensure your lifetime of extravagance." With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove off. "Did I just get flirted with? Was I just flirted with?" Jiang Lian exclaimed. "Old 8. We just got flirted with." 888 grumbled weakly. "Shut up." Jiang Lian turned to explore the back garden of the Ho residence, only to spot 3 figures creeping about, dressed in lavish attire. "Brothers, where are you off to dress like that?" Jiang Lian called out. The 3 figures froze. Ho Xingji straightened up and smiled sheepishly. "We're going to an event at Universal Film and Television." He then playfully poked Ho Yun in the side. Ho Yun had no choice but to comply, lying to his sister, not wanting to reveal the truth. Their sister was kind-hearted, always looking out for the Jiang family, but the Jiang family had no good intentions. They feared that revealing the intercontinental matter would cause her to be exploited by the scheming Jiang family. Just as Jiang Lian was about to nod and let them go, she sensed something was amiss. "Old 8, is there a problem?" 888 immediately nodded. "Of course. The Universal Film and Television in East City has been completed, and today is the shareholders' gala. The Ho family has shares in it, but they're worried you might be exploited by the Jiang family, which is why they haven't told you." Jiang Lian was intrigued. She had never been to the film city before. With filming due to start in a few days, she couldn't miss the chance to have some fun. "I want to go," Jiang Lian declared. "But it's a crowded scene. What if the brothers can't find you?" Ho Xingji looked worried. Before Ho Yun could speak, Jiang Lian lunged forward, deftly retrieving a hidden clip and pinching it hard.
Ouch.
Ho Yun jumped forward, turning to angrily accuse Ho Xingji. "Why did you poke me in the backside?" "I didn't poke you," Ho Xingji retorted angrily. "Wait, stop arguing." Jiang Lian raised her hand. The 3 brothers turned to see her holding a business card. Suddenly, they stiffened, reading aloud, "Ho Yun, President of Intercontinental." The 3 brothers exchanged incredulous glances. "What?" Jiang Lian inhaled sharply, trembling as she exclaimed, "Big brother, you are actually the president of Intercontinental."
Little Lian.
"This is something I can explain," Hu Yun stammered, drenched in sweat under Jiang Lian's intense gaze. He never intended to keep this from his sister. He simply could not find the right moment to reveal it. Hu Xingji, anxious, signaled Hu Ting to intervene. "Do not say anything further." Jiang Lian sighed. "Little Lian, do not be upset. Big brother is merely a nominal president. No one wished to keep this from you." Hu Ting scratched his meticulously styled hair, uncertain of how to elucidate further. In the next moment, Jiang Lian leaped in front of Hu Yun, grasping his rough hand, tears streaming down her face. "Big brother, in the past I was too conscientious and sentimental. From now on, you must never collaborate with the Jiang family." Hu Yun let out a sound of disbelief, followed by another. The other 2 Hu brothers were left dumbfounded, questioning if they had misheard or if their sister had been possessed. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lian wiped her nose and declared, "So, can you take me along to have some fun? I have never attended such an event in my life." With that, a crystal tear fell. In unison, the 3 brothers exclaimed, "Of course. You must come." Chapter 83. You 2 are a perfect match, the eccentric prince and his eccentric princess. Jiang Lian cheered and immediately dashed upstairs. "I am going to change. Wait for me, and do not sneak away." With that, she swiftly entered her bedroom and began trying on outfits before the mirror. She first selected a deep-cut spaghetti strap gown, but upon trying it on, she shook her head. If I wear this, those brothers might scare off any passerby who dares to look at me. After some deliberation, her gaze landed on a simple, elegant garment in her wardrobe. Downstairs, Huayun gazed absent-mindedly out the window while the other two patiently waited on the sofa. Big brother, second brother, third brother, Jiang Lian shouted, and the next second, they were stunned into silence. Who are you, fairy? Jiang Lian, gripping the handrail, her long hair cascading down, wore a form-fitting, elegant qipao that accentuated her curves, adorned only with a blooming white rose by her ear, her beauty radiant. Let us go. Jiang Lian beckoned, delighting in her reflection. Today, she was indeed a miraculous sight, a true wonder. The three Hu brothers followed behind, pulling out handkerchiefs to wipe their tears. Our little sister has grown up. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingwang raged in his office. How embarrassing. With a swift motion, he swept all the documents off his desk. I have never lost face like this in my entire career. All because of that wretched Jiang Lian. Go and notify all companies in the industry. Jiang Mingwang pointed at his secretary, unleashing his fury upon her. Anyone who dares to collaborate with Huixingji's small company is opposing the Jiang Group. The secretary, sweating profusely, replied hesitantly, Mr. Jiang, there is good news. We have discovered that the president of Intercontinental will attend the grand opening at Global Film City this week. Intercontinental? Jiang Mingwang's anger dissipated instantly. The president of Intercontinental had never attended any events. Previously, he had even hired paparazzi to catch a glimpse of the person, but they all refused upon hearing it was Intercontinental. The president would actually make an appearance at this opening ceremony? Prepare the car. I will personally meet this president of Intercontinental, he commanded. At Global Film City, as the ceremony commenced, Shun Ke stepped out of the car, his striking appearance drawing many admiring glances. Assistant Shu followed closely, stating, Mr. Shen, due to your engagement in numerous unrelated affairs this month, our work progress has fallen significantly. Is it truly a significant setback or merely your exaggeration? Shun Ke inquired. Assistant Shu smiled faintly. I am indeed exaggerating. The reality is that it is only a moderate delay. Let us work together through the nights. Love struck. Assistant Chu chuckled, but suddenly paused. Huh? Shin Ke followed his gaze, both squinting. In the corner stood a slender figure in a qipao, resembling a fairy from a painting, if only she were not stealthily pressed against the wall. She was sneaking, attempting to snatch a small cake from the dessert table. Thief! Shun Ke's voice rang out from behind. Jiang Lian exclaimed, I am not a thief. My brother is wealthy. Ask him for money. I will pay. Upon turning, she spotted Shin Ke, her expression darkening.
Senke.
His gaze resting on her for a few seconds before casually shifting away. Assistant Chu teased, Oh, you're trying to play innocent? Jiang Lian revealed a small cake hidden in her hand. What are you doing here?
Investing, Senke replied.
Give it back to me. Jiang Lian exclaimed. Ignoring her decreasing favor, Shen Ke asked, What are you doing? Stealing? Assistant Chu chimed in. You are quite honest, but also quite famished. Just as Assistant Chu was about to make a quip, he caught Shin Ke's eye, who silently gestured for more food to be brought to Jiang Lian. The cakes kept coming in rounds. Jiang Lian indulged herself, her eyes darting toward the glass cabinet in the kitchen. Shun Ke raised his hand and Assistant Chu, exasperated, turned away. As Jiang Lian finished one serving, she was surprised by another plate of assorted cakes.
Senke,
she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Shin Ke merely smiled and leaned back in his chair. Indeed, it was all my arrangement. I am ready for your gratitude. She was ecstatic. I did not even order this. The staff mistakenly brought me 2 plates. No way, you must try some too. She insisted, holding a piece of cake towards Shun Quebec. Very well, he replied, though his expression remained serious. Spread the word. The staff at Global Film City are so oblivious they brought 2 plates. Shun Ke's face darkened, his patience wearing thin, yet he kept his mouth shut.
Jiang Lian.
What are you doing? Have you never eaten cake in your life? How embarrassing. Just as Jiang Lian took a bite, Jiang Mingwang appeared, pointing at her in outrage. Jiang Lian, chewing, glanced at him. Embarrassing? Jiang Mingwang was taken aback. In the next moment, Jiang Lian raised her voice dramatically. Oh, Daddy, this cake is so delicious. I have never had such exquisite cake at home.
Daddy,
can I take some home? I really like it. It's the joy in jelly and the good times in seaweed.
Daddy,
don't leave, Daddy. Jiang Mingwang bolted, overwhelmed by the stares of onlookers, nearly losing his mind. She's insane. Little Lian, you truly startled your brother, he remarked while taking her away, quickly pulling out his phone to capture their retreating figures. Jiang Lian had unwittingly revealed a flaw. Only one family member was allowed entry, yet Shin Ke had brought 4. This was a serious violation of the Film City's regulations. It was impossible that those 3 from the Hua family had their own tickets. Jiang Mingwang immediately pulled out his phone, excitement bubbling over. Hello, I would like to report someone for occupying entry spots and sneaking into Global Film City. Please send someone immediately. Chapter 84. Oh, what a surprise. In no time, the security personnel at the film studio sprang into action. Within 3 minutes, Jiang Mingwang rushed towards the main venue, accompanied by 10 security guards. Upon arrival, his gaze immediately fell upon the 3 brothers of the Hor family standing among the crowd. Quick, those 3 standing together. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Jiang Mingwang shouted, his voice booming. The guards raised their weapons, ready for a confrontation. However, upon seeing Hui Yun's face, they abruptly halted. What's with the surprise? Have you never encountered such lowly individuals before? Throw them out. Jiang Mingwang barked. Mr. Hua, is that the fire starter? Jiang Mingwang exclaimed with delight, realizing they had brought the fire starter with them. Arrest them. Jiang Lian interjected, asking 888. Does Jiang Mingwang's character description include poor Mandarin? 888 replied, no, but it does mention a lack of intelligence.
No wonder.
2 security guards quickly approached. Mr. Hua, how did you manage to enter through the front door? We were informed of your arrival and waited for you over there. The guards then turned and scolded. This is our Mr. Hua, the major shareholder. Don't spread nonsense about sneaking into the venue. Jiang Mingwang opened his mouth, staring at the Hua brothers for a few seconds before shifting his gaze to Jiang Lian and then to the guards. Actors, he suddenly declared. The others were taken aback. Jiang Mingwang pointed at the guards, cursing, who hired you to be actors? You knew I would report you, didn't you? Yes, since you're so brazenly standing before me. You must be trying to bait me into concocting a false identity, to respect. Jiang Lian nearly applauded him. The 3 brothers exchanged exasperated glances, pointing to their heads. Questioning Jiang Lian, is he out of his mind here? After shaking their heads, they directly led Jiang Lian into the venue. Let us go. The show is about to start, and there will be delicious food inside.
All right.
Jiang Lian exclaimed, sprinting ahead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingwang's hope reignited. Good. So it's set, right? I happen to know the head of Global Films this time around. Can the guards be summoned? But can the head still be reached? Today, I must publicly expose this group of imposters. Without hesitation, Jiang Mingwang followed closely behind. At the opening ceremony stage, the grand celebration of Dongshi Global Film City officially commenced. The host waved the microphone dramatically, announcing, now, coming towards us is the head of this global film event, Mr. Yao. Just as the host finished introducing him, Jiang Mingwang rushed over and seized Mr. Yao's hand. Wait, what are you doing? Mr. Yao exclaimed, struggling to shake free. Let go. The opening ceremony is starting. What are you doing? Look. Jiang Mingwang pointed at Hui Yun standing nearby. Old Yao, they were brought in to occupy spots. They even sat down next to you. With so many cameras capturing this moment, don't you care? If this goes live, everyone will laugh at you for letting in a bunch of fakes. He turned and shouted, you can still leave now. Are you out of your mind? Mr. Yao urgently shielded the Hua brothers behind him, sweating profusely. Do you want me dead? Get lost. Jiang Mingwang was momentarily stunned. But they. What fakes? Look closely. These 3 are executives from Intercontinental. Intercontinental? Jiang Mingwang stammered. Each syllable painfully familiar, yet utterly foreign. His gaze shifted to the 3 distinguished men seated at the main table, and he felt as if struck by lightning.
Impossible.
How could those 3 impoverished Hua brothers be Intercontinental executives? Hua Yun glanced at Jiang Mingwang, then turned to Mr. Yao, gently placing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Wait forever? Mr. Yao probed. The 3 brothers exchanged looks, and Hua Xingji nudged Hui Yun. Big brother, you've overdone it. Hui Yun, maintaining his composure, coldly uttered, get rid of him. Mr. Yao sighed in relief. Jiang Mingwang, you are not meant to die yet. Get rid of him. Wait. Jiang Mingwang panicked. His legs trembling as he was lifted by the bodyguards, his mind blank and his mouth quivering. This is a mistake, right? Mr. Yao, they... His words faltered as despair washed over him. He noticed a middle finger slowly rising from above Mr. Yao's head. A glance at Jiang Lian revealed her beaming face swaying alongside that finger. He couldn't read lips, but at that moment, he understood the message. Little trash. Bye-bye. Recalling every taunt he had aimed at Jiang Lian and the He brothers and his previous smugness while attempting to expose the Intercontinental President, he felt his world crumble. In a fit of rage and panic, his blood surged backward, and he fainted. Take him away, Mr. Yao commanded. With him gone, the venue returned to normal. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian, beautifully dressed, entered the park, her purple heels clicking. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted the unconscious Jiang Mingwang being unceremoniously tossed out. Dad. Jiang Lian dashed forward, pinching and slapping him until he awoke. Weren't you supposed to be inside? How did you end up here? It must have been my sister causing trouble again, making you angry.
Slap.
The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Jiang Mingwang unleashed his pent-up fury on Jiang Lian, leaving 5 red marks on her face. She was left dazed. What about the Intercontinental President? What embarrassment. Wait, do the He brothers have a connection with Intercontinental? The book had never elaborated much, only mentioning that Jiang Lian had 3 brothers. Dad, did you misunderstand? Jiang Lian attempted to calm herself. If her brother were truly the president of Intercontinental, why had he never come to pick her up, allowing her to be bullied in the Jiang family? If he were attending the opening as an Intercontinental executive, it must mean they had connections with Intercontinental. Think about it. The Intercontinental President has always shunned the spotlight. Perhaps he has sent someone to represent him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingwang's expression softened. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. He immediately instructed his secretary to retrieve the cooperation documents submitted by the He family, which bore the name of their small company rather than Intercontinental. Jiang Mingwang began to believe it a little more. Moreover, given Jiang Lian's past eagerness to elevate everything around him, it was impossible for her to have concealed such a significant relationship. Dad, don't rush, Jiang Lian continued. Isn't the Jiang family currently negotiating with Intercontinental? Once the collaboration is finalized, we can strike back hard. Jiang Mingwang exhaled deeply. A bunch of lowly bones. They've even teamed up to deceive us. Only this way could the He brothers be overwhelmed and unable to react. He called his secretary again. Intercept the orders that the He family intends to make. Spare no effort to ensure they suffer losses. 3 days later, all guests involved in the filming received a notification from the director's team, informing them they would soon head to the T Mountain base. The director of the T Mountain, however, was somewhat bewildered. Their entire team had just emerged from the mountains and hadn't even had time to catch up on the live broadcasts. As soon as they surfaced, they were notified to begin their scheduled tasks. The director opened the live stream. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "Is the signal poor? Why are there so many mosaics?" After staring for a long time, he finally realized. It is neither a mosaic nor poor in quality. Rather, it is a cacophony of vibrant colors and messages flooding the screen. Laughter. The new base has commenced. Sister Cotton, we shall meet again. The new director should take a moment to research Jiang Lian's illustrious achievements to bolster his heart's endurance. I came specifically to witness the spectacle, Who understands? After waiting several days, it's finally the turn of the T Mountain base. The screen is inundated with the name Jiang Lian. Even Director Lian is at a loss. Jiang Lian? Isn't she that faded actress? What has happened to her? Has she made a comeback? Director Lian promptly calls Director Chen. Old Chen, it's me. We've just come down from the mountains. Are you aware of Jiang Lian's situation? The comments in the live stream are all about her. Is she a troublemaker? On the other end, Director Chen responds in a relaxed tone. Oh, come now. You're overthinking it. Ever since Jiang Lian arrived at my chilly base, I've been in utter bliss. She is well-mannered, obedient, and never throws tantrums. The barrage of comments? I have no idea. Perhaps it's some hired commentators. I'm busy here, so let us touch base later. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 85. I have weathered the storm, and now it's your turn. After hanging up, Director Lian remains skeptical. He glances at the comments again. They seem to be even more jubilant. Unperturbed, he dials Director Li's number. Jiang Lian has been mingling at the chili base, then moved to the garlic base. Both bases have completed their tasks and cannot stream live. He just descended from the mountains and heard the news. There might be something amiss. Old Li, it's me. Do you know Jiang Lian? Jiang Lian? Director Li chuckles, of course. She's that docile and compliant artist.
Huh.
Comments? What comments? Is it really that exaggerated?
Ah.
The netizens love to stir the pot. You know how it is. We've been in this circle for years. What storms haven we weathered. Now that Jiang Lian is here, Just enjoy the good fortune. The call ends, and Director Lian feels reassured. At this very moment, separated by distance, Directors Chen and Li simultaneously burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
I have weathered the storm, and now it's your turn. Jiang Lian tidies her luggage and arrives at the Tea Mountain base. Upon disembarking, she is greeted by breathtaking scenery. Scattered tea pickers adorn the hillside, their baskets cinched at their waists. Jiang Lian strolls through the tea fields, waving to the aunties. Auntie, you look stunning.
Wow.
Sister, your vegetables are exceptional. Please teach me when you have the chance.
Passing a dog, she stops.
From this day forth, your name shall be Big Yellow. Your mission is to refrain from indulging in filth. The dog. Are you insane? The waste from these tea trees is actually sheep droppings. Assistant Chu's voice suddenly pierces the air as he crouches, retching repeatedly. Cursing, he exclaims. Capitalists. All they do is chase after women. Look at you. You can't even come yourself when you're busy, but you make me suffer. In this mountainous area, I endure all the hardships. The plight of a worker is truly arduous. At that moment, he turns and sees Jiang Lian, who is squinting at him. Jiang, Miss Jiang, what a coincidence. Assistant Chu quickly dons a smile. Jiang Lian shakes her head. Not a coincidence. I've just been standing here listening to you curse for over 10 minutes.
Assistant que.
He is only 23. Has his time already come? Miss Jiang, you misunderstand. How could I dare? Assistant Chu denies it. Jiang Lian produces a recording and plays it. Assistant Chu. Are you out of your mind? He wears a mournful expression. Boss lady. Just tell me what you need. 5 minutes later, Jiang Lian departs from Assistant Chu, carrying the bag he brought.
Assistant que Knell, Welling.
What a ruthless bandit.
My tablet.
My snacks. My money. At the Tea Mountain base, all guests arrive in succession. The staff accompanying the production team settle into their respective rooms. Assistant Chu sneaks in, flopping onto the bed just as his phone rings. He opens his phone to find another message from his disgruntled boss. The African tycoon, how is the situation at the Tea Mountain base? How is she? Assistant Chu, she?
Who is she?
You're confused. The African tycoon, don't you remember? She's the owner of the mine where you stayed in Africa. She kindly offered you a place to sleep. And you've forgotten her already? That is quite ungrateful of you.
Shocked.
Assistant Chu, report to the boss. The boss lady is doing exceptionally well. Rest assured. Along the way, she has befriended 3 godmothers, 2 best friends, and has made plans with a neighbor, Uncle Air, to play chess the day after tomorrow. Jiang Lian sits early on a bench, exceedingly well-behaved. As Su Juzhou and Yu Jiao arrive, the group of girls engages in lively discussion. The teams from the previous Garlic Base, Chili Base, and Tea Mountain Base gather together, nearly stacking atop one another. The new base has begun. Sister Cotton, I have arrived. Will Director Lian be afraid? The guests have a feeling they might be devoured. Come on, family. Let us bet on how long the Tea Mountain base will last. I bet 5 days. That is too harsh. Just 5 days for one episode? I bet 3 days. There are 8 bases in total, and it seems 3 are on the verge of collapse. The remaining ones must hold strong. Unaware of all this, Director Lian grins broadly. After saying this, the guests applaud enthusiastically. Director Lian continues. Now we will commence the first game of this episode, musical chairs. The chairs are marked with ingredients, and one guest will play the guzheng. When the music stops, the scramble begins. The winner will claim the prize. Upon finishing, Jiang Shuyan immediately raises her hand. Director Lian, I'll play. Director Lian scans the room. Only Jiang Shuyan has raised her hand. He responds promptly. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. Jiang Shuyan stands, tossing her long hair.
Ding.
Triggering plot repair. Repair progress 38, 150. Option 1, win the game. Reward, incredible strength for 5 minutes. Option 2, lose the game. Reward, a bath towel from Director Lian. Jiang Lian opts for 1, ignoring Jiang Shuyan's provocation. Her eyes are filled with thoughts of Shandong chefs, Cantonese chefs, Sichuan chefs. Oh heavens. I'm all in. Director Lian announces the game's commencement. Jiang Shuyan sits behind, playing the guzheng. All participants form a large circle around the chairs. Jiang Lian sways to the music, while Jiang Shuyan smirks and intentionally pauses. In an instant, Jiang Lian darts forward like a rocket. Jiang Shuyan immediately resumes playing. With a laugh, she says, Sister, you're too eager. I haven't even stopped yet. Cough, cough,
Cough.
Jiang Lian, flailing in place, sends dirt flying toward Jiang Shuyan's throat. Jiang Lian shrieks and halts.
Bang!
Jiang Lian secures a seat, raising her hand. Director Lian. I've won. I defeated the Sichuan chef. She excitedly points to the Sichuan chef sticker on her back.
Director Lian. So soon?
He gives Jiang Lian a knowing look.
Play well.
Jiang Lian, are you blind? Do you think it's me who doesn't want to play properly? As the second round begins, Director Lian thinks that Jiang Lian indeed possesses a stroke of luck. All participants must be vigilant. Laughing to death. Director Lian still hasn't realized that the chili base and garlic base are all slacking off, merely pretending to be active.
Indeed.
The guests from the new base are vibrant. The guests at the Tea Mountain base should remember their hopeful expressions and at the end, compare them to their faces now. Today might be the only day in the coming days where you all wear smiles. The second round continues. Chapter 86, The Pouting President, abbreviated as President Pout. Director Lian calls for the start. She rapidly plucks the strings, producing a flurry of sound. Jiang Lian, swaying unsteadily, picks up a dead cockroach from the roadside and tosses it in front of her. Ah! Jiang Lian let out a piercing scream, sending the guzheng flying far away. Silence enveloped the room. Jiang Lian, again. Jiang Lian was determined to not be thwarted this time. She was resolute in ensuring that Jiang Lian would face the consequences. However, even as she produced a single note, the director promptly declared, Jiang Lian wins. Jiang Lian was furious. On what grounds? I had barely begun. How could she possibly win? The director replied, because she hadn't even lifted her buttocks yet, and you had already started. Jiang Lian was left speechless. The onlookers shared silent glances, clearly recognizing that Jiang Lian was targeting Sister Mianhua. Isn't it amusing? Why would anyone target Jiang Lian? Are you Mianhua fans delusional, thinking the whole world is against you? No way, are there still fans of Jiang Lian here? I thought she was done for. As the atmosphere turned awkwardly silent, the director quickly intervened to lighten the mood.
All right.
Let us move past this and begin the second game. He swiftly picked up the cue cards and continued. The second game is called Guess the Word on Your Forehead. Each guest will have a word placed on their forehead and can ask one question to any other guest present to deduce what the word is. The round commenced with Lin Xingxing from the Chashan base. There were 10 participants in this competition, but due to the arduous tasks of recent days, they seemed a bit distracted. There were no objections to Jiang Lian's victory. Lin Xingxing was pointed out, standing rigidly with a scowl directed at the director team. Jiang Lian was taken aback. Does she not want to play? That's just her way, another participant from Chashan base remarked. She's actually quite easygoing. Don't let her intimidate you. With a sudden motion, Lin Xingxing snatched her card and tore it to shreds, glaring venomously at Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian retreated a step. Is Lin Xingxing really that hostile towards Jiang Lian? Come on, is Jiang Lian really that likable? Is it surprising to dislike her?
Wow.
The fans of Jiang Lian are so eager to jump in, why not just keep a leash on them? This is hilarious. Lin Xingxing's gaze is so fierce as she tears up the card. She's quite bold. Jiang Lian asked, do I have a grudge against her?
No.
The information indicates that you have no narrative connection. The director immediately had her switch to another card. Let us begin. The first round concluded swiftly, and the second round was Jiang Lian's turn. The word on her card read Gu Jian. Su Jujiu glanced over and immediately wore a face of disgust. Jiang Lian inquired, Peisheng, what are the characteristics of this person? Su Jujiu replied, a male, flamboyant and dark-skinned. Jiang Lian nodded in understanding. She swiftly turned to Yu Jiao, asking, is his equipment longer than 5 centimeters or shorter? Everyone gasped. Yu Jiao stammered, well, haha, how could you say something so offensive? Jiang Lian then approached Gu Jian, questioning, has this person ever been caught cheating in a parking lot? The gasps intensified. Jiang Lian jumped in front of Jiang Lian. Has she ever had an experience with an oversized condom? Jiang Lian turned away, her face flushed crimson. After a round of questions, no one knew how to respond to her. Oh dear, I can't guess. Jiang Lian feigned disappointment. Gu Jian felt a flicker of hope and looked up. I was just kidding, I know. Jiang Lian's diligent hand shot up. It's our teacher Gu. Gu Jian exclaimed. Jiang Lian. Gu Jian is on the verge of breaking down. The secret of Gu Jian's private affairs is now common knowledge. The director remarked. You never mentioned to me that this sister was so fierce. Meanwhile, a few onlookers, disconnected from the drama, were bursting with laughter. I was just guessing. Why are you upset that I guessed correctly? Jiang Lian asked innocently. Gu Jian was so enraged he could hardly breathe. When it was Gu Jian's turn, The staff handed him the word Shun Quebec. Is this a person? He asked those around him. They nodded. Gu Jian immediately turned to Jiang Lian for assistance. Lian, is this person male or female? Are they in the industry? Jiang Lian smiled and shook her head. Yes, male, not in the industry, and you actually know him. Upon hearing that he knew the person, Gu Jian fell into deep contemplation. Let me guess. Jiang Lian interjected lazily. He is handsome, refined, gentle, and cultured. Assistant Chu in the shadows remarked, You're quite something. Gu Jian squinted. Is he male? No. Jiang Lian shook her head. He is the ancient Greek god who governs currency. Laughter erupted among the others. What an insightful description. Very accurate, very fitting. Who is infatuated? It's me. This is too funny. Jiang Lian only has kind words when it comes to Shin-Kei. Haven't you noticed? She is truly in love. Gu Jian was further confused. A god? What god? Has he accomplished any famous deeds? Unfazed, Jiang Lian replied, Yes, his light shines on everything within your line of sight. Here, there, and everywhere. She gestured widely. It's all under his domain.
Wrong. Out.
The director raised a sign. How could this be? Gu Jian ripped the card off his forehead and examined it.
Jiang Lian.
You did this on purpose. That doesn't count. This is deliberate misdirection. Gu Jian insisted. Jiang Lian shrugged, sipping on sweet grass root. Which part was incorrect? Speak up and let me hear it. Gu Jian attempted to recall from the beginning. None of it was wrong. Damn it. In the office, Shin-Kei had his long legs crossed with his brow furrowed low. He turned off the screen. Moments later, he turned it back on and replayed the video. He turned it off again. A few seconds later, he reopened it for another viewing. His secretary inquired, President, are you really going to watch a 30-second video advertisement on WeChat? Shin-Kei shot him a sideways glance. The secretary quickly shut his mouth. Warning from South America. Meanwhile, Assistant Chu's phone buzzed. Crazy boss, salary increase, an additional 10,000. Assistant Chu laughed heartily. Wow, I finally have my moment. He hummed a tune while updating Shin-Kei's contact name to President Xiao. The pouting president, abbreviated to President Xiao. Chapter 87. No need to seek death. The Grim Reaper has arrived. The director waved his hand, swiftly bringing the increasingly chaotic scene to a halt. Everyone may need some time to adjust. Please disperse and take a break. I will call everyone together tomorrow morning. Although the atmosphere was chaotic, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this Jiang Lian was merely playful and not truly disruptive. It seemed that directors Li and Shun had not deceived him. Good brothers for life. As everyone gradually dispersed, Gu Jian watched Jiang Lian leave, his jaw clenched tightly. That wretched girl had continuously questioned his masculinity. He vowed that this time, he would make Jiang Lian pay dearly. He stared at her retreating figure before heading to the director's room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The director looked puzzled. Director, I have a few things I wish to discuss regarding tomorrow's event, Gu Jian stated. The director invited him in. The following morning, the director notified all guests to set off to the Chashan base for assembly. Jiang Lian yawned as she arrived at the base. She casually found a chair and was about to sit down when suddenly, the cute girl with bangs beside her sprang up. Jiang Lian turned to see it was Lin Xingxing again. With a pout, Lin Xingxing, embodying the spirit of friendly coexistence, cheerfully greeted, Hello, good morning. But just as suddenly, her face contorted with rage, and she shot away like an arrow. Jiang Lian was left bewildered. Laughter erupted early in the morning, igniting a sense of amusement. Sister Cotton, what? More eccentric than me? Lin Xingxing's scandal is merely her sour expression, which is among the more benign controversies here.
Indeed.
Compared to the Tea Mountain base with its grass powder and bird-walking antics, this is significantly better. The one above is just short of mentioning the Tea Mountain base's artillery king, Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian has taken leave these past few days. One could reasonably suspect he is exhausted from tea picking, pretending here, or perhaps managing his online influencers and fanbase. I look forward to the confrontation between Zheng Qian and Sister Cotton when he arrives. To be fair, Sister Cotton is indeed his type. Director Lian clapped his hands and announced, Since today is the first day of waking up early, I presume none of you have had breakfast. A crew member wheeled out a cart laden with breakfast. Here is your morning meal. With that, everyone settled at the table, anticipating their food. Jiang Lian's eyes were fixated on the dishes, hunger illuminating her gaze. Suddenly, a transparent plastic bag appeared in her lap, containing a bun. Jiang Lian looked up, perplexed, at Lin Xingxing beside her. Before she could speak, Lin Xingxing bit down and exclaimed, "This tastes terrible."
You eat it.
Jiang Lian, huh? Huh? Aren't you blatantly expressing your disdain for me? What are you? A hater? Someone who dislikes beautiful women? Jiang Lian stood still, scrutinizing her while holding the bun. The members of the T-Mountain base exchanged glances, while the other two bases could not help but feel anxious for Lin Xingxing. Lin Xingxing, taken aback, nodded distractedly, displaying an unwillingness to even glance at her. After breakfast, the bus transported the group toward the T-Mountain. Half an hour later, upon arriving, as Jiang Lian was about to step off the bus, Lin Xingxing suddenly shouted, "Wait. Jiang Lian, what now?" Lin Xingxing hunched over, was kicking at the bus door's foot area. 2 minutes later, she quietly told Jiang Lian, "You can move now." Jiang Lian glanced over to see a few ants she had kicked aside. Wow, how ruthless, specifically targeting Jiang Lian? Are ants more important than her? Aren't you supposed to be dancing in front of people? I feel a bit sorry for Sister Cotton. She doesn't deserve this. To be fair, Sister Cotton hasn't committed any misdeeds since arriving at the T-Mountain. She shouldn't be treated this way. Jiang Lian stepped off the bus, thinking that Lin Xingxing seemed to have some issues and decided to keep her distance to avoid trouble. Everyone donned conical hats and slung bamboo baskets around their waists. Standing at the foot of the T-Mountain, "Dear guests, I apologize for the sudden rule change," Director Lian announced through a megaphone.
Today,
"We will pick tea through a game. We have added a 3-legged race element to our usual tea-picking tasks. Pair up and pick tea together. The team that collects the most tea leaves will be victorious. The winning team will enjoy a hamburger meal for lunch, with a choice of 3 side dishes." With that, Director Lian arranged the teams. Jiang Lian was paired with Gu Jian, Su Jujiu with Xue Chong, Zhang Shuyan with Qiu Cheng, and Luo Xiaohui with Yu Jiao. 3 groups of side dishes. Gu Jian is in trouble. Xue Chong is in trouble. Zhang Shuyan is in trouble. Luo Xiaohui and Yu Jiao, good luck.
Jiang Lian.
Want to win? That's your business. I refuse to be tied to you. I just want to bask in the sun, Gu Jian warned. He had already devised a plan to ensure Jiang Lian's defeat. This game was a suggestion designed to guarantee her utter loss. If he didn't participate, what could Jiang Lian do? Director Lian announced, "Listen closely, prepare, and begin." As he finished, the team members bent down to tie their ropes. Su Jujiu crossed her arms, gazing down at Xue Chong, who was kneeling. "I never anticipated that we would be paired again." Xue Chong, busy tying the rope, replied, "In the days we were apart, I often thought of you." Su Jujiu. Xue Chong finished tying the rope and raised his head, showing no intention of standing. Nearby, Zhang Shuyan and Yu Jiao and Lin Xingxing began to depart in their respective groups. Su Jujiu's fists clenched. "Jujiu, what do you think? Life allows for encounters. This is the fate we have cultivated over several lifetimes." Suddenly, without waiting for him to finish, Su Jujiu dashed forward, dragging Xue Chong into the fray. Xue Chong felt dizzy. If she gets angry with me, what does that indicate? That I occupy her thoughts. Brother, an unexpected demise might be acceptable. But seeking death seems a bit unreasonable. You won't need to seek death anymore. The Grim Reaper has arrived. On the T-Mountain, everyone was laboring diligently. "Jujiu, have you seen Jiang Lian and Gu Jian?" Yu Jiao suddenly called out to Su Jujiu. Su Jujiu paused, shielding her eyes with her hand. There was no sign of Jiang Lian and Gu Jian in sight. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wow, look over there." Chapter 88. I wondered why I encountered my type again. All activity halted as everyone turned to look. Jiang Lian stood in the middle of the tea field, shouldering Gu Jian while her hands deftly worked among the tea trees. Everyone. What on earth? Why is Gu Jian head down?
How terrifying.
I could die for 3 days and not look as stiff as Gu Jian. A wild guess. Gu Jian is once again engaging in reckless behavior and is uncooperative. This guy consistently opposes Sister Cotton, repeatedly hitting walls, yet persists. New skill. Uprooting from the ground. In the next moment, Gu Jian was lifted off the ground.
Ah.
Let go. Jiang Lian, are you insane? Gu Jian, head down and disoriented, was confronted by the tea trees. Jiang Lian, let me go. As he struggled, leaves entered his mouth.
Ding.
Triggered storyline repair. Repair progress 39. 150. Choose 1. Put down Gu Jian. Reward. 1 tea leaf. Choose 2. Shake him 3,000 times. Reward. Keyboard warrior. The user transforms into a keyboard warrior, attacking indiscriminately around them. Jiang Lian immediately chose option 2. 888. Jiang Lian's hands moved even faster. Gu Jian, head down, screamed like a goose.
Ugh.
My clothes are all upside down, stuck on my face. My hairstyle has become like an octopus, all over the place. Let me down. Seizing a moment, he yelled. I'm busy picking tea alone, with no time to let go. If someone helps, I might consider it. Jiang Lian continued picking tea, while shaking him. Shake sideways. Shake while walking. Shake your head. I pick. I pick. Gu Jian's head felt like it was bursting, struggling to raise his hand. Stop shaking. Stop shaking.
King.
Task completed. Reward, keyboard warrior received. With that, countless handfuls of tea leaves were tossed into Jiang Lian's bamboo basket. Just as she wanted to catch her breath, Jiang Lian sifted flour. Wanting to take a breather again, she poured beans. Still wanting a moment of respite, Jiang Lian exhibited symptoms of Parkinson's. Gu Jian. For the remaining time, as long as Gu Jian slacked off, Jiang Lian would begin to shake him. Gu Jian's fingers worked so hard they sparked. Until Director Lian announced the game concluded, Gu Jian was still trembling. Director Lian, help. Gu Jian shouted, his entire being hanging limply, using the last of his strength to call for aid. Director Lian. Startled, Director Lian quickly rushed over with the crew. After pulling Gu Jian away from her just after announcing Jiang Lian's victory, they swiftly took him to the rest area. Director Lian wiped sweat from his brow. Director Chen and Director Li spoke highly of Jiang Lian's gentle nature and amiable temperament, yet this seems quite contrary to what they described. Could it be that her animosity towards Gu Jian has influenced this perception? Surely, his two close associates would not deceive him. I shall observe further. Attention, everyone. Director Lian urgently interjects, highlighting that during recent tea-picking activities, the standards have been somewhat lax.
Now.
We shall invite several esteemed instructors from the Tea Mountain to impart knowledge regarding tea-picking, its history, and important considerations. Upon this announcement, 5 gentlemen, all adorned with bamboo hats, make their entrance. Each boasts an impressive height of 185 centimeters and muscular physiques. Jiang Lian, who had been languidly slumped in her chair, suddenly perked up. She straightened her posture, her eyes transforming into scanners, meticulously assessing each instructor from head to toe, determined not to overlook a single detail. Quick, quick. Where are you, Shin-kei? Your wife is about to take flight. Oh heavens! Is it destined that this time I am to be enamored? How brazen! Old Shen, hurry. Do refrain from any mischief. ISN Shin-kei bound to Jiang Lian? The handsome fellow is truly unfortunate. What business is it of yours? I shall penalize you by making you watch Shin-kei's previous remarks 100 times. Ha ha ha. I can answer this question. You merely noticed our proximity, yet failed to see that I am equally enjoying myself. Assistant Chu was nearly thrown from his seat in shock. He hastily retrieved his phone to record a video for Shun, Quebec. If the capitalists happened to glimpse the comments, he would surely be held accountable for failing to report promptly. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian was engrossed in admiring the gentleman. Suddenly, the atmosphere darkened as one of the instructors stood before her. She shifted slightly to the right, only to find the next male instructor turning in her direction as well. She leaned left to observe another teacher, but he stepped forward, blocking her view entirely. Jiang Lian was left speechless, gazing up to find herself captivated by the brawny arm of the instructor in front of her, who was not only endowed with impressive biceps, but also a well-defined chest. He was indeed more striking than the others. With a sly grin, she continued to admire him, entirely oblivious to the lessons being imparted. Once the knowledge session concluded, the instructors would guide the guests in proper tea-picking techniques. As Director Lian finished speaking, Jiang Lian was the first to leap forward, seizing the bamboo basket from the handsome instructor. Teacher, I'm not very skilled yet. Would you kindly teach me? She blinked playfully, gesturing towards the tea bushes. With such strong arms, you must be an expert at picking tea. Host, this is a live broadcast. Seriously, after flirting with the antagonist, you're now pursuing this handsome instructor? It's a wonder he isn't chopped you up yet. Jiang Lian defended herself. What's wrong with that? I simply wish to provide a home for all boys. With an elegant turn, she winked at the nearby instructor. Could you demonstrate, dear teacher? Jiang Lian extended her hand, feigning shyness. The instructor glanced at her silently. She raised her hand, fluttering like a butterfly in the midst of the tea bushes. Is this how you pick tea? Jiang Lian tilted her waist, executing a complicated tea-picking maneuver. Everyone watched in astonishment. The instructor appeared equally bewildered. Is this not the correct method? Perhaps it should be like this? She turned her back to him, swiftly plucking the leaves and twisting around. The instructor, along with the onlookers, were left speechless, wincing at the sight. Alternatively, Jiang Lian performed a spinning leap, circling around the instructor. In a moment of clumsiness, she found herself dangling from his muscular arm. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze met with a pair of familiar, dangerous eyes. Not you again, miraculous K? I had a feeling I would encounter my type once more. It seems we are indeed from the same circle. Underneath the black mask, Shun K narrowed his eyes. Remaining utterly still, Jiang Lian had completely latched onto his arm, and with a hint of embarrassment, she inquired, "Teacher, what constitutes a proper tea-picking technique?" Shun K pulled her off his arm. "It's quite simple. Allow me to teach you." He proceeded to demonstrate the correct method for plucking tea leaves, specifically the tender buds of the current season. Each leaf must be picked from the very tip, resembling the shape of a sunflower seed to be deemed acceptable. Shun K showcased the technique, subsequently handing the freshly picked leaves to Jiang Lian. Without hesitation, she accepted them, her eyes scanning the tea bushes once more. "You enjoy playing dress-up, don't you? Well, I suppose I have no choice but to indulge you." As she walked ahead, Jiang Lian suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I've tripped." She fell backward, landing squarely against Shun K's chest. He gritted his teeth. "So, you pounce on anyone with a well-defined physique, do you?" He pushed her away. "Speaking deliberately, Miss Jiang, are you taking advantage of me? Such a statement seems rather excessive. Was this not merely an accident?" Jiang Lian replied, propping herself up. "You're truly a kind teacher with an admirable physique, but I must say, I am even more remarkable." "KK?" Shun K paused. "Is this the name of someone you fancy?" "Not at all, it's my dog." The masked man fell silent for a few moments before casting the tea leaves aside and departing. Shun K smirked. "Is that so? Whose physique is superior, his or mine?" Jiang Lian chuckled, leaning closer to his ear. "Yes, not here, so of course, you are the better one now." Shun K remained silent, while in the distance, Assistant Chu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Such madness. The phone lines are down, and yet you assumed he wouldn't come. And now you're here, wallowing in jealousy. He swiftly updated Shun K's contact information, dubbing him the King of Jealousy from Africa. After a long morning, lunchtime arrived. Guests and instructors separated for their meals, with the director's team having prepared dishes for each participant in advance. Jiang Lian, utterly exhausted, clutched her bowl and devoured her food with fervor. Lin Xingxing passed by, momentarily halting, when suddenly, a piece of meat fell from above, landing directly in Jiang Lian's bowl. Jiang Lian picked up the meat, her eyes meeting Lin Xingxing's hesitant gaze. "Your meat has fallen into my bowl. Here it is," Jiang Lian stated. Lin Xingxing frowned and quickly recoiled, stammering, "You've touched it. It's dirty now. You can keep it." After a moment, she abruptly fell silent, turning her back to the wall, refusing to look at Jiang Lian again. Jiang Lian was taken aback. "Wait, the meat fell into her bowl, and she finds it dirty? Why is she turning her back on me? Does she truly dislike me that much?" Yu Jiao, sitting nearby, witnessed the scene and swiftly approached. "Jiang Lian, have you offended someone again?" Jiang Lian popped the piece of meat into her mouth. "I'm not sure. I don't even know her." "I see." Su Jiujiu and Yu Jiao chimed in unison. "She's your hater." Jiang Lian's realization dawned. Su Jiujiu patted her shoulder. "Haters are a normal occurrence. We people lack many things, but not haters." In the next moment, she picked up her chopsticks and asked, "Shall I take care of her for you?" Jiang Lian. Su Jiujiu, "No need to thank me, my fierce sister." Indeed, I felt something was off about Lin Xingxing the moment she appeared. "She always seems to steal glances at Jiang Lian," another chimed in. "Exactly. I find her quite odd. She always looks at Jiang Lian sideways, as if she has something to hide. She's not just an ordinary hater. Perhaps she is sent by rival factions. She can't even bear to glance at Jiang Lian. Yes, several times I've seen her blush and silently curse Jiang Lian with lip movements." After lunch, the director's team and several instructors led everyone to a tea factory in town. The task for the day was to observe the tea-making process. "This is Old Wong, a seasoned expert in tea production." Director Lian introduced him to the group, emphasizing that everyone should learn from Old Wong, who boasts 20 years of experience in the craft. After Director Lian concluded his speech, he cheerfully handed the stage over to Old Wong. The process of tea-making consists of 9 distinct steps. Old Wong, holding a sieve of sun-dried tea leaves, commenced with the initial step, the tea picking performed by everyone. This was followed sequentially by selecting the tea, sun wilting, stir-frying, rolling and shaping, enhancing aroma, screening, and ultimately, tasting the tea. He brought the prepared tea leaves to the side of the frying pan, but had yet to pour them in. Suddenly, a sieve of sun-dried tea leaves cascaded into the pan. Next, I will demonstrate the process for everyone, Shen Ke announced, donning a mask and taking Old Wang's place. What am I supposed to do now that you've explained everything? Old Wang inquired. Assistant Chu promptly pulled Old Wang aside, slipping a red bill into his hand. Apologies. Wang Go, my son has a few screws loose and loves to show off, Assistant Chu said, clasping his fists in apology. My sincerest apologies. I hope you can forgive me. All right, your son is indeed quite handsome, Old Wang replied. Meanwhile, Shen Ke, under the gaze of all present, demonstrated the art of stir-frying tea. His hands deftly flipped the tea in the pan, the veins on his hands highlighted by the scattered tea leaves. His gaze wandered, inadvertently catching sight of Jiang Lian standing amongst the crowd. Miss Jiang, please come closer and observe my technique, he called. Jiang Lian responded with an eager, oh, and hurried over. Jiang Shuyan, standing nearby, immediately glanced at the sound, realizing it was Shin Quebec. She noticed Jiang Lian seemed unaware that Shin Ke was her teacher. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly interjected, Teacher, my eyes feel uncomfortable. May I sit beside you? She then tugged at Jiang Lian's sleeve. Sister, could we switch places? Jiang Lian, narrowing her eyes, leaned in closer. What are you doing? Jiang Shuyan exclaimed in panic. You're not going to poke my eyes out, are you? Jiang Lian rubbed her hands together, somewhat regretful. I just wanted to check. You are known as the sweetheart of the entertainment industry. If your eyes really were to have issues, wouldn't your male fans be devastated? And no, that's not it. My eyes are just a bit uncomfortable, Jiang Shuyan replied timidly. Retreating a step, Jiang Lian wore an expression that suggested she understood everything. With a twist, she positioned herself in front of Shen Ke. Let's begin, great teacher. She gleefully settled into the seat closest to the frying pan, propping her chin on her hands, admiring Shen Ke's movements. Shen Ke adjusted his shoulders and cast a glance at Jiang Lian. Being this close, the exertion of frying tea would surely reveal his physique. And once he removed his mask, wouldn't Jiang Lian's heart race to 90? Wait, what was he thinking about daily?
Damn.
The burden of being reborn as a supporting male character in a variety show. On a brighter note, this side wasn't a waste. As he reached into the pan, he suddenly noticed a 56 appear above Jiang Lian's head, which then abruptly jumped to 57. Shen Ke paused, their eyes meeting. Why aren't you moving, great teacher? Jiang Lian asked, her face filled with anticipation. So, you've recognized the trick, have you? When did you catch on? Shen Ke mused, needing an assistant for hands-on teaching. He halted, looking toward the guests present. Jiang Lian immediately raised her hand. Me. I have a high comprehension ability. I'm the type that can't be taught no matter how many times. Everyone looked on, incredulous. Hands-on teaching, yet you still wouldn't grasp it? Let's see. Shen Ke rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. Jiang Lian eagerly approached, cracking her knuckles at Shen Ke. So, where do we start? Wait. Are you seriously a keyboard warrior? Shen Ke remarked, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Lian's shoulders slumped as Shen Ke turned her around, facing the frying pan. Suddenly, her hands were seized by warm, firm hands, pulling her into his embrace. The warmth exchanged between them was palpable. Start here, Shen Ke's voice resonated in her ear. Together, their 4 hands moved rhythmically in the pan. The onlookers gasped, hey, start with me first. You're stirring tea? Is it really tea? Help. Shen Ke, come quickly. My wife is being taken by the tea pickers. This body type is too cute to ignore. Who understands? Damn. This couple might just work. The comments are filled with who doesn't tea on their pants. I'll pick them up. 99 off. Do you understand now, Miss Jiang? Shen Ke inquired close to her ear. Jiang Lian shook her head firmly, indicating she did not understand at all. Shen Ke sighed. Still addicted to the flirtation, are we? He shot a glance at her head before releasing her hands. Jiang Lian shrugged, her head popping up from behind him, addressing another tea master. Oh dear. I didn't tea learn anything. Is there a kind teacher willing to help? Oh, it's you, kind master. Jiang Lian smiled sweetly. Assistant Chu, hiding behind a tree, erupted into laughter. Today is your turn, haha. Director Lian observed Jiang Lian's antics and suddenly chuckled. He then addressed everyone. Previously, the accommodations were old and dilapidated. But a new opportunity has arisen. We shall embark on a new task, Tea making. He pointed to the sun-wilting tea leaves outside the factory. Each base must send a representative, and the tea produced will be judged by several teachers based on its quality, categorized into 4 grades. Let us anticipate which contestant will produce tea swiftly and excellently. Please select your representative. After the announcement, Director Lian glanced at Jiang Lian, who was attentively listening to the rules. It seemed that the activities in the garlic and chili bases were merely chopping peppers and pulling garlic without any technical expertise. Now that they were at the tea mountain base, they had to behave. Oh no, Jiang Lian clearly cannot make tea. I've been following. Will our cotton sister succeed this time? What is this? Making tea like chopping garlic. It requires skill. It needs to be learned, otherwise, the result will be useless. Just looking at Jiang Lian, it's clear she can't make tea. Even when the teacher teaches her, she can't get it right. She is bound to lose.
Ding.
Triggering plot repair. Repair progress, 40-150. Option 1. Win the competition. Reward, love at first sight. Instant infatuation with a first-person scene, leading to an unabashed display of affection. Option 2. Surrender. Reward, 5 hours of grinding. Jiang Lian pressed 1. You dare choose this? Host. You truly cannot make tea and have no tea-making tools, the system noted. Jiang Lian nodded. Indeed, I cannot. But there is an old saying, excellence is comparative.
Me.
Jiang Lian instantly raised her hand, like a striking flower amidst the crowd of the chili base. Surrounded by teammates with outstretched hands, she made a dazzling entrance. The tea mountain base selected Lin Xingxing, while the garlic base put forth Gu Jian. The competition commenced with Director Lian's call. Gu Jian, wearing a smile that didn't reach his eyes, approached Jiang Lian. The competition has begun. Aren't you going to start making tea? It wouldn't look good if you lost, especially since you can't afford to lose. After saying this, he cast a disdainful glance at her. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, Guingdi, can you step forward a bit? I can't see what is happening inside. Gu Jian squinted, turning to look. Guingdi? The person questioned. Gu Jian abruptly raised his hands, mimicking typing on a keyboard, as he retorted, Where the hell should I stand? Should I stand on your ancestral grave? The person being scolded. Huh? Everyone, huh? Jiang Lian, huh? No, truly a keyboard warrior, isn't it? Without a keyboard, one cannot strike hard, can one? The stagehand immediately reacted, swiftly stepping forward. Director Gu, they mean no harm. Are you feeling a bit unwell? What nonsense! What concern is it of yours whether I am comfortable or not? Gu Jian turned his head and retorted. Stagehand. The assistant director could no longer bear to watch. Immediately, he rushed to block the camera, exclaiming, Gu, what is the matter with you? This is a live broadcast. Gu seems to have a fever. Quickly, take him away. Gu Jian delivered an elbow strike, brushing aside the assistant director.
Do not impede me.
What do you think you are? You are the ones who are disgraceful, and your entire family shares that shame. I have never encountered such provocative dancing in a nightclub as yours. Assistant director, what? After Gu Jian finished his reprimand, he swiftly strode to the camera. Grasping the lens, he glared at the barrage of comments in the live streaming room with clenched teeth. And what of this Gu Jian's diaper? How is it that you are so capable? Boastful from behind the network cable. In reality, my account balance is shorter than the label on my underwear. Depart at once. Do you support Gu Jian? It brings me great amusement to realize that I am well aware of the nature of your fans. Today, I express my affection for my brother. And I pondered that if I were to casually reveal one of my secrets, wouldn't you all hastily flee in fright? Scoundrels. You are all scoundrels. In the venue, everyone exclaimed, Is this truly Gu Jian? How terrifying. He appears to have been possessed by another, driven to madness, with his eyes aflame in crimson. What manner of novel script is this? The esteemed actor undoubtedly lives up to his title, showcasing remarkable acting prowess. However, his recent actions have significantly tarnished his image. I wholeheartedly support the suggestion made above and shall promptly take to the internet to advocate for the prohibition of such disgraceful artists who engage in derogatory behavior. In an instant, the topic of Gu Jian's outburst during the variety show surged to trending status. Gu Jian quipped, My bank balance does not surpass the length of my underwear brand. It seemed as though Gu Jian had been possessed, as he exhibited erratic behavior typical of a celebrated actor. Consequently, some fans chose to withdraw their support. Meanwhile, in Gu Jian's studio, the assistant was in a frenzy of activity. On camera, the stage manager received a call and quickly ascended the stage to pull Gu Jian away, escorting him off while he continued to rant passionately. Even the director, accustomed to grand spectacles, was taken aback. The victor was Jiang Lian, attaining level 3. The reward is a luxurious mansion beneath the starry sky, where teammates automatically upgrade their cottages. Lin Xingxing 4. Gu Jian 0. Both teams maintain their positions. It was only upon hearing her name that Lin Xingxing came to her senses. The tea leaves in the pot had already scorched to a dark hue. In the pot before Jiang Lian, although the stir-fry was not expertly done, it was certainly superior to her own efforts. Lin Xingxing, Jiang Lian, the princess, offered her courtesy. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. She swiftly bounced to Lian Dao's side, extending her hand. Lian Dao, the key. Lian Dao exclaimed, "This victory is utterly bizarre." Suddenly enlightened, 888 realized that the host's recent actions required a comparison. That was the essence of it. The individuals at the Chili base collectively cheered. How wonderful. The inhabitants of the Tea Mountain base lamented collectively. They realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly turned their attention to the swordplay. The entire Garlic base fell into silence, engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation, as if they had lost face in front of their ancestors. As the game came to an end, dusk had already settled in. Jiang Lian, holding the key given by Lian Dao, joyfully made her way to her room. Just as the key was inserted into the lock, the door next door swung open with a bang. Jiang Lian looked up to see Lin Xingxing, momentarily stunned, standing at the threshold. "Xingxing?" She swiftly approached Lin Xingxing, grasping her hand and declaring, "We are neighbors. I look forward to your kind guidance in the future." Lin Xingxing's limbs gradually stiffened. She then abruptly withdrew her hand. Jiang Lian looked up and saw Lin Xingxing darting into the adjacent restroom at a speed of 500 meters per second. "Jiang Lian, is it true that you do not even put in a semblance of effort? You simply wash your hands of it?" Chapter 91. What is wrong with my affection for Jiang Lian? Jiang Lian let out a sigh and turned to enter her room for a nap. It was not until nightfall that she yawned and opened the door. "Hey, hey, 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 hey." At the moment the door swung open, Jiang Lian's voice twisted into a melodic curve. Before her stood Lin Xingxing, head bowed at the threshold, clutching a black bucket in her hand, reminiscent of a scene from a chilling horror film. "I've come to find you." As the words escaped her lips, a slight breeze slipped through the crack of the window, sending a shiver down Jiang Lian's spine. "Do not come." She swiftly rejected the hand of Air Kong, and like an arrow, she darted away. As she ran, she took a couple of deep breaths of the invigorating air to calm her nerves. Behind her, Lin Xingxing clutched the handle of her bucket, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She cast a glance at the bucket in her grasp, where the fish still flopped about. Midnight ringing, Xingxing's version, startling Jiang Lian first. What is this Lin Xingxing up to? Her voice is melodious, yet it seems excessively directed at Jiang Lian, which is a tad bothersome. "Are you serious, buddy? Are you not a fan of Sister Cotton? May I inquire, do you treat those you admire in such a manner?" In the late hours of the night, standing at someone's doorstep without knocking. "Where is Lin Xingxing?" A voice soared through the air. Lin Xingxing turned her head to see Su Juju striding in, her sleeves rolled up high. She had initially come to find Jiang Lian but unexpectedly encountered two people head-on. Upon inquiry, she learned that Lin Xingxing had been silently standing at the door, attempting to intimidate others. Su Juju squinted. "Do not presume that I will show you mercy simply because you are a woman. Let me assure you, I am formidable."
Bang.
Lin Xingxing tossed the bucket in her hand over without a hint of emotion. "Here, give it to Jiang Lian," she said, before turning on her heel and stepping past Su Juju, entering her own room. Su Juju was left in bewilderment. 10 minutes later, in Su Juju's room, Jiang Lian lay on the bed, listening to Su Juju recount the events that had just transpired. "I boldly speculated." Su Juju kicked the black bucket, holding a chicken leg as she sat beside me, asserting that Lin Xingxing is your fan. Jiang Lian shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is that possible?" She turned over and sat up, utterly unconvinced. Su Juju fixed her gaze on Jiang Lian's face, narrowing her eyes and proposing, "Care to make a bet?" "Very well. Place your bets." Jiang Lian cast a glance at her. "Should you lose, you must sneak into Xuechong's room and take a whiff of his underwear, declaring how delightful it smells." Su Juju retorted, "You wicked temptress." Nevertheless, she acquiesced. "If you lose, you shall perform a pole dance in Shun Kei's chamber." After finishing the dance, I told him, "I am the 18th. Brother, next time you must choose me again." "Jiang Lian, you beast. It's a deal." The two clapped their hands together, firmly grasping each other's. The wager was officially established. How could I possibly watch Truth or Dare without the two of you? Am I also a link in the chain between you two? This wager is cruel for Su Juju, yet a stroke of fortune for Xue Chong. Xue Chong. Why smell those undergarments, you foolish girl? Come. Scent me instead. After the two reached an agreement, they both stepped outside. Due to Lin Xingxing's reaction upon seeing Jiang Lian, Su Juju directly approached Lin Xingxing and said, I have something I wish to ask you. Lin Xingxing looked up, her expression remaining inscrutable, yet she rarely nodded in acknowledgement. Su Juju got straight to the point. In your opinion, do you prefer a striking beauty like myself, or the more robust allure of Jiang Lian? In the distance, Jiang Lian responded with a puzzled expression. Lin Xingxing paused momentarily, then began to articulate with a slight movement of her lips. After a while, she remarked, Aren't you also a stunning beauty reminiscent of a grand matriarchal monkey? Su Juju replied with a puzzled expression. Jiang Lianfu, laughing to the point of cramping, faced defeat in the first battle. During the second encounter, as Yu Jiao was having her meal, she suddenly inquired, Xingxing, do you have a favorite idol? Lin Xingxing halted her movements. A member from the T-Mountain base suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, We have a star. Moreover, her popularity is quite high.
Who could it be?
Lin Xingxing abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Do not speak nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing? I certainly did not speak in jest, he remarked with a smile. That day, as I passed by your room, I observed you paying homage to the god of wealth. Is he not your idol? Lin Xingxing, Yu Jiao, the second battle.
Defeat.
Jiang Lian said to Su Juju, Give it up. Those who admire the god of wealth are exceptionally clever. They won't be deceived by a superficial beauty like me. Su Juju gritted her teeth, refusing to believe it, and declared, Let us fight again. Yet, after 5 battles, she found herself utterly defeated and unable to extract any information. Jiang Biao, come out. A piercing shout suddenly pierced the air. In the distance, several staff members were restraining 3 disheveled women, who were brandishing banners and screaming. Jiang Lian, if you have the audacity to bribe and slander Gu Jian, why don't you come out and admit it? Jiang Biao, are you satisfied now that Gu Go's trending topic has been blocked? At the entrance of the T-Mountain base, 3 fans raised white banners that read Jiang Lian, Go die. Alongside Gu Jian is innocent. Jiang Lian focused her gaze and recognized that the leader was the same woman who had splashed paint on her last time.
Oh.
She immediately turned to look at Jiang Shuyan in the crowd. Jiang Shuyan remained silent, her expression calm. If she wasn't mistaken, this Gu Jian fan had also been summoned by Jiang Shuyan last time. TSK, Brother Jian, you are truly unfortunate. Meanwhile, an onslaught of comments flooded the screen. Jiang Lian deserves it. Those who commit evil will meet their end.
Jiang Lian, D.
She should die for treating our Gu Jian this way. Mixed within were comments like, What else with this barrage? We could all be making money together. Is this really that terrifying? Are the delusional fans in this world going crazy? Are these comments from paid trolls? Is Gu Jian trying to self-destruct by targeting Jiang Lian? Gu Jian's studio was already in disarray. What is happening? Who hired the trolls? I don't know, it wasn't us. Jiang Shuyan's studio. The manager chuckled, What a brilliant diversion. Let Jiang Lian and Gu Jian tear each other apart while our Shuyan remains pure and untarnished. At the scene, Director Lian's expression darkened as he quickly withdrew the microphone to arrange for the staff to negotiate. A few fans were still yelling, Do you really think you have fans? Jealous of our Gu Jian, aren't you? Spending money to hire trolls online is impressive. Who in reality would like someone like you? Jiang Lian crossed her arms, watching the spectacle, but then turned to see Lin Xingxing, pale and trembling. You don't need to be this agitated, Jiang Lian suggested. Why not join them and have some fun? The next moment, a shadow darted past her. Jiang Lian exclaimed, I wasn't just talking. You actually went. 888 yelled. Seriously. I was secretly betting that you were a fan. Lin Xingxing, you disgust me. Jiang Lian quickly turned to Su Juju and said, You lost. Su Juju felt a sense of frustration. However, the person rushing towards the fans halted just a few meters away. With a furious shout, she declared, Who said no one likes her? Open your eyes and look closely. Am I not a person? I, Lin Xingxing, am here to publicly declare my support for her.
Yes.
I am a fan of Jiang Lian. So what? Come at me if you dare. Jiang Lian. Everyone else. Chapter 92. Man, I've set my sights on you. The opposing fans were taken aback and immediately began to curse. Just because you say you're a fan, you think you are one? Jiang Lian can't even come out herself, and you, a mere nothing, dare to step up? Tell her we're here to take her down. I'm a mere nothing, and you're a pile of filth? Lin Xingxing transformed into a fierce warrior, retorting. You support that scumbag Gu Jian? What does that make you? Don't you have a mirror at home? Take a look. After several rounds of insults, the hateful fans were left speechless. Finally, one fan shouted, Stop wasting time with her. You filthy Jiang Lian, come out. Lin Xingxing stepped forward defiantly, blocking the three. Soon, the four began to grapple. Everyone was stunned by Lin Xingxing's actions. With sheer determination, she faced off against three opponents, battling from the entrance of the base to a nearby building. Her hair was pulled out, and her arms bore scratch marks. She refused to back down, fiercely jabbing her fingers into the nose of the paint-splashing woman.
Ah.
My nose. Lin Xingxing puffed her cheeks defiantly. Weren't you just so tough?
Who can match you now?
Right now, you look like a cow. Come on, move for us. Jiang Lian and Su Jizhou. Everyone else. Oh my god. Lin Xingxing is this fierce? I thought she was a level 10 hater. Turns out she's a diehard fan. Xingxing. How can you curse like that with such a pretty voice? As Director Lian and others regained their senses, they quickly called the police. The four fighters were taken away as their brawl had intruded into someone's home, resulting in property damage. Shen Ke, the homeowner, was called to the police station to discuss compensation. Jiang Lian accompanied him. Inside, Shen Ke conversed with the officers while she sat cross-legged on a bench, drowsily resting her head. Suddenly, a pair of small black boots hesitated in front of her. Jiang Lian looked up to find Lin Xingxing, who had just been released, staring back at her. Thank you, Lin Xingxing stammered. Jiang Lian quickly replied, It's nothing. If you hadn't made me lose the bet, it would have been even less of a deal. Lin Xingxing's face flushed crimson. When Shen Ke emerged, he found the two silent. One gazed upwards, trying to count every star in the sky, while the other stared at the ground, her shoe digging into the dirt. On the road, Assistant Chu drove, while Lin Xingxing sat in the passenger seat. The car was silent. Jiang Lian turned her head, catching sight of Shen Ke resting with his eyes closed. Upon closer inspection, she noticed, Oh, beautiful K has dark circles today. What mischief have you been up to? 888 interjected. Enough. You think you're the villain here? He has a legitimate career to pursue. Jiang Lian leaned closer, only to suddenly encounter his open black eyes. She quickly recoiled, but Shen Ke grasped her sleeve, tugging her closer, his alluring scent enveloping her. Chu, the assistant, remarked, Wow, is that a living peacock? Jiang Lian quipped, Wow. Even after a long day, you didn't forget to shower? Man, I've got my eye on you. Lin Xingxing in the front exclaimed. Your smoky eye makeup looks nice, Jiang Lian commented. Her words rendered the cool guys speechless. Shen Ke released her sleeve, shoving her away, his eyes practically screaming get lost. Lin Xingxing sighed in relief. Thank goodness, it seems it wasn't as she had feared. She nearly thought the two were about to kiss. Oh no, what a scare. Assistant Chu glanced at Lin Xingxing and shook his head, internally sighing. Young one, you are far too naive. Since they were already at the village entrance, it was only a 10-minute walk. Lin Xingxing, standing to the side, froze again, her body stiffening. Why you want to walk with me? Together? She pointed at her face, seeking confirmation from Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian glanced over. Don't say that. If I didn't know you were a fan, I'd think you were about to hit me. She extended her hand in a gesture of invitation. I'll invite myself. Lin Xingxing suddenly shouted. Jiang Lian. Shen Ke? I'll walk on my own. Lin Xingxing quickly realized her mistake, lowering her head. Her face flushed and dashed forward, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Jiang Lian was left behind. After Shen Ke nodded, he immediately caught up with Lin Xingxing. They walked in silence for nearly 5 minutes. Jiang Lian's mind was racing. In her previous life, she had only known servitude. No one had ever cherished her in such a manner. How do people generally interact with their fans? Regardless, extending goodwill could never be a mistake, right? Turning around, she placed her hand on Lin Xingxing's. I don't really know how to. Sister Lian. Lin Xingxing pouted, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Jiang Lian, what? This isn't how it's supposed to go. Please don't cry. Lin Xingxing sobbed, her words coming out in fits and starts. As she cried, she blew her nose, and it bubbled. Suddenly, she wiped her tears and looked up. Lin Xingxing and 888 simultaneously gazed at Jiang Lian. Leaning against a utility pole, Jiang Lian had fallen asleep with her head tilted back. Lin Xingxing, seeing this, couldn't help but smile, her previously taut heart suddenly feeling much lighter. It seemed she didn't mind. After placing Jiang Lian in the bedroom, Lin Xingxing sighed with relief, suppressing the urge to take a photo. She wanted to whisper something but found herself at a loss for words. Gritting her teeth, she stole a few more glances before turning to leave. Upon returning to her own room, she reflected on the fact that she had always been a severe social phobic. She was entirely captivated by Sister Lian's state of mind. Thankfully, Sister Lian had fallen asleep, otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to navigate the rest of the evening. Lin Xingxing turned over, and suddenly, she heard a rustling sound from her pocket. She froze and reached in, discovering what seemed to be a plastic bag. She emptied its contents onto the bed. Candies and cookies. Wasn't this the snack Lian Dao usually ate? She recalled that apart from Lian Dao, only Sister Lian had asked for them.
Ah.
Lin Xingxing froze. In addition to the snacks, there was a note. She unfolded it and read, "For you, moi. From a beautiful woman who wishes to remain anonymous." Chapter 93. How can I live without you? Lin Xingxing transformed into a screeching chicken. Ah, it's my beloved Sister Lian. So just now, Sister Lian was pretending. She had heard everything. Ah, I'm so happy. Lin Xingxing embraced the snacks, excitedly rolling around on the bed. The next day, everyone gathered at the tea mountain base. After some discussion, Zheng Qian emerged from the crowd with his hands in his pockets. The entire tea mountain base gasped. Everyone crossed their arms in front of their chests and began to squat. The garlic and chili bases looked on in confusion. What are you doing, Xingxing? Yu Jiao asked, puzzled. Lin Xingxing urged, don't ask, just do it. Before they could react, Zheng Qian approached them with outstretched arms. Everyone. Level 1 alert. The members from all three bases crossed their arms and dodged like waves trying to evade his arms. The tea mountain base squatted, then the garlic base, and finally the chili base followed suit. Qiu Cheng, indifferent, refused to squat. It was ridiculous. He was a man. Suddenly, he felt a powerful slap on his behind. What? All the men instantly lost their composure and joined the squatting. Zheng Qian, like a child in a candy store, grew more enthusiastic. His sinister laughter echoed. The entire scene was rapidly pixelated in the live broadcast, leaving only raucous laughter. The live stream suddenly blacked out, and the network management imposed a 1-minute ban. Lian Dao. Everyone. Oh my, why is he still like this? Some people in the entertainment industry are simply different. Is Zheng Qian even more repulsive than Gu Jian? He has a face full of lewdness and no charm. Is the director group just sitting around? Why don't they stop him? Didn't you see Lian Dao covering his rear? Zheng Qian said in a previous interview that he only likes women, but teasing men is hilarious. Unbelievable. The live stream was too explicit and was shut down for a minute. A minute later, the broadcast resumed. Zheng Qian stood in front of Jiang Lian, his eyes shining like high beams from an Audi. Jiang Lian glanced at him, her gaze drifting to his back, where Su Juzhou was raising her middle finger, writing something in the air. Bet. Jiang Lian. Zheng Qian reached out to grab Jiang Lian's hand.
No.
I'm having a seizure. Jiang Lian raised her hand sharply.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
Swiftly, she delivered 5 resounding slaps to Zheng Qian. Dazed, Zheng Qian spun around 3 times before regaining his composure. Immediately, Jiang Lian executed a swift maneuver, escaping from under his arm. Zheng Qian stood there, bewildered, his hand gingerly touching his flushed face. Kong Barbie? Watching Jiang Lian flee. A smirk crept onto his lips. She's a bit insane, but I like it. Women often appear flustered in response to gestures of affection, yet she was different. He understood her. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian hurriedly walked near the base entrance, her head lowered. One was fleeing, the other pursuing. You lost. Fulfill the bet. Su Juzhou chased after Jiang Lian relentlessly. I didn't clean my ears today, so I can't hear. After Jiang Lian uttered a line, she turned her head and spotted Shen Ke approaching. She dashed to hide behind him.
Keke, sábeme. Jiang Lian, come out.
Su Juzhou folded her arms. Are you trying to breach the agreement? Jiang Lian. Hearing this, Shen Ke immediately replied, what agreement? I'll help her fulfill it. Letting her escape is just a small price to pay. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Lian and Su Juzhou turned to look at him simultaneously. Jiang Lian exclaimed, wow. He asked like a male bodhisattva. Is it true? Shun Ke suddenly narrowed his eyes. So, what's the wager? The latter half of her sentence was hurriedly mumbled, fearing Shin Ke would hear clearly. Shin Ke. His large hand descended from the heavens, landing on Jiang Lian's head, directly pushing her towards Su Jujio. Without hesitation, he turned to leave.
Kick it.
Don't go. Wait, don't leave. Jiang Lian wiped away non-existent tears, stretching her hand out and shouting. How can I live without you?
Kick it.
Half an hour later, the tea-picking activity commenced. Everyone formed a human-shaped circle, pushing Lian Dao to the center. They effectively isolated Zheng Qian. Lian Dao felt his scalp tingle, fearing he might become a target. Facing Zheng Qian head-on while turning his back to the camera, Lian Dao held the question card and glanced at Jiang Lian, subtly hinting at her. Just as Lian Dao finished speaking, Jiang Lian naturally circled around to stand in front of the camera. Taking over Lian Dao's words, she declared, Exactly. What is this behavior, Brother Jian? Tea-picking is like a tempest sweeping through the mountains. How can you leave us with Lian Dao to manage 3 groups? Lian Dao. Was there something a bit off about her words?
What do you mean, Jiang Lian?
Do you think we, the fans of Gu Jian, don't exist? This is hilarious. It's obvious she thinks you don't exist. Gu Jian has publicly torn apart his own fans, and you still fawn over him? This is absurd. What kind of master has what kind of followers? In an instant, the live stream's comments flooded with fervent responses from Gu Jian's diehard fans, openly tearing Jiang Lian apart. They even invaded Jiang Lian's Weibo, filling the comment section with, Have you forgotten how you used to fawn over the Emperor Gu? In the recent variety show, a wave of personas emerged, with Jiang Lian shamelessly shifting her allegiance to Shin Quebec. How utterly disgraceful. Wanting to be Gu Jian's lapdog, yet Gu Ge has already achieved the status of an award-winning actor, and your targeted malady has manifested. A sudden outburst from a fan. There must be a reason for such madness. I have been a supporter of Gu Jian for many years, and he has consistently maintained his composure. Another fan retorts, Do you think I don't understand your incessant talk of a shameless brother? What about your own cozy camaraderie with Shin Ke? After reaping the benefits from Gu Jian, you now seek to bask in the glory of Shin Ke? Can you not survive without a man, Jiang Lian? In just a minute, Jiang Lian's fans flooded in. One fan provocatively asks if this is a time when even dogs can support other dogs. Another mocks, Do you think your online vitriol goes unnoticed? Does your family know how you grovel to Gu Jian? All your Weibo posts are merely about his physique. Why not share your own measurements? The skirmish between fans escalates, not only in Jiang Lian's Weibo comments, but also as her support group sends a legion of fans to dominate discussions surrounding Gu Jian. In no time, Gu Jian's fan club is inundated with hostile remarks. The news buzzes with headlines, Jiang Lian's influence has caused Gu Jian to suffer a malady. Jiang Lian's fans clash with Gu Jian's supporters. Jiang Lian's fans sell shameless mushrooms at the market. A prominent Jiang Lian fan buys out all the smallest lace sizes. Chartering a bus to visit Gu Jian. Assistant Chu, amused by the news, accidentally exits the app while taking a call. Yes. Just deliver it to where Gu Jian is filming. Shout that the smallest sizes have arrived, and if over 500 people hear it, my boss will give you an extra 2,000 yuan tip. Chapter 94. It can't just be a change of soul, right? Meanwhile, chaos reigns in Gu Jian's studio. It's all over. Jiang Lian's peculiar fans, seemingly few, are surprisingly formidable. It's outrageous, just like her. Someone hurry. We can't manage the online trolls. Quickly. Pay to suppress the trending topic, the latest one. Staff scurry about, while manager Fat sits, puffing on a cigarette, his brow furrowed. A staff member approaches. The PR plan is ready. Here are a few options. 1. Report Jiang Lian for drug use, manipulating public opinion.
2.
Spread scandalous rumors. We've contacted Mr. Zhang, who is willing to cooperate with our scheme. 3. Create an inappropriate video, thrusting Jiang Lian into controversy.
4.
Bribe Jiang Lian's assistant to expose her diva antics, and so forth. There are a total of 8 proposals. Fat sits silently, fixated on the flickering data before him. His assistant waits for his input. After 2 decades in this industry, Fat has nurtured numerous top-tier artists. No matter the crisis, he can handle it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have elevated the naive Gu Jian to become an award-winning actor. Yet none of it works. Fat shakes his head. Only with Jiang Lian's cooperation can we clarify matters. I recall she was mentored by Sister Yang. Though he has never interacted with Jiang Lian directly, he avidly follows the variety show, analyzing the sudden rise of her popularity. A sudden shift in one's thinking and behavior. Could it be a change of soul? There must be a reason. Someone is guiding her from behind. Fat dials Yang Lily's number. Sister Yang, it's me, Xiaopeng. I'd like to discuss Jiang Lian with you. Are you free? On the other end, upon hearing Jiang Lian's name, Yang Lily's temper flares.
Fatty.
It's not that I don't want to help you, but reaching out now is pointless. I haven't been able to contact her for a month. She's gotten way too bold. I'm waiting to take her to court. She has violated over 200 artist management rules this past month. If you do manage to reach her, tell her to wait for her doom. With that, the call abruptly ends. Fat clenches his jaw and storms over to Gu Jian's residence. Gu Jian is slumped on the couch, surrounded by clothes, the house dark and the curtains drawn. He looks haggard, with stubble covering his chin. Fat? Gu Jian mutters, barely lifting his eyelids. You need to crawl out of this pigsty and go apologize to Jiang Lian at the tea plantation immediately. Fat yanks the jacket off the chair and throws it at Gu Jian's face. Listen carefully, be sincere, no tricks. Ask her to help clear this up. Just say you had a private quarrel or play a game of truth or dare anything. If she cooperates, we can offer her any compensation she desires. Gu Jian tears the jacket off his face. Why should I? Did you not see how she has slandered me? My reputation is in tatters. And it's all because of her. You want me to apologize? Absolutely not. He tosses the jacket aside. Fat scoffs. Do you think you have the luxury to refuse? I can make you famous overnight, but I can just as easily bring you crashing down in 5 minutes. This is a command, not a negotiation. Don't forget what I hold over you. Gu Jian's face strains of color. After a pause, he concedes. Fine, I will go. At the tea plantation, Jiang Lian, donned in a straw hat and a bamboo basket at her waist, awaits her task. Today, everyone has but one mission, to pick tea leaves. The director's voice booms. Each group has a task of 100 pounds. Failure to meet the quota means no dinner tonight. Only tea.
Ding.
Plot repair activated. Repair progress. 41, 150. Choice 1. Give up and admit defeat. Reward. A bag of tea leaves picked by Gu Jian himself. Jiang Lian chooses option 2. 100 pounds? Yu Jiao's eyes widen. Goodness, even the production team's donkeys can't handle that. A skilled individual can only manage about 10 pounds in a day. The director's demands are outrageous. Without thinking, she clings to Jiang Lian. Big shot, help me. Jiang Lian flashes a dazzling smile, turning to Su Jiao, raising an eyebrow. Juicy, shall we collaborate again? Su Jiao remains silent for 3 seconds before nodding. Jiang Lian suddenly stands tall, pointing her middle finger skyward. She declares, join my crew, and together we shall defy the odds. As teammates, you will enjoy a complimentary 30-minute session detailing my grand revenge plan. At her words, everyone quickly gathers around. 5 minutes later, Jiang Lian and Su Jiao stand before Hanmi and others. What are you doing? Hanmi snaps, her hand trembling. Jiang Lian states, join us.
Admires, no way.
Why would I join such a trashy team? I'd rather starve or jump off the mountain than join Jiang Lian. Suddenly, Jiang Lian covers her ears and shouts to Su Jiao, Sister Jiao. Hanmi is assaulting my ears with her voice.
And me?
Su Jiao raises her fist, striking a nearby tree.
Bang.
Tree? Su Jiao. Changed your mind? Go on, go ahead. Who are you trying to intimidate? Hanmi trembles in fear, her lips moving as she quickly flees. Jiang Lian shoots a glance at Yu Jiao, who promptly approaches Lin Xingxing with the bamboo basket. Xingxing, Jiang Lian is very eager to see you, ahem. As soon as Yu Jiao utters Jiang Lian's name, a cloud of dust invades her throat. She coughs violently, waving away the debris. Lin Xingxing, however, has already vanished. Jiang Jia, you call for me? Lin Xingxing stands beside Jiang Lian, cheeks flushed. Yu Jiao, we're in trouble. The tea plantation team collectively gasps. Lin Xingxing is their captain. If she has fled, what are the rest to do? It is evident that everyone has witnessed Jiang Lian's prowess. Those willing may join me. After Yu Jiao finished speaking, she dashed towards the team at the tea mountain base, initiating a presentation of Jiang Lian. Join the Chili base and you might even score a scratch card. Enroll in the Chili base, and I shall gift you a complete, unedited edition of The Gentle Nun and The Charming Monk in the No Man's Land. Come, those who are willing, follow me. Yu Jiao led the way, heading towards Jiang Lian. Soon, several individuals trailed behind her. They formed a line before Jiang Lian, introducing their respective professions, photographers, promotional planners, and illustrators. Lian Dao was astonished. What? Chapter 95. While it was rather thrilling, the ground was slippery. He consoled himself. It's all right. Even if they all pledged allegiance to her, they would still be unable to complete the task. The T-Mountain Base S team was the slowest, a bunch of donkeys. The stage manager interjected. Indeed, otherwise, it wouldn't have been assigned to you. Who doesn't know you are the slowest director among the 8 bases? Lian Dao. Insult me if you must. But you think you can obscure your criticism with compliments? Nonetheless, isn't a 200-pound task more suited for the collaboration of 3 bases? This task is overwhelming. Picking T truly requires plucking it one by one. Lian Dao, the Heartless, is no better than the previous 2 directors. Jiang Lian cannot win this time. Hey, what is Sister Cotton doing? Why is she leading people down the mountain instead of working? We're already pressed for time, and she takes people down. In the scene, Jiang Lian led a large group, marching down the mountain. Upon reaching the roadside, she spotted some passers-by. Clearing her throat, she suddenly clapped her thigh. Oh, is this for real? First come, first served? The elderly woman watering the plants paused her actions. Grandmother squeezed into the crowd. Children with candy and college students listening to music halted in their tracks. What do we get for being first? Someone voiced the question. The watering woman was shocked. The event leads straight to the underworld. With a glance from Jiang Lian, the team member well-versed in promotions immediately chimed in. We are only hosting this event on this mountaintop once, allowing couples to don dragon robes as Su and Qiang, with a bonus of 1 minute on the beach. Which can be replayed. The elderly woman exclaimed. Is there a song for 1 minute? Jiang Lian smiled shyly. If you haven't subscribed, you can sample 1 minute. Su Jujiu and Yu Jiao. The crowd gathered even more. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Lian turned to leave. All right, I want to keep you all. I must hurry to sign up. Wait. I'm signing up. The elderly woman dropped the manure scoop and hurried after Jiang Lian. Behind her, the grandmother, college students, and candy-holding children surged forth, shouting, Sign me up. Me. Jiang Lian was delighted. However many came, she would welcome them all. She led the throng back up the mountain. The entire village congregated in this tea mountain. By afternoon, the entire tea mountain was harvested thanks to Jiang Lian. Lian Dao's sunglasses dropped to the ground with a clatter. No way, has the tea mountain transformed into a pyramid scheme? How did Jiang Lian gather so many people? Lian Dao rubbed his eyes, fearing he was hallucinating. How did she manage to command so many? In just one afternoon, not only was the task completed, but the entire tea mountain was harvested. And these old ladies, have they transformed into the tea mountain-esque version of Fangxiu? Oh my! The entire tea mountain has been cleared out? Jiang Lian's combat power is truly formidable. Look at Han Ti's expression. She even seems a bit proud. With a final shout, Jiang Lian concluded the event. The villagers eagerly rushed to Lin Xingxing and others to claim their rewards. Ding! Triggered storyline restoration. Restoration progress 42. 150. Choice 1. Remain in place. Reward. A kiss from Zheng Qian. Choice 2. Go to Xin-Kei's room to perform a pole dance. Reward. Publicity expansion can amplify publicity 100-fold. Jiang Lian was instantly invigorated, pressing option 2. Host, didn't you say you didn't want to dance? If you don't want to dance, why select this option? 888 was bewildered. As long as the reward is substantial, I'll gladly bow twice for him. It's just a dance after all, I'm committed. Jiang Lian's eyes sparkled with zeal as she marched down the mountain. Travel worn, she stood before Xin-Kei's door. Not seeing Jiang Lian at the entrance, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he reached for the door, Xin-Kei hesitated, his gaze dropping. Xin-Kei? At the door lay a pair of Jiang Lian's shoes. Jiang Lian? Xin-Kei turned around, only to find emptiness behind him. Hasn't he arrived? Perhaps he had been overthinking. Xin-Kei exhaled and promptly opened the door to enter, immediately locking it behind him.
Finally, hello, Keke. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated behind Xin-Kei.
He stiffly turned around. Jiang Lian was clad in a dance outfit of vibrant red and purple, smiling radiantly as she reclined on the bed, propping her head with one hand. Her face was adorned with an artfully applied makeup. The green eyeshadow gleamed eerily under the light. With a few blinks, it seemed her eyelids might take flight at any moment. Xin-Kei recalled a not-so-distant memory. What's the matter, Casey? Are you dazzled by the beauty? Jiang Lian raised her hand, stretching her eyelids, and exclaimed, Do you see beneath my eyelids? Today's shadow is specially drawn for you, representing your space in my heart. Xin-Kei remained silent before speaking. Impressive. You've managed to synchronize the shadow to my heart. He tossed a remark and turned to leave. The next moment, Jiang Lian firmly pressed the door shut.
Shenka, Jiang Lian graspa Shenka shoulder, flipping imube.
Look at you. Why are you running? I am here to perform a dance for you. He pried her fingers off one by one. Attempting to escape through the door, he failed. Jiang Lian countered, and a hanger descended from above, snagging Shun K's collar.
Jiang Lian, let go.
Shun K was pulled backward, landing directly on the bed. The lights in the room extinguished instantly. Suddenly, 2 points of eerie green light danced in the room. Shun K. Out of nowhere, 2 beams of light appeared. Jiang Lian held 2 flashlights and began to twirl them chaotically in front of Shun K, dancing around the bed, standing on the bedside table, and shining the lights on her face. Shun K, resigned, could only allow the hanger to keep him captive, subjected to this dance for half an hour. That's enough. He pressed down Jiang Lian's head. Jiang Lian leaned closer. He recoiled, but Jiang Lian clung to him. Shun K, panting, noted Jiang Lian's gleeful demeanor, even raising her head to look at him. Do you have makeup remover? I ran out last time. Can I borrow yours? The flowered face exuded an exuberant vitality. Realizing what he was thinking, Shun K shut his eyes. No way, Shun K, is it life again? After 100 reincarnations, do you lack vitality? The previous instances can be overlooked, but this? His heart raced. He took a deep breath, relinquishing his resistance, and directly pulled Jiang Lian's hand down. Yet he did not release it. Jiang Lian obediently allowed him to lead her until they entered the bathroom, where she immediately gasped. Huh? Here? While it is quite thrilling.
The floor is slippery.
Chapter 96. Are you preparing to restore the makeup?
Senke?
888. I am here to remove your makeup. Shun K gritted his teeth. Jiang Lian fell silent for a moment before defiantly raising her voice. Who says I'm not removing it? The floor is slippery. When you are removing it, push me forward. I can't hold on, and if the makeup remover gets in my eyes, it's too stimulating, then I might scream. And wouldn't that confuse the neighbors? And this makeup, Shun K covered her mouth, smearing makeup remover all over her face. With a sideways glance, he noticed his own red ears reflecting in the light. What a sin. Upon waking, he received the director's group assembly message. Before reaching the T Mountain base, Jiang Lian was intercepted by Gu Jian's assistant at the village entrance. Upon her arrival, she spotted Gu Jian clad in black attire, a mask obscuring his face, and a dark cap perched upon his head. You're so late. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Gu Jian, scanning his surroundings to ensure privacy, swiftly removed his mask. Should I leave then? Jiang Lian retorted, turning on her heel.
Jiang Lian.
Don't even think about playing games with me again. Gu Jian rushed forward to block her path. I have serious matters to discuss with you today. Stopping in her tracks, Jiang Lian's eyes widened in surprise. Serious matters? How serious? Are you finally ready to fix the Nyo-Nyo situation?
Jiang Lian.
He ground his teeth in frustration. I need you to cooperate with me for a Weibo clarification. Of course, I'll compensate you generously. Apologizing was out of the question. The reason Jiang Lian had put on such a show before him was merely to become someone he couldn't ignore. Initially, he had held a slight interest in her. But that was no longer the case. A little manipulation, and he thought she would assist him well. Are you referring to the incident at the parking lot where you cheated? Jiang Lian inquired. Gu Jian suppressed his temper and managed to smile. Yes. And also about the oversized condom incident and my outburst on camera a few days ago. You clarify everything in one go, and then name your price. He stepped closer and thrust a card into her hand. Jiang Lian assumed it was a bank card, her heart lifted as she glanced down. What the heck? It's a room key? Gu Jian squinted at her. The rest, you understand. Before he could finish, a mop was abruptly shoved into Gu Jian's mouth. Gu Jian.
Ugh.
The mop exclaimed. Mommy, he's holding me. Jiang Lian pressed down on Gu Jian's head. You cheeky brother. I think I smell something foul from your mouth. Did you forget to brush your teeth today? No worries, I'll help you. With a swift motion, Jiang Lian plunged the mop into a bucket, swirling it vigorously. Jiang Lian, you crazy. Gu Jian managed to mumble through the mop.
Ugh. Ugh.
A torrent of murky water splashed across his face, along with a half-eaten piece of chives.
Ugh.
Help. Ugh. Gu Jian gagged, his face turning pale as he desperately pushed Jiang Lian away. Crawling and dodging, he tried to escape while Jiang Lian taunted, Come on. Let me clean you up a bit. Don't feel inferior. Cheeky brother, after a good scrub, no one will look down on you for having a stinky mouth again. She pursued him, waving the mop. Gu Jian scrambled away, using all fours to flee. Bing Ge received another call from Gu Jian. Amidst his furious diatribe about Jiang Lian's lack of cooperation and her abusive use of the village's mop on him, he added embellishments to the tale. Bing Ge frowned. Is she really that bold? Are you sure you apologized? Of course I did. Would I dare disobey you? That girl is simply too ungrateful. He hung up the phone and logged into Gu Jian's Weibo account, composing a post that accused Jiang Lian of stalking, harassing, and even attempting to frame him with inappropriate items. It also included a hospital diagnosis and a bottle of antidepressants, alongside a photo of Jiang Lian's self-harm. Once this post went live, it quickly soared to trending status.
Gu Jian, Jiang Lian, explosion.
Gu Jian is genuinely suffering from severe depression. Explosion. Jiang Lian attempts suicide and sexually harasses Gu Jian. Explosion. Bing Ge smirked as he scrolled. The diagnosis was fabricated through his connections. Netizens were notoriously gullible, quick to rally around a scandal at the slightest provocation. As he continued to scroll, a flurry of trending topics erupted.
Bing Ye.
Check Weibo. An assistant burst in. What is happening? Bing Ge asked, intrigued.
No.
It's the latest one. Bing Ge, baffled, clicked on the trending post. The first one read, Gu Jian, the price guy. The price guy? What's that new moniker? Is this one of the recent roles Gu Jian played? He clicked. And the foremost trending topic was Jiang Lian's recent post. Jiang Lian, everyone help me think, what would be a suitable price for this? As the audio played, Jiang Lian's voice rang out. Are you referring to the incident in the parking lot where you cheated? Then Gu Jian's voice followed. Yes. And also about the oversized condom and my outburst on camera a few days ago. You clarify everything at once and state your price. Bing Ge. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. The online uproar had flipped the narrative entirely. No amount of damage control from Gu Jian's fans could compete with the throngs of netizens eager for drama. Instantly, the trending topics shifted dramatically. Su Jiao retweets Jiang Lian's post. Yu Jiao retweets Jiang Lian's post. Qiu Cheng retweets Jiang Lian's post. Bing Ge, incensed, lambasted Gu Jian for an entire hour. Is this what you call an apology? Gu Jian, you're something else. Bing Ge, let me explain. Gu Jian pleaded. I can't deal with you anymore. Handle it yourself. The call ended, leaving Gu Jian's face pale with rage. Damn it, Jiang Lian. How dare you do this to me? He took a deep breath, opened Weibo, and quickly posted. Gu Jian, I had no intention of escalating matters, but the editing marks on that recording are too conspicuous. After all these years of restraint, do you think I'm a soft target? I have already reported this to the authorities and am pursuing legal action. Most netizens opting to observe awaited developments. However, another post sparked chaos. City Cyber Police. We have received numerous inquiries from citizens and wish to clarify. As of now, we have not received any report from the individual named Gu. Chapter 97. This is not a collapse. It's a landslide. Weibo exploded with comments. Thank you, beautiful sheep. 666666666. Impressive. Lin Daiyu drunkenly battling Jiang Menshin. I'm blown away. This is too thrilling. Is the official intervention real? So, Gu Jian's infidelity is true. And he really wants to silence Cotton's sister? I've been scolding her for ages. Did I actually misjudge her? Pure-hearted little turkey. Maybe Gu Jian just hasn't had the chance to report it yet. Why the rush? He's just taking his time. Is it necessary to malign him? The boss with the grand vision. Is this called maligning? I think you're quite naive, unable to see Jiang Lian's post. Can't you even hear? Small chest, Dad. Hi, I've been a fan for 12 years. It genuinely feels like the sky is falling. Guger's murmurs. Those who want to unfollow now aren't real fans. Just leave. Don't come here pretending to be a fan. Gugo would never do such a thing. If you've been a fan for 12 years, you should know his character. Jiang Lian lounged on her bed, repeatedly exclaiming.
Wow.
The internet was truly captivating. Was it this thrilling to be embroiled in the entertainment industry as feuds and conflicts? She almost didn't want to leave this world. 888. Don't. You leave. Hurry and go. Weibo was paralyzed for a few minutes before resuming. The three of them huddled in the dim room, eagerly consuming the drama. Yu Jiao exclaimed, There's more. Jiang Shuyan has posted on Weibo. I'm going.
Yang Shuyan, I trust Gu Ye.
Let us wait for the internet to deliver a fair verdict. Damn it, this tea-sister, Su Jiao cursed. How can she tolerate this? I'm going to roast her. You roast while I slip in a like, Yu Jiao quickly responded. Jiang Lian waved her hand. No need. It's my turn now. At Gu Jian's studio, the numerous twists had escalated the night's discussions to a climax. Bing Gu's heart alternated between sinking, dying, reviving, and stopping. Only when Jiang Lian spoke up did he finally relax. At least now, there was someone willing to stand by Gu Jian. Bing Gu, this is bad. An assistant rushed in. Bing Gu's legs went weak, and he closed his eyes. Speak up, what has Jiang Lian posted now? This time, it's not directed at us. The assistant clicked to open it, revealing Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian, everyone, stop the quarrel. Arguing won't lead to anyone's demise. Let us listen to some soothing audio to unwind. Brother Pang quickly clicked on it. Is it necessary to buy haters to attack Gu Jian? If possible, I wish to refrain from targeting him. After all, our true adversary is Jiang Lian. Shuyan, conceal your intentions. Whether it's Gu Jian or Jiang Lian, you must remain vigilant. Once you've engaged with haters, there is no point in regretting it later. Brother Pang, what the hell? What a twist. The haters were actually purchased by Jiang Lian. 10 seconds passed, and the audio recording of Jiang Lian surfaced. Jiang Lian, the 82-year-old green tea, was caught off guard while scrolling through Weibo. How could her private conversation with her manager have been recorded by Jiang Lian? Such an intimate audio. How could she possibly have recorded it? In an instant, the entire studio began searching for hidden cameras and listening devices, yet found nothing. Jiang Lian struggled to maintain her composure. It's not the entire recording. She immediately messaged Jiang Lian, sending a sly expression. Jiang Lian to Jiang Lian's sister. You only need to use this editing trick once. Such cuts can lead to misunderstandings. Upon sending the message, she sighed in relief. However, when she checked Jiang Lian's profile, she nearly lost her breath. Jiang Lian. There it was, a new audio clip on Jiang Lian's profile, containing the latter half of her conversation with her manager. Now, the evidence was undeniable, and Weibo was thrown into chaos by Jiang Lian's latest post, rendering it utterly incapacitated. Both studios were awake throughout the night, fervently discussing their next move. Jiang Lian, trembling, felt a tangled mess within her. No, I cannot be dragged down by this. Soon, Jiang Lian regained her composure, swiftly editing her Weibo post. She quickly betrayed her earlier stance, implying that all her actions were under Gu Jian's orders, thus exonerating herself and placing all blame squarely on him while apologizing to Jiang Lian, vanishing without a trace. With her precedent set, no one dared to speak on Gu Jian's behalf anymore. What a farce! Who among them was without their own dirty laundry? If this were to come to light, they would be in a dire predicament. Jiang Lian was like a mad dog, biting anyone in sight. Meanwhile, Shun Ke scrolled through Weibo, shutting his phone with a snap. Assistant Chu, send out a post to fan the flames. Assistant Chu, caught up in the drama, immediately replied, Sure, young Master Shin. What should we post? Using my account or yours? Shin Ke shot him a sideways glance.
Assistant Castud.
A few minutes later, the official Weibo account of Xingshi released a post. Xingshi official. All brands under Xingshi will forever blacklist Gu Jian, refusing to collaborate with artists of ill repute. In less than half an hour, endorsements for luxury watches, jewelry, and high-end cars associated with Gu Jian were all cancelled. Brother Pang slumped in his chair. It's all over. Jiang Lian reclined in her rocking chair, gleefully scrolling through Weibo. With each scroll, new trending topics emerged. Jiang Lian's rural teaching endeavors, her guidance for rural girls on using face masks, and a plethora of scandals involving Gu Jian, including accusations of misconduct by 19 girls and revelations from his own sister, Gu Moli, about his bizarre behaviors. Jiang Lian observed as Jiang Lian's topics were pushed down to the very bottom, while Gu Jian succumbed to the avalanche of allegations. It appeared Jiang Lian had spent a considerable sum to suppress her own trending topics. With a swift motion, Jiang Lian's gaze landed on Xingshi's Weibo, and she quickly messaged Shun Ke. Thank you for the support with the Weibo post, sending kisses. Shun Ke raised an eyebrow, squeezing his phone, his finger scrolling down to reveal a panda emoji with enormous red lips, blowing kisses. Shun Ke tossed his hand, flinging the phone away. I'll catch it. Assistant Chu Dove, catching the phone with his face. Assistant Chu, damn it, why do I have to catch the phone? It seemed they had been so thoroughly tormented by this capitalist that their bodies acted before their minds could catch up. At the tea plantation base, Director Lian was fuming. Is this what you call a good-natured person? A good-natured person with so many tricks up their sleeve? He pulled out his phone, sending messages to directors Chun and Li. It was these two who had assured him that Jiang Lian was both obedient and well-behaved, and yet she had stirred chaos throughout the tea plantation base. Soon, messages from directors Li and Chen arrived simultaneously. Director Chen, well, there's no alternative. We're all in this mess together. It wouldn't be right if you don't join in. We're all brothers here. Director Li, you can choose to be furious. Or you can choose to continue spreading this love. Damn it. Director Lian slammed the table. Am I that kind of person? Am I the one who concocts nonsense to deceive my brothers? The next day, Jiang Lian opened the door to find Director Lian wearing a sycophantic smile. Jiang Lian, there's something I need to discuss with you. Director Lian leaned closer. You should spend a few days at the ranch. The tea plantation base has no activities for now. Chapter 98. That's my ideal type. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian felt a wave of grievance. Are you trying to send me away?
No, no.
Director Lian immediately denied it. Don't worry, just for a month. Jiang Lian pouted. Half a month. Tears welled up in Jiang Lian's eyes. 7 days. Oh no, 3 days. We'll take care of all your meals and travel expenses. 3 days to let the tea settle, and to give him some space. All right, Director Lian. Jiang Lian blinked, realizing there was no reason to refuse. Director Lian, having left Jiang Lian's door, promptly dialed the ranch director's number. As soon as the call connected, Director Lian said, Old Fong, Jiang Lian will be coming over for 3 days. On the other end, Director Fong scoffed. You're not sending her over to deal with the chaos you've stirred up at the tea plantation, are you? Director Fong, previously engaged in wildlife filming, had now been brought into the variety show by the chief director and was stationed at the ranch. His filming style mirrored that of taking animals, never considering the guests' welfare. Director Lian felt a twinge of guilt. This old fellow was harder to fool than he thought. On the other side, Director Fong chuckled again before hanging up.
Bah.
Director Lian spat at his phone, irritated. I've been displeased with you for a long time. Let us see how you handle a little disaster. He may not betray his brothers, but he had no qualms about sabotaging his enemies. Sending Jiang Lian over would allow Old Fong to experience what true misery felt like. With a sigh of relief, Director Lian plotted his scheme. Jiang Lian, with her luggage, prepared to leave. As she reached the entrance of the base, Lin Xingxing and the others came to see her off. Sister Lian, are you leaving now? Can't you stay for one more night? Lin Xingxing looked woeful. She had finally overcome her social anxiety to face Jiang Lian, only for the latter to be leaving. Director Lian emerged from behind the crowd, feigning to wipe non-existent tears from his eyes. Yes, even before you leave, we're already missing you. As Jiang Lian raised her hand to rest on Lin Xingxing's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Director Lian nearly lost control. No. I've already arranged everything at the ranch. Director Fong is waiting for you. Lin Xingxing. Everyone turned to look at Director Lian, who wished he could bite his tongue, and instantly fell silent. The bus arrived and halted at the entrance. Jiang Shuyan, from the back of the crowd, immediately declared, the bus is here. Everyone disperse. Let me see Sister Lian off. Is she really here? Am I seeing things? After last night's battle, how can Jiang Shuyan act as if nothing happened? This shows that Yan did nothing wrong. The only one at fault is Gu Jian. And Yan was merely deceived. Are you blind? Can't you see the trending searches? Even a washing machine can't clean up the mess of Jiang Shuyan's fans. What can you do? Jiang Shuyan has a thick skin and a strong mental fortitude. It's no wonder she has managed to make a name for herself in the industry in just a year. Jiang Shuyan knew all too well how she would be criticized on Weibo. However, she remained indifferent, continually reminding herself that this was merely a fictional world. And these people were inconsequential. She was destined to be the protagonist, and such minor turbulence was nothing she couldn't withstand. Jiang Shuyan squeezed through the crowd, took Jiang Lian's backpack, and sent her onto the bus. Jiang Lian crossed her legs and remarked, with just this face, can't you be a little more discreet? Jiang Shuyan laughed in annoyance and was about to respond when she saw Jiang Lian calmly pull out her phone and open Weibo. She even started a new post, typing the first character, Jiang. Jiang Shuyan gasped in shock and shivered. She had exhausted her resources just to push the trending topic down the list. She couldn't endure any more turmoil. Initially, she wanted to probe Jiang Lian's secrets, but now she dared not speak, turning to leave the bus. As she turned, she caught a glimpse of Assistant Chu standing behind the village sign, organizing packages. Jiang Shuyan squinted, a plan forming in her mind. If she couldn't entice Shin Ke, surely she could manage with an assistant? She could use him to create obstacles for Jiang Lian and Shin Ke. With that thought, Jiang Lian adjusted her clothing, accentuating her figure, and let her hair fall loosely. Men, after all, are most fond of the delicate and fragile. Brother Chu, are you organizing the packages?
Let me help you, she said, bending down to assist.
Assistant Chu, hearing the commotion, looked up only to be met with a rather revealing sight.
Assistante?
He shot her a glance, but remained silent. At that moment, we were face to face, yet he didn't even greet me. I felt humiliated. Jiang Lian assumed he was just shy and leaned closer, wrapping her arm around his. Don't be shy, I can help you organize, she said, her small frame pressed against him. Assistant Chu quickly withdrew his arm and raised it. Miss Jiang, perhaps you should apologize to my arm. Jiang Lian was taken aback. Brother Chu, you. Assistant Chu interrupted. I'm sorry, but you appear to be much older than me. Calling me brother seems inappropriate. Jiang Lian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She hugged herself tightly, looking down. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. I just wanted to be a little closer to you. Assistant Chu pointed behind her. Look at that. A woman was passing by, carrying manure. Do you prefer older women? Assistant Chu shook his head, gesturing to a man behind her who was flirting with the assistant director, giggling and playfully hitting his arm. As Jiang Lian pondered this, Assistant Chu's voice broke in. That's my type. Upon arriving at the ranch, Jiang Lian was bewildered. Villagers passing by glanced at her, grinning. Caught off guard, Jiang Lian clutched her clothing to cover herself. This was never mentioned in the book. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily fled. The crew was still by the bus, waving goodbye. Zheng Qian squeezed his way to the front.
Wait.
I want to accompany Miss Jiang. With me, she won't be lonely on the way. His gaze was glued to Jiang Lian, a greasy smile plastered on his face. Director Lian was ecstatic. What could be more thrilling than sending off two troublesome individuals? All right, with you around, Jiang Lian will feel safer. Afterward, he tried to suppress his laughter. Lin Xingxing frowned. Director Lian, why are you covering your mouth? You're laughing. Embarrassed, Director Lian defended himself. No, I've just learned something new. Yeah, right. Everyone chimed in. Since that's the case, I'll take Jiang Lian to the ranch, Shen Ke said, stepping forward, blocking Zheng Qian's unpleasant gaze. Director Lian looked puzzled. But you're a teacher from the Tea Mountain. Why are you going? Everyone turned to Shen Ke, bewildered. The next moment, he removed his mask, revealing his flawless face. Just to see my family's ranch. Everyone gasped.
Wait.
Chuefei, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Isn't he a teacher? I can't believe I've been so anxious about my love life. I need to capture their embrace on camera. Oh my, there's a ranch too. Today seems to be another day where I want to marry Shen Ke. Director Lian swallowed hard, realizing the big spender was right beside him. Thank goodness he hadn't offended him. All right, you go ahead. He gestured eagerly towards the bus, nearly lifting Shen Ke onto it. The bus doors opened, and Jiang Lian looked toward the entrance, where Zheng Qian appeared. Miss Jiang, I'm here to accompany you. Are you touched? Jiang Lian felt a wave of reluctance, but her fists ached to move. Turning her head, she spotted Shen Ke behind Zheng Qian. KK, what a coincidence. Sit here. She patted the seat beside her eagerly. You can't protect her. Let me sit. Before Zheng Qian could finish, he stumbled over, hitting the floor hard, yelping in pain. Shen Ke stepped over him and took the seat next to Jiang Lian, glancing at Zheng Qian on the floor. How did you end up there? Was it too slippery? Zheng Qian grunted, quickly getting up and sitting behind Jiang Lian. As the bus departed, heading towards the ranch, the scenery became increasingly beautiful, the sky bluer as they approached. Jiang Lian turned to Shen Ke. What a coincidence that you're also going to the ranch. It's quite surprising. Shen Ke opened his eyes. Is it? It was intentional. Before Jiang Lian could respond, Zheng Qian chimed in. Miss Jiang, look at the ponds outside. Do you like it? Suddenly, a finger traced a circle on the glass. Not encircling the scenery, but instead drawing attention to Shen Ke's stoic expression. New pond master. Jiang Lian blinked. Is that so? Mr. Zheng, you're so kind. Again with your kindness? No matter how wealthy Zheng Qian is, he can't compare to the wealth beside you. You've certainly secured your status as a wealthy person's companion, KK. Shen Ke, the most annoying thing is pretentious people. Oh, that's me. No worries. Ha ha ha. Zheng Qian's expression is hilarious. Zheng Qian was momentarily taken aback. Wait, this pit costs 900,000 a year? Are you joking? Are you funding it for me? Zheng Qian found it somewhat amusing. He had just observed that Shen Ke's attire bore no brand at all. Yet here he was, acting all high and mighty. Shen Ke raised an eyebrow. If 1 piece is too little, I can fund the entire area for you. 6 million a year, let us sign the contract now. Zheng Qian burst into laughter. Addressing Jiang Lian, Mr. Shin truly knows how to joke. This is too funny. Mid-laughter, he noticed Jiang Lian was not amused. Turning around, he found that none of the staff were smiling either. Zheng Qian, what? Is this for real? Shin K waved for the car to stop, looking towards the villagers fishing by the pond. They all paused, waving and shouting, Shun.
Boss.
Is it you visiting the pond? This year, as harvest is great. Don't worry. Ani 1T let you lose money. Lil Shun, is that dark-skinned man your new assistant? He doesn't look as pleasing as the last one. Zheng Qian. The dark-skinned one. Zheng Qian cursed under his breath in the moving car.
Damn.
Is this for real?
Who is he?
How can he be so wealthy? After that, Zheng Qian swiftly changed tracks. Miss Jiang, are you thirsty? I brought goji berry tea in my thermos. Before he finished speaking, a bag of chips suddenly fell in front of Jiang Lian, followed by a rain of snacks. Jiang Lian beamed, embracing her bounty of treats. Shun Ke opened a bottle of juice and handed it to Jiang Lian, casually draping a string of lollipops around her neck. Jiang Lian's eyes sparkled. Although her face currently looked grim, it was hard to resist the allure of snack rain.
Truly, Shenke.
Jiang Lian accepted the treats, beaming with delight, showing off her collection. Shun Ke glanced at Zheng Qian and leaned back, his expression returning to normal. Zheng Qian, what on earth is his background?
What is he?
The car sped along, reaching the ranch 2 hours later. The moment Jiang Lian stepped out, she was greeted by intoxicating fresh air. The blue sky, white clouds, and green grass, adorned with various fences, resembled a painting. A few animals meandered about, and guests with microphones and recording devices lounged on the grass. Jiang Lian opened her arms, inhaling the liberating air. Cows, sheep, and sheepdogs surrounded her. There were no cameras intruding upon her. This was a paradise. 888 inquired. Host, are you truly content to spend 3 days here? Clearly, the director at the Tea Mountain base wants to send you away. Jiang Lian, satisfied, replied, I understand. Just enjoying a change of scenery for a few days. I must check in with Director Fong of the ranch. Looking around, she noticed the absence of the ranch director. Leaning against a crooked tree, Zheng Qian grumbled. This Director Fong is utterly unreliable. I can't find him anywhere. Suddenly, a person fell from above, head first, with long hair cascading down, attached to a camera. Here. Ah! Zheng Qian shrieked, nearly losing his wits. The ranch's sheep scattered in fright from the scream. Is this the director? Is this a living director? This base's atmosphere is so amusing. The guests here have the easiest time. They mostly just milk cows and sleep, focusing on wellness. It's just that Director Fong is a bit eccentric. Everything else is fine. Don't listen to Fong. That's just a bad review. Director Fong glanced at Jiang Lian, then bang. A bucket was tossed at her feet. He hadn't forgotten the orders from the lead director to assign Jiang Lian some tasks. Fine. Let us give her more. There are cows in abundance, and the milk can't be finished, unlike the Tea Mountain. Since we're at the ranch, we must abide by its rules. Go milk the cows. You can't eat until you finish that section. He pointed to a cow pen behind him. Chapter 100. Gu Jian's expressive emojis. Just 2 minutes in and already starting work? Jiang Lian immediately glanced at the cow pen. Oh no, protect the cow pen. She's going to crash into it. Huh? Why would she crash? I just finished watching the replay from the Chile base. I advise you, it's best to protect yourself. Honestly, I'm starting to feel sorry for the ranch director. How can he be so reckless? These directors work day and night. Do they really have no time to watch the live stream? If the brothers could remind each other, it would be fine. But these 8 bases are all about fearing for each other's well-being while hiding their own luxuries, leading to this situation today. Jiang Lian bent down and sprinted. And suddenly the system chimed.
Ding.
Triggered plot repair. Repair progress 43, 150. Option 1. Kick over the milk bucket. Reward. 2 manure balls. Option 2. Agree on the spot. Reward. Short distance champion. No objections. I'm more than willing. Jiang Lian straightened up. 888. Huh?
Soon it understood why. Ding.
Task completed. Jiang Lian grinned. It only said to agree. It didn't specify what would happen afterward. Joyfully, she grabbed a bucket and pulled Shin Ke into the inner ranch. Once inside, Jiang Lian, while milking, played around with Shin Quebec. Look at my technique. Even the cows are mooing in delight. Milk splashed onto her. Shun Ke quickly grabbed a bucket to shield himself, but Jiang Lian turned and used him as a shield. Splatter. Shun Ke, with milk on his face, turned with a smile. Jiang Lian, oh no. You need to wipe that off. Look, it's all over your face. Shun Ke. Halfway through milking, Jiang Lian turned and said, oh dear, if Butler Shen looks at me like that, the president will surely fire you.
Senke?
A few minutes later, she asked, brother, will Assistant Chu be unhappy if we do this?
Senke?
A few more minutes passed. Oh no. Butler Shen, why are you milking my cow? Why not go to that row of milk over there? Shun Ke. Shun Ke stepped back 3 paces and dashed out the door, looking for a relatively handsome sheep to wash his eyes, taking the opportunity to get a few bleats to cleanse his ears. Jiang Lian was having a blast. After half an hour, she filled a bucket with milk. It was her first time experiencing such a long milking session. It deserved to be remembered. Jiang Lian withdrew her hand, rubbing it on herself. She fished out her phone from her pocket, powered it on, and opened the front camera, aiming it at herself, the cow, and the milk. Just as she was about to snap a photo, an unfamiliar call rang. Jiang Lian answered. The voice of her manager, Yang Lily, came through. You, Jiang Lian. You think you're so capable, huh? I blacklist one of your contacts, and you just move on to the next. You think you have some powerful backing or sponsors. How dare you expose Gu Jian like that? Are you insane? I don't care what excuse you have. Go edit your post on Weibo right now, and cooperate with Gu Jian to explain to the public.
Ding.
Triggered plot repair. Repair progress 44, 150. Option 1. Weibo views exceed 1 million within a day. Reward. Claim it as your own. Everything within a meter of you belongs to you for 1 hour. Jiang Lian promptly selected option 1. Alright, I'm going now. She hung up the phone. Yang Lily smirked, thinking she had to step in herself. ISNT, she just obediently complying now. Feeling pleased, she opened Jiang Lian's Weibo. The next second, Yang Lily ascended directly into the heavens. A colossal red trending topic instantly emerged. An early artistic photograph of Gu Jian with a rooster comb hairstyle adorned the cover, accompanied by a line of text proclaiming him a perfect man of the new generation. The accompanying caption from Jiang Lian read, Jiang Lian, precious footage of early humans taming the bangs. Below this Weibo post, Gu Jian's diehard fans erupted in outrage. Greedy for life. Jiang Lian, did you lose your mother or something? Are you hellbent on tarnishing our Gu Jian's reputation? Tonsils never infected. What are you emoting for? You hater. How is Jian Gu not a perfect man? Just because you can't have him doesn't mean you should go online and slander him. Died from athlete's foot. Shin Ke is so handsome. But he's a bit mismatched with Gu Jian, haha. In just an hour, the post garnered 600,000 comments and read by over 1.06 million people.
Ding.
Task completed. On the other end of the internet, Assistant Chu was laughing so hard he could barely breathe, clutching his phone. He directly commented on Jiang Lian's post about Shin Quebec, Chu Jun Shin Ke. Dear Mr. Shin, this is your personal secretary, Xiao Chu, carefully curating some delightful tidbits from all corners of the world for you. Please peruse them at your leisure, especially the comment section. Wishing you a joyful life. Thank you. Shun Ke's phone buzzed, and he clicked in. He expanded and minimized his photo, finding it quite satisfactory. His mood instantly brightened. He no longer bothered to photograph the lamb's rear end. With a swift screenshot, he tucked away his phone. Meanwhile, Assistant Chu's eyes lit up as he gazed at his phone, which now displayed a balance of 2 followed by 4 zeros. After Jiang Lian completed her tasks in the dairy barn, she felt invigorated. She tucked her phone into her pocket and emerged carrying a bucket of milk. The director's booming voice echoed from a distance, almost shattering eardrums. She hadn't yet set down her bucket when the guest beside her, holding a microphone, hurried towards the source of the sound. Jiang Lian dropped the bucket and chased after the lagging female guest. Why are you running? Do the cows run on their hind legs? The female guest, flustered, could hardly comprehend, only urging, hurry up. Jiang Lian, perplexed, followed the crowd to the assembly point. Director Fong lay on the grass, engaged in a phone call. It was Director Lian on the other end. How is it going, old Fong? How is Jiang Lian performing under your guidance? Fong adjusted himself, glancing at Jiang Lian. She stood obediently in place, much like the other guests, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity about the ranch. Rest assured, there will be a relay race soon. She's a delicate heiress. It would take her an entire morning to milk a cow, and it's hard to believe she can survive on our ranch's fare. As he finished speaking, Director Lian emphasized over the phone. Old Fong, you must be vigilant. Anything related to food, anything that can be ingested, must be handled with utmost caution. This is the final piece of advice I offer as a fellow human being. Fong, growing impatient, interrupted. What's the big deal? Can she even grab a cartful? Her prowess in your domain is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. Here, even a dragon must yield and serve. Chapter 101. Today, meals are plentiful. After finishing his statement, Fong hung up the phone. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lian before announcing the task. It was lunchtime, and the usual rules applied, teams of 3, totaling 3 teams. The ingredients awaited at the relay race's finish line, encompassing both lunch and dinner. Those who failed to secure any would need to count their misfortunes. Everyone formed teams on their own. Jiang Lian, as the newcomer. You'll team up with Zhao Shun and Sun Yan. Fong gestured. Jiang Lian tilted her head, observing her companions. Jiang Lian. The 2 boys were tall and slender, sporting glasses, appearing almost devoid of any flesh. This is it. These 2 have never won since the show started. Zhao Shun even twisted his calf from running too hard. And Sun Yan has a knack for diarrhea whenever he runs. I can see it clearly. Director Fong is doing this on purpose. I might as well forfeit. At worst, I'll just go hungry for a meal. I concur. Teaming with these 2 would not only leave me hungry but might even drive me to the brink of despair at midnight. Jiang Lian sniffled and turned to Director Fong. Director, is there any limit to how much food we can grab? Fong didn't even lift his eyelids. Exactly. Jiang Lian nodded, understanding. She approached her new companions to greet them. Before she could extend her hand, Sun Yan sat down on the ground. Jiang Lian. Zhao Shun nodded apologetically. Miss Jiang, you may not be aware, but Sun Yan is allergic to running. He suffers from diarrhea the moment he sprints. I also trip over my own feet and stumble forward whenever I run. Therefore, we always end up at the bottom when it comes to food grabs. As Zhao Shun spoke, he pointed toward the front lines, continuing, due to our physical conditions, we haven't eaten our fill since joining the show. Which is why no one wants to team up with us. After saying this, he plopped down beside Sun Yan, panting heavily. Sun Yan glanced at Jiang Lian and chimed in. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian smiled, gazing at the food ahead, standing firm against the wind. Rest assured. We will have plenty to eat today. Sun Yan and Zhao Shun exchanged glances, revealing faint smiles. They realized that a girl, newly arrived, had been thrust into their team by Director Fong. The outcome was already evident. To their surprise, she was trying to comfort them. Thank you for your reassurance, Miss Jiang. Zhao Shun said with a smile, remaining silent. Sun Yan shook his head helplessly. If you happen to snag even a morsel, it would lighten our hearts a bit. Jiang Lian chose not to respond. Just then, someone approached from the side. Oh, dear. Is that our great actress Jiang? Could it be? The esteemed actress is here, in the ranch competing with us for food? Aren't you usually too proud to scavenge with others? Xiamian sneered, covering her mouth. Before Jiang Lian could inquire, 888 promptly provided information on Xiamian. Host, this individual is Xiamian. She once vied for the same role as you, and later secured it by becoming the casting director's mistress. Moreover, she is a close friend of Han Ti. Jiang Lian raised her thumb. The original character indeed had no friends in the entertainment industry. Xiamian? Damn. Director Fong paid no attention to the discord among the guests. Instead, he magnified the scene, capturing the most subtle expressions of the participants. Ready, set, go. With Fong's command, the relay race officially commenced. Xiamian's team shot off like an arrow, while the second team, led by Zheng Qian, lagged slightly behind. When the camera shifted to Jiang Lian's group, the audience fell silent. Zhao Shun and Sun Yan both lay flat on the ground, while Jiang Lian squatted, drawing circles in the dirt. The staff, ever considerate, provided the trio with old-fashioned era music. What are you all doing? This is hilarious. Are you just giving up? I refuse to believe it. This is food we're talking about. Sister Mian is surely just conserving energy. Xiamian, being the last to run, found this scene utterly amusing, eager to send a photo to Han Ti.
Ding.
Item short distance running champion activated successfully. Jiang Lian, having utilized the item, stood up to stretch her limbs. As she did, the other teams caught sight of her and finally burst into laughter. One remarked, Jiang Lian, are you just going to retire right there? Jiang Lian grinned, then playfully backed away, causing a ruckus among the onlookers. No way. Is that how you run? You don't know how to run. You should be facing forward, for goodness sake. Suddenly, Jiang Lian flashed a broad smile and accelerated. Even in reverse, she left a blur behind her. The photographer dropped his jaw in shock. Jiang Lian laughed from a distance. How am I supposed to run? Which way should I face? She ran backward, scuttling like a crab, using all her limbs to propel herself, leaping over obstacles with the agility of a donkey. In the midst of it all, she even swung from a large tree, landing triumphantly at the finish line. Everyone gasped in disbelief. What on earth was that? Did that really just happen? What the heck? Am I seeing things? In an instant, the basin at the finish line was struck. Director Fong paused, squinting in curiosity. There stood Jiang Lian, her hands overflowing with ingredients. Meanwhile, the table was bare, save for 2 star anise. Oh, and the two of you. Jiang Lian deftly reached over the table, only to discover that the star anise had vanished as well. Director Fong jumped up, staring at Jiang Lian's previous spot. The circle on the ground was still fresh. Yet, the culprit was now at the finish line, smiling cheerfully with an abundance of food. Xia Mian's smile faltered, her face tightening in disbelief. Director Fong was left speechless, mouth agape. Jiang Lian shouted, "Dinner is served." Zhao Shun and Sun Yan inhaled sharply. Was it an illusion? The goddess had arrived with their meal. 10 minutes later, Sun Yan finished cooking, presenting dish after dish onto the table. Jiang Lian, bowl in hand, eagerly prepared to feast. Xia Mian gritted her teeth. Do you have the audacity to eat in front of everyone? You've stolen the entire team's food. Jiang Lian glided over to her, a mischievous grin on her face. Xia Mian smirked, unable to contain herself, thinking that Jiang Lian was merely putting on a show. With just a little trickery, she had effortlessly acquired the food. Jiang Lian took a hearty bite from her bowl right in front of her. Delicious. Xia Mian, wait. Is she eating for herself or for show? Jiang Lian offered her bowl again. Xia Mian narrowed her eyes, and as Jiang Lian leaned in closer, she finally relaxed and reached out to take it. Chapter 102. The Protective Brother and His Affection. Smell that? Isn't it fragrant? I think so too. Xia Mian was left speechless, biting her lip in frustration and storming off. After finishing her meal, Jiang Lian asked Shen Ke to watch over her belongings and headed to the restroom. Within 2 minutes, Zhang Qian arrived. Where is Miss Jiang? Our team couldn't find anything to eat, so I came to seek her out. Not finding Jiang Lian, Zhang Qian inquired about her whereabouts from Shin Quebec. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Mian quickly approached Jiang Lian's team and said to the others, "We're all from the same base. Why don't you share some food with our group? We're starving over here." A few teammates from the ranch looked conflicted, glancing nervously at Shin Quebec. He merely cast a glance and remained still. Xia Mian sighed in relief, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had been observing him since morning. He was incredibly handsome, with a gentle demeanor, never getting angry at Jiang Lian's antics. Now, she finally gathered the courage to approach him, and it seemed her gamble had paid off. Xia Mian reached out to take some food. I seem to have misremembered the rules. What did Director Fong say earlier? Shen Ke spoke leisurely. Xia Mian paused momentarily. A teammate whispered, "Those who grab food can eat." Shen Ke chuckled, so I didn't misremember after all. I thought he meant that those who didn't grab it could morally compel other teammates. So it seems this young lady, Miss Liu, has made an error?
Her surname is Xia.
Can't remember, and still insist on it, huh? Looks like she has been insulted.
Who understands?
The protective brother is guarding his food. He truly cares. Xia Mian felt her throat tighten, caught off guard by the embarrassment. It's not a big deal. Zhang Qian interjected, attempting to ease the tension. There's plenty of food here. Giving the young girl a little wouldn't hurt, would it? You're being too stingy. Xia Mian quickly agreed. Yes. I only need a little. I want to ask for more. It's all right, Miss Jiang and I are friends. I'll take care of this, Zhang Qian said, reaching for the table.
Clap.
A pair of chopsticks flew through the air, and Zhang Qian quickly withdrew his hand, though the chopsticks still landed firmly on the table. You! He was about to explode when suddenly, a piece of snack wrapper blocked him. Turning around, he saw Jiang Lian peeking out. Who's trying to take my food? Who dares to touch the meager meal I worked so hard to earn? Jiang Lian looked pitifully at Zhang Qian, then at Xia Mian and finally at the camera. Let us settle this fairly, shall we? The two stared in shock while the live chat exploded. Zhang Qian, you're done for. You're absolutely finished. Oh my gosh. This ISNTA drill. It's not a drill. No joke, just from that look, I've already wrapped my arms around myself. Xiamian is interesting. She claims she won to eat but is secretly asking others for food. It seems Zheng Qian still doesn't realize the power of our cotton sister. Searching for her in the restroom. Zheng Qian awkwardly grinned. What's yours and mine?
Look at what you're saying.
I've been with you all the way to the ranch. We have some bond, don't we? Asking for food doesn't require such a big reaction. True. Jiang Lian nodded. Zheng Qian smiled broadly. Before he could revel in his triumph, his belt was suddenly yanked, causing his pants to slip down. He quickly grabbed them, but his bright blue underwear was still exposed. What are you doing? I'm so cold. Can't you feel the wind blowing through the ranch? You've accompanied me all this way. We must have some bond, right? Why such a huge reaction to asking for 2 articles of clothing? Jiang Lian moved forward to tug at him.
Hey, no.
That's my pants. My clothes.
Ah.
Jiang Lian walked away, taking his clothes with her. All that remained was a pair of underwear barely covering him, leaving him shivering in the cold wind. Jiang Lian strolled over, brandishing the belt, looking towards Xiamian.
Ah.
Miss Xia, I have something to do. Xiamian turned and ran. Haha, try running slowly next time. Oh, Mianzi, don't you want to eat? Don't you want those dishes? Why are you in such a hurry? Zheng Qian, feeling the chill, sought refuge in a donkey shelter, shouting, Jiang Lian, bring me my clothes right now. Hurry. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. No one paid him any mind, and he felt a bit awkward.
Jiang Lian, can you hear me?
Stop playing hard to get. He looked up and saw Jiang Lian standing right in front of him, instantly brightening.
Ding.
Love at first sight item successfully used. Target locked. Zheng Qian. The audience gasped. Wait, are you trying to make Zheng Qian fall for you? This. In the next moment, Jiang Lian squatted down, exposing the donkey behind her in a swift motion.
Ah.
Jiang Lian clapped her hands, walking away, keeping her achievements hidden.
Huh.
She's leaving? Just like that? I thought we'd witness an epic battle. No way, Sister Cotton suddenly became so kind? It's quite unsettling. Wait, Zheng Qian. What the? Zheng Qian, what are you doing? In the footage, Zheng Qian suddenly appeared bewitched, turning around to mount a donkey, embracing it. With a nuzzle and a wiggle, he exclaimed, Oh, you look just like my first love. As he stroked the donkey's long face, he asked, Beautiful donkey, will you marry me? The audience was dumbfounded. What? You don't need to be shy. I understand. Some things require a man to take the initiative. Zheng Qian declared, as his hands reached for the donkey's rear, while the other hand unzipped his pants. Come on, let us taste my specialty. The entire place was in shock.
Quick.
Stop him. Director Fong leaped 3 feet high, swiftly ascending the tree. 2 burly men seized Zheng Qian, forcefully pulling him back. Zheng Qian cried out, You heartless fiends, you're ruining my romance.
Can't you see?
It needs me. We are mutually affectionate. What concern is it of yours? Mind your own business.
Ah.
Let go of me. The live stream went dark, and a message appeared on the screen. This live stream has been ordered to rectify due to obscene content. Chapter 103. The resources of the ranch are all gone. Simultaneously, Weibo erupted in chaos. Zheng Qian's variety show trended explosively. At the ranch, several crew members forcibly dragged the unwilling Zheng Qian, who was desperate not to part with the donkey. Director Fong was already numb from the situation. His phone rang incessantly. Hello? Yes. It's old Fong from the ranch. Can you help me suppress that trending Weibo post? It's an unforeseen circumstance. Hello?
Xeol, I've encountered a problem.
Could you do me a favor? I'll treat you to dinner afterward. Director Fong paced back and forth. The grass of the ranch nearly trampled flat. The once leisurely days were no more. Director Fong, scolded into silence, could only awkwardly grin and nod, repeatedly saying, Okay, I'll take care of it. Finally, the time for the rectification and ban had passed. Heavens, what just happened? Can someone explain this to me?
Huh?
What did I miss? Director Fong gestured for silence, indicating everyone should keep their mouths shut. However, a figure scuttled across the back of the live stream like a crab.
Donkey.
Don't run. Qian needs you. Director Fong exclaimed. Jiang Lian. Silence. The live stream went dark once more. Director Fong pleaded desperately, enduring another wave of curses as the stream reopened, hoping to prevent her from causing further chaos. As the stream resumed, the scene appeared calm. Director Fong gazed contentedly at the ranch, the cows, and the well-behaved guests. Yet, something felt amiss. Was it too serene?
Where was Jiang Lian? He inquired.
In the fixed camera of the room, a head emerged.
What?
There are traces left by Zheng Qian on the donkey's rear? Jiang Lian gasped. Where? When did that happen? Was it during the pants removal? Director Fong screamed, off. The live stream, with a staggering 5.8 million viewers, was once again suspended. Leaning against a tree, Director Fong was so furious he nearly had a cerebral hemorrhage, driving away all the guests. He turned and dialed Director Lian's number, unleashing a torrent of complaints. What on earth did you send over? Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? Were you waiting for me here? I thought you were genuinely kind. Director Fong felt dizzy with rage. After a moment, he managed to calm down. Then send someone formidable over. He instructed. Director Lian, of course, hung up immediately. 3 hours later, in Director Fong's room, Su Juzhou, Yu Jiao, Qiu Cheng, Zhang Shuyan, and the entire Chile-based team gathered at the ranch. They huddled together, the room packed with people, cheerfully greeting Director Fong. Hi. Hello, Director Fong. Director Fong thought. Are you sending so many people just to keep an eye on Jiang Lian? Is it because the T Mountain base is running low on resources? And old Lian sent you all over to mooch off the food? Do you even know why you're here? Director Fong scanned the room, his gaze landing on Su Juzhou. Director Lian said to come and listen to your instructions. Su Juzhou replied. Yu Jiao chimed in obediently, exactly. Jiang Lian is my sister. I know her best. Don't worry, Director Fong. Zhang Shuyan spoke, offering a reassuring smile. Seeing everyone as assurances, Director Fong felt a genuine sense of relief. He lowered his voice. You all have just one task here. Keep an eye on Jiang Lian. Su Juzhou and Yu Jiao exchanged glances and nodded instantly. Rest assured. This is our forte. What are these people here for? Did I hear that wrong? Director Fong, don't worry. With them around, you can be at ease. I won't miss a second of the upcoming live stream. I'm not joking. This is hard to judge. All I can say is, may Director Fong be reborn. Director Fong nodded in satisfaction and led them to the small cabin. Without the live stream, the guests at the ranch completely relaxed. The small cabin's living room was filled to the brim. Xiamian lay on the sofa with a face mask, while an assistant was massaging her legs, easing her muscles. Zhao Shun and Sun Yan were locked in a room, teaming up to play video games. The remaining guests sprawled out, fully lethargic. Director Fong scanned the room, but saw no trace of Jiang Lian. Most likely, she was hiding away somewhere, avoiding scrutiny. Outside, Jiang Lian's carefree voice drifted into the cabin. Director Fong wondered, what's that noise? It was Jiang Lian. Yu Jiao pushed through the crowd and squeezed outside, followed by everyone from the Chile base. Upon stepping out, they saw Jiang Lian riding a horse, one hand gripping the reins. Her legs tightly clamped around the horse's belly. The majestic fairy galloped across the ranch, greeting everyone from the Chile base. Hey, Jia, you're here.
Yu Jiao.
Do you want to try it? Director Fong, your little horse is quite nice. Director Fong gritted his teeth in frustration. The little colt beneath Jiang Lian was his cherished possession, one he had been reluctant to take out. He had only been away for mourning, and she had already taken it out for a ride. Su Juzhou exclaimed, exactly. Didn't he, the director, say to rest in place? How could she be riding horses for fun? This is outrageous. Don't worry, Director. We'll keep an eye on her. Yu Jiao asserted. Immediately, the entire Chile-based team rushed towards the horse barn like children rescuing their grandfather.
Hey!
Director Fong shouted in vain. One by one, they mounted the horses and galloped away, ignoring him. In an instant, led by Jiang Lian, a cacophony of horses charged through the ranch. Wherever they went, chaos ensued. Chickens flew, eggs broke, and people scattered. They were as joyous as a couple of 200-pound clowns. The cattle pen was overturned. The racetrack vanished. The milk was spilled. The beef was butchered. Half an hour later, the ranch's resources were entirely depleted. The ranch's environment was in utter disarray. The director of the ranch was left bald. The filming at the ranch was utterly ruined.